In a world packed with magic and monsters, a massive demon descends into a frozen cave. This is Belphegor, an SSS-class demon king wielding all 5 elements. Not exactly the kind of thing you want waiting underground. A bright slash tears through the darkness as awakened fighters close in on the monster. The narration reveals that magic awakens special powers in humanity, creating the world's strongest fighting force. That force is the Divine Core, and their target is already staring them down. The team surrounds the Demon King with confidence, convinced their elite squad can handle this. Their commander steps forward, calm and focused while the others wait for orders. The silver-haired leader introduces himself as Bai Yi, the man in charge of this operation. Belphegor lunges with a roar, and the cave erupts into chaos. The Divine Core launches a purge operation, rushing the demon from every side. They serve a being called God, and this mission is rated at the highest possible difficulty. Bai Yi leads from the front while his squad unleashes their awakened abilities. Even after 100 high-level caves, this is their first I-class purge. Ling Yu Rei races into battle and calls to her captain. The squad treats the job like a tough assignment before their promised vacation. Hua Xiaoling opens Glacier World, flooding the battlefield with freezing blue magic. Ice crashes down around Belphegor as the team traps him in a frozen barrage. The assault keeps coming, but the Demon King is still standing inside the storm. A second fighter charges up yellow energy, ready to add crushing force to the attack. Golden lightning tears through the cave as the support mage begins his move. The team is already talking about vacation. That is usually when the universe starts taking note. Lucian activates Stellar Descent, pulling everything toward a glowing gravity field. The gravity support skill expands across the entire battlefield. Gravity pull boosts their power and speed while dragging Belphegor into the kill zone. The pressure increases to 100 times normal gravity, pinning the demon beneath the attack. A blinding impact erupts as the squad throws every ounce of force into the finishing blow. Golden columns explode through the cavern floor, blasting debris in every direction. The Divine Core watches the huge explosions follow their target. The blast keeps roaring, turning the cave into a wall of light and dust. For a moment, it looks like Belphegor has been erased. Bai Yi stands in the fading glow, composed after delivering the finishing attack. Alas, shockwaves shake the cave, but the commander does not even flinch. The explosion finally clears, leaving only smoke, rubble, and one very confident squad. Bai Yi lowers his sword, certain the Demon King is finished. The system confirms the impossible result. Belphegor has been eliminated. Bai Yi looks relaxed, though the lingering dust gives the victory an uneasy feel. The squad celebrates an SSS-class kill, thinking the hardest part is over. The team regroups around their commander amid the wrecked cave floor. Ling Yu says the battle ended too quickly and starts joking about finding more caves for Bai Yi to fight. Another teammate says the whole squad was deployed for this mission, making the easy win feel suspicious. Bai Yi studies the demon's remains, his expression sharpening as something feels wrong. He walks toward the corpse while the others hang back among the smoke. Bai Yi realizes the 5-element Demon King had a hidden skill. That little detail is about to ruin everyone's day. Ling Yu leans in far too close, clearly more interested in Bai Yi than personal space. She asks if the captain will treat everyone to a feast after the mission. Ling Yu clings to him with a playful grin, lobbying hard for a private outing instead. She sweetens the offer by suggesting it could be just the two of them. Bai Yi awkwardly tries to steer everyone back toward the usual group plans. The others tease him for not understanding women, while Ling Yue looks pleased with herself. Bai Yi suddenly turns back toward the battlefield, realizing someone has not followed them. The squad shrugs it off, saying Lucian is always the slowest one and usually busy slacking. Behind them, green light begins circling through the darkness. The team walks away together, unaware that the danger is rising behind their backs. A red message appears in the darkness. Purge operation. A gloved hand raises one finger as green energy spirals around it. The hooded figure gives one cold command. Commence. A towering green barrier erupts around the squad before anyone understands what is happening. The first strike lands without warning, throwing one of Bai Yi's teammates into the air. A brutal impact follows, and the casual mood dies instantly. Bai Yi watches in shock as the ambush unfolds right in front of him. He calls for Xiaoling, but the young mage is already down. Han Xiaoling lies bleeding on the ground beside his fallen book, completely helpless. The hooded attacker reveals this was the true mission assigned by God. Bai Yi tries to move, but invisible force locks his body in place. Green vines coil across the cave as the attacker prepares the next stage of the trap. Big vines burst from the ground and wrap around Bai Yi before he can react. The skill is called Forbidden Vines, and its effect is horrifyingly simple. The hooded man says he needed absolute preparation to eliminate the strongest among them. Bai Yi is bound tight while Ling Yue demands to know what the attacker is doing. The vines force their targets unconscious and strip away every defense. The attacker calls this God's decree, a purge operation against the divine core itself. Ling Yue is slammed down and calls for Lucian, still believing he might save them. The vines tighten around her legs as the entire team is thrown apart. Bai Yi and his comrades are flung through the air like they weigh nothing. Bai Yi struggles inside the vines as blood starts to spill across the cave. His eyes widen when the attacker closes in with a lethal strike. The traitor cuts down another squad member with ruthless precision. The battlefield is now a prison of vines, with the divine core trapped inside. The hooded man stands beneath the vines, watching the squad collapse around him. Bai Yi demands to know why they are being eliminated. He insists the divine core never crossed any line, his anger breaking through the shock. Bai Yi shouts at God itself, asking what right it has to do this to them. His rage cannot stop the massacre as more blood sprays across the vines. The hooded killer steps closer and addresses Bai Yi as an old friend. The killer says Bai Yi is still naive, even as the vines keep him helpless. Bai Yi is dragged across the ground, unable to fight back. The traitor asks why God would need a reason to kill them. Another vicious duel lands, making a betrayal impossible to deny. The attack tears through the trapped squad while Bai Yi can only watch. The killer stands over the bodies, completely unmoved by the bloodshed. Bai Yi begs for an explanation, reminding his attacker that they spent 10 years together. The traitor mocks the idea of comrades and family. He says God had been moving these pieces since their very first meeting. The killer looms over Bai Yi, making it clear their loyalty was never worth anything to him. He calls the squad pawns, sent only to earn God's trust. Bai Yi lies in the snow and blood while the traitor explains the cruel scheme. The hooded man admits he played this role for a long time, becoming just as lazy as the team believed. Bai Yi can barely stay conscious as the traitor brings the operation to its final step. A final strike lands and the cave flashes red. The traitor walks through the bodies with cold, deliberate calm. Bai Yi and his friends lie covered in blood as the killer declares all members dead. Ling Yue is shown among the bodies as the operation is pronounced complete. The cave falls silent under drifting snow and fading green light. The traitor casually says it is finally time for vacation. That joke is ice cold. Bai Yi's eyes remain open, his mind still fighting through the pain. Even while dying, Bai Yi's hand twitches against the vines, refusing to give up. Green magic still coils around his body as the last of the battlefield fades away. Bai Yi suddenly wakes in a dark, star-filled space, hearing someone offer him a deal. Chains bind Bai Yi in the void as he looks around, confused and guarded. A familiar voice calls him handsome, which is a suspiciously relaxed opening for a nightmare dimension. Bai Yi turns toward the voice while chains stretch across the endless darkness. Belphegor appears alive in a suit, surrounded by 5 flickering elemental flames. Bai Yi recognizes the Demon King and cannot believe the monster survived. Belphegor explains that a Demon King does not die so easily, and calls this realm his domain. The demon says the entire naive kingdom is his life force, then prepares to make an offer. Bai Yi says he can feel Belphegor's hatred matching his own, and demands to talk business. Belphegor reveals his hidden skill, life regression. The demon offers to send Bai Yi back to the distant past, giving him a chance to undo everything. Bai Yi listens in silence, his anger hardening into resolve. Belphegor asks if he is interested, knowing exactly how badly Bai Yi wants revenge. Bai Yi thinks of Ling Yue and Han Xiaoling, the friends he could not save. Memories of Ling Yue and Xiaoling flash before him, turning the offer into something he cannot ignore. Bai Yi's eyes widen as he reaches his decision. Back in the cave, the hooded traitor attacks again, but reality begins to fracture around him. Red shards scatter through the scene as time itself starts breaking apart. The traitor recoils in shock as the world dissolves into violent red light. The broken moment freezes around the killer while Bai Yi's choice takes effect. The traitor is left standing over the bodies as the timeline tears away beneath him. Bai Yi makes a promise through gritted teeth. He will kill the traitor and the gods above him. His rage is no longer just for one man. He wants every so-called god in those high seats. A blinding white void consumes the cave as Bai Yi's second chance begins. The old battlefield disappears completely, leaving only the shadow of what he lost. Belphegor smiles, pleased that Bai Yi accepted the deal. The demon says Bai Yi's answer is perfect and offers one more gift. Belphegor places a strange living heart in Bai Yi's hand as a welcoming present. Bai Yi asks the obvious question, what is the price for this impossible deal? Belphegor only gives a smug little laugh. Of course, the Demon King keeps the invoice mysterious. Bai Yi opens his eyes in a classroom, alive and suddenly back in the past. The date confirms it. He has returned to middle school, before his awakening. A dark-haired classmate calls Bai Yi back to reality as he stares at his younger hands. Bai Yi realizes the truth. He really came back to before his awakening. At Holy Nation's Awakened Academy, Teacher Huang storms into class and catches Bai Yi sleeping right before the biggest day of his life. She orders the white-haired slacker to stand at the back, and Bai Yi jolts awake like he has been dropped into his own middle school nightmare. Bai Yi stares around in disbelief. These are classmates he has not seen for nearly 20 years. His shocked expression gives it away. He's not just tired, he has somehow returned to the day before his awakening ceremony. Bai Yi realizes the impossible. He has been reborn into the body of his younger self. The familiar classroom hits him all at once. This is where his old life began and where everything went wrong. Teacher Huang brings the room back to order and begins the lesson every student has been waiting for. In this world, people awaken one of 5 elements: lightning, flower, cloud, nuclear, or stellar. Each person can carry only one element, so the ceremony is basically a life lottery with much worse odds. Teacher Huang demonstrates her rare cloud element, looking completely at home surrounded by crackling blue power. Your element also determines your role: combat, support, or special. That single result can steer an entire future. 5 elements branch into countless professions, and the strongest teams mix those roles together. The Academy's top guild has every advantage: Stellar Mage, Cloud Warrior, Nuclear Bard, and Lightning Assassin. For the students, awakening is the doorway to status, power, and a chance to rise far beyond ordinary life. Teacher Huang reminds them that they have grown up surrounded by praise, but today their real value will be judged. There are nearly 100 known awakened professions, but every student gets only one shot at becoming one. Professions rank from dust tier to celestial. Teacher Huang delivers the warning with a confident grin, because this afternoon changes everything. The class falls quiet as the message lands. One awakening can decide whether you stand at the top or get left behind. Even the students who look calm are gripping their desks. Nobody can afford to treat this ceremony lightly. Teacher Huang makes it plain. Their future status in this world will be decided today. Bai Yi stands apart, his golden eyes steady. He knows exactly how this day played out the first time. Walking through the academy grounds, Bai Yi feels the weight of old memories closing in. He remembers this place clearly. This is where he first awakened and where the trouble started. A nervous boy with glasses spots him first, and Bai Yi immediately recognizes the familiar setup. Hong Chen steps into Bai Yi's path, with the smug posture of a guy who thinks a rare awakening makes him untouchable. Hong's crew corners the glasses-wearing student while Bai Yi watches. The whole scene is ugly and very familiar. Hong plants his shoe on the boy's hand and mocks Bai Yi for acting brave before the ceremony. Hong boasts that a rare stellar assassin like him will always leave people like Bai Yi beneath him. The bully forces the frightened student to agree. Apparently, being strong also comes with a free subscription to unbearable confidence. Bai Yi remembers that fights like this followed him constantly in his past life, but he is not reacting the same way now. Teacher Huang finally cuts in, her sharp voice stopping Hong before the bullying gets worse. She tells him this is a school, not a robbery scene. Hong gets caught red-handed and somehow still looks annoyed. Hong tries to act casual, but Teacher Huang's glare makes it clear she has seen enough. Hong whines that Teacher Huang bumped into them, as if she somehow interrupted his very important public menace routine. He even asks whether his boys deserve compensation with bubble tea. The nerve is impressive in the worst possible way. Hong leans into the threat, promising Bai Yi trouble after the ceremony if he keeps playing hero. Teacher Huang checks on the shaken student, showing the concern she always hid beneath that fierce attitude. Hong laughs and drags his crew away, promising they will settle things later. Bai Yi faces Hong without flinching. The bully is trying to intimidate the wrong version of him. Hong snaps at Bai Yi one last time, but his group is already backing off. Hong retreats with his gang, calling them weaklings as he goes. Bai Yi barely gives him the satisfaction of a reaction. Bai Yi apologizes to Teacher Huang, but she gently tells him it was not his fault. Bai Yi remembers that Teacher Huang was strict on the outside, yet she helped him again and again after his first awakening. The call finally comes. It is time for Bai Yi's class to enter the awakening chamber. Teacher Huang warns everyone to stay completely calm during awakening. That is never a reassuring sentence before a magical test. The students gather around her, their nervous energy rising as the ceremony begins. Bai Yi recalls that there are two ways to awaken in this world. Natural awakenings happen during extreme emotion and usually favor people born with strong bodies and talent, like Hong. Hong's natural awakening erupts in violent energy, driven by raw emotion and adrenaline. The other method uses the awakening chamber, a scientific machine built to force dormant potential into the open. Inside the chamber, colored energy circles the subject, as the machine reads the power taking shape. The emotional pressure is intense enough to make anyone scream, and the chamber turns it into an awakening. The machine pushes potential to the limit, wrapping another student in violent color and shattered light. The result appears: School Mystic Mage. Everyone gets one awakening, so every label matters. The student celebrates getting an Ember tier profession, and Teacher Huang encourages him to rest after the exhausting process. Bai Yi knows awakening is life's reset button. Then Teacher Huang calls his name, and the room turns toward him. Bai Yi steps forward with his hands in his pockets, calm on the outside and carrying a lifetime of regret underneath. Teacher Huang tells him to focus and stop slacking. Bai Yi answers quietly that he understands. As he enters the chamber, Bai Yi remembers his previous life, when he awakened as an E-rank nuclear warrior with a dust-tier profession. That weak result made him a target for constant bullying. This time he expects his element to be nuclear again. Only after reaching S-rank in his past life did Bai Yi unlock the rarest type. Now he waits to see what this rebirth will give him. The chamber activates around Bai Yi, and colored energy begins to gather where it should not. Bai Yi looks up to the swirling lights, asking himself one question: what profession will he get this time? His confidence breaks for the first time as the chamber starts glitching around him. The system flashes an error. Bai Yi's awakening is no longer following any rule the Academy understands. Then the impossible reading appears. 5 elements detected. Bai Yi is stunned as every color answers his body at once. Heat surges to Bai Yi as the impossible power overwhelms him. His second life has already gone completely off script. A glowing system reveals 5 elemental paths inside the white-haired student, and it says he can choose his starting class. The system explains that enough elemental power can unlock more classes later. His eyes stay fixed on the impossible menu. He realizes this is not a normal awakening. He can pick an element in class now, then gain even more options in the future. The student stares upward in stunned silence, trying to process how much control this strange power gives him. Then the reward gets crazier. He can obtain classes from every quality tier, all the way up to celestial rank. The elemental class emblems spin around him like a private loot screen. This guy just opened character creation with cheat codes. Even the rare special quality classes are available to him, but there is one catch. He may choose only his first class. Every later class will be gained randomly, so this first decision matters. The 5 elements blaze around his body as the system pushes him to make his choice. His hand reaches toward the swirling lights, and he finally understands what brought him here. Fire, water, earth, and wind flare together as he reaches for the power he wants. The energy races around him, and the choice feels less like an awakening and more like a promise of endless growth. He looks down at the 5 elements circling his hand and calls it the ability of infinite awakenings. His expression hardens. He knows selecting the initial class will clear every elemental progress bar. He reaches forward anyway, calm and certain. The system warns him to choose carefully. Outside the room, a group of students gets impatient. They are wondering why the white-haired student is taking so long. He finally walks out, looking quiet and unreadable while everyone waits to hear the result. The purple-haired instructor leans in with a friendly smile and asks what class he awakened. He lowers his eyes and says he is going to disappoint her. He reveals a nuclear warrior, supposedly the worst green quality class. He says it like he is announcing a parking ticket. Green energy crawls around his body while the nearby students take in the embarrassing result. The instructor's smile falters. She clearly understands how low the class is ranked. She quickly tries to soften the blow, insisting that even green quality awakenings can still produce extraordinary people. She tells him not to give up and promises the world will not let him down. She puts both hands on his shoulders, trying to comfort him because she assumes he must feel crushed. The student keeps a flat stare, while her cheerful reassurance becomes painfully awkward. Inside, he thinks her optimism is hilarious. His face says he has heard this speech before. A smug brown-haired student laughs nearby, repeating the usual line that hard work means the world will not let you down. The white-haired student calls that kind of positivity useless, and his stare turns sharp. The instructor looks disturbed as the brown-haired bully keeps pressing the point. The bully explains that dust-rank students sit in the back row. He's enjoying this way too much. He tells the white-haired student that he is at the very bottom. The instructor admits that this is simply how their world works. The gods choose people, and the weak get left behind. The bully says only the strong are picked, while the weak exist to be humiliated. The white-haired student is not impressed. The bully strolls back over, still smiling as he looks for another chance to rub it in. He says dust-rank students can only sit in the back from now on, making their future sound already decided. He describes a society where those without power have no background, no future, and no fair chance. The strong get better resources, become stronger, and then pull even farther ahead. It is a rigged ladder with extra steps. The bully says a dust-rank awakening turns people into bottom-tier nobodies from the very start. He mocks the idea of changing your life through hard work, calling the green class a bad joke. The instructor says a person's future is already decided at birth. The white-haired student hears every word. She calls the academy a microcosm of that harsh world, presenting the ugly truth as if it settles everything. She says a glimmer-rank student can only become a lowly worker at the school, while dust-rank students should go home. The bully steps in close, waving his drink around as he tells the white-haired student not to waste government resources. The white-haired student suddenly smacks the drink straight into the bully's face. That pep talk just got a refund. The bully recoils, drenched and furious, demanding to know what he thinks he is doing. The white-haired student answers calmly that he does not like listening to him talk. The bully tenses up and prepares to attack, his anger finally spilling over. With a vicious grin, the bully lunges at him and starts throwing real power around. Purple energy surges from the bully as he charges, trying to overwhelm his smaller target. The attack whips in fast, but the white-haired student barely moves, watching the opening with cold focus. A system prompt identifies the move as an Astro Assassin strike that boosts attack power. The white-haired student draws a glowing sword and meets the incoming blow head-on. A golden slash fills the space between them as his eyes lock onto the exact timing. The system flashes. Block! He stops the attack with the sword, and the bully's confidence cracks. The bully stares in disbelief. He expected an easy victim, not someone who could read his attack. Then a second prompt appears. Parry. The white-haired student has turned defense into a counterattack. Golden power coils around him as the bully is thrown off balance in front of everyone. The bully's body twists away from the impact, while the white-haired student's expression stays perfectly calm. The counter sends the bully crashing across the courtyard, scattering dust and leaving the onlookers stunned. A blazing strike lands cleanly, launching the bully even farther away. From above, the crowd watches him get hurled through the open space like his ranking just got physically corrected. The bully hits hard, coffin-blooded, suddenly realizing this is not a harmless humiliation game. He lies on the ground wide-eyed, unable to understand what just happened. The white-haired student stands over him with a golden aura and sword in hand, completely composed. The bystanders can only stare. The student they dismissed moments ago has just flattened an abyss-rank fighter. The crowd erupts in confusion, asking how he could possibly do that. He raises the golden sword and says he chose this class himself. The system reveals Nuclear Warrior comes with a basic light sword and boosts to attack and evasion. He smirks and says he is just used to it. Casual answer, terrifying implication. The battered bully insists it was luck and warns that dodging once will not save him again. He boasts that he is a rare abyss rank, completely different from someone with a supposedly trash class. The bully gathers himself for another rush, desperate to take back control of the scene. The instructor suddenly realizes it was not luck. He just used a top-tier movement skill exclusive to the warrior class. She identifies it as parry, a skill that blocks damage at the exact instant before an attack lands. The golden blade catches the attack at the perfect instant, turning the bully's own force against him. Within a split second, the skill can reflect the full physical damage back to the attacker. The system confirms it. A correctly timed block can nullify damage, and a perfect trigger can reflect it all. The instructor is stunned because someone with his supposed rank should not have any combat experience at all. The white-haired student stares forward, unbothered by the crowd's disbelief. The bully raises his weapon and asks if he is prepared to die. The system identifies the bully's astro-assassin weapon and its attack and speed bonuses. The bully points the blade at him, promising to make him crawl in front of everyone. The white-haired student thinks choosing the seemingly weakest class was not an accident. He says judging a person's future from birth is the mistake they will regret. With the golden sword ready, he promises that everyone looking down on him will regret it for years. Golden light coils around his legs as he prepares for whatever comes next. The students realize this is not just an argument. Bai Yi and Hong Changsheng are about to fight. Purple energy coils around Hong Changsheng as he draws his weapon, looking eager to make this public. The onlook is panicked because private brawls with awakened powers are strictly forbidden at school. They know Hong has a powerful family behind him, while Bai Yi is treated like a nobody with no protection. One nervous student thinks Bai Yi will be expelled if he takes the bait. Helpful advice arrives exactly when nobody can use it. The purple-haired teacher tries to calm everyone down, hoping these awakened students can still become comrades someday. She steps in cautiously, but Hong's body language says he is already past listening. Hong points his blade at Bai Yi and refuses to let the humiliation go in front of the whole school. Hong decides Bai Yi needs to learn the difference between the chosen ones and losers. The teacher sees the gap between them as an insurmountable chasm. She admits the difference comes down to their innate attributes, and Bai Yi quietly watches. Bai Yi checks his status. He is an E-class professional nuclear warrior with modest stats and basic skills. The explanation is brutal. A dust rank quality gives no attribute bonus, while higher ranks gain far more. Hong Kansheng's red status screen shows an E-class Astro Assassin with a 200% attribute bonus. Hong grins through the red aura. He thinks the outcome is already decided. The crowd believes an Abyss rank Awakener has double the attributes of a Dust ranks. On paper, Bai Yi is finished. Hong raises his dagger and stares down at Bai Yi, convinced this power gap can never be crossed. Bai Yi stands completely calm while the spectators assume Hong has crushed him already. The bespectacled student cannot understand why Bai Yi would pick a fight with someone this much stronger. He thinks survival in this world means avoiding powerful trash whenever possible. The lesson gets darker. When trouble cannot be avoided, the weak are expected to bend and endure. The boy imagines surrendering his valuables and swallowing the humiliation. He calls that surrender the smart choice. Bai Yi is clearly about to disagree. Hong's interface flashes ferocity, strength, and critical hit boosts as he prepares to strike. Hong lunges, and the teacher shouts for Bai Yi to get behind her. Hong commits to a huge mana-hungry attack, trusting his speed and attack power to end it instantly. A blazing golden strike tears forward, and Hong assumes there is nowhere left to run. Hong throws everything into the blow and dares Bai Yi to dodge it. The attack crashes down toward Bai Yi from above. Bai Yi smirks and asks one simple question. Why would he dodge? His swiftness skill reacts to the incoming danger, and his movement suddenly surges. Purple light cuts across the scene as Bai Yi triggers Flash Blink. In one blink, Bai Yi slips past the golden attack and leads Hong striking empty space. Hong twists around in shock, realizing Bai Yi disappeared from his path. Hong urgently tells someone to get behind him, but he is the one who has lost control of the fight. The golden swing finishes uselessly, with black debris scattering behind it. Bai Yi stands behind Hong and dismisses him as trash. That is a rough review for a first duel. Hong collapses hard, while Bai Yi calmly says that is where trash belongs. The crowd stares at Bai Yi in disbelief. Nobody saw a clean hit land. From above, the students can only conclude that Hong somehow fell over on his own. Even from the wider view, no one can explain it. The mystery is doing all the heavy lifting. The teacher and class president, Chi Yin, both admit they did not see what happened either. Jun watches in stunned silence as Bai Yi walks away. The truth is that Bai Yi activated his unique warrior skill, swiftness, at the exact moment Hong attacked. The skill evolves into Flash Blink, letting him pass through obstacles directly in front of him. Bai Yi did not trade blows. He bypassed the attack and took Hong down in one move. Hong lies bleeding and furious, while Bai Yi stands untouched beside him. She realizes Bai Yi is not only stronger than Hong expected, he can also fight cleanly without breaking school rules. The class is stunned because Hong never even got the chance to make a move. Embarrassing is putting it gently. Bai Yi stands in the center of the crowd as his system awards profession experience. His victory earns him 50 profession experience points. Another system panel reveals elemental accumulation. A critical blow against an E-class opponent earns Astro Element points. Bai Yi understands that fighting builds profession experience and defeating Astro opponents gives elemental points, though 50 is still too little. He coolly decides he needs to clear a few more labyrinths. Hong forces himself back up, clutching his throat and refusing to let Bai Yi lead. Hong rushes in from behind and screams that he will kill Bai Yi. Bai Yi senses the attack, but a new voice cuts in with one command: enough. Hong Liang arrives, the dean of the Awakening Academy's Junior High Division. The dean scolds Hong for making a fool of himself in front of everyone. Hong recognizes the dean as his uncle, and his anger immediately turns nervous. Hong Liang orders the exhausted students to stop gathering and go home. He reminds them it is the weekend and tells them to report their awakened professions to their families. Bai Yi starts to leave, quietly focused on one word: home. The dean's sharp stare follows Bai Yi, and he begins to question him. Hong Liang asks Bai Yi whether he knows the school strictly prohibits fighting. Bai Yi remembers being reborn. Since he returned 20 years into the past, everyone he knew should still be alive. Then a forgotten memory hits him. Something important happened on Awakening Day, May 22nd, 25. Bai Yi suddenly panics as he remembers the most important thing. He bolts away at full speed, leaving everyone confused. The teacher watches him run, startled by the sudden urgency. Hong Liang turns back to the teacher and demands that she keep her students under control. The teacher apologizes and promises to treat the incident as over. Elsewhere, Hong fumes in his uncle's office, insisting he could never have lost to Bai Yi. Hong grips his weapon and calls the result nonsense. Hong Liang asks if Hong even understands what Bai Yi did to him. The dean replays the duel in his mind, studying the impossible movement. He explains that Bai Yi used the high-level skill Flash Blink the instant Hong charged. Bai Yi found the weakest point in Hong's whole defense and struck hard enough to break it. The dean says this was not just a flashy skill. Bai Yi read Hong's entire body and countered perfectly. Even with years of battlefield experience, Hong Liang admits he could not execute that sequence so cleanly. Hong is left kneeling on the floor, while Bai Yi's earlier victory gets the full knockout treatment. The dean says Hong's defeat was like watching an elite fighter lose to a beginner using only basic controls. Meanwhile, Bai Yi races through the city, desperate to reach somewhere before it is too late. He thinks that after being reborn, there is one thing even more important than revenge. Bai Yi keeps running, determined to stop the event that once cost him his life. He slams his foot down and pushes himself faster. Bai Yi gasps for breath, still racing against whatever disaster he remembers. The street falls under his shadow as his memory turns bloody and terrifying. A red aura figure appears in the memory, and Bai Yi looks horrified by what is coming. The flashback shows a bloody body against a building as Bai Yi looks upward in dread. Bai Yi makes a hard promise to stop this tragedy, even if it costs him his life. His status confirms the tools he has now: swiftness and flash blink. Bai Yi's E-class nuclear warrior status stands in sharp contrast to Hong's Astro Assassin Pat. Flash blink is his edge, a skill that can carry him straight through an obstacle when swiftness is mastered. At home, the television hums while a tired man waits in the living room. Bei Lingsheng laughs loudly at something on TV, already looking like trouble in house slippers. In the kitchen, Bai Yi's mother quietly prepares dinner, her face gentle but watchful. She keeps cooking with careful, practiced motions, trying to make the home feel normal. Bai Yi comes home early from class, and his mother immediately notices him. Bai Yi clenches his fists. He is bracing himself before anyone even asks what happened. He looks through the kitchen door at his mother, and relief starts to break through his guarded expression. All he can think is, "Mom." His mother turns toward him with soft, worried eyes. She tells him she is glad he is alive, and the line lands much heavier than it should. She greets her son in the kitchen, trying to keep the moment light. Using sign language, she says she made his favorite hot and sour noodles. Bai Yi's small smile fades. He is about to ask for something from a life that no longer exists. He asks for pickled fish instead, smiling like he is trying to hold on to a memory. His mother gently says, "The noodles are already ready, so maybe pickled fish can wait until tomorrow." Bai Yi pleads for today. His eyes are desperate, not picky. A strange smile crosses his face as he tries not to reveal why this meal matters so much. His mother calls him impossible, but she is smiling as she gives in. She heads out to buy the fish, leaving Bai Yi behind with the man in the living room. Bai Yi says he will go with her, but his father immediately shuts that down. Bai Lingcheng asks what Bai Yi's problem is, staring him down from the couch. His father asks if today was his awakening day, and suddenly the room feels much smaller. Bai Lingcheng rises from the couch, demanding to hear the good news. He pushes Bai Yi to tell him already, completely sure his son has something worth celebrating. Beer bottles clink in his father's hand. The celebration was never really for Bai Yi. Bai Lingsheng is an E-class electric warrior with a huge attribute boost, and he wears that status like a crown. Bai Yi admits it. He did not awaken today. Bai Yi's face goes still as he waits for the reaction he already knows is coming. His father sneers that the awakening took too long and says they did not even make it in time. He compares Bai Yi to Dalei's son, who awakened as a glimmer rank class. Bai Lingcheng says his own son should at least be abyss ranks. The pressure is cruel and absurd. He boasts that he awakened as an abyss rank class himself, then turns that pride into a weapon. His father says he worked himself to the bone raising Bai Yi. Every word comes with a threat. Bai Lingsheng orders him to speak and asks one vicious question: "What is your class?" Red energy twists around Bai Lingsheng as his anger starts spilling into the room. Bai Yi stands rigid while electric power coils around his father's fist. A cup smashes against Bai Yi. The answer finally comes out: dust ranks. The impact knocks Bai Yi back, and his father's rage only gets louder. Bai Lingsheng dumps a drink over him, furious that his son awakened as what he calls a useless dust rank. His father screams that Bai Yi only went to school pretending to be serious. Bai Yi realizes this man is still the same violent father he remembers. In his previous life, Bai Yi had been too scared to fight back. Another blow crashes into him, pulling Bai Yi straight into the nightmare he tried to escape. So much time passed in his first life that he nearly forgot what happened on Awakening Day. Back on May 22, 2005, his father discovered Bai Yi had awakened as dust rank. Shame turned into violence, and Bai Yingshang started a brutal fight at home. Bai Yi's mother stood in front of him to protect him, as she always did. Back then, Bai Yi was too weak and too frightened to stop any of it. The memory is all broken furniture, pain, and a family collapsing inside one room. Bai Lingsheng beat his mother for an hour until her leg broke, and a head injury left her unstable. Bai Yi watches helplessly as his mother is hurt on the floor. The younger Bai Yi screams in terror, trapped under his father's shadow. His old status panel appears. Bai Yi, E-class nuclear warrior, with barely any strength to show for it. He'd only awakened as an E-class nuclear warrior, and that weakness haunted him. Bai Yi chose that class for its special traits, but he still needed time to grow. His father was claw-class abyss rank with real combat experience behind his power. Bai Yi knows he cannot beat him yet. In his first life, he was completely outmatched. His father grabs him by the hair, and Bai Yi's old fear comes rushing back. Bai Yi admits he was wrong. Back then, he could not beat his father. Bai Lingsheng snarls that Bai Yi should never have been born. Bai Yi remembers why this day mattered. His father came home early and would not stop until he got a result. His father slams him down, but Bai Yi focuses on one thing: getting his mother out safely. A brutal punch lands. The old Bai Yi has no power to answer it. Another savage hit sends him crashing across the room. The grocery bag hits the floor. His mother has come back far too soon. Bai Yi looks up in horror. The one person he wanted away from is standing at the door. His mother sees Bai Yi on the floor, and Bai Lingsheng's red power coils around them both. Bai Yi remembers the fish she bought for him and wonders why she came back so soon. She only came back because she could not let her son go hungry. His mother returns with the groceries, unaware she has walked straight into the nightmare. Her face freezes when she sees what happened to Bai Yi. Bai Lingsheng turns on her too, cruelly blaming her for giving birth to Bai Yi. Bai Yi sees his mother caught in the same moment as before, but this time he has knowledge from another life. The status panels make the gap clear. Bai Yi is only E-class, while his father has the power to crush him. In a dark interrogation room, a prisoner is told he is the first green-tier professional to ever rise all the way to A rank. The white-haired young man sits cuffed and guarded, stunned that they called him in so early. His interrogator presses him for an answer. This is where death row inmates end up, so the mood is not exactly welcoming. The young man remembers the reason he was brought here, and his expression goes completely cold. He thinks back to the man who deserved to die, and the memory takes him straight home. He cannot understand how that man could beat his own mother to death. The horror hits him all over again as the memory of the attack begins. Back then, he watched in shock as violence suddenly exploded inside the family home. His mother is struck hard by Bai Yi, a man whose anger has gone far beyond ordinary cruelty. The blow lands with terrifying force, throwing her across the room. The young man realizes this is not a normal assault. An awakened fighter is brutally stronger than an ordinary person. Blood spills across the floor as he understands just how badly outmatched they are. He crumples from the impact, while his mother rushes toward him, terrified for her son. She tries to protect him, but Bai Yi treats the whole scene like a game. His mother recoils as another attack comes at her. Bai Yi smirks at their fear and calls the violence truly deadly. His hand tightens as the threat becomes painfully real. Bai Yi reveals his resentment. The day Ruyun became pregnant, he says he thought the Bai family finally had a chance to rise again. Electricity crackles around him as he blames his own family for ruining that dream. He spits out the reason for his rage. He believes these two children cannot carry on the family line. Ruyun tries to speak up, but Bai Yi closes in with power gathering around him. He insists the Bai family must rely on him for glory, then attacks Ruyun without hesitation. The attack connects, and Ruyun can only ask why he is doing this. Her eyes widen as Bai Yi's violent aura fills the room. Bai Yi rages that a green-tier profession should never have awakened, and he takes that humiliation out on his family. He charges again, wrapped in red lightning and completely out of control. Ruyun throws herself between him and her son, bracing for another crushing blow. The young man sees his mother in danger, and something inside him finally snaps awake. A green system message flashes before him. Flash blink activates when swiftness reaches 100%, letting him pass through obstacles ahead. Green energy erupts as he uses the skill and vanishes through the attack path. He reappears with blood on his face, but a fierce new focus in his eyes. He gets between Bai Yi and Ruyun just in time. The family drama has officially become a boss fight. Bai Yi lunges forward, certain this weak-looking opponent cannot stop him. The young man stares him down and says one thing: do not touch her. Bai Yi pauses, intrigued that the boy has suddenly grown a backbone. He watches closely, enjoying the challenge instead of backing off. Ruyun clutches her chest and cries out while her son prepares to face the attacker alone. Bai Yi gives him a nasty little smile. Apparently, being challenged by your own son is great entertainment to this guy. He braces the boy's nerve, then gathers even more red lightning for the next strike. The young man knows this will not be easy. He has to block the attack first. He raises his glowing weapon and meets Bai Yi head-on. Another skill activates, parry. If his timing is perfect, it can cancel the damage and reflect a physical hit back. The two attacks collide in a blinding green and red explosion. The parry lands, but Bai Yi's attack still breaks through the defense. He immediately feels the gap between them. Bai Yi is several levels stronger. The system identifies Bai Yi as a level 26 Cranks Electro Warrior with attributes boosted 400%. The young man is slammed hard in the chest, but he refuses to fall. Bai Yi mocks him for resisting his own father while red lightning coils around his body. His electric attacks keep coming at tremendous speed, and Ruyun watches in absolute fear. The young man plants his feet and decides he will not dodge. Bai Yi charges straight in, taunting him for being impatient. He takes the next hit head-on, proving he has far more resolve than Bai Yi expected. Bai Yi admits the boy has backbone, then immediately demands to know what good it will do him. He calls the green-tier profession weak, but the young man makes a quiet vow that this tragedy will not repeat. Bloodied and focused, he grips his weapon tighter and faces Bai Yi without fear. Bai Yi grabs a chair and sneers that awakening does not mean the boy is suddenly tough. He hurls the furniture and declares that the boy no longer knows who the boss is. Ruyun rushes in to shield her son as the thrown furniture crashes through the room. Suddenly, heavy knocking pounds on the front door. Someone outside demands that it be opened. Bai Wensheng realizes who has arrived, and his confidence shifts into wary calculation. The injured young man leans against Ruyun while she holds him close, both listening for what happens next. Bai Wensheng storms toward the door, furious that anyone chose this moment to interrupt him. Outside stand two inspectorate officers, Red A Ranch Deputy Captain Ji Lang and Blue Sea Crank Investigator Chi Yu. Bai Wensheng recognizes the deputy captain and nervously asks why he is here. The inspectors explain that a wanted criminal was reported near this building. They begin a house-to-house search and ask whether Bai Wensheng has noticed anyone suspicious. Bai Wensheng suddenly puts on a hood and laughs. That is never the look of an innocent man. He plays dumb and says the person must be his careless son, who only went out to buy groceries. Ru Yang keeps one protective hand on her injured son as he tries to speak up. The deputy captain asks about the son, and Bai Wensheng tries to dismiss the situation as nothing important. Bai Wensheng keeps selling the grocery excuse, but the deputy captain is clearly not buying it. The white-haired young man finally answers for himself. No, Bai Wensheng hit him. That simple accusation cuts through every excuse in the room. Bai Wensheng's face tightens as he realizes his son has awakened, and his power may be far more dangerous than expected. 18 minutes earlier, Bai Ju spots Snow entering Building A and knows the security team will be coming fast. Bloodied but calm, Bai Ju realizes the guards are treating this like a major awakened incident. The two guards doubt his story and dismiss him as just a kid who got into a fight. Bai Ju lists his injuries without flinching, making it clear this was not some ordinary scuffle. He stands rigid through the pain, already judging how serious every wound is. The rules are brutal. An awakened person who harms others can be detained for 15 days. Bai Shu hears the sentence and immediately sees the clock ticking against him. The guards step in with official paperwork, serious faces, and absolutely zero patience. The attacker loses his temper as the arrest starts closing in around him. Inspector Bai Liangfeng formally arrests Bai Ju's attacker and orders him to remain silent. The arrested man explodes with rage, while Bai Ju stays cold and watches him unravel. Red energy flares around the man, and the guards warn him that resisting will make everything worse. Back home, Bai Ju slips through the door, battered and exhausted. His mother sees his condition and cries out in fear. Bai Yu catches his mother in a tight hug and gently tells her that it is okay now. Behind his calm stare, Bai Ju makes a promise to use these 15 days to become stronger. He holds his mother close, determined that this time he will protect her. Bai Yu grips a strap and remembers the attacker from his previous life, a man who betrayed his own teammates. He notices the safe key hanging there and decides that beating will not be for nothing. With one quick swipe, Bai Ju takes the key. Sometimes karma comes with a key ring. His expression hardens as he commits to using what he stole. The key opens a path that once let that man rise from E-class to Claw class. Bai Ju unlocks the safe hidden in his own room, the kind of secret nobody talks about at dinner. In his previous life, he only learned about this secret after the man's death. Bai Ju pulls out a blade and prepares to try the hidden demon den himself. He knows the den is his best shot at closing the gap, so he takes the weapon and moves. Normally, only demon dens can raise a professional's rank, and every one of them is tightly controlled. A den is guild territory, but Bai Ju has access to one the school manages. Green power coils around Bai Ju as he recalls the hidden demon den from his past life. The hidden dungeon finally reveals itself, and Bai Ju's gamble is officially underway. Outside the dam's building, Bai Ju stands ready with green energy swirling around him. He tells himself he has to move faster than everyone else. Demon dens are places where monsters live, and clearing them grants experience and combat growth. Back at the inspectorate, the police guard team is confused because they found no snow at all. Vice Captain warns them not to relax. If rebels are involved, every lead matters. One officer worries that snow appearing on the anniversary would be a huge headache. Understatement of the year. Another officer says this is exactly the kind of thing they need to discuss before it gets worse. The jailed man begs the vice captain for mercy, claiming he will never do it again. He even tries a sob story about the vice captain's wife giving birth. The gods are not buying it. The vice captain asks if he is still planning to bribe the inspection team. He reminds the prisoner that he used to be a guild member, so he should know how badly he has fallen. The prisoner's confidence finally evaporates when he realizes the bribery charge is real. The vice captain warns him that bribery means more than a short detention, then orders him transferred to Awaken prison. The cell door shuts, and the man's red aura starts boiling over again. He glares through the bars and spits out Baiju's name, furious and trapped. At home, Baiju looks at his bed and knows rest is a luxury he cannot afford. The demon den is his only option if he wants to become strong before the prisoner's release. Demon dens can appear anywhere because they connect to another dimension parallel to the human world. Baiju enters through a gate that has appeared out of nowhere. Most discovered demon lairs are claimed by guilds, but this one has been left in the dark. Beyond the gate, a blue vortex opens onto a world full of monsters and mineral treasures. Baiju steps through with glowing eyes, focused but clearly aware this could go very wrong. The dungeon promises levels and rewards, which makes it the perfect shortcut for desperate awakened fighters. Bai Yi enters the dark passage, knowing the normal team would need official inspection first. Demon lairs are dangerous enough that trained teams normally enter together. Baiju walks in alone. He remembers this lair was reported years later, long after it had been abandoned. An F-rank dungeon usually needs 3 E-rank awakened fighters, so this is not a casual solo stroll. Even an E-ranked team needs 5 people, and Baiju is betting everything on himself. Based on the estimate, this hidden dungeon has a 90% chance of being F-rank. It is the lowest level hidden den he can access, which is exactly why Baiju takes the risk. The entrance turns red as Baiju crosses the threshold into the undiscovered dungeon. Sword in hand, Baiju walks deeper into the red-lit passage without looking back. The lair is dangerous, and Baiju knows he should have a mixed team, but he has no time. Snow falls around him as Baiju admits there is no other choice now. Green energy flashes over his blade as he decides he must get stronger immediately. The dungeon accepts him, and Baiju's status identifies him as a level 1 E-rank score warrior. His new status screen shines in the dark, but the icy terrain makes the danger obvious. Baiju sees his stats, then scans the frozen cavern with growing caution. He enters a frozen ravine, where the wind and ice make every shadow look dangerous. Something moves in the darkness, and Baiju immediately knows he is not the first person here. He finds a massive sleeping beast and the remains of people who clearly did not make it out. Baiju recognizes it as a hibernating E-rank ice bear, and realizes this den is not normal. He keeps his breath steady, trying not to wake the sleeping monster. A blue claw suddenly tears through the snow, and the quiet approach is over. Baiju dodges as he realizes there was only a tiny chance this was truly an E-rank den. The attacker is a bloodthirsty forest wolf, an E-rank cloud-type beast, and it is stronger than Baiju expected. Baiju braces himself because even one wolf has a higher level than he does. The wolf lunges with fangs bared, turning Baiju's first dungeon fight into a survival test. Baiju blocks the charge with his blade, his face locked in pure concentration. He meets the wolf head-on and forces its jaws away with a sharp weapon block. More wolves rush in from the snow, and Baiju is suddenly surrounded. The wolf snarls inches away, but Baiju refuses to give it an opening. Baiju twists away from another bite and launches himself into a counterattack. His blade cuts through the wolf in a clean, fast strike. Baiju follows through with a brutal slash, dropping another monster in the snow. The fight pays off with a powerful reward, an A-rank Kunwu blade that cuts through stone like mud. The wolf falls in a spray of red, and Baiju has his first real victory. Baiju studies the A-rank weapon, amazed that a hidden safe held something this valuable. Even with stronger defenses, he knows one mistake could still get him killed. For a second, Baiju gets a tiny victory pose. Then the dungeon reminds him it has more wolves. He gains experience and cloud element points, but E-rank advancement will take 20 wolves. Baiju walks forward with his new blade, knowing it takes 10 levels to climb from E to D. More growls echo through the cave, and Baiju turns toward the sound. A whole pack of bloodthirsty wolves surrounds him, with an even larger threat among them. The bloodthirsty Wolf King appears, a level 4 E-rank's cloud element beast with red eyes and a vicious grin. The wolves close in from every side, their clawed feet scraping closer through the snow. Baiju realizes the smell of blood has drawn the entire pack to him. He stares down the wolves, shocked that they are ganging up on him already. The smell of blood pulls every snow wolf toward the white-haired Awakener. He watches the pack close in without blinking. The wolves charge together, including their larger king. This is less of a hunt, and more of a very rude welcome party. The lead wolf lunges with its jaws wide open, but the Awakener stays focused on the opening. The pack rushes across the ice, and he realizes they might swarm him before he can finish them. His narrow yellow eyes show no panic now. He is already reading their movements. A golden slash crashes into the ice as he makes the first move. He slips past a wolf and lands a clean, critical hit on its vital point. He twists through another attack with a last-second dodge, keeping the pack from boxing him in. A wolf counters immediately, but he answers with another fast swing from below. His dodge becomes a counterattack, and the blade tears through the wolf before it can recover. He keeps spinning through the snow, carving a bright path through the charging beasts. He locks in on one last hit, looking exhausted but stubborn enough to force it through. The golden arc keeps cutting across the frozen field, dropping wolves one after another. More kill notices flash up as his attack lands again and again. The wolves cannot keep up with his rhythm. Every slash turns another attacker into experience. He continues the combo without slowing down, cutting through the scattered pack. He lands hard, surrounded by fading golden trails and broken momentum. The system rewards him with snow wolf fangs, but his eyes immediately move back to the real threat. The bloodthirsty Wolf King is still standing, roaring through the snow with fresh rage. He spots the Wolf King and knows the cleanup is not over yet. He launches another blazing slash straight at the Wolf King. The king finally falls, and the system confirms the kill with a bigger experience reward. Blood flecks drift over the ice as the final strike settles. The fight was brutal, but it paid. He receives a Snow Wolf Diamond, a valuable crafting material, not bad for a frozen ambush. He is certain this haul should push him smoothly into D rank. The system upgrades him to level 2 and gives him 12 stat points to distribute. He catches his breath and admits that killing 20 wolves has worn him down badly. Standing alone on the frozen ground, he realizes he needs a way to carry supplies and stop abandoning drops. He knows most demonic beasts are guided, so leveling here will not stay easy for long. To gain access to stronger dens, he needs a guild team. There is no shortcut around it. The Awakener school is run under the guild, and students are screened for teams. Most students dream of becoming elite graduates selected by a guild. He remembers being kicked out of a guild team after staying at C rank. Going solo may be slower, but he needs to grow stronger and build more stamina before he can rely on anyone. His answer is simple. He turns back toward the wolves and decides to keep fighting. He charges the next pack, blade flashing as the wolves rush him from the front. Golden attacks whip through the forest as he pushes deeper into the hunt. He darts through the trees, leaving only streaks of light and shaken branches behind. Something new starts moving through the woods, and the atmosphere changes fast. The wolves are suddenly attracted toward him again. That is never a reassuring system message. Even more wolves react to the pull, their faces turning toward the same target. He notices the danger gathering and his expression tightens. A massive cloud python appears in the shadows, and he decides to resolve this as quickly as possible. The frozen field is now crowded with wolves, a demon dragon, and the towering cloud python. The monster roster has gotten ambitious. An explosive strike tears into the group before they can overwhelm him. The commotion finally wakes every monster in the area, and he knows the fight is escalating. He looks toward the threat and warns that it should wake up too. The ice erupts as something huge breaks free beneath the snow. An awakened tundra bear rises from the ice, a B-level giant monster in a furious state. The bear's awakening throws the wolves into chaos, but it is dangerous to everything around it. The tundra bear roars in blind rage, ready to attack indiscriminately. The bear slams into the battlefield, sending a violent shock to the ice. He uses the confusion to cut down more wolves and collect their fangs. The cloud python takes a hit and he gains its venom as another drop. He sees the opening clearly now. He only needs to dodge and gather the stragglers. His golden arc slices through the cloud scale and nearby wolves, stacking more kills. He keeps cutting through the swarm, moving too quickly for the monsters to surround him. More claws and fangs draw, but he knows E-rank beasts are fierce even if they are not especially clever. Another level up arrives, giving him 12 more stat points in the middle of the brawl. He realizes the bear has helped him attract more prey while also saving his stamina. The bear also helped him save stamina, but the fight still needs one final hit. He plants his feet and prepares to finish the remaining enemies. The remaining wolves creep closer while he crouches low, visibly worn out. Even with the bear's help, he admits he is still very tired. He raises his weapon and decides it is time to enter the next phase. The wolves form a ring around him, but he stands alone in the center and refuses to fold. The bear is nearing its limit after causing so much destruction, and the Awakener is struggling too. Ice spreads across the ground beneath the wolves, changing the battlefield in an instant. The wolves charge through the ice, and he tells them to come down. The icy surface erupts as the monsters lose their footing and crash into the trap. He drives his weapon into the ice, sending jagged spikes upward beneath the pack. The ice spikes burst across the field, throwing wolves into the air. He reveals he had been observing the surrounding terrain during the whole battle. This was not a frozen lake at all. It was a natural ice bridge between two canyons. The bridge shatters under the wolves, and the system starts confirming more kills. Wolf after wolf falls through the broken ice while he watches the trap do its work. Even the cloud scale is caught in the collapse, and the kill notices keep stacking. He reaches level 7 and receives more fangs, claws, and cloud scale wolf drops. He stands over the shattered ice with his blade ready, but the danger has not fully disappeared. The tundra bear launches itself toward him, still raging despite the chaos around it. He has enough stamina left to deal with the remaining enemies, but only just. He declares this his fastest way to level up and braces for the final clash. This system grants him the title 1 against 100, boosting all his stats when facing multiple targets. He reminds himself that every demon den has a leader, a final boss waiting somewhere ahead. The battlefield finally grows quiet, leaving him alone among the broken ice. He looks upward, expecting an E-rank demon lord to be something like the brutal Lion King he knows. A wolf wonders why the awakened threat has not appeared yet. The wolves tense up as something massive approaches from the darkness. The wolves howl in terror at a towering shadow, and even he is caught off guard. Blue ice energy floods across the field, swallowing the scene in freezing light. He stares at the spreading frost and asks if this is ice magic. The ice magic engulfs the wolves in a violent wave, and he realizes his first guess was wrong. He says he was mistaken as the frost keeps spreading beyond his control. The white-haired Awakener is frozen by surprise as blue energy coils around him. He realizes the monster was not unconscious. It was waiting for the perfect opportunity. A huge silhouette forms inside the ice storm, and the track closes around him. The hidden enemy waited until its stamina was nearly depleted before revealing itself. A colossal icy claw slams down, sealing the battlefield under crushing frost. He calls it an inescapable chance, but the ice is already closing in around him. The frozen force erupts upward, shaking the entire trap. His eyes widen as ice locks around his body, and he struggles to move. He lies trapped in a towering block of ice, completely exposed. He remembers this ice bridge was a trap, but he needs it to hold just a little longer. Frozen from the waist down, he fights to keep the trap's advantage alive. Then he discovers the low-level cave has a hidden leader. The frozen Awakener turns toward a new threat moving through the ice. Massive dark legs step onto the shattered bridge, surrounding him while he remains trapped. The enemy is revealed as a level 11 D-rank Cloud Elemental Mage, the king of the Azure Forest. He stays frozen in place as the Demon Lord's presence closes in behind him. The horned Demon Lord glares down with red eyes, finally revealing the face behind the trap. Still covered in ice, the Awakener turns toward the Demon Lord and braces for what comes next. The system identifies the place as the Hidden Demon Cave, Summit of Frost, and warns that its recommended challenge is far above his rank. In a blizzard-covered monster lair, Xiao Yu is already trapped in ice and running out of heat. A pale red-eyed demon handler stands over him while warped beasts close in from every side. Xiao Yu is frozen solid, and he knows that if the cold keeps spreading, his body will give out. The ice prison crashes around him, but the monsters are ready to pounce the instant he moves. The demon attacks first, lunging through the snow with glowing red eyes and absolutely zero chill. The beast tears toward Xiaoyu in a blur, forcing him to react before the ice can finish him off. Xiaoyu meets the charge head-on and throws up a defense at the last second. His choice is brutally simple: break free now, or stay frozen and become monster food. The red-eyed creature bears down on him, looking very pleased with its easy lunch. Even trapped in ice, Xiaoyu keeps his eyes sharp and searches for one opening. The monster looms over the shattered ice, convinced the fight is already over. Those glowing eyes lock onto Xiaoyu as the demon presses in for the kill. The demon's face twists with rage when its prey refuses to stop fighting. Xiao Yu blocks the blow, but the impact sends a shock through his whole body. He burns a huge amount of stamina to force his frozen body back into motion. Xiao Yu uses Shatter, a desperate spell that can instantly break a controlled state, but it drains him hard. Bloodied and breathing hard, Xiao Yu decides he has to take the demon down before casting anything that costly again. The white-haired demon raises its staff and calls more power into the storm. A huge beast lunges forward, and Xiao Yu has barely enough room to dodge. The beast lands like a mountain with claws, and the battlefield suddenly gets much smaller. Ice and debris explode upward as the monster's attack tears through the ground. It is a calm-down tundra bear, an E-rank demonic beast that is still more than dangerous enough. The demon taunts Xiao Yu to come kill him, while more shakes move in the snow behind him. The bear's icy fur bristles with crystal spikes as it prepares another charge. Xiao Yu can handle 2 enemies, but his drained stamina makes that simple plan look impossible. The demon is an ice lord and master of the Azure Forest, which explains why this lair feels so unfairly stacked. Then the real problem appears. A whole pack of demonic beasts surrounds Xiao Yu. He realizes that if this many enemies join the fight, his odds of winning hit 0. The bear attacks again, smashing across the ice with enough force to split the floor. Xiao Yu dodges the first rush, but the pressure keeps building and his chances are disappearing. The tundra bear swipes through the storm, driving Xiao Yu back step by step. Xiao Yu plants his feet and blocks, but the hit rattles him across the frozen ground. He admits the truth to himself. He cannot find any more strength to keep fighting. The bear barrels straight at him, roaring as it turns the whole cave into a snowstorm. Xiao Yu braces his arm and tries to hold the line, even though his face shows how close he is to collapsing. The bear lunges again, putting all its weight behind one final crushing rush. Xiao Yu was flung away through the icy air, with no control left over where he lands. His stamina is nearly empty, and the demon's red aura makes the whole scene feel even worse. The demon cuts through the darkness with another attack, refusing to let Xiao Yu recover. Green energy snakes through the air as the demon gathers an enormous spell. The demon actually grins while charging up. Apparently near-death experiences are his favorite hobby. The spell's energy crawls around the demon as Xiao Yu watches from below, completely exposed. Ice storm ray crashes down from above, turning the cave into a killing zone. Xiao Yu crouches low, gripping his weapon as he tries to think through the pain. His expression hardens. In a past life full of bad situations, he learned to spot the one chance nobody else sees. Xiao Yu remembers that surviving disasters taught him to look for opportunities, not just enemies. He narrows the fight down to 2 choices, and neither one is remotely comfortable. Option 1 is to stay and fight, but his stamina is already at its limit. Even if he survives several high-level beasts, he knows the next hit could finish him. Xiao Yu stares forward with cold focus. He has made his decision. Option 2 is pure madness. He bolts for the broken ice and throws himself into the only escape route. Xiao Yu drops through the gap as broken ice spins around him in the dark. He falls past a jagged wall of ice, betting everything on what might be below. The ice closes around him as he plunges deeper into the frozen abyss. Xiao Yu is sealed inside a tumbling chunk of ice, unable to stop the fall. Above him, the white-haired Ice Lord watches the escape attempt with a cold, unreadable stare. The bears gather at the edge and look down as Xiao Yu vanishes beneath them. Still trapped in ice, Xiao Yu falls through a narrow black chasm. A crack of light flashes across his icy prison as the fall keeps accelerating. He drops into darkness toward an unseen river below. That is either genius or a very dramatic way to lose. Back at home, an older woman opens Xiao Yu's door after sleeping late, expecting an ordinary morning. Her face falls when she sees his room, and worry hits her immediately. It is Saturday morning at the Zua estate, and Xiao Yu's bed is empty. She reaches for the bed and finds only a note where Xiao Yu should be. The note says he went to a friend's house, but she knows he would have told her directly. She calls out for Xiao Yu, alarm growing as the quiet house gives her no answer. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu looks uneasy too, as if he can feel that something has gone badly wrong. At the ice bridge, nearly 100 demonic beasts fell before Xiao Yu finally escaped. His hand claws at the ice as he coughs and struggles to stay conscious. A reward appears. Xiao Yu cleared the S-rank Ice Wolf lair and earned an Exit key, an SX rank key, an SX rank key, an SX rank key. He counts the result while coughing through the pain. Only about 60 monsters were actually eliminated. That means around 40 demonic beasts survived, and Xiao Yu spots the cliff bottom as his only way out. He sees a river below and commits to the fall, knowing the landing will hurt either way. Xiao Yu crashes into the river after breaking the ice again, draining almost all the stamina he had left. The system stacks the damage on him: hypothermia, ongoing injury, and a weakened body. He lies battered on the riverbank, wondering if he has finally reached his limit. Blood stains the ice while Xiao Yu fights to stay awake under the crushing cold. The chapter ends with Xiao Yu barely conscious but alive and carrying rewards that could change everything. Bai Yi lies battered on the frozen ground, bleeding and exhausted. He has already pushed his body past anything reasonable. With his face buried in the snow, Bai Yi asks himself the ugly question: has he finally reached his limit? The freezing wind keeps howling, and the threat stalking him is still very much alive. A massive ice beast opens its jaws above him. This thing looks less like a wolf and more like winter. Learn how to bite. The enemy is the Glacier Overlord, a level 9 E-class cloud element beast. Bai Yi picked a seriously rude place to take a nap. The Glacier Overlord towers over Bai Yi, ready to finish him while he can barely move. As his consciousness slips, Bai Yi remembers ordinary warmth, a drink in hand, and people waiting for him. A cheerful brown-haired woman reaches for him, upset that he came back without even stopping by. The memory feels painfully far away now. Another familiar face casually suggests dinner, while Bai Yi is apparently expected to help with work first. Priorities remain undefeated. The memory lingers on a quiet domestic moment. People calling Bai Yi over as if nothing in the world could go wrong. A silver-haired woman in an apron worries about the wound on Bai Yi's head. That concern gives him one more reason to stand up. The memories shatter into the blizzard, dragging Bai Yi back into the nightmare in front of him. A monster leans in with glowing red eyes, certain that its helpless prey cannot fight back. Bai Yi's expression changes completely. His eyes burn red as he answers the beast with one cold thought: go to hell. He points straight at the monster, rage cutting through the pain. Bai Yi is done being the victim here. Still surrounded by darkness and blood-red fury, Bai Yi promises this is the end for his enemy. A violent red and green strike erupts toward the beast as Bai Yi launches his desperate counterattack. Flames and slashing energy explode across the ice. He is fighting with everything he has left. Bai Yi refuses to accept limits. He cannot let this frozen death trap decide where his story ends. His hand claws into the ice as old regrets flood back. The pain is real, but so is the resolve. The Glacier Overlord rushes in with fangs bared, trying to crush Bai Yi before he can recover. Bai Yi catches the opening and drives his blade forward through the blizzard. The beast recoils in shock, but Bai Yi is not celebrating. He knows one hit will not settle this. Blood runs down Bai Yi's face, yet his golden eye stays locked in. Fear has turned into raw defiance. Bai Yi remembers losing everything once before. He refuses to repeat that life. His face twists with fury as he makes another promise to himself. He will never die again. Bai Yi throws himself forward with a brutal kick, forcing the monster back through the snow. He follows with a savage strike, pouring every scrap of stubbornness into the blow. The Glacier Overlord is blasted away in a spray of ice and blood. The impact tears across the frozen ground, and Bai Yi keeps pressing before the beast can regain control. Bai Yi lands hard in the snow, one hand down for balance. He is wrecked, but he is still standing. A tight smile appears on Bai Yi's face. He has found the exact kind of desperation he needed. Golden energy coils around Bai Yi as his body responds to the pressure with something new. Only a truly desperate situation can trigger a class advancement, and Bai Yi has definitely checked that box. Bai Yi stands inside a golden aura while the beasts circle him. The hunted has suddenly become much harder to hunt. He stares them down, calling out the absurdity of soloing a labyrinth full of beasts. Fair complaint, terrible timing. The ice beasts snarl around him, but Bai Yi's golden power keeps rising. A whole pack crowds the frozen arena, with the Glacier Overlord still glaring from the front. Glacier Overlord bares its fangs again, convinced sheer numbers will finally break him. Bai Yi remembers being forced into hopeless situations again and again. This time, he plans to take that feeling back. A system response begins to flicker through the darkness as his extreme desperation hits its peak. The memory of death flashes before Bai Yi, hanging upside down in a red nightmare. That old terror is fueling him now. The system detects maximum adrenaline. Bai Yi's survival instinct is practically kicking down the door. Adrenaline surges higher and higher as Bai Yi feels a familiar power returning. The system starts an advancement, flooding the battlefield with gold as Bai Yi's expression turns focused. The class advancement fails, but the system is not finished with him yet. Instead, Bai Yi learns the advanced skill Noldled Holy Swordsman. It is not the reward he expected, but it is one he knows. Bai Yi's golden eye sharpens as he realizes he acquired this ultimate skill ahead of time. Golden energy wraps around Bai Yi's blade. Now he is ready to clean this whole mess up. Bai Yi stands surrounded by system screens and golden light, telling the monsters he is about to wake them all up. The Noldled Holy Swordsman skill finishes loading, and Bai Yi's stare is all business now. Bai Yi draws his weapon through the glittering system light, preparing one decisive rush. He charges the Glacier Overlord head-on, blade glowing gold against the monster's icy bulk. Bai Yi swings through the snow with a clean, glowing arc. He activates Sanctuary, and golden energy begins spiraling across the battlefield. Sanctuary tears into the pack, blasting ice and bodies apart in every direction. Bai Yi cuts through another beast as the golden ring of Sanctuary keeps expanding. The Sanctuary effect continues through the dark ice cave, trapping the monsters inside Bai Yi's attack zone. A wall of golden light erupts, swallowing the frozen battlefield in one final burst. Bai Yi watches calmly through the fading glow, waiting to see what survived. System notices stack up as bloodthirsty forest wolves and icefield bears fall one after another. The remaining wolves collapse across the ice. Sanctuary turned the pack fight into an experience point harvest. The Glacier Overlord finally falls too, and Bai Yi earns the kill. Golden light gathers in Bai Yi's hand as the system begins handing out the rewards. Bai Yi gains beast materials, levels up to 9, and gets attribute points to distribute. Not bad for a near-death experience. More loot rolls in, including the Snowwolf's Fang and core. Bai Yi immediately looks toward his next goal. He receives the Icefield Wanderer title and the ultimate skill Sanctuary, gaining powerful resistance to cloud element creatures. Bai Yi looks out through the frozen labyrinth and quietly promises that he is coming back to protect the people waiting for him. His status now shows Bai Yi as a Sun Tier E-Class professional Nulled Warrior, with his new power clearly paying off. The system identifies his weapon as a rank A Humu blade, sharp enough to cut through metal and loaded with stat boosts. More wolves drop, and the kill notices keep coming. Bai Yi has gone from struggling to farming. Bai Yi reaches level 9 E-Class and feels that killing E-Class monsters has become almost easy. The Icefield Wanderer title activates, and Bai Yi realizes he can barely feel the cold anymore. Bai Yi explains that Sanctuary stores damage he has taken, then releases it across a group of enemies at once. The skill restores his stamina after enough damage is stored. For a guy trapped in a monster maze, that is a very convenient refund policy. With his fatigue cleared, Bai Yi admits he has no idea how long he has been trapped in this labyrinth. He reaches toward the exit and remembers that he needs to hurry back before his mother worries. Cold wind sweeps through the darkness as Bai Yi moves toward a snow-covered building ahead. A lonely house appears in the snow, lit by an eerie blue glow. Bai Yi is not alone after all. The old wooden door creaks open as someone steps inside the frozen house. Inside, the blue-lit room reveals a shadowy figure waiting in the silence. A hulking white-haired elder sits in the snow, one red eye glowing as he turns toward Bai Yi. The elder's grim face fills the frame. He clearly recognizes Bai Yi, and that is never a relaxing sign. A sudden blast of ice explodes between them, proving the reunion is not exactly friendly. The stranger says they meet again, leaving Bai Yi with a dangerous new mystery at the end of the labyrinth. Bai Yi stands over the fallen, unsettled Icefield bear as the system confirms he has reached level 10, the highest level of E-Class. At night, his mother stands behind the gate, exhausted and worried. She wonders why he still has not come home. Inside, she has laid out a full meal and keeps hoping her son will walk through that door. The table is still waiting for him. Mom clearly cooked like she was feeding an entire raid party. Meanwhile, a red-eyed Icefield bear crouches in the snow, staring down its prey. The beast suddenly launches forward, smashing through the frozen ground. Ice and debris explode around the charging monster as it barrels in. The huge bear lands hard, its glowing eyes fixed on the white-haired hunter. The impact tears up the snowfield, but the hunter is already moving. He steps out through the shattered ice and meets the monster again without a hint of fear. More Icefield bears gather behind their leader, turning this into a very unfriendly welcome committee. He faces them calmly, having reached D-class, the highest level of his current class. One bear falls, and the system confirms an unsettled icefield bear has been killed for 64 experience. Standing on the beast's body, he scans the snowy ruins as the remaining monsters close in. Another massive creature looms over him, but he does not back away. The bear growls and charges with its claws ready to tear him apart. The monster throws its full weight into the attack, convinced it has him cornered. It rushes straight at him, but his eyes flash gold as he prepares a counter. The hunter slips past the charger's sharp, controlled footwork. His golden stare stays locked in. The bear has already missed its chance. One clean slash drops a force demon monkey, earning him another 70 experience. He cuts through another attacker in a burst of green blood and snow. Then the real threat steps forward, an older horned beast gripping a staff. Blue energy erupts around the horned leader as it gathers a freezing spell. The magic rises like a violent blizzard, flooding the battlefield with ice. The leader unleashes Ice Storm Assault, hoping to bury him under the blast. He is caught in the storm, but instead of panicking, he keeps his balance. The system flashes immune again and again. That dramatic ice storm is doing absolutely nothing. His cloud element resistance completely mitigates the frost damage, and he surges straight through it. The horned leader recoils as the hunter closes the distance through its own storm. Ice spikes erupt at his feet, but he dodges the trap before it can lock him down. The monsters bunch together around their leader, suddenly realizing the hunter is not trapped with them. The horned leader raises its staff while the remaining beasts swarm forward. The hunter ducks low and prepares to finish this before the pack can regroup. With his eyes blazing, he tells the leader to take care of him, then attacks. His flash blink skill cuts through the two monsters, and he knows the spike can push him into D-class. A sharp strike sends blood flying through the snow as the leader is finally wounded. The horned beast staggers, staring in disbelief at the hunter who just broke through its defense. Blood runs down the leader's chest, and panic finally replaces its arrogance. The hunter rushes in while the wounded leader struggles to raise its staff. The leader can only watch him approach, knowing the next move will be fatal. His face stays completely calm. He has made up his mind. He gives the monster a simple goodbye. A flurry of golden strikes tears through the horned leader and ends the battle. The system confirms he has defeated the level 11 D-class Cloud Element Spellfiend leader and claimed the Azure Forest Ring. He gains 1000 experience and advances to D-class Nuclear Warrior. His attributes jump by 100%. He earns 12 points, and new items are waiting to be collected. The upgrade permanently increases his attack, defense, and intelligence. His stunned expression says this reward is serious. Then the system announces that his cloud element has accumulated enough power for a new profession to awaken. He realizes he has been so busy fighting that he nearly forgot about this awakening. A strange red light wraps around him as the system begins revealing his new reward. He unlocks the E-class Cloud Element Mage profession, a rare red profession that can be switched at any time. He is impressed because the class already has attribute strength beyond his current D-class warrior. The rewards keep coming. A stone of magic elemental that expands magic range, plus a pouch that holds 20 items. The nearby monsters stare at the new magic pouch like they have no idea what just changed. Fair enough. He turns toward the surviving creatures, and they freeze as they sense the red aura around him. He decides it is time to test the new profession. Red energy coils around his hand as he notices there are still a few small fire left. The system confirms the switch to Cloud Element Mage mode. Now surrounded by red power, he looks ready to show the remaining monsters exactly why they should have run. He says he will finally try the profession he has never used before. By dawn, the fight is over, and the story returns to his home. The quiet house is still waiting, with his mother sitting alone after a sleepless night. Mom sits hunched over, worn down by worry and the long wait. Then he quietly opens the door and steps inside carrying a bag. She looks up with tears in her eyes, stunned that he is finally back. He apologizes to Mom for making her wait so long. He stands in the doorway looking safe at last, and all her fears starts to break. She rushes into his arms and holds him tightly, unable to hide her relief. Through tears, she asks if he has really been waiting all this time without even eating. Still holding her, he smiles and says he has a proposal for her. The white-haired student opens his magic pouch and pulls out a stash of valuable red cores. He is not here to window shop. Outside the broker's building, he studies the dealer with a cool, careful look and starts bargaining. The slick dealer inspects one core and offers 800 for it. He clearly thinks he found an easy customer. The student pushes back hard, and the dealer's smug grin starts cracking when the price drops from 8,000 to 5. He pretends to leave, and the dealer instantly caves. Suddenly, he wants the whole batch for 2,000 each. The dealer keeps panicking his way upward, finally settling at 7,000. Negotiation has become a cardio workout. With the deal done, the student quietly holds his pouch and thinks about renting his mother a decent place. His expression softens as he remembers his only goal, giving his mother the comfortable life she never had. At the new apartment, his silver-haired mother is stunned by the sudden move, while the student watches her reaction closely. The agent cheerfully lists a massive rent and fees, but the student pays without blinking. The dealer's money is already doing its job. That evening, his mother cooks with a real smile, and he is quietly amazed to see her enjoying herself. Even with the apartment solved, he cannot relax. His new D-class profession is still not enough for the danger ahead. He studies the bluestone set into his bracelet, determined to settle his unfinished business before school resumes. The bracelet glows against his wrist as he prepares to use the magic item. The item is a D-rank stone of magic 1, able to expand an elemental spell's area by 50%. He knows exactly what to look for next. At the same time across the city, other newly awakened fighters are already pushing themselves through training. A blue portal flares open in a grand hall, and another combatant heads inside without hesitation. A confident fighter trains before a group of suited observers, proud that his master's results have improved so much. A worried blonde girl offers her exhausted brother a drink, but he barely slows down. Her brother leaves for another labyrinth run, determined to squeeze in more training before the next test. Another young fighter grins through a red aura, convinced nobody can improve faster than him. His system announces Elite Astro Assassin Level 3 E-Class and 1000 Level 3 E-Class, and he vows to prove he is the real genius in the combat simulation. Elsewhere, a lone figure stands at a window in silence, watching the city lights with a guarded posture. A yellow aura coils around a long-haired Awakener as they read the Academy's list of new professions. The long-haired Awakener remains focused, with no interest in the upcoming combat simulation. For them, the test holds nothing worth anticipating. The next morning, a simple breakfast fills the table. For him, this ordinary meal feels almost unreal. He rushes in late and asks why his mother did not wake him, while she smiles like she has all the time in the world. She says he was sleeping too peacefully to disturb. For once, he gets to slow down instead of surviving another crisis. His mother tells him to eat slowly, then gently pats his white hair as he gets ready for school. Adjusting his uniform, he realizes he has not slept this peacefully in a very long time. He looks at his mother with a small, grateful smile, enjoying a proper breakfast together for the first time. His mother suddenly grabs his arm, and his calm morning vanishes in an instant. He worries something's wrong, but his mother is only staring at him with a tender, nervous smile. She asks what gift he wants, from a toy to a book to some electronics, and he is completely caught off guard. He laughs and asks if she suddenly wants to spoil him. His confusion is almost adorable. His mother reminds him that his birthday is next Friday, and the date hits him harder than any attack. The calendar shows June 5th, his birthday, and he stares at it in stunned silence. In his previous life, he stopped celebrating after his mother died. He had nearly forgotten the day entirely. The memory makes the present feel even more precious, and he quietly realizes how much this second chance has changed. As he eats, his mother asks again what he wants. The question leaves him thinking far beyond birthday presents. He takes another bite and asks himself what he truly wants most. His mother waits patiently, unaware that his answer has nothing to do with gifts. His eyes darken. What he wants most, he already has, and now it is time to complete his next objective. The student locks onto the truth. His next goal is brutally simple. His target appears in a blood-red vision, and the student's objective becomes clear: kill him. The scene shifts to the affiliated Academy for the Awakened, where a new challenge is about to begin. Students gather after the weekend, and their instructor tells them it is time to prepare for the combat simulation. The instructor stands firm and makes it clear that nobody should underestimate this test. The Academy Hall is packed, and the Divine Guild will be watching every move the students make. The combat simulation is the first major stage for every new Awakener, and the crowd is buzzing with nerves and excitement. The instructor announces that the entire school will watch the battle live, turning one test into a public spectacle. The best performer can earn a place in the training pilgrimage with the Divine Guild's high school division. The training pilgrimage is the annual chance to get close to the Divine Guild, and every ambitious student wants in. The school sends its strongest students to train at the Yixinghe Nation's Divine Guild headquarters. The white-haired student goes still at the mention of that headquarters. He knows it is no ordinary destination. That headquarters is where he met his master in his past life, and the memory pulls him back toward a dangerous man. He remembers the dark-haired man as the birthplace of his nightmare, while red memories spill back into view. That man and his master never crossed paths until after they joined the Divine Corps, tying the student's past to the guild. To find the man in the present, earning a high score and reaching the training pilgrimage may be his fastest route. His classmates freak out over the simulation being held inside a labyrinth, while he stays quiet and focused. The class talks nervously about the coming test, but the white-haired student has already moved on to training. The instructor opens the official training session and leads everyone into the gravity room. The first assignment is 10 sets of shuttle runs, and one eager classmate is ready to turn gym class into a deathmatch. The student watches the room with a hard, determined stare. This basic training is not what he came here for. He steps forward while the others begin their drills, clearly preparing to make an unusual request. He tells the instructor he does not want to use this training room. Whatever he needs next, it is far more serious than shuttle runs. Bai Yi walks into the training hall looking dead serious. He tells the trainer that ordinary drills are not enough for him anymore. The other students line up nearby, while the trainer turns to size Bai Yi up. Bai Yi asks to use the training room, his calm face making it clear he is not asking for a casual workout. The nearby classmates all turn around at once. Nobody expected the quiet white-haired guy to challenge the trainer's routine. The trainer calls him Bai Yi, clearly skeptical, but he is listening. The trainer has heard about Bai Yi's clash with Hongcheng. Apparently, gossip runs faster than any shuttle drill. Bai Yi says he wants specialized training. The trainer immediately asks what exactly he means. The trainer narrows his eyes and asks whether Bai Yi wants a program built around physical conditioning. Bai Yi explains that physical work matters for almost every awakened fighter, especially in the gravity room, but different professions need different training. He points out that warriors and assassins need speed and coordination, while mages need an elemental room to control their power. Bai Yi calmly argues that every person's attributes and habits are different, so their training should be different too. One classmate thinks Bai Yi sounds like he's teaching the trainer how to do his job. Bold move, considering the man is built like a brick wall. The trainer remembers that this exact method was proposed by Mr. Donsong, the man behind the Divine Corps. The pink-haired girl goes quiet as the trainer's words land. This is not just a student's random idea. She realizes Bai Yi only knows this because of a videotape left by his father. She also catches the trainer having the same idea as Mr. Donsong, then scolds Bai Yi for bruising the teacher's pride. Glasses is horrified by Bai Yi's bluntness. To him, the trainer is basically school royalty. The trainer steps closer, and Bai Yi waits without flinching. Instead of getting angry, the trainer grins and says the idea of specialized training is interesting. Glasses visibly relaxes. He had already prepared Bai Yi's funeral speech in his head. The trainer admits the real problem is scale. There are too many students, and tailoring every routine would be hard in the short term. He explains that students must choose the right path for themselves, but a teacher must also choose the right path for every student. That responsibility is a huge dilemma, and the trainer knows one wrong judgment can affect an entire student's future. Bai Yi privately admits he wants to find the good teachers from his past life and help them grow, without letting them become twisted. Bai Yi tells the trainer to trust him. He refuses to let the teacher's graduation performance suffer. The trainer challenges him directly. If Bai Yi is an awakened single warrior, how does he want to train? Bai Yi asks to raise elemental suppression in the elemental room to its maximum setting. The classmates stare at him in confusion. The elemental room sounds suspiciously like a bad idea with extra paperwork. Bai Yi says even as a warrior, he wants his abilities more balanced so he can challenge his own weaknesses. The trainer protests that he cannot train another mage profession, but Bai Yi casually adds that he wants elemental control too. The trainer finally caves in. telling Bai Yi to do whatever he wants as long as he does not embarrass him during the final assessment. The pink-haired girl asks to practice with Bai Yi, but he says he's going to a private room. She asks if he just rejected her. Bai Yi answers yes with the cold efficiency of a locked door. The others watch Bai Yi walk off, and Glasses suddenly feels fired up by the whole exchange. The trainer reminds everyone that he's still at the bottom anyway, so nobody gets to slack off. Inside the elemental room, Bai Yi begins under 10% suppression. He's only a novice mage, but he needs to master it fast. At 30% suppression, ice crawls over Bai Yi's body. He needs to hide his identity for now and learn other professions without exposing himself. Even through the freezing strain, Bai Yi stays focused. If he reveals too much, he knows powerful people will start hunting him. Elsewhere, the pink-haired girl quietly decides it is safer not to get involved with Bai Yi's strange training. Her elemental suppression is only 1%, making Bai Yi's endurance look even more absurd. After school, Bai Yi heads out with his bicycle, looking like he has one more mission before the day is done. Glasses and the green hoodie classmates spot him and sprint over. Bai Yi notices them catching up. The two friends are already gasping and begging him not to walk so fast. Bai Yi has not even started cycling yet. Bai Yi remembers that in his past life these two were his best friends, united by being bullied at the bottom of the school. Back then, going home together was his only happy time. In this life, those familiar connections are slowly returning. Bai Yi pedals away, thinking that the guy named Specs is still someone he needs to watch. His friends complain that he's leaving them behind again. They thought their trio was supposed to be unbreakable. The green hoodie classmate notices that Bai Yi has become far more confident since awakening. Glasses wonders why someone riding a bike would wait for people who are walking, but the question carries real concern. Bai Yi stops ahead of them, leaving just enough distance for the two friends to catch up. Bai Yi greets Specs and tells him to get his lungs checked. That is his version of a friendly welcome. Bai Yi waits beside his bike with folded arms, calm and slightly amused by their exhausted faces. The two friends are delighted that Bai Yi waited for them, but he is clearly not planning to go easy. Bai Yi takes off on the bike and tells them they cannot keep up with him. The chase instantly becomes a personal insult. The green hoodie friend protests that Bai Yi only did 6 shuttle sets, while he did no more than anyone else. Bai Yi remembers that Specs once got sick after the serious illness following their middle school leave-up absence. Even if they are not as close and misliked yet, Bai Yi hopes both friends are healthy. The sudden coldness still hurts them. Glasses watches Bai Yi ride away and admits he has changed a lot, but deep down he still feels Bai Yi is the same person. At the Shanghai Nation recruit training ground, the coast looks peaceful, but somebody has just been tearing through the records. A laid-back recruiter hears the new recruit has been performing exceptionally well, and he is clearly impressed from his beach chair. The man is relaxed enough to be on vacation, yet he is still keeping tabs on the recruit. Management never truly clocks out. Someone approaches the recruiter and the conversation shifts from praise to a report that needs his attention. The dreadlocked visitor flatters Mr. Dongyang, then admits he came specifically to report to him. Monday evening, the white-haired student eats quietly, but his focused stare shows he is worried about giving his mother a safer, more stable life. His mother promises to get home early with groceries, while he looks at the meal and realizes it still is not enough. He tightens up with determination. He needs to improve their situation as soon as possible. Elsewhere in an awakened prison, inmates line up under a grim slogan about repentance and starting over. The prisoners receive their food in silence, and the whole place feels tightly controlled. A guard serves the wine while a hidden arrangement begins moving into place. One prisoner is told not to worry. Everything has been arranged, and he can get out tomorrow. Tuesday arrives on campus, and the white-haired student turns his attention back to training. He has been studying the mage controls. The key is casting time and calculating the elemental power he needs. Blue energy flickers around him as he stands alone, calm and fully locked in on his progress. By Wednesday, the green hoodie student is pushing himself hard and vows to finish 10 sets today. The school track is busy, and the students are clearly feeling the grind of this training routine. The glasses student hangs awkwardly from the equipment, looking like exercise personally offended him. The white-haired student waits nearby with his hands in his pockets, composed while everyone else struggles. He casually asks the others if they want to have dinner together that night. His friends decline because they need to get home early, and he takes it without any fuss. The two exhausted trainees complain that it is freezing, especially after getting worked over by practice. The white-haired student gives them a tip: practice wind-up animation before casting, so their movements get much faster. The green hoodie student instantly lights up the advice, while his glasses-wearing friend stays cool beside him. Thursday after school, the glasses student goes to the hospital for a checkup. The doctor says it was good he came in early, but his serious posture hints this is no routine visit. The doctor explains that a parasitic tumor is growing in his lung and says surgery needs to happen soon. The glasses student forces out a shaky thank you and says he will make an appointment next week. Then he remembers the white-haired student's warning to get his lungs checked, and his face goes pale. Staring at the lung scan, he cannot understand how that student could have known there was a problem. He leaves the hospital deep in thought, still rattled by what he just learned. Before he can process it, someone stops him with a question. Did he hear the latest rumor? The rumor says Kyun-chung cheated again and has already reached E-class, despite supposedly needing a labyrinth to level up. A wheelchair-bound student dismisses the gossip and says his family has its own private labyrinth for training. Casual family privilege, apparently. Then the warning gets worse. The man Kyung-chung provoked last weekend is planning to teach him a lesson after school. The glasses student remembers Kyung-chung's temper and panics. He cannot believe the guy would do nothing after taking such a loss. The rumor is brutal. The attacker is armed, waiting outside the school grounds, and may be planning to kill him. The bespectacled young man is sweating bullets. He is convinced a dangerous scumbag may have dragged Bai Yi away. He races through the building, desperate to reach Bai Yi before anyone else gets involved. His fear keeps spiraling. If the guy calls in more people, Bai Yi could be surrounded. Even so, he cannot understand why Bai Yi would risk his life for him. He remembers Bai Yi saving him, and that gratitude gives his terrified sprint a little more purpose. He reaches the armory door and finds it locked tight. Of course, the emergency comes with a padlock. He steels himself. Even if it destroys him, he is going to save his brother. With one goal in mind, he decides the armory lock is about to have a very bad day. The lock explodes apart. He actually forced his way in. He throws open the armory and searches for anything that can help him reach Bai Yi. His face is shaking, but his decision is final. He will save Bai Yi even if he dies trying. His hand lands on a massive polearm. He is scared out of his mind, but he has found the weapon. He grips the weapon and calls for Bai Yi to hold on. The oversized polearm looks brutal in his hands, but he plants his feet and prepares to move. Then a pink-haired young woman appears and asks why he is breaking into the armory. Fair question, honestly. He barely registers her surprise. His whole body is locked onto one urgent mission. He blurts out that he has to go, leaving the pink-haired woman completely stunned. He runs off with the polearm, shouting that he has to save Bai Yi. The pink-haired woman watches him leave in confused silence. Elsewhere, a two-toned-haired student walks through a narrow street, unaware that trouble is already waiting. He turns on his follower and demands an answer. His calm posture says he is not remotely intimidated. Hong Chung-shung steps forward with a smug huff. He says he is here to settle last weekend's score. Red energy coils around Hong K-Hanshing as he closes in, looking very pleased with his dramatic entrance. The two-tone-haired student looks back with cool golden eyes. He is clearly not buying the intimidation act. Hong Kyung-ching bursts forward using Accelerate, convinced his training has finally made him untouchable. He grins that all his training was not for nothing, then activates Backstab, blink behind. The skill launches him into a blur, aiming to appear behind his target before he can react. Hong Chung-kiang-shen commits to the ambush, swinging in with every ounce of confidence he has. But the target moves first. One sudden shift turns Hong King-chung's perfect surprise attack into a miss. The two-tone-haired student counters at close range, knocking the attack aside before it can land. Hong Qian-sheng freezes in shock. His attack power is somehow higher than before, yet it still was not enough. A golden eye flashes through the shadows as the student asks if Hong Qian-sheng thought he was the only one getting stronger. He snaps the weapon to the air with brutal control, and Hong Qian-sheng suddenly realizes this fight has changed completely. Hong Qian-sheng's white eyes is at all. The confidence is gone now. The stronger student grabs Hong Qian-chen by the throat, leaving him helpless and terrified. Only now does Hong Qian-sheng feel it. All those hours of training and growth have created a gap he cannot explain. They may be the same age, but the person standing before Hong Chang-Aisheng has become someone he can no longer surpass. During their first fight, the brown-haired student never realized just how far behind he was. After a week of training, that gap suddenly hits him all at once. The white-haired student stands over him in a blazing silhouette, calm and untouchable, while his exhausted rival can only stare upward. Same age, completely different league. The brown-haired student has finally run into someone he cannot surpass. He crashes onto the ground and blurts out the question everyone is thinking: did the other guy level up too? He demands an explanation, furious and confused. There is no way simple training should create this kind of gap. The white-haired student answers that he trained after school every day. His rival is not buying it for a second. Hard work? The rival gives him that look. Apparently, ordinary sweat is not an acceptable excuse for looking this broken. The brown-haired student grits his teeth, waiting for the real answer. Then the white-haired student asks one chilling question. Have you ever died? The question lands hard as he keeps his rival pinned down, making it clear this is no casual spar anymore. The rival lashes out his weapon, but the white-haired student catches him effortlessly. He says he has been watching this guy for a while. He does not hate him that much, which is somehow not reassuring while he is a man completely trapped. The white-haired student calls him out. He followed him all week, did not get stronger, and still came alone just to test his own strength. The rival snaps and threatens to kill him. He is angry enough to make terrible decisions, which is never a great workout plan. The white-haired student barely reacts. He takes back the part about not hating him, but he still has a proposal. Elsewhere, the pink-haired girl and the bespectacled student spot the pair from a distance, but decide there is nothing useful for them to do. Still sitting on top of his defeated rival, the white-haired student admits he has been waiting for this moment. He offers a deal. He can tell that the brown-haired student has a way to grow stronger faster. The rival freezes at that. The white-haired student wants information, and he clearly expects something in return. His golden eye sharpens as he sets the terms. Whatever this deal is, it has the rival completely cornered. A week later, it is assessment day. Training is over, and the students gather for a combat simulation. The instructor announces that the combat simulation is about to begin, and the room immediately gets serious. Before they start, the instructor warns everyone that this test is more dangerous than it sounds. It is called a simulation, but they are entering a real labyrinth. Most of it is sealed, yet dangerous beasts are still inside. The warning gets more graphic. Plenty of monsters remain in the labyrinth, ready to test what these students can really handle. High school seniors will guide the teams. They normally will not fight unless the situation gets genuinely dangerous. Teams of 5 will enter each dungeon. Each team gets 1 senior guide and 4 first-year students. The students can choose either an F-class or E-class labyrinth. The choice sounds simple until the portals start looking hungry. The E-class labyrinth is shown as the harder option. It is dangerous enough that weak students are told not to challenge it. Failing the challenge could cost them academic credits, so this is not just a flashy school field trip. Students who choose the same level will form teams together. The instructor asks, who wants the E-class labyrinth? The instructor raises his hand first, opening the call for volunteers. Hands begin to rise through the crowd, including the pink-haired girl. Confidence is spreading fast. The blonde student raises his hand too, thrilled to tackle the dangerous E-class. Full confidence has entered the chat. The bespectacled student panics internally. He expected an easy F-class professional guide, not an E-class death march. The instructor counts 8 students for E-class. Everyone else will be randomly divided for the F-class labyrinth. The instructor starts assigning the remaining students, but the white-haired student has clearly been planning something else. He stops the instructor with a simple request. Wait a moment. Then he raises the stakes even higher. He wants to challenge the school's D-class first-year labyrinth. At the school arena, Zealand calmly picks the D-rank demon cave while the crowd stares like he just volunteered for a bad idea. Even the official reading the list freezes. Nobody expected a student to skip straight to D ranks. The nearby students whip around in shock, and Chi Yin looks especially rattled by his choice. One student calls Xiling crazy, warning that a fresh Awakener has no business jumping into a D-rank's cave. Xiling does not flinch. His golden eyes stay locked forward while everyone waits for him to back down. The director reminds the room that this simulated combat test normally lets students choose their own level. But the rules still have limits, and the director questions whether Xiling can really take on a higher D-rank's cave. He explains that the academy is scouting talent for the Divine Corps, not handing out reckless shortcuts. The director lays out the standards. Talent, age, strength, responsibility, and giftedness all matter here. Xiling faces the director and asks if he is being denied his chance to prove himself. The director is not refusing him outright. The problem is simple. The caves require teams. Xiling insists he can go alone, but the rule requires 3 students. Solo entry is forbidden. Then, Cain shoots her hand up and says she will choose D ranks too, while that escalated fast. Chi Yin beams at Xiling, clearly thrilled to join him while the crowd processes what she just signed up for. A worried student protests, terrified that something could happen to Chi Yin and bring trouble from her father. Chi Yin wants the highest score too, and she is determined to give the dangerous route a try. Xiling gives her a measured look as Chi Yin happily commits herself to the challenge. Xiling refuses to be treated as their third teammate. He says he will clear the cave solo. The official cannot believe it. Xiling has refused again, and this paperwork is developing a personal grudge. Chi Yin snaps that his refusal does not count, planting herself beside him with pure stubborn enthusiasm. The black-capped official warns that a newly awakened person may be eager, but eagerness alone does not make anyone strong. He says the D-rank run may end up being just the 2 of them, since no upperclassman is likely to risk it. A hand rises from the crowd. Someone else says, "I'll go." A cocky upperclassman steps forward, claiming the nation's promising students still need somebody to protect them. The black-capped official relaxes the moment Xiling has a teammate. Crisis solved, apparently. The students recognize Xiling as a senior headed for the Ultimate School Corps, and the room gets very interested. The name Ultimate School Corps lands hard. Xiling and Chi Yin watch the newcomer with guarded attention. Xiling turns toward the challenger, his expression flat and unreadable despite the pressure building around him. Xiling's eyes narrow. He has heard the Ultimate School Corps name before, and he is not impressed. The upperclassman smirks to himself, dismissing Xiling as another peacock who does not know his limits. The smug recruit is eager to show off in front of everyone, ready to judge Xiling before the test even starts. With the team finally set, the director announces that the simulation test begins immediately. A drone enters the cave to record everything. Professional streamers will follow the team through the entire run. The director tells the students to give it everything they have. The D-Ranks trial is officially live. From the crowd, the challenge becomes a contest. Who can score the highest this time? Xiling stands steady at the center of it all, expression calm as the dangerous test is about to begin. The Awakened Academy sits on top of a conquered demon cave, with glowing dungeon gates hanging over the school like that is somehow normal. High school and middle school divisions are both here, and the huge cave has been broken into smaller trial zones for students. Most students are limited to low-rank caves, but even a D-rank dungeon can still hide something nasty. Students file into the simulated combat dungeon, and the whole exercise is live-streamed. No pressure at all then. The stream will be recorded, so the white-haired student knows every move he makes could draw attention from people watching. He keeps his expression calm, but his eyes are locked in. He clearly has a reason for coming here. The white-haired student decides the Lingyu Demon Cave has exactly what he wants, and he heads straight into the dark forest. Inside, the forest turns cold and shadowy, with strange movement creeping through the trees ahead. A vine-covered monster crawls up the trunk, its body twisting toward the students from above. The creature opens a mouth full of teeth, and the danger suddenly feels a lot less like a school exercise. The tall senior strikes a heroic pose and promises to protect everyone. He's very committed to the entrance speech. He brags that he has cleared an unsealed D-rank cave before, while the pink-haired student starts wondering how strong the monsters really are. The senior explains that D-rank caves usually hold monsters around levels 5 to 15, with stronger beasts or even a boss in the deeper areas. He warns that high-level D-rank monsters can still overwhelm newly awakened students, and the pink-haired girl listens with growing concern. The pink-haired student looks startled as the risk finally sinks in. The senior tells her to relax because he will not let a junior get hurt, while the white-haired student stays quietly behind them. The white-haired student cuts in and warns that all this noise could startle the monsters. The senior is visibly offended, but the newcomer simply tells him he talks too much. Then the white-haired student steps forward and tells them to stand quietly behind him. He does not need their help. That confidence leaves the senior rattled, while the pink-haired girl reaches toward him as if she knows this argument is about to get worse. Before anyone can settle it, The live stream feed shifts focus, and the campus begins watching the trial unfold. The annual simulated combat livestream has officially begun, broadcasting the students' dungeon run to viewers across campus. Rows of viewers gather around the giant display, all waiting to see which student makes the first big move. Behind the scenes, staff monitor the feeds as the dungeon footage rolls in. One observer spots something interesting on the stream and decides to bring to the captain's attention. At Ultimate Campus, someone tells the captain to take a look at this stream because it is going to be fun. The green-haired vice captain receives the report with a cool smile, already interested in the unexpected choice. He reports that one junior deliberately picked a D-ranked dungeon. Apparently somebody came to class feeling ambitious. The dark-haired captain asks what class the student has, her face hidden in shadow as she waits for the answer. The answer makes it even stranger. The junior is supposedly the most worthless kind of green warrior. The vice captain watches the feed with a smug grin, saying he wants to see where that student's confidence comes from. Inside the sealed F-class labyrinth, the glasses-wearing student is already screaming and swinging his ring weapon like his life depends on it. Honestly, it probably does. The frightened student faces a swarm of glowing monsters while a long-haired woman watches from behind, cool and unreadable. The woman calmly tells him he is only a chanter and should stay back to hand out buffs. He is visibly not comforted by that advice. Flame bats, biling cats, and vicious fangs flood the labyrinth. For an F-class zone, this place is throwing a very rude welcome party. The student stares up at the monsters in disbelief, wondering why an F-class labyrinth is this terrifying. Then a huge star ferret drops into the fight, its G-rank's presence making the weaker monsters look even more desperate. The vicious fangs close in with bared teeth, turning the crap dungeon into a full-on monster pileup. Elsewhere in the sealed E-class labyrinth, an injured student is down while his teammate checks on him. Things are already going badly. A blonde fighter snaps at the others to stand aside if they cannot handle it, then charges a monster with pure frustration. He activates ferocity, boosting his strength, critical hits, and lifesteal. The guy is betting everything on one angry power-up. A white-haired fighter steps in with a glowing green blade, completely calm while the dungeon chaos crashes around him. In the sealed D-class labyrinth, a rage mane lunges with its jaws wide open, ready to tear into its target. The white-haired fighter stands beneath a swirling green aura, sword lowered as if the monster never had a chance. The rage manes hit the ground in pieces, and kill messages confirm the white-haired fighter has just cleaned up the whole pack. A pink-haired girl and the dark-haired senior can only stare at him. She asks how he pulled that off, and he barely reacts. He explains that the sealed monsters are only at half strength, so they are not especially hard to deal with. The pink-haired girl is stunned, because he is still taking on several enemies at once, even after saying they are weakened. With his bloodied sword in hand, he tells her he still has a long way to go before he can catch up to her. He tells her there is no need to compare herself to others. She should just focus on becoming stronger herself. He delivers that advice with a stone-cold expression, and the pink-haired girl immediately calls him out for always sounding so cool. The pink-haired girl brightens up, clutches her book, and promises she will do her best. The dark-haired senior glares from behind them, convinced the white-haired fighter has stolen all the spotlight again. The senior reminds them that this is a D-class dungeon and warns the white-haired fighter not to get conceited. The senior admits the performance was impressive, but says this three-chamber labyrinth should be easy to manage. He starts assigning positions, ordering Chi-Yin to take the monsters on the right while he takes the left. A glowing red seal burns at the entrance of the next chamber, with monster bodies scattered beneath it. The team stands tiny in the wide dungeon clearing, surrounded by corpses and dark paths leading deeper inside. The senior realizes the white-haired fighter is ignoring him again, and a smile turns into a very personal grudge. He asks if the white-haired fighter can handle the right side alone. The reply is simple: by myself? The senior calls this a test of each person's individual ability, making it clear that they came here to be assessed. The white-haired fighter asks Chi-Yin if she wants a good score. That is all it takes to get her attention. Chi-Yin answers immediately that she understands and can do it, suddenly fired up for the challenge. Chi-Yin grips her book and shouts with determination, while the senior watches his plan start slipping out of his control. The sealed passage glows red over the bloody dungeon floor, and the group prepares to move into the next test. The senior's face hardens. He has run out of patience with the white-haired fighter's calm attitude. He decides the hard way will have to do, and golden energy flashes around him as the rivalry turns serious. With 10 minutes left in the trial, the observers are already stunned by the monster count. Bai Yi stands calmly among the bodies, while the report confirms he has wiped out an absurd number of class monsters. The watching students start asking the real question, just how high is Bai Yi's level now? His official record still says E-class, but his performance looks closer to E3 or even E4. That paperwork is having a rough day. The observers notice he deliberately picked monsters with elemental disadvantages, showing sharp tactical awareness instead of blind power. Bai Yi stays composed and tells his teacher to trust him, even while everyone else keeps trying to measure him. His dark-haired senior finally accepts that the kid was not just bragging and promises not to disappoint in his graduation performance. Bai Yi's eyes stay locked on the field because the test is far from finished. He has already noticed that the astro element beasts are coming from the right-hand cave. Another student is fighting low-level beasts too, but she has taken on the dangerous flora element. A purple-eyed insect beast lunges at the pink-haired mage, its jaws open wide as she twists away. She enters with Vine Wall, throwing up poisonous thorny vines to trap the beast. The monster keeps pushing through the vines, and the mage looks rattled as she prepares another cast. Her vines constrict the bug until poison takes hold, and the trapped creature finally goes down. The pink-haired mage stands over the fallen insect, relieved but still surrounded by the glowing remains of her spell. The system confirms the kill, an E-class level 6 astro bug worth 30 experience. She brightens and celebrates another successful kill, proud that her magic worked again. From behind, Bai Yi studies her technique instead of rushing in. He is clearly calculating. Her florist skill rapidly grows vines into a wall, and the thorns carry a poison effect. It is impressive control, but Bai Yi realizes the spell would struggle against stronger monsters in a real labyrinth. The D-class monsters should all be sealed away, yet the test grounds are starting to feel much less safe. She can manage the enemies in front of her, but Bai Yi watches for the danger she cannot see. Bai Yi decides he can still hide his true strength and score highly, but his attention shifts to a bigger problem. He's also noticed that the live broadcast equipment has followed them into the trial. Bai Yi quietly asks himself how he should proceed with the next stage of his plan. His senior calls him capable, then complains that Bai Yi is completely ignoring him. The pride is wounded, apparently. The senior sees the two students handling things themselves and decides to test them with something stronger. A brilliant golden bow forms overhead, bathing the forest in light as the mage looks up in surprise. With a smug grin, the senior fires an arrow of light straight toward the forest floor. The enormous golden arrow crashes down like a tiny apocalypse with very good aim. The pink-haired mage dodges the blast, shocked that the attack was aimed so close to her. The beam buries itself in the ground, leaving the forest trembling under the impact. She demands to know why he aimed at her, and he starts awkwardly explaining that he expected her to dodge. Before that explanation can land, something massive moves amid the smoking crater. A huge shadow rises through the dust, and the ground shakes as a far more dangerous creature emerges. The pink-haired mage freezes as a double-headed, D-class level 11 beast charges straight at her. The white-haired recruit turns sharply as a roar tears through the dark forest. His face goes still, but his eyes are already tracking the danger. A massive double-headed lion bursts through the vines, its mane burning like a bonfire. The pink-haired girl freezes with her spellbook open, and she knows they are in serious trouble. The monster lunges straight at her. She throws up a hand in panic, looking one heartbeat away from being lion food. Both snarling heads close in while the girl braces herself in terror. This oversized cat clearly skipped the part where dungeon monsters take turns. She can only stare as the jaws rush closer, convinced they are done for. But someone else has already moved. The dark-haired observer grins and fires a glowing arrow, looking far too entertained by this near disaster. The recruit activates swiftness, and his speed surges past normal limits. His body blurs forward before the lion can finish its attack. He darts around the beast in a clean arc, slipping past both heads with barely any room to spare. The lion whips around in disbelief, and even the recruit looks surprised by how fast he just moved. The monster charges again, forcing the pink-haired girl backward. Her fear is obvious, but she still keeps hold of her book. The recruit strikes from above and lands a sharp hit on the lion's back. The beast bleeds, but the attack only makes it angrier. The wounded lion stalks through the ping while the recruit slips away in a green blur. The pink-haired girl slips away in a green blur. The pink-haired girl is stunned that this monster is moving so fast. He stops beside her, calm and focused with green energy curling around him. She looks shaken, but his steady posture tells her he has a plan. The dark-haired observer casually explains that most D-class monsters here were sealed. Unfortunately, this one got a personal upgrade from his skill. He reveals that this overlooked double-headed lion has been strengthened and can respawn endlessly. That is a nasty surprise for a beginner trial. The injured lion glares back with both heads, still ready to tear them apart. The observer taunts the recruit for thinking he can face a D-class monster. Another arrow boosts the lion again, cutting gravity and raising its speed. The beast is now built like a boss fight with cheat codes. The recruit watches the fastest double-headed lion in the labyrinth gather itself for another rush. He realizes he may need to use his full strength. Berserk pushes the lion's attack up 10% and its speed up 50%. The recruit's expression hardens as the monster gets even more dangerous. He grips his weapon and tells his ally to fall back because he can handle it. She's still rattled, but his confidence pulls her attention back. The recruit admits he was actually scared for a moment, then immediately gets serious again. The pink-haired girl watches him with renewed focus. The blazing lion launches through the air toward them, both mouths open wide. The girl steps forward instead of running. She raises her book and calls up a vine wall. Her face is tense, but she's finally choosing to fight beside him. Thick green vines slam to the lion's path and stop its charge. The first barrier holds, and she immediately calls for another layer. She tightens her grip on the book and creates 3 layers of vine walls. Her fear is turned into stubborn determination. The lion crashes into the growing mass of vines, roaring as the spell coils around its body. It is trapped for now, but it is fighting hard. The recruit glances back in surprise as the vines keep the monster pinned. His ally has bottomed the opening he needed. The pink-haired girl asks to join the fight, insisting she will not hold him back. Her voice is nervous, but she refuses to stand aside. The dark-haired observer is stunned that she wants to help after nearly getting eaten in one bite. He really did not expect Courage to show up today. The recruit gives her a small smile and says he thought she would need more time to recover. He can see she is not backing down. She answers that she has worked too hard to be defeated here. With the lion still tangled in vines, the two prepare to fight together. The white-haired student is impressed. Chien recovered fast, and she looks quietly proud that all her hard work paid off. Chien insists she will not die while he is here, gripping her book like she has already made up her mind. She is smiling, but the confidence is real. This girl came prepared for a nightmare field trip. He warns her that she already burned through 3 skill layers at once. They cannot waste the next move. Watching Chien, he remembers that she had been bright and popular back in middle school. Chien had once announced a huge dream during the 5 Divine group as a cleric. Her optimism practically lights up the panel. She was kind to everyone and always responsible. That makes what happened after school feel even harsher. Later, Chien vanished from his ordinary life, leaving only the memory of that determined girl. Now he trusts her, but only for this moment. He still needs to hide his own power until the timing is right. The 2 students stand ready as the monster closes in, both of them focused and painfully outnumbered. Their opponent lashes at the vine wall. It says the barrier cannot trap it for even 5 seconds. The enemy is all swagger, claiming real combat is not about confidence. That speech is aging badly already. The bot twin-headed lion warns them they cannot handle an enhanced D-rank monster with their strength. It promises to teach them respect for hierarchy, clearly enjoying the threat far too much. Both heads roar as flames flare around its mane. The pressure spikes instantly. The white-haired student tells Chien the plan. He will lure the lion, and she has to strike at exactly the right time. Chien answers without hesitation. The monster launches forward, and the trap is finally in motion. He shouts for it to move, but the charging beast only sees an opening and keeps coming. He throws himself aside at the last second, face set and body low as the flaming beast tears past him. The lion crashes through the water after him, still furious and still charging exactly where he wants it. The monster surges through the spray with both jaws open. It has no idea it is charging into Chien's setup. A huge splash swallows a battlefield, briefly hiding everyone from view. The white-haired student cuts through the water while the lion races beneath him, both locked into the chase. The beast snaps at his heels through the spray. One mistake here and this becomes a very short school day. He gives a signal. Now. Sheen has been waiting for this exact opening. Vines explode around the lion and bind its body. The charging monster finally gets stopped cold. The trapped beast looks back and sees Sheen standing at a safe distance, calm and completely in control. Both heads roar in frustration as the vines tighten around them. Sheen raises her hand and tells it to take this. Her expression has gone from cheerful to battle-ready. The monster's berserk state is deactivated. Bound and poisoned, the terrifying D-rank threat cannot break free. Jinning holds the monster in place with her vines, turning that desperate defense into a clean advantage. The white-haired student watches the immobilized lion and says it cannot escape now. Watching Senior is stunned. Even a vine while he's strengthened cannot hold the monster in place. Out in the water, the lion monster is trapped in a glowing tangle of vines. The dark-haired Senior grits his teeth. This fight is slipping out of his control fast. The observers realize the trick. Water shuts down the lion's core abilities, while boosting the flower-type magic. From the control room, the team watches the elemental counterwork land perfectly. Their on-the-spot reactions and teamwork are so sharp that the Senior calls the result obvious. The room is already calling it. Only one final strike remains. The lion is down, and everyone expects the recording to deliver a record-breaking score. Then the live stream suddenly cuts off. The spectators are left staring at a dead screen. The dark-haired Senior smirks and decides that without footage, nobody gets the credit. He reveals a glowing weapon and thanks the pink-haired girl for making this possible. The lion has been defeated, but the white-haired student gives the credit to his teammate's command. The girl is genuinely impressed. He used elemental resistance to turn one skill into a perfect trap. The Senior steps in with a cold warning. The boss is beaten, but the real problem has just walked over. The white-haired student faces him calmly while the girl tightens her fists. She has had enough. The Senior stares him down, clearly enjoying the intimidation far too much. He reminds them what a suddenly strengthened D-rank monster means for students entering the cave. He admits he had planned to strike the girl first, then mocks the white-haired student as a poor archer. The insult lands like a deliberate jab. Is that really the best aim he can manage? The white-haired student answers with a hard stare. He's not taking the bait. The pink-haired girl snaps back, calling out the Senior for never making the ultimate school team. Furious, the Senior draws his glowing weapon. His ego has officially become a safety hazard. The two students stand their ground as the Senior's weapon hums with threat. The Senior's expression twists with anger, but he forces himself to hold it together. He lowers his hand and mutters that the road ahead is still long. Instead of leaving quietly, the Senior tells them to just wait and see. He retreats across the dark ground, putting distance between himself and the students. A red streak tears away into the night, and the two students immediately realize something is wrong. The white-haired student throws up a red magical barrier while the girl watches in alarm. He realizes the Senior cut the livestream to stop them earning points, then sealed the area behind him. The white-haired student stays focused. The sealed zone gives him time, and apparently, a plan. He reaches for something hidden on his clothes and says he can finally handle the remaining business. The pink-haired girl freezes with a baffled little smile. She has no clue what he is planning. A massive red seal fills the cave entrance, making the whole place look dramatically expensive. Facing the seal, he asks the class president to keep what happens next secret. She blurts out that nobody would believe it anyway, curiosity winning over caution. She presses him for details, but he has one condition before he explains. He says she has to give him something in return, then reveals the unsealed magic stone is with Uncle Kun. In his hand sits the sealed spirit jade magic shield, glowing with dangerous red energy. He makes his choice without blinking. He wants to completely unseal the spirit jade shield. His hand activates the stone, and he repeats the command, completely unseal. Red power coils around the white-haired student. He looks calm, which is never comforting when the cave is glowing like this. The girl panics. A D-rank magic shield should not be capable of this. She warns that fully opening it could unleash every high-level monster inside the seal. Cracks erase through the stone as the red energy lashes harder and harder. He reassures her that the monsters are still weakened by this sealing force. Even weakened, countless D-rank monsters against two students is still a brutal matchup. He holds up a hand and says they do not need two people for this. Red sparks swirl behind him as he turns away, completely certain of himself. The pink-haired girl's eye goes wide. She cannot believe he is serious. Now she's yelling at him in full panic, because he is clearly volunteering for a one-man disaster. The white-haired student stands in the red glow and declares that he will do it alone. A strange glowing mage weapon forms at his side, and the girl can only ask how he can even become a mage. The white-haired mage keeps the pink-haired girl by the exit, and his sharp look says he expects trouble any second. Trouble arrives fast, as flaming leopard-like monsters burst into view with teeth out and no interest in negotiating. The mage steps forward without flinching, lightning wrapping around him as the beasts charge straight in. His ally throws up a desperate warning, but he is already moving. This hallway just became a boss arena. Blue lightning lashes across the attackers, buying him a breath before their claws can reach them. Then he switches to a cloud element mage profession, an S-rank class, and calmly calls up Flash Freeze. A glowing ice blue spear forms in his hand while electricity coils around it. The spell is clearly not here to make snow cones. The three beasts are caught in the lightning's reach, snarling as the mage locks them into position. The pink-haired girl stares in disbelief. Controlling one monster had been hard enough, and he has all three covered. Ice races over the pack, sealing the lunging monsters inside a jagged frozen mass. She realizes he really did control all three at once, but the frozen beasts will not stay trapped forever. The ice person holds for now, though the monsters are still visible inside, fighting to break free. The mage stays focused and decides he needs a larger area before those beasts can rush them again. His ally gets the message and scrambles back, visibly terrified but ready to give him room. The trapped predators finally start forcing their way loose, claws pounding the ground beneath the ice. The fire leopards break into a full charge, turning the narrow battlefield into a stampede. One fierce flame leopard barrels toward him, jaws open wide and flames rolling off its body. The mage meets the attack head-on, raising his glowing spell instead of getting up ground. He unleashes Flash Freeze, throwing a wave of blue-white power directly into the oncoming beast. Flash Freeze instantly condenses water in the air into ice, locking down the opponent before it can land a hit. But he knows one frozen target is not enough. First, he has to control every monster in the room. With the enemy stalled, he switches again, this time to a nuclear warrior profession. A green glow outlines him as he changes styles mid-fight, looking far too calm for someone surrounded by monsters. A fire saber-tooth makes his move from the side, red eyes fixed on the mage. The beast tries a sneak attack, slashing in while the mage appears occupied. He catches the movement with a cold, steady stare. The ambush has already failed. A red streak flashes away from him, forcing the saber-tooth to react before it can close in. The saber-tooth recoils and roars, still dangerous, but now it has given him the opening he wanted. He switches back to Cloud Element Mage, raising his weapon as another surge of icy power gathers. Lightning and ice crack across the battlefield as he unleashes the next wave of control. The frozen ground fractures under the pressure, showing just how violently those monsters are resisting. The pink-haired girl can barely process it. He can switch professions this easily, right in the middle of combat. She finally understands why he wanted access to the elemental room. The answer is training elemental resistance. The battle rages under layers of ice and lightning while she pieces together the real purpose behind his plan. She explains that a mage's essence is built around manipulating natural forces within a limited range. She remembers being told that stronger magic meant more power, and that using it recklessly would only make her sick. Elemental power is wild and primitive by nature, which makes controlling it far harder than simply having it. Watching him fight changes her perspective. Controlling power matters more than just piling up more of it. He demonstrates that complete control lets you create more variations from the same elemental power. With enough control, even one basic skill can be pushed far beyond its usual limits. He brings down a towering storm of ice and lightning, crushing the battlefield under one overwhelming attack. The pink-haired girl watches with eyes wide open. She has just seen mastery on a completely different level. The final image is pure control, a roaring beast sealed in ice while the mage stands calmly before it. A pink-haired girl remembers how everyone was left behind long ago, and she looks completely smitten by someone she thinks is incredibly cool. Her quiet smile says she is following the fight with absolute faith. She is clearly rooting for him. She clenches a fist with a hopeful grin while the real danger is about to step into view. A huge creature finally emerges through the icy haze. Those glowing eyes do not belong to anything friendly. This system identifies it as the Spirit Jade Labyrinth Lord, a level 15 low-class Hell Mammoth. That is a very rude welcome party. The Hell Mammoth towers over the frozen ground, wrapped in a savage red aura as it prepares to charge. The white-haired hunter meets it with a calm little smile. He tells the beast it finally came out. The mammoth launches forward with its tusks ready, but the hunter is not backing away an inch. Icy energy crashes down around him as the monster tries to bury him under raw force. Instead, he switches to nuclear warrior, green power coils around him, and his whole stance turns aggressive. He locks onto the mammoth and makes his goal clear. What he wants is on that monster. He darts in and lands a critical hit, carving through the mammoth before it can react. The blade tears across thick fur and flesh. This is no cautious test fight now. Another slash sends blood across the snow as he stays glued to the monster's blind spot. Even with blood splashing across his face, his yellow eyes stay focused. He has already read this fight. The mammoth staggers under another vicious strike, its giant body suddenly looking much less unstoppable. The beast thrashes and bleeds, but every desperate movement just gives him another opening. Critical hits keep stacking across the hell mammoth. He is turning a boss monster into a training dummy. The huge mammoth finally collapses into the snow, battered and bleeding from every side. A golden gleam flashes in the hunter's eye. He knows the finishing move is here. His blade ignites with gold as he drives forward for the final attack. The attack erupts in a blazing sweep, cutting straight through the mammoth's last resistance. A title activates in the middle of the carnage, 1 against 100. He is collecting achievements while the monster is still falling. The mammoth reels backward, its red eye wide as the golden strike tears past it. The final blow lands and the beast is finished. The system immediately starts paying out. The hunter checks his rewards, including fierce bones and a high-grade material for crafting a powerful weapon. He flicks away the last traces of the battle and surveys the quiet snowfield, still alert for anything useful. Then he spots a small pink object on the ground. That is the real prize he came hunting for. It is a pair of resonant hingstones with a special function. Rare loot has a way of appearing right after someone gets flattened. Bai Yi checks the results, and his nuclear warrior level jumps to 13 while his cloud magic reaches D class. The white-haired student stays cool, but the glowing system screens make it clear he just got a serious upgrade. His 1 against 100 title levels up 2, boosting his stats whenever he faces enemies alone. That is a very convenient problem solver. Outside, a huge beast lies sealed in the snowy forest, but the air around it feels anything but safe. Bai Yi finds Qi Yin at the cave entrance and asks if she remembers his warning. His narrow green eyes show he's not making small talk. Bai Yi expects trouble. Qi Yin looks startled as her flora element magic rises to level 7, a clock class increase. Back at school, the staff panic over a huge energy fluctuation they have never detected before. They know someone should be guarding the underclassmen, but the emergency has everyone moving at once. A teacher demands to know why the others are outside, then decides there is no time to argue. The report says the seal is broken, and the adults sprint toward the danger. One man runs ahead in full panic mode, while the man behind him is already enjoying the chaos. The smug teacher grins and thinks karma arrived fast. His compassion is clearly taking the day off. Red energy erupts around the group as they shout for Bai Yi and Qi Yin. The hostile red coal closes in, and someone addresses the two students with a cold warning. Bai Yi and Qi Yin stand together in the cave, while the furious teacher finally reaches them. The teacher asks what they are doing here, clearly rattled by how calm the pair look. Then comes a twist. The seal is not broken at all. The machine may have made another bad call. The enormous seal still hangs over the cave, and the worried crowd can only stare at the impossible reading. Later that Friday evening, a vice captain receives a stack of recruitment materials. A candidate asks if his paperwork is enough for the final team spot. The captain pauses over the final opening, and the answer is already bad news for somebody. The green-haired vice captain apologizes. The captain has already chosen someone else. The rejected man snaps in disbelief, unable to accept that he lost the last spot. He grabs the vice captain and demands to know why his skills and background were not enough. The answer is blunt. The team has already found its most valuable person. A sharp-eyed woman watches the argument and decides that Bai Yi is very interesting. Her status identifies her as An Li, a golden electro-element assassin at level 7. That night the scene shifts to a quiet restaurant where a different kind of pressure is waiting. Chen Jinwu sits across from a younger red-haired man and warns him not to cause any more trouble. Chen Jinwu says he went through a lot of trouble to get the young man released early. The red-haired man calmly keeps eating and says he understands. That Calm is doing a lot of suspicious work. Chen Wu gives him a hard look and says the captain will arrive next Friday. The young man tells Chen Wu not to worry, but his relaxed posture does not exactly inspire confidence. A phone starts ringing and the red-haired man is already annoyed that the old geezer is calling again. He answers, says he will return to the unit first, and tells his companion to head home early. He walks away after promising to handle it, leaving a quiet warning hanging over the table. The restaurant falls still as the red-haired man leaves and the remaining figure watches in silence. The red-haired man lowers his head, his eyes glowing under a red shadow as the words, "Go home early," echo back. Our red-haired man sees another call from the old man and immediately looks fed up. He says he's heading back to headquarters and he tells the person at home to get back early too. The call ends, but the warning lands hard. The red-haired man walks away while the brown-haired father stares ahead with a nasty little smile. The father watches him leave, clearly holding back anger. That phone call has put him in a very bad mood. The father's eyes glow under a red backdrop as the order to get home early keeps ringing in his head. He's not taking it as friendly advice. At the dinner table, he grips his chopsticks tightly, barely containing his rage. Domestic peace lasted about 5 seconds. His face twists with fury as he realizes the house is too quiet. Something is already wrong. He storms through the empty home, demanding to know where the mother and son ran off to. He kicks furniture across the room in a full tantrum, then spits out a threat. The table never had a chance. Standing amid the wreckage, he roars that they cannot hide from him. His anger has gone from loud to dangerous. He clenches his jaw and promises that if he gets his hands on them, they will both pay. His fist smashes through the room as he repeats the threat. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the mother and her white-haired son. The mother looks down nervously as her son approaches. She seems unsure what he is about to give her. He places a bright red pendant in her hand and explains that it is a responding spirit jade. He wants her to keep it with her from now on. The mother touches the pendant with wide, emotional eyes. She is moved by how seriously her son is trying to protect her. The white-haired young man reassures her that he has one just like it. His calm smile makes the gift feel less like a trinket and more like a promise. He explains that if she is ever in danger, she only needs to crush the jade. He will sense it through his own pendant. The matching jade glows red as he promises he will come to her right away. That is a much better emergency service than the local authorities. His mother holds both of his hands and admits she would be too worried to go out alone without it. Her relief is obvious. Looking at the pendant, he remembers that his mother never received necklaces or jewelry in his previous life. He quietly realizes she never got the simple things a woman should have. His smile carries more regret than happiness. His mother tells him not to spend the whole weekend hovering around her. She wants her son to live like someone his age. She tells him to go out and have fun with friends. He answers with an easy smile that he does not really need to. His mother cannot understand how he could not need friends. The question catches him more deeply than he lets on. She gently insists that he needs important people in his life. Her concern is simple, loving, and impossible to brush aside. He pauses over the idea of important people. For someone carrying memories of another life, that is not an easy thought. As he turns away, he wonders whether he will ever meet those people again in this life. Images of people from his past rise behind him. His expression stays controlled, but the memories clearly still matter. At 11:58 p.m., he arrives outside a wild D-class demon lair. The family problem is settled for now, so it is time to grind. A red twisted entrance opens before him. He says the jade issue is handled, so now he can finally focus. He recognizes this place as another hidden demon lair, one that only opens from midnight until 1 in the morning. The system identifies the hidden lair as an applicable level 1 difficulty. He has found a dangerous little training room. He knows the timer is short, so he heads in with one goal: get stronger. Inside the red lair, he draws his weapon and walks forward without hesitation. He came here to fight, not sightsee. His foot lands in the bloody mist as monsters close in. The hunt starts immediately. The lair is packed with heart-devouring flowers, including level 15 D-class monsters. This is not a warm-up. The plant monsters crawl toward him with glowing eyes and rows of teeth. They are flowers. Only flowers started charging rent in hell. He remembers his past life when he'd already become a top-tier warrior but could only watch comrades die before his eyes. A monster lunges, but he throws himself into motion. The memory of helplessness sharpens every movement. He slams down with a burst of force, launching the first strike. This time he refuses to just stand there. His blade cuts through the first monster in a clean, glowing arc. The kill notification appears, along with experience and blood petals. One monster down, and he is only getting started. Breathing hard, he tells himself that even if he makes friends one day, they will still die without a proper grave if he stays weak. He thinks of his former companion, God, and pushes himself onward. The monster swarm gives him no room to slow down. More creatures rush him across the cavern floor. He braces low, focused, and completely surrounded. He leaps into another crushing attack, smashing the ground with enough force to blast debris everywhere. A critical hit lands, and he tears through another monster. His desperation is turning into momentum. He races through the swarm and tells himself he must become stronger. Not later, not eventually, now. Another wild corpse orchid falls, rewarding him with more experience. He keeps moving before the body even settles. He launches forward through crackling energy and demands more speed. The fight is becoming a raw sprint for power. With monsters closing from every side, he vows to become stronger than everyone else. A monster claps down near him, splashing blood across his clothes. He is hurt, but his eyes stay locked in. Blood runs across his face as he glares back with pure determination. Pain is not stopping him tonight. He carves through another corpse orchid, earning another 320 experience. The kill messages keep stacking up. Surrounded by green energy and flying blood, he keeps cutting down monster after monster. He dives through a burst of light as more kills register. The hidden layer is feeding his growth exactly as planned. He receives corpse toxin, but the reward barely gets his attention. He says he has to fight with everything he has. A shadowy enemy looms behind him as he admits the ugly truth. Right now, he is still too weak. A massive hand reaches down toward him, and he realizes he cannot even beat that man yet. He remembers a masked archer who had been golden ranked since childhood. Against monsters or prodigies, the gap still feels huge. Battered and bloodied, he steadies himself. He knows he has no detours or shortcuts left to take. His glowing shoes step forward as he decides he cannot avoid any enemy. He has to face every obstacle head-on. The monsters crowd in from every direction, but he stands at the center of the lair without backing down. Alone in the green-lit cavern, he faces the swarm with his weapon ready. His second life is not giving him safety, it is giving him another chance to earn strength. A mass of twisted demonic plants fills the lair, and the white-haired hunter stands tiny beneath them, locked in and ready to fight. He unleashes Pure Land, flooding the clearing with green energy and gold sparks as the monsters get wiped out in a flash. The contingency skill blooms into Pure Land, turning this horror garden into a very expensive-looking pest control operation. The green blast tears through the demons at point-blank range, leaving their tangled bodies caught in the attack. A golden arc sweeps through the lair, and the spell keeps chewing through anything still moving. Kill notifications stack up for blood-devouring flowers, proving the spell is doing exactly what he hoped. More wild corpse orchids fall, and the experience keeps rolling in while he stays focused on the real target. Golden energy coils around the hunter as he crouches low, battered but determined to finish this fast. His bruised face hardens. He knows the lair entrance will close in 20 minutes, so there is no room to play safe. From above the cleared battlefield looks almost peaceful. Almost. He needs to defeat the Lord before the exit seals. A massive shape moves through the dark trees, and the hunter looks up as the pressure in the clearing suddenly changes. Green flames curl around him as he squares his shoulders and grips his weapon. He is ready for the Lord. The creature answers from the shadows with one simple message. Now it is his turn. The Lord steps out, a hulking corpse-like beast wrapped in green power, staring him down from the dark. The hunter pauses for half a beat, reading the danger instead of rushing in blind. Then green projectiles rip through the forest toward him, forcing the fight to start at full speed. The shots cut across the clearing in a blur, and he has to move before they turn him into target practice. The attacker is revealed as Yi Yu, a level 20 D-rank lord, and it comes in swinging with brute force. The hunter slips inside the attack range and launches his counter before the monster can reset. His strike lands clean, spraying blood as the Lord's massive arm gets knocked aside. He follows through with another vicious slash, cutting into the Lord while its body is still off balance. But the monster does not stay down. Its damaged arm starts glowing with green energy. The Lord watches calmly as its wound closes, and that calm is much worse than a roar. Self-heal. Growth rebuilds the severed limb right in front of him, restoring the monster like the damage never happened. The hunter's eyes widen. A D-rank lord should not have healing this strong. The restored monster rises through the rubble, green power crackling around its rebuilt body. The lord lunges again, and the hunter is forced to react as another huge body crashes into the fight. He gets caught between the monsters, the huge forms closing around him under that sick green light. He turns and finds another glowing-eyed lord looming behind him. This fight just got very unfair. The hunter realizes the demons he killed are getting back up, their red and black bodies clawing their way back into the battle. The revived beasts swarm forward, and he's left trying to understand why a D-rank lord has this kind of revival ability. Then the answer starts to form. A D-rank lord should not be carrying a power this abnormal. A pink-purple slash cuts across the scene, and the hunter barely has time to register the new threat. His eyes snap wide as the attack closes in, fast enough to leave no obvious escaper. The blow punches through him in a spray of blood. That is not a near miss, that is a disaster. He stares in shock at the wound, suddenly realizing the first lord was never fighting alone. A dark clawed arm remains buried through his body, holding him in place while the battlefield goes silent around him. The second attacker is revealed as level 20 D-rank Lord Si Rumeng, Yi Wuming's twin brother, 2 lords, 1 trapped hunter. He finally says it out loud in his head. There are 2 lords. The brother act is officially overpowered. Pink energy crackles along the second lord's arm as both monsters keep their eyes fixed on their injured prey. Blood runs down the hunter's face, but his eyes stay sharp. He knows the clock is still ticking. At Saturday 00:59, red energy twists around the lair entrance as the final minute slips away. At exactly 1000, the demon lair entrance closes, sealing the battle away behind a red flash. By Saturday evening, rain pours over the city, and the silence around his disappearance has become impossible to ignore. Rain streaks down the sky as time passes with no sign of the hunter returning. Another day passes, and someone close to him starts worrying because he is still not back. A silver-haired woman stands in the rain, clutching her pendant as she admits he is not answering any messages or calls. She decides he must have gone somewhere dangerous again, and her worry turns into resolve as she heads out to find him. Elsewhere in the storm, the sky darkens over a quiet street, setting up trouble before anyone even says a word. A man in the rain spots the mother and child and sneers that they found a nice place to hide. Bottles hit the wet ground near his feet, and the threat gets a lot more real. The soaked man stands under the rain with a smug grin, accusing them of having the nerve to hide behind his back. He tells them to enjoy themselves while they can, his voice turning cruel beneath the thunder. Lightning tears across the buildings as he stands alone in the street, soaking wet and looking ready to explode. His face twists with rage, sweat and rain running down his skin as his anger boils over. The silver-haired woman reaches the building entrance through the rain, unaware that something feels very wrong nearby. She stops outside, startled, with her hand tightening around the pendant at her chest. Her expression tightens as she senses danger, even before she can see where it is coming from. Her eye opens wide in fear as a flash of lightning reflects across it. A violent bolt splits the rainy sky, turning the street white for one terrifying instant. Lightning towers over the apartment buildings as the chapter leaves are frozen in the storm. The white-haired hunter is still trapped in the 5th wave, cutting down monsters only to watch them get back up. His posture is tight and frustrated because this is becoming a very rude cardio session. He grips his blade and charges through the flower monsters, carving a path with fast, clean swings. Even after the kills stack up, he realizes the experience is barely moving. These regenerated creatures are giving him almost nothing. He keeps slashing anyway, his expression locked in as another flower monster goes down. He knows the real problem now. He has to find the source of their endless regeneration. Then the battlefield opens up, revealing a far larger threat surrounded by sickly green energy. A level 20 D-rank ward enters the fight. The hunter stares up at the hulking creature and immediately knows this is no ordinary flower monster. The monster opens its jaws and unleashes a glowing blue attack through the green haze. The hunter bursts forward in a blur, slipping past the incoming blast with flash step. He accelerates straight through the chaos, blade leading the way as purple energy tears across the battlefield. He lands close enough to strike, eyes narrowed and body coiled for the opening. The hunter raises his weapon and commits to the attack, driving in with everything he has. His blow connects hard enough to blast debris from the lord's body. Critical hit after critical hit lands. For 1 second it looks like he may have cracked the monster's defense, but the lord heals almost instantly. The damage vanishes before the hunter can capitalize on it. He watches the creature trigger continuous heal again, and his confidence turns into sharp disbelief. Even when he cuts off part of its body, it recovers right away. This boss is running on cheat codes. The hunter studies the healing with wide, focused eyes. Not even an S-rank healer should be able to restore damage like this. He suspects the monster is storing a massive amount of healing energy somewhere inside its body. The lord heals again and rushes him with another crushing attack. He twists away at the last moment, barely avoiding the incoming strike. Instead of taking the hit, he parries it. The timing cuts most of the weapon damage, and he learns the trick mid-fight. The parry works, and his face hardens with a quick flash of satisfaction. He has found a way to survive the lord's pressure. The hunter stays cool and keeps watching for the next opening. The lord reaches out with a huge claw, clearly angered that its prey is still standing. The monster finally seems to realize the hunter is stronger than expected. Better late than never. Green energy surges around the lord as it prepares another desperate move. The hunter suddenly freezes, his eyes widening as he notices something important. He smiles and says he found it. He has spotted the answer to this entire fight. He identifies the flower-type demon layer's energy core. That core is what lets the boss heal across such a huge area. The lord lunges in alarm as the hunter makes his move toward the core. He dashes past the monster's defense, aiming straight for the source instead of wasting another strike on his body. Now he understands everything. Destroy the core and the boss loses the healing that made it untouchable. The lord recoils in panic, reaching out as if it knows exactly what he is after. The hunter ignores the giant trees and cuts directly toward the core. He is done playing the boss's regeneration game. With a cold, determined stare, he promises that once the core is gone, he can finally kill the lord. The white-haired Awakener spots the trick. Those giant trees are the boss's source of wide-range healing. The tree lord realizes he has been figured out, and its shocked reaction is almost funny. He decides to cut down the giant trees first, shutting off the monster's healing before the fight drags on forever. He charges through the forest with a glowing strike while the wounded tree lord tries desperately to stop him. Then he switches into his cloud-type mage form. The boss is about to get a weather report from hell. The tree lord screams for him to stop, but he keeps pressing forward without a hint of hesitation. The Awakener turns back with cold focus, electricity already crackling around him. He plants his foot and channels power into the ground, setting up a freezing attack. Ice erupts in a blinding blast, swallowing the battlefield in freezing light. The icy wave keeps surging forward, giving the tree lord nowhere safe to run. The attack closes in as the system confirms the target, a level 20 D-rank lord named Yo Wuming. The lord is locked inside jagged ice, its glowing eyes still furious even as its body freezes solid. He immediately switches to his core-type warrior form and follows up before the boss can recover. His strike smashes through the ice shell, scattering shards across the forest. He confirms his theory. Once the boss and its trees fall, they lose their ability to heal and resurrect. The first level 20 lord goes down, awarding him 2,500 experience points. The victory also drops a high-grade 100 spirit herb and instant heal that restores half his health. The frozen body cracks apart, but the fight is not over yet. With one lord defeated, the remaining monster is left staring at him through the broken ice. He points straight at the final enemy and tells it that only it is left. The last tree lord glares back, battered but still standing in the burning forest. It suddenly begs him to kill it, which is not the usual boss fight confidence. The system identifies the second target as another level 20 D-rank lord, See what you mean? He looks almost amused, saying this is the first time he has seen a lord act like this. The monster warns him not to live on top of its brother's death, but that threat lands far too late. One final blow ends it. The second level 20 lord falls, and another 2,500 experience points roll in. His reward is a high-grade poison thorn material meant for crafting a powerful flower-type weapon. He finally exhales as his core-type warrior gains 15 levels. That was a profitable stroll through the woods. His cloud-type mage reaches level 13, and a red entrance opens in the battlefield. After both bosses are defeated, the entrance opens again, inviting him deeper into the dangerous area. His status shows the cloud element is full. A new class is ready to awaken. He wonders what class will appear this time, clearly hoping for something better than his last surprise. The system chimes and the new class is successfully obtained. The result is a level 1 E-ranked flower-type class. He stares at the blue-ranked result in disappointment. After all that chaos, the system hands him a basic class. Still, he notices that the summoner class has unusually low stat requirements, so he checks what it can actually do. Its main skill is Flower Spirit Contract. Defeat flower-type monsters, bind their souls, and make them serve him. He realizes the contract has 2 slots, and the defeated flower bosses may be exactly what he needs. He turns toward the fallen bosses, putting the pieces together as their souls begin to stir. Blue spirit flames rise from the defeated monsters, floating toward him in the dark forest. A shadowy blue presence gathers above the rocks as the contract begins to take hold. 2 huge spectral forms loom over him, but he faces them without flinching. He activates Flower Spirit Contract, calmly taking control of the situation. His expression hardens as he reaches out and chooses both spirits. He calls the 2 spirits over and they answer from inside their blue flames. With his hand raised, he orders them to come closer. The summoner class is suddenly looking a lot less basic. Blue light wraps around him as the 2 monster souls are pulled into the contract. The spectral lords surge forward through the glowing mist, now bound to answer his call. The forest dissolves into swirling blue energy as the new power settles in. In the pouring rain, a battered man gets a call and looks instantly irritated. Whoever is ringing this late has picked a bad time. He grips his phone with a knife still in hand, cursing the caller as his face hardens. Ben Officer Chen gives him news about Chief Hong's party, and the man's suspicious little grin comes right back. He eagerly promises to prepare a magnificent gift for the chief. That innocent phrase is carrying way too much villain energy. Alone in the rain, he laughs that this is his golden chance to get away from the guild. His smug grin says he thinks the whole escape is already in the bag. He strolls off through the storm, calling it a great day, completely pleased with himself. With a plain emotion, he heads out to catch up with his little sister. The man disappears into the rain with his knife at his side, still riding that dangerous confidence. The story jumps to Saturday evening, where a white-haired boy's mother waits quietly in the rain. The mother looks concerned and asks why he came downstairs when dinner is ready. The white-haired boy stands under an umbrella, calm but clearly focused on getting his mother out of the storm. She pauses under the umbrella, her guarded expression softening as she listens to him. He simply tells her they should go home, and his gentle smile makes it hard to argue. As they head inside, he reveals the small gift he has been carrying for her. It is a delicate green gemstone bracelet, and his mother is visibly touched by the surprise. She realizes he went out in the rain just to get her a belated Mother's Day gift, and the emotion hits her all at once. Later, the boy lies awake thinking about his mother. Because she cannot speak, she has no idea how much danger is closing in. He reviews his progress with a serious stare. He now has 3 combat classes in total. His new lineup is absurdly versatile: a green warrior, a blue summoner, and a red mage. 2 of those classes have already reached D ranks, but he knows that is still nowhere near enough. He studies the glowing class screens, checking every stat like his life depends on it. Frankly, it probably does. The real problem is the prisoner. In 10 days, that man will be released, and the boy cannot let that happen. He decides he needs to get the prisoner out early, which means he has to become stronger before the deadline. Luckily, he planned ahead and prepared useful items, including a strange green gem wrapped in silver. By Sunday morning, the pink pendant and green bracelet are both ready. His preparations are finally about to pay off. He admits that running away will not solve anything. Before boarding that train, he has to settle this for good. A red demonic gate opens before him, and he walks straight toward it without backing down. The boy faces the crimson entrance with a cold, determined look. Another hidden demon lair is waiting. The clear notices stack up fast as he tears through E-rank and D-rank hidden demon lairs. By Sunday afternoon, he refuses to rest for even a moment. He needs C-ranks as quickly as possible. He enters another D-rank hidden demon lair, eyes sharp behind that calm expression. Sunday evening arrives with another D-rank lair cleared. The grind is brutal, but he keeps pushing. A level up finally hits, and he promises his unseen enemy that next time he will be stronger. Then the system gives him a new surprise, and his cautious look says this reward is bigger than expected. The reward is a new title. Lone Wolf Hero. Clearing a demon lair at or above his level has unlocked a hero's key, with a Tower of the Brave waiting beyond it. It is Monday morning at Awakener school, and the final assessment results are finally about to drop. The teacher announces that the final results are in, and the entire classroom immediately locks in. Bai Yi and Qiling take first and second place in the whole school. That is not just a good report card, that is a victory lap. Bai Yi's final score is rated the highest in the school's history, so headquarters sends the results off for a serious review. Qiling is stunned and thrilled, while Bai Yi stays cool as ever when they are awarded places on the training journey. Bai Yi barely reacts, but the announcement means he will get an audience with the divine powers. Casual school reward, apparently. The class erupts in disbelief because even clerics are not guaranteed a chance like this. The thought of meeting that group directly hangs over Bai Yi, and he starts quietly weighing what comes next. Bai Yi folds his arms and thinks hard, looking far less excited than everyone expects. A classmate excitedly tells Bai Yi not to forget the little people when he makes it big. Bai Yi has become famous before lunch. The bespectacled classmate smiles with total confidence, convinced Bai Yi was always destined to shine. Elsewhere, the story moves to the dean's office, where another student is facing a much tougher choice. The dean gently asks the blonde student if he really does not want to go with the others while his father is back for a visit. The dean explains that joining his father at headquarters would be the perfect excuse to begin the training journey. The blonde student clenches his fist and refuses. He only placed third, and he believes he has not earned the right to go. He insists that he cannot keep relying on his father for everything. Pride is driving this kid like a truck with no brakes. His father is impressed by the backbone, but he can tell his son is carrying something heavier than disappointment. The student asks his uncle for help with one thing, and his serious expression makes it clear this is not a simple favor. He asks for access to the sealed drink demon lair on the back mountain, determined to train there alone. His uncle goes quiet, realizing the request is far more dangerous than the boy understands. The blonde student doubles down. He wants to become stronger by himself. He begs his uncle to let him go, convinced he is the only failure in his family who needs this chance. At the principal's office, the student storms in, still demanding to be allowed on the training journey. The principal slams forward in fury, shocked that the boy is pushing this reckless demand. The older man calls him the last of the family's bloodline, then asks why he would risk himself in the combat test. The principal's glare hardens as he presses the question. He knows there is more behind this stubborn act. He accuses the boy of trying to power up a demonic beast just to stab the underclassman in the back. The student freezes, and the accusation lands hard enough to make his whole body tremble. The principal says the trick was pathetic and reminds him that he only remained at this school because someone covered for him. The boy's eyes widen in terror as the truth cuts through his bravado. His legs shake, then finally give out under the weight of the confrontation. He drops to the floor and blurts out an apology to his uncle. On his knees, he promises he knows he was wrong and begs for another chance. The room goes still as his uncle reaches down, leaving the boy waiting for the verdict. Instead of throwing him out, the older man tells him to stand up. The boy looks up, sweating and terrified, expecting the worst. He starts to rise from the floor, still shaking as his uncle towers over him. Then comes the real twist. The higher-ups notice someone special because of his actions. Bai Yi is now firmly on their radar. Bai Yi stands alone, calm and unreadable, while unseen eyes begin paying very close attention to him. The higher-ups are clearly watching the white-haired student, and they think there is something deeply unusual about his growth. Bai Yi stands silent in his school uniform, looking calm while powerful people quietly measure his potential. One adult worries Bai Yi's growth curve is too unnatural, so someone from the Divines wants to meet him personally. Bai Yi's stern uncle allows him on the training journey, but warns him to drop the arrogance and show some humility. The uncle says he cannot keep protecting Bai Yi if he causes more trouble. Bai Yi only laughs, which is not exactly a calming response. Bai Yi agrees politely, but his sly grin makes it obvious he already has his own plans. As the training journey approaches, a sharp hand grabs another student's wrist and tells him to wait. A dark-haired young woman smirks at He and warns that she will make him hers sooner or later. Hila clenches his fist after her threat, caught between anger and a determination not to back down. On Monday afternoon, Hila receives an invitation from the Ultimate Club and nearly short-circuits from shock. The letter invites student Bai Yi to register with the Ultimate Club, and the classroom instantly treats it like a royal decree. Everyone knows the Ultimate Club is the strongest club in school, and joining it could bypass the Guild of the Gods entrance exam. The classmates explain that the club was founded by the only golden rank assassin their school has produced in years. He cannot believe a high school club invited a middle schooler, while Bai Yi's reputation turns the room upside down. Our classmate calls Bai Yi amazing and looks ready to cry, while Bai Yi arrives looking completely unimpressed. Bai Yi takes one look at the invitation and casually drops it into the trash. That golden ticket lasted about 3 seconds. The shocked classmates stare as the invitation lands in the bin, unable to believe he rejected it. They demand to know if Bai Yi is serious, but his cold expression says this was never a difficult choice. Bai Yi calls them idiots and walks out, leaving the room to mourn the opportunity he just threw away. The classmates can only stand there stunned as Bai Yi leaves without a second glance. Hila crouches beside the trash in despair, staring at the discarded invitation like it was his lost lottery ticket. Another student points out that Bai Yi is not the type to join anyone's group, no matter how prestigious it is. The boys realize Bai Yi has always moved alone, and that independence is exactly why he feels impossible to approach. That evening, Bai Yi heads to the mountain behind the school, determined to remain the one leading his own path. Bai Yi arrives alone, focused and alert as the night hunt begins. He has gained access to the D-ranked demon lairs, an area students normally do not dare enter after dark. Red energy twists through the forest as Bai Yi meets an orange-haired student already waiting at the entrance. Bai Yi tells him to go in, but the other boy hesitates at the danger hiding beyond the red haze. The orange-haired student argues that a D-rank lair is too difficult for Bai Yi, then gets shut down immediately. Bai Yi promises to teach practical combat so they can grow stronger fast, but he refuses to drag anyone along. The orange-haired student realizes Bai Yi has access to every D-ranked demon lair around the school, a privilege he never expected. Bai Yi launches into the fight with green energy blazing around him, proving the lair is not just talk. His attack tears through the darkness and sends the demon crashing down in a violent burst. Bai Yi offers help after dropping the monster, and the orange-haired student hits the ground with his pride still very much intact. The wounded boy snaps that he can handle it himself, even while Bai Yi stands over the defeated demon with total confidence. Bai Yi cuts into another demon with green energy swirling around him. He looks focused, but he still cannot enter the tower he is chasing. The tower demands a ranks class before it will open. Bai Yi grits his blade with that calm, stubborn look because the grind is clearly not over. A system notice confirms the wall in his way. Reach B rank. Bai Yi is annoyed, but his eyes stay locked in. He has already cleared nearly every wild demon lair he can find. The monsters are dropping, but the experience needed keeps climbing. Bai Yi rushes another lair with his sword drawn. The school nearby is basically his only remaining leveling zone now. The discarded demon lair notices pile up in the trash. Bai Yi is farming so hard that cleanup has become part of the dungeon route. After school, another demon lunges at Bai Yi. He has learned the painful truth of low rank. Leveling is slow, and the monsters do not care. The beast barrels forward, and Bai Yi is caught off guard for a moment. Then his classmate jumps in before the bite lands. Bai Yi gives his rescuer a flat stare, while the other boy snaps that he should have been warned first. The classmate is still pleased with the haul. Even if Bai Yi did not need saving, the pile of demons means plenty of experience. By Thursday, the classmate finally hits D rank and celebrates like he just conquered the world. Small rank, huge victory lap. He immediately decides demon lairs beat being babysat at home. Bai Yi stays quiet, looking far more interested in his own progress. Bai Yi finally pushes his core warrior class to C ranks. His expression barely changes, but this is exactly the breakthrough he needed. The system confirms the C ranks advancement. Bai Yi's stats rise, and a new skill unlocks with it. His classmate looks frustrated, but Bai Yi knows his current strength should finally be enough to deal with the threat ahead. Bai Yi checks the upgrade carefully. The green status window marks real growth, not just another flashy notification. That night, Bai Yi's mother casually asks whether he has been seeing a cute girl after school. Her smile says she already suspects something. Bai Yi panics and insists he is only a middle schooler. The denial arrives fast enough to make it completely unconvincing. His mother gently tells him that liking someone is normal. Bai Yi looks embarrassed and tries to dodge the whole conversation. She encourages him to be brave if there is someone he likes, instead of waiting until regret is all he has left. Those words hit Bai Yi hard. His eyes widen as one person from his past suddenly fills his thoughts. Bai Yi realizes there is a girl he genuinely cares about. For once, even his usually controlled face gives him away. That girl is Hila, an L-rank golden lightning assassin. She arrives with a bright smile and enough confidence to light up the scene. Hila makes a dramatic entrance in full assassin gear. She is clearly not here to blend into the background. Hila happily asks Bai Yi for a hug, treating the moment like a reunion. Her grin is open, playful, and completely fearless. Bai Yi shuts the hug down immediately, looking embarrassed and irritated. He's not impressed by his cold act. The battlefield settles after another win. He lies amid the aftermath, exhausted but visibly pleased with herself. Ayla tells her captain they won again. She looks up at Bai Yi with easy trust, while he stays cool and businesslike. Bai Yi simply says they should go. His expression is calm, but Hila is already preparing to make the walk home his problem. Lewis asks Bai Yi to carry her. He looks down at her with the exhausted patience of someone who saw this coming. Bai Yi tells her to heal herself and she calls him mean. Their bickering is light, but the next memory turns much darker. A red-tinted flashback shows he lie, injured and broken on the ground. The playful mood disappears in an instant. Bai Yi remembers the pain with a hard, angry stare. In his past life, only one person ever pulled him back from death. He remembers a master who rescued him from death row. That person is the only one who kept memories of his former life alive. Bai Yi met her in the capital of the Holy He Kingdom. In this new life, he knows they would be strangers if they met again. Bai Yi admits he has no idea where she is now. His face is quiet, carrying a loss he cannot explain to anyone around him. He accepts that seeing his old master again may be impossible. The only person holding the past now is Bai Yi himself. Bai Yi and Hua stand together, yet the memory makes them feel worlds apart. His past keeps pulling at him, even as his new life moves forward. Elsewhere, a vice captain complains that Bai Yi has ignored the club invitation. The captain takes that silence as a challenge, not a rejection. The captain lounges on her bed with a knowing little laugh. Bai Yi has become far more interesting than she expected. She picks up the invitation and decides Bai Yi needs a personal visit. Apparently ignoring the ultimate club is not an option. With a confident smile, the captain decides she will meet Bai Yi tomorrow and deliver the invitation herself. The system identifies her as He Li, the captain of the ultimate club and an L-rank golden lightning assassin. Her status window reveals why she carries herself with such confidence. He Lao's power is on an entirely different level from Bai Yi's current rank. He Li's flower-type summoner ability can bind demonic beasts through contracts. Her class has the kind of growth potential that makes a personal invitation feel very serious. It is Bai Yi's birthday, but he sits quietly at home, looking more confused than excited. His silver-haired mother places a wrapped box in front of him and calmly tells him it is his birthday present. Bai Yi stares at the package in surprise. A present is clearly not something he expected today. He carefully opens the box, still hesitant, like the wrapping paper might be hiding a final exam. Inside is a scarf and a handwritten card. Bai Yi's guarded expression softens as he realizes his mother made this personal. Her message tells her son to stay happy and have the courage to live the life he chooses. That lands harder than any expensive gift. Bai Yi's eyes widen. He did not know his mother understood what he was preparing to do. His mother only asks him to take care of himself, especially with the weather changing. She is worried, but she lets him choose his own path. Bai Yi promises he will take care of himself, while privately realizing she already knows about his plans. His mother even tells him to treat his best friends to a meal. Bai Yi looks instantly awkward at that suggestion. He starts to explain, but his mother waits with a gentle smile. She clearly assumes he has a social life. Bai Yi admits that he has no friends. He says it with a small smile, but it still feels lonely. At school, the ordinary classroom setting is about to become the last place Bai Yi can keep a low profile. A flashy blue figurine appears in front of him, and Bai Yi looks down at it with immediate disbelief. One of his classmates proudly presents the figure as a birthday gift, showing it off like a collector revealing sacred treasure. Bai Yi thanks him, still visibly stunned that someone remembered his birthday at all. The glasses-wearing classmate immediately calls the figurine tacky and prepares to top it with his own gift. His gift is a sleek case containing an A-rank magic weapon transmutation gem. The birthday competition just escalated violently. Bai Yi recognizes the gem as something tied to his favorite movie soundtrack, and the over-the-top reveal catches him completely off guard. The gift drags up memories of his past life, when he used to sneak away just to watch banned prehistoric movies. Then a pink-haired classmate walks over with another box, and the room starts to realize this is not a normal birthday. Bai Yi thanks her politely, but his classmates are watching closely, curious about what she brought. The glasses-wearing boy calls Bai Yi's name with a nervous look. Even he senses the next gift may be serious. Bai Yi looks up as the pink-haired girl steps forward, while the classroom waits for the reveal. She cheerfully wishes him a happy birthday and sets down a much more impressive-looking gift box. The other two classmates freeze when they see what is inside. Their faces say this gift is way above their pay grade. The box holds another gleaming A-rank magic weapon transmutation gem, sparkling like it knows exactly how expensive it is. Bai Yi stares in shock, then immediately says no. He cannot accept something this valuable. He pushes the box back, insisting the gift is too much. His refusal is sincere, not modesty. The pink-haired girl explains that he helped her during training, so she wanted to repay him. She says the gem is not special because her family has plenty, and urges him to use it to get stronger. Bai Yi falls silent, then admits to himself that she is right. He needs strength, and he has no reason to refuse help. Even as he accepts the thought, Bai Yi wonders if she chose this gift because she saw him using a low-grade weapon after changing classes. He looks at her differently now, realizing she put genuine thought into this instead of simply showing off. From above, Bai Yi sits surrounded by gifts and classmates, wondering when his quiet birthday became this crowded. The two boys whisper about how close Bai Yi and the pink-haired girl have become, because subtlety has apparently left the classroom. She catches them gossiping and demands to know what they are talking about. Both boys panic on the spot. Bai Yi cuts through the awkwardness and invites everyone to dinner that night. He says it will be his treat. His classmates gather around, clearly ready to accept. Bai Yi has gone from having no friends to making dinner plans in one day. Bai Yi smiles quietly. For once, the attention around him feels less like pressure and more like something he can welcome. Bai Yi smiles like he has already made up his mind. He offers to treat his classmates, looking relaxed and generous. His friends instantly light up and ask if they can choose the place. Free food has a remarkable ability to create loyalty. The mood shifts when someone notices a group of high school students coming their way. Bai Yi looks up, alert but not rattled. The rumor is that the elite school squad's captain is here in person. That is not the kind of visitor who comes to borrow notes. The students whisper that the captain may be coming to personally recruit Bai Yi. Everyone is confused, and suddenly very interested. Bai Yi hears the hype about the captain's beauty and size. He decides it is better to refuse face-to-face the base before this gets any stranger. He rises from his desk and walks out, while his classmates stare after him with nervous curiosity. The bystanders trail behind, treating the hallway like front-row seats for a showdown. Somebody is clearly expecting a show. Outside, a hard-looking squad is already waiting. Their posture is casual, but their faces say this is not a friendly visit. One dark-haired fighter glares with open contempt. He is already annoyed by Bai Yi before the conversation even starts. The hostile student calls Bai Yi a cocky brat. He is working himself up nicely, saving everyone else the effort. Bai Yi approaches with both hands in his pockets, calm and unreadable. The watching students can feel trouble building. Without warning, a ring of golden lightning flares into existence. Bai Yi's eyes widen as the air starts crackling around him. The squad recoils as lightning whips through the hall. Nobody understands what is happening, and nobody wants to be the first to touch it. Bai Yi fixes his golden eyes on the attack, stunned but focused. He realizes this is not just an intimidation stunt. The lightning erupts across the classroom with a violent surge, blasting through desks and forcing everyone back. Inside the storm, a feminine silhouette appears behind the golden bolt. The attack has an owner, and she is making an entrance. Bai Yi is lifted through the blazing energy, his body thrown off balance as glowing fragments scatter around him. He regains his footing in the middle of the chaos, eyes narrowed as the stunned students shield themselves nearby. The surrounding fighters are knocked aside by the electrical blast. Bai Yi is still standing, which makes the whole scene even more suspicious. Bai Yi watches the remaining sparks with a cold, calculating stare. He quickly decides the first strike was only a feint. A hand grips Awaken through swirling green energy. The real attack is already moving from a different angle. Bai Yi is wrapped in green force while gold lightning coils around him. He stays composed, even as the trap tightens. He launches forward through the green current, moving fast enough to turn the attacker's surprise into panic. Bai Yi slips to the attacker's left rear, reading the opening in an instant. The ambush is suddenly facing the wrong way. He counters with a sharp strike through the lightning, sending the attacker's momentum crashing apart. The nearby students are flung backward by the impact. One of them can barely process how fast Bai Yi moved. And the lightning master finally steps into view, smiling beneath a curtain of golden hair. She looks pleased, not defeated. Bai Yi's calm expression breaks for a moment as another flash comes at him. Even he did not expect a second rush this quickly. The next lightning strike tears through the space between them, forcing Bai Yi to react on pure instinct. The lightning woman grins and admits his reaction was fast. She says she picked the wrong person to test, which is one way to apologize. Bai Yi stares back in stunned silence, finally realizing this strange visitor may be more dangerous than the entire squad outside. A lightning-wreathed woman arrives with the kind of confidence that makes the hallway feel too small. He spots the incoming attack, and his wide-eyed pause says he was not expecting this welcome. Captain Hong blitzes forward, pleased that his reaction is quick. She definitely picked the loudest possible entrance. Captain Hong grins through the crackling energy while Healy stays frozen, trying to process this human thunderstorm. Kilo looks genuinely caught off guard as she closes the distance without slowing down. Then Captain Hong cheerfully asks the captain for a hug, like the lightning tackle was somehow the polite option. She keeps piling on, asking if he can carry her down, all posing like she owns the place. Healy gives her nothing, and Captain Hong's playful smile slips into a needy little request. Healy tells her to get healed first, and she immediately pouts that her captain is being mean. Captain Hong finally gets serious. Her elite squad sent Haley invitation after invitation, but he never answered. So she came to see him herself, walking into the school with a calm smile and a very direct agenda. The students stare as the feared captain approaches him face to face, and their gossip is already going feral. Captain Hong reaches out to introduce herself properly, looking far more composed than her arrival suggested. Before she can even finish her name, Healy suddenly steps in. Healy hugs her. Captain Hong goes stiff with surprise, and the hallway completely loses its mind. Even the pink-haired student and the loud guy behind her can only stare at the scene in disbelief. Captain Hong's eyes widen and a nervous sweat bead appears. That hug landed harder than her lightning. Shri recognizes him at last and quietly says that it has been a long time. Healy Mall. Healy smiles softly over her shoulder, revealing this reunion means much more to him than anyone watching understands. The two remain locked in the embrace while smoky energy curls around them and every witness watches in stunned silence. Captain Hong pulls back with a serious look, while the spectators scramble to explain what they just saw. The crowd calls it earth-shattering gossip and starts wondering if this is some outrageous older woman romance. The rumors get worse when they remember Captain Hong skipped grades and entered high school early. The gossip crew has done its homework. The pink-haired student looks utterly shocked as Captain Hong's energy suddenly flares again. A fist crackles with yellow power, and the moment turns sharp enough to make everyone brace themselves. He was hit by the burst of energy, but Captain Hong is not attacking. She wants an answer. Captain Hong asks if that embrace means he accepts her invitation to join the elite school squad. She points at him with a confident smile, fully expecting her offer to be hard to refuse. Her squad is fully funded by the school and has the best resources, a dream offer for any student looking to grow stronger. Captain Hong promises they could get stronger together by conquering school dungeons and fighting side by side. Healy answers without hesitation. He will not be joining the elite school squad. He explains that he will not be staying at school long enough for a club to make sense. Then comes a real surprise. Healy says he will establish his own guild soon. Captain Hong accepts the challenge with a smile, saying they can fight side by side when the time comes. Healy smiles back, clearly amused as she understands his ambition instead of taking the rejection personally. A green-haired student rushes over, asking Captain Hong what she is doing here. He says the principal wants the entire squad to go greet their captain now that she is back on campus. Captain Hong offers a final promise they will meet again soon on the training pilgrimage. She leaves with a friendly smile, telling Hila they can have a proper chat then. Once she turns away, Lee quietly wonders why Captain Hong called this a long-awaited reunion. Captain Hong walks away alone, her long braids swaying as the hallway's noise fades behind her. The students can only stand there, still trying to process the captain's wild entrance and Lee's even wilder response. The gossip spreads fast. He rejected the elite captain's personal invitation, then casually announced his own guild. They cannot believe he is not even an adult yet, because starting a guild sounds painfully expensive. But they remember his record-breaking junior high score, then realize he just hugged the captain too. The final detail breaks their brains. Captain Hong did not even refuse the hug. Captain Hong keeps walking, leaving the whole school buzzing behind her. Hila thinks that meeting Captain Hong like this is something he never could have imagined. He remembers that the Divine Guild always kept everyone's past strictly confidential, so no one asked about each other's history. Without that secrecy, Hila realizes he and Captain Hong would never have ended up at the same middle school. Healy smiles to himself and wonders what almost made him miss this strange reunion. On June 5th, the crew gathers at Old Wine's barbecue shop after school. The table goes strangely quiet as everyone waits for someone to explain what is going on. One friend calls him out. He picked a barbecue place, so this dramatic meeting is definitely on him. Bai Yi says he only recommended the restaurant, but the pink-haired girl pushes for the real answer. Was he serious about starting a guild? She reminds him that he said he would not be staying here long. Her skeptical stare says this plan needs a much bigger explanation. Bai Yi pauses, looking calm but focused. He is clearly not joking around. He finally lays it out. After his training pilgrimage, he plans to stay in Shanghai Nation. His friends cannot believe it. They thought he was planning some wild high school business, but he wants to transfer schools instead. Not just any school either. Bai Yi wants to apply to Shanghai Nation's Divine Soldier Academy. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the Grand Kaiban Hotel, where a much less friendly gathering is underway. Inside the hotel, staff and guild members prepare for an important arrival. An anxious attendant guides Chief Hong forward, treating him like the man nobody wants to keep waiting. Chief Hong Bing walks in with a hard, confident grin. The room immediately feels less like a party and more like a hearing. The title confirms it. Hong Bing is the head chief of the Divine Guild. The banquet hall falls silent as Chief Hong arrives. Every guest suddenly finds the furniture fascinating. One man spots an unexpected guest and stiffens. Someone who should be locked up has walked in early. A scruffy former member enters with the red-haired vice captain behind him, looking far too pleased with himself. The room watches the pair approach, confused about why a man facing 15 days of confinement is here at all. The red-haired vice captain smugly says the double bail is approved by the captain, then asks everyone to kindly look the other way. That excuse only makes Chief Hong angrier. Why bring this man to his party in the first place? The former member casually points out that he was kicked out of the guild over a small matter. He claims this is a rare chance to fight his way back in, flashing a grin that says he came prepared to bargain. Then he reveals the bait, a pile of high-value ghost crystals brought as a favor to get back into the guild. The crystals scatter across the floor, but Chief Hong does not look impressed. He demands to know who let this man in. Chief Hong steps over the crystals with icy authority, while the would-be buyer starts realizing his grand entrance is going badly. Chief Hong warns that this place is under tight control. If outsiders get in, military secrets could leak. The red-haired vice captain drops his swagger and begs Chief Hong material explanation. The former member starts to explain himself, sweating hard now that the crystals have bought him exactly 0 goodwill. Chief Hong cuts him off with one brutal question. What ability or status makes him think he can buy a place in this guild? The answer is immediate. Chief Hong turns away, already done with the entire performance. Chief Hong tells him to take his useless junk and get out. That expensive crystal flex just became floor decoration. A beaten man sprawls among shattered crystals as someone declares that this dog will never be allowed into the guild again. The scattered stones make the humiliation feel even colder, and he is clearly not taking it quietly. His hand clenches around a crystal, shaking with rage as he mutters an ugly threat under his breath. The insult cuts off mid-sentence, and blood suddenly starts hitting the floor. He jerks upright with one glowing eye and a vicious grin. That is the exact face of a man who has run out of patience. Blood runs down his face, but his stare stays watched forward as his fury keeps building. He promises to kill them all, and this is no longer the kind of threat people laugh off. A red-black aura coils around him as a startled bystander watches from behind. Bent forward beneath that crimson pressure, he calls his target a useless chief. Each step carries more anger. He rages that he was humiliated and swears nobody will get away with it. His eye burns bright through the shadows as he decides nothing is going his way anymore. Elsewhere, a white-haired woman heads out carrying a bag, completely unaware of the storm closing in. The red energy floods the street like smoke from a disaster movie because apparently regular anger was not dramatic enough. He stands tall with both fists clenched, surrounded by the violent aura. The white-haired woman senses something wrong, and fear flashes across her wide eyes. The enraged man smiles and quietly says he has found some good luck. He looms over the terrified woman, making it painfully clear that she is his next target. The scene cuts to Old Wang's barbecue shop, where Bai Yi arrives for a far more cheerful gathering. Bai Yi sits with familiar academy friends while Divine Guild members nearby become the topic of conversation. One friend sizes them up and wonders if getting into the Divine Miracle Academy might make them superior too. The group talks about joining the academy, but the mood is still light around the dinner table. Bai Yi thinks this meal is going surprisingly well. He has no idea how quickly the vibe is about to collapse. Someone reminds Bai Yi that today is his birthday, and the group immediately turns the meal into a celebration. His friends insist he should have fun on his birthday, finally giving the guarded white-haired boy a normal moment. Bai Yi holds his drink and admits that he has been feeling something is off. Everyone raises their cups for Bai Yi, keeping the birthday toast going. They wish Bai Yi a happy birthday, and his pink ear-shaped pendant becomes the center of attention. The pendant suddenly tightens against Bai Yi's chest, hinting that his uneasy feeling was not imagination. The white-haired woman freezes and whispers an insult as she realizes exactly who is standing behind her. The man towers in a field of red energy and asks whether she has forgotten where her home is. She drops to the ground beside him, frightened and desperate to understand who he is relying on now. She glances back over her shoulder, trembling as the red aura closes around her. His eyes are wild as he tells her to remember everything clearly. With a cruel smile, he folds his hands and prepares to make good on that promise. A bloodied man stares at the strange situation and wonders where all this power came from. The white-haired woman notices the bracelet on her wrist, and it starts glowing like it has its own opinion. She clutches herself in fear as the attacker closes in. The injured man erupts with red energy, roaring as his rage spills into the street. The woman bolts backward, terrified as the red aura bears down on her. His eye goes wide with cruel excitement. He mocks her for being charming enough to afford such a nice place. The attacker leans in with a nasty grin, clearly enjoying how scared she is. He lunges at her with red power blazing around him, and she throws up an arm to protect herself. A fist cuts through the red haze, but something bright begins answering the attack. Green light bursts from the bracelet as she shields her face, shocked that it is activating now. The green energy forms a huge skull-faced beast. Apparently the bracelet came with emergency security. The woman reaches out and begs it to stop, still unable to believe what she summoned. The attacker looks up in confusion as leaves and green sparks fill the air around him. Two D-class flora element beasts stand between her and danger, promising their master that they will protect her. The summoned beasts swear they will protect her to the death, and the attacker has suddenly picked the wrong apartment. The bracelet reminds her of Sha Yuyi's Mother's Day gift and his warning to wear it whenever he is away. In the memory, the white-haired boy carefully gives her the bracelet, making its hidden power feel even more personal. One beast charges up with purple energy, its glowing eyes fixed on the intruder. The monster launches forward in a purple blur and slams into him before he can recover. Purple force tears across the street as the summoned beasts keep hammering the attacker. A beast tries a brutal hit into his body, green lightning crackling over its armor. The attacker is blasted away, but the red aura around him shows he is not finished yet. Purple and green energy streak past as he twists through the assault. He kicks off and escapes the monster's immediate reach, moving with wild desperation. Bleeding but smiling, he decides this is the perfect chance to take his anger out on them. He crouches low with red lightning snapping around him, ready to force another round. His glowing red eye and grin make it clear that getting hit only made him meaner. Then the action cuts to a quiet restaurant, where 4 students sit around a table like nothing terrifying is happening elsewhere. Bai Yi studies the same bracelet in his hand, his expression suddenly turning serious. He abruptly stands and says he has something to handle, leaving his friends confused. Bai Yi heads out fast, brushing off the question about why his meal ended so quickly. He takes off at once, already focused on an emergency far more important than dinner. On the phone, Bai Yi asks Hong Qing-sheng for news on his investigation. Hong Gai-sheng reports that Bai Ling-sheng reports that Bai Gai-sheng was released from prison early and got thrown out of a banquet today. Bai Yi freezes when he hears that Bai Ling-sheng disappeared after leaving the Kabing hotel. His phone keeps ringing as the pieces click into place. His mother's video call will not connect, and he realizes she may not have her phone with her. The hotel is near the apartment he rented for his mother. If Bai reaches her first, she will be in danger. Bai Yi's face tightens as the disconnected call confirms his worst fear. He grabs his bike handle and commits to getting back immediately. Stalma! Bai Yi races through the night on his bike, determined to reach his mother before the danger does. After leaving the Wuming brothers with his mother, the white-haired boy worries their low-level strength will not hold out for long. A brown-haired attacker steps through the red lightning, looking pleased that he has finally found an easy target. The mother is guarded by a D-class flora element summon beast, Si Wuming, but the narrator's concern is obvious. This is not exactly an elite security detail. Si Wuming throws himself in front of his master and tells her to stay behind him. The attacker narrows his eyes under the crackling red aura, already irritated that the little guardian is blocking his path. His stare turns cold and vicious as he locks onto the woman behind the beast. Si Wuming braces for impact, but the attacker snarls for him not to leave. The attacker calls the defense annoying, gripping his blade while red electricity coils around him. He raises his weapon, furious and completely done with playing around. His hand claps down on Si Wuming, and the summoned beast is suddenly at his mercy. The killer rages that he will not allow anyone to escape him, turning one simple chase into a full villain monologue. His face twists with rage as he declares that it is now the woman's turn. The white-haired woman covers her mouth in terror, realizing the attacker has shifted his attention directly to her. Blade in hand, he stares her down and makes the threat painfully clear. He calls her a harlot and advances through the red lightning, while she is left exposed behind Si Wuming. From above, the woman and her guardian look tiny against the incoming threat, with nowhere obvious to run. Sure, cool Wuming is sweating hard, but his glowing eyes stay fixed on protecting his master. The beast tells her to run for it, pushing past fear, because protecting her is all he has left. Wuming charges the killer and orders her not to look back. The woman looks devastated and terrified as she hears the order, knowing exactly what this desperate stand could cost. She runs down the street, but green leaves and energy swirl around her as the battle erupts behind her. Her escape only lasts a moment before the green aura whips around the battlefield. Si Wuming is wrapped in green energy, still fighting with everything he has to slow the attacker down. The attacker catches him anyway, and Si Wuming's desperate defense starts to break apart. A brutal grip closes around the beast as the killer prepares to tear through the last obstacle. With red lightning bursting around him, the attacker violently throws Si Wuming aside. Si Wuming crashes down, beaten, and barely able to move. The woman turns back in shock, her attempt to flee completely shattered. The attacker closes in and mocks her with one question. Where does she think she can run? He stands there glowing red, absolutely certain he has trapped her. The woman reaches toward him in fear as he corners her at close range. Her eyes go wide and her hands clutch at her chest, frozen by the killer's threat. He lunges at her, and there is no room left for another escape. Then he notices the jade pendant she wears and reaches for it instead. He sneers that the dog gave her this pendant too, squeezing it in his hand. The jade pendant shatters in a flash of pink energy, and the woman finally snaps back with a furious insult. Pink light swallows the frame as her shocked expression says she did not expect the pendant to answer like this. A blade-like streak of pink energy cuts through the red aura, forcing the attacker to react. The killer looks up in alarm as a sudden counterattack interrupts his finishing move. The mother remembers the promise tied to the pendant. Whenever she's in danger, it will shatter and someone will appear by her side. Pink energy coils around her, and the promise is clearly about to pay off. The attacker brings his weapon down, trying to end this before the rescue can arrive. The mother watches the pendant's final fragments fall, clinging to that promise in the worst possible moment. A white-haired figure appears beside her in a burst of green and pink light, exactly as the pendant promised. The white-haired boy steps between his mother and the killer, stopping the attack just in time. The mother stares in disbelief, her fear turning into stunned relief when she sees who came for her. For the first time, the attacker looks unsettled. His easy victim just gained a very dangerous protector. The white-haired boy grips his weapon with a calm, confident smile and declares that this ends here. The white-haired boy begs his father to stop hitting his mother. His face is soaked in tears, and he is completely terrified. His father raises the weapon again, furious and out of control, while the boy can only watch from the floor. His mother curls up and shields her head. Even while she is being beaten, she tries to protect herself in silence. The father is breathing hard, blood splashed across his clothes, but his rage has not cooled down at all. The boy sees every blow land on his mother, and the horror in his wide eyes says he is about to break. He cries out for his dad to stop, but another brutal strike crashes down. This house has become a nightmare. The boy turns away crying, but there is nowhere to run from what is happening behind him. His mother lies crumpled on the floor. The memory pulls him back to the first weekend of his first year in high school. That day, his mother left for work as usual, but his father came home early after failing to find a job. Instead of facing his own failure, the father takes all that anger out on her. Real mature stuff, champ. The beating goes on until evening. By then, she has already forgotten to tell him not to come home. When the boy returns, his father is still standing there with the weapon in hand, his eyes empty with anger. He has to witness everything, including the moment his mother is beaten to death. The grief leaves him shaking. Then something snaps inside him. He awakens a second-class advancement, and golden power erupts around his body. His weak green class transforms into the platinum-colored Nucleo Holy Swordsman. Bad timing for his father, but excellent timing for revenge. The father finally notices the boy's new power, and his shocked stare replaces that smug rage in an instant. The father lunges forward with a weapon, but the boy has lost control of his grief and his power. Golden chains whip out and seize the father before he can strike again. The boy is no longer helpless. Bound by the chains, the father struggles uselessly. The boy grits him with a cold, furious focus. He kills his father, but there is no relief in his face. His mother is already gone. The chains crackle around his hands as he clenches his teeth. Revenge cannot undo the loss that made him awaken. He finishes the fight in a burst of rage, holding on to his father as the memory reaches its darkest point. The boy squeezes his eyes shut, still trapped in the pain of that day, but this time the story is not over. He opens his eyes in this new life, determined that he will not let himself be a step too late again. Back in the present, the father grabs at him, but the boy's expression is hard now. He remembers exactly what this man can become. A violent clash cuts the confrontation short, leaving blood on the father's hand and panic in the air. Father and son face each other in silence. The boy stands firm now, with the weight of a second life behind his eyes. A battered man finally realizes who has been standing in his way, and his face twists with furious disbelief. The accusation lands hard. He stares forward like he has just found the person he wants to punish. He screams in rage, red lightning crackling around him as the pressure in the room spikes. He decides this is the perfect time to settle both mother and son together. Family meetings are getting aggressive. The white-haired young man steps up calmly, sword in hand, while green glowing summoned beasts gather behind him. A system notice identifies the monsters as D-class flora element summoned beasts, and they are clearly here to protect his mother. The young man draws a shining blade as green energy streaks across the scene, looking far too composed for this mess. His father lunges forward with both hands, red aura blazing as he tries to force his way through. The charge crashes down violently, sending debris and blood flying as the father hits the ground. He coughs blood but refuses to back down, glaring upward with wild, furious eyes. The father recognizes the weapon immediately. That is his Kunwu blade, now held by the son he underestimated. The blade gleams against a blue glow, making the father's shock even worse as he calls out to the kid. Behind the young man, his white-haired mother freezes in fear while the summoned beasts crowd around her. She begs the summoned beasts to protect her son, her hands drawn tight against her chest. The young man answers without looking back. He tells them to take his mother somewhere safe. His father suddenly grins. He finds the two summoned monsters interesting, like this is a job interview instead of a fight. He points at the young man and laughs that awakening dual classes at such a young age makes him a true son of Bai Sheng. The father praises him with a huge grin, clearly pleased by the talent in front of him. The young man does not smile back. He stands cold and focused while his father warns that inherited talent alone is not enough. He turns away without a word, and his father's mood snaps from smug pride to accusation. Red lightning whips around the father's clenched fist as he rages about the son entering his old man's safe without permission. His anger becomes monstrous. He says none of those offenses can be forgiven, not even sending the boy's biological father to prison. The father explodes with rage, declaring that the boy may be grown up in dual elemental now, but he is still defying him. He demands to know how his son dares disobey his old man, red power surging off him in waves. The father launches a massive red attack toward the young man and his mother, and the beasts move to shield her. The mother reaches out in alarm, while the summoned beast warns everyone to be careful. The white-haired young man stays calm under the incoming pressure, raising one hand with total control. Blue lightning coils around his fingers as he prepares a new move. Now watch what he does. He switches to Cloud Element Mage, and the entire battlefield flashes with blue-white power. The father's eye widens as towering ice begins to form around him. A huge crystal prison erupts from the ground, trapping the father inside jagged glowing ice. The ice spikes multiply into a massive cage, swallowing the red aura under cold blue light. Trapped in the ice, the father panics and asks what is happening. He stares through the frozen prison, struggling to process it. Dual classes, he realizes, are not the whole answer. The young man stands outside the ice cage in total control, his red outline and blue power making the gap between them painfully clear. He answers simply, no, the number of classes a person awakens has nothing to do with him. The father stands immobilized as the son explains that the man he is now is worthless in his eyes. The father's face hardens in disbelief as that cold verdict sinks in. The insult finally breaks through his fury. His eye burns red as he stares back from inside the ice. Still frozen in place, the father snarls back and demands to know what the hell his son just said. Bai Sheng faces his father across a field of shattered ice, calm on the outside while the older man burns with rage. His father demands to know how many classes he can take care of, then stares at him like he's completely worthless. The father's eyes are wide and furious as he doubles down, calling Bai Sheng worthless in his eyes. Red energy crackles around the father's face as his temper finally snaps. His family meeting has gone very badly. Trapped in the icy wreckage, the father snarls that Bai Sheng is already getting too full of himself. He dismisses the boy as a fresh E-rank Awakener, convinced his own C-crank strength makes this an easy lesson. The father erupts from the ice and charges, accusing Bai Sheng of forgetting who supports this family. Bai Sheng moves first, his body outlined in green as he closes in with a sharp, focused stare. A strike lands hard enough to draw blood, and the father is suddenly forced to defend instead of lecture. A bright slash tears through the space between them as Bai Sheng presses the attack without hesitation. Bai Sheng follows through at full speed, his expression steady while the impact rocks his father. The father's armor breaks under the hit, and his confidence takes an even bigger crack with it. Bai Sheng drives another blow upward, leaving the older man reeling through the shattered ice. Clutching his bleeding chest, the father cannot believe Bai Sheng's attack broke through his defenses. The father staggers back in disbelief, staring at the wound as if the result is impossible. Still on the ground, the father insists a new E-rank Awakener should never have this kind of attack power. Bai Sheng stands over him with a cold red aura and says that starting today, they are no longer father and son. The father's face drains as he realizes the boy means every word. Bai Sheng adds that his mother will have nothing to do with this man either. His eyes stay ice cold as he tells his father that, from this moment on, Bai Sheng is absolutely nothing to him. The father drops to the ground, but the red aura around him shows he is not ready to accept defeat. He suddenly laughs from his knees, because apparently getting flattened is just his warm-up routine. He screams about all the work he has done to keep Bai Sheng and his mother alive, twisting sacrifice into a weapon. The father says Bai Ling was born as his son and claims nothing can ever change that. He calls the boy an ungrateful wretch and launches himself forward in one last angry rush. The father swings down wildly, but Bai Ling is already moving to meet him. Bai Ling counterattack sends his father spinning through the air before he can recover. The older man crashes across the ground while Bai Ling advances without giving him a second to breathe. Bai Ling closes the distance as his father braces himself, bruised but still stubbornly defiant. The father throws a desperate punch, trying to force Bai Ling back through sheer rage. Bai Ling draws back his fist, completely composed while the fight turns brutally one-sided. The father can only ask why, but the fear in his face says he finally understands the gap between them. His punch hangs in the air as he asks why again, clinging to his old rank like it still means anything. Bai Ling slips inside the attack and hammers him with another clean hit. The father insists he is a crank and a red tear, but Bai Ling is done being impressed. Another blast sends the father flying backward, his rank doing nothing to save him now. Bai Ling grabs him by the hair and makes the new balance of power painfully clear. With fierce eyes and no hesitation left, Bai Ling tells his father that he is no match for him. The white-haired son faces his father head-on, furious that this man still thinks he can crush him. His rose-shaped chest pin catches the light as he squares up. He is done shrinking. He throws the father's own history back at him, calling out years of violence inside this house. The battered father glares over his shoulder, still boiling with rage even after being exposed. The son closes in and lands another hard blow. The old bully is getting a very overdue reality check. He grabs the father's hair and spits out the insult that cuts deepest. He is nothing but a coward. The father's bruised face tightens, but the son keeps pressing him, saying he is not fit to call himself a man. The tension snaps as the son winds up for another strike. A vicious kick sends the father reeling across the room. Behind them, his mother watches in shock, hands over her mouth as the violence finally turns against her abuser. The father tries to stall him, reminding the boy that he raised him. That excuse lands like a brick in a puddle. The son stares down at him and repeats the claim with disbelief. Raised him? After everything? The father reaches for family ties and the son's eyes widen at the nerve of it. Pinned beneath him, the father suddenly looks terrified. He knows exactly how badly this argument is about to go. The son roars back that the father never cared about family when he was beating them. A painful memory surfaces. When he was 7, his father dragged him by the ear. The son remembers being slammed around again and again, helpless against a man who made fear feel normal. As a child, he begged the attacks to stop, but the father never listened. His mother stands frozen in the background as the child is trapped in another brutal confrontation. The father apologizes now, but the son remembers how useless begging for mercy was back then. The memory turns graphic as the child is struck again, his face bloodied by the man meant to protect him. He remembers his mother being hurt too, and every time the father laid hands on her. The son lists the nightmare plainly. Bad food, a wrong word, a bad day, any excuse was enough for another beating. His father's temper always ended the same way, with fists flying through the house. Now the son hits back with all that history behind the punch. The tables have fully turned. The father crashes down hard as the son asks whether he ever thought he deserved a normal life. The father cannot answer the question. He can only collapse under it. Face down on the shattered floor, the father finally looks small. He drops to his knees and goes silent, surrounded by the wreckage he created. Then he whispers an apology, his fear replacing the rage. His hands press into the cracked floor as he starts to beg. He promises he knows he was wrong and swears he will never do it again. The apology grows louder, but the son does not soften. He has heard this performance before. The father grovels upside down in the son's view, desperate to look harmless for once. The son's golden eyes stay cold. Last time, he says, the father made the exact same promise. He remembers lowering his guard after the apology, only for the father to betray that trust. In that memory, the father kneels in chains, looking every bit as broken as he does now. The father insisted his repentance was real. The son knows what came next. The memory reveals the trap. The father suddenly lunged forward with murder in his eyes. He lunged with a knife the moment he saw an opening. But this time, the boy is not the same victim. A strange power begins to answer him. A glowing system message flashes. Adrenaline is rising as the father reaches for his weapon. The white-haired boy freezes for one sharp second, his eyes wide as the new power locks in. The adrenaline warning keeps climbing, and the father finally realizes this fight has changed. The father's terrified eye fills the frame as he watches the son's power surge. The system crackles again, stacking adrenaline as if it is preparing something much bigger. Then the reveal lands. His first form awakens a sanctuary evolution. The battered man stares in raw panic as Xiao Yi's power closes in. Xiao Yi's adrenaline surges, and his sanctuary power evolves into a new form. With his eyes glowing gold, Xiao Yi raises his weapon and prepares judgment. His mother reaches toward him in horror, begging Xiao Yi to stop before he goes too far. Xiao Yi decides a quick, clean end would be far too merciful. His blade cuts through the air as he vows the man will never hurt anyone again. Golden force crashes down around the helpless target. This is not a warning swing. The man screams as the attack tears into him and blood sprays across his clothes. He realizes the nightmare. Xiao Yi has cut his tendons, leaving him sprawled and powerless. The injured man tries to calm Xiao Yi, but his shaking face gives away total terror. He begs not to die and leans on the fact that they are father and son. A huge icy spike suddenly forms above him, freezing the whole moment in place. The ice pins him down while Xiao Yi stays frighteningly calm. Xiao Yi looks at him without flinching. In his past life, this man had already killed him. Xiao Yi freezes when he hears a woman's voice calling out to him. He recognizes the voice at once. It is his mother. A D-rank floral summon named Yi Wuming appears behind her, glowing with green energy. His mother clasps her hands, terrified that the son she loves is slipping away from her. She pleads for Xiao Yi not to become a man like his father. Xiao Yi turns away from the wreckage, carrying anger that is much older than tonight. He knows his father's future is already ruined. Regret and bitterness are the punishment he deserves. His mother tries to speak, but Xiao Yi cannot bear to look at her yet. She lowers her eyes, devastated that fear has entered the space between them. Xiao Yi sees the cruel shadow of what he could become, and it rattles him. His hands tighten around the weapon as he rejects that future. Xiao Yi remembers the lesson clearly. He refuses to live hidden in anyone's shadow. A memory of a younger Xiao Yi reaches toward the light, while his mother's words linger with him. He clenches his fist, silently making a choice. Xiao Yi tells his mother that he understands, his expression heavy but controlled. He decides he will not kill the man. The defeated father lies at Xiao Yi's feet, finally forced to face the boy he tried to crush. Xiao Yi reveals another ability carried over from his past life. He has something worse than death planned. He crosses his blazing weapons and releases the second form of judgment. Judgment can release stored power at the brink of death and permanently strip away a target's mana. The man's eye goes wide as he realizes exactly what Xiao Yi is taking from him. Golden energy slams into him, and his awakened power is worked away. Xiao Yi tells Bai Sheng the verdict plainly. From now on, he is no longer an Awakener. Xiao Yi lowers his weapon, still wrapped in fading golden energy after delivering his punishment. He orders Bai Sheng to leave the city by tomorrow and stay away from his mother forever. With Yi Wuming watching, Xiao Yi makes the threat stick. The summon has memorized his scent. If Bai Sheng comes within 3 kilometers of her again, Xiao Yi will find him, even from an Awakener prison. Xiao Yi promises he will return one day, and next time there will be no mercy. Bai Chun lies bleeding and broken, reduced to a weak reply. He understands. Under the night sky, the confrontation ends, but Xiao Yi's warning hangs over the city. Under a quiet starry sky, the story settles over an ordinary apartment building, but trouble is already waiting upstairs. The camera closes in on the dark apartment. This is not exactly a peaceful family visit. Inside, the white-haired young man stands beside his injured mother while 2 hulking floral summons loom over the room. One of the creatures proudly reports that nobody even touched her. The overgrown bodyguards are taking this job very seriously. His mother sits safely on the couch, relieved to be alive, while her son stays close and watches over her. She asks if the 2 summons had not already explained it, but he insists that he is perfectly fine. His mother gently checks his head anyway. Her worry is obvious, and his forced calm does not fool her for a second. He quietly realizes he must find another jade pendant soon, then freezes at the sound of his own voice. His mother stares at him in stunned disbelief. After so long, he has actually spoken. They both blurted out at once. He spoke out loud, not through telepathy. and the shock hits them hard. The young man breaks into a huge, disbelieving smile. He can speak again. His mother covers her mouth, overwhelmed and emotional as she takes in the miracle. A few days later, he tells his summons that he has to leave. Their concern is immediate because they know he is walking toward danger. He reassures them that his mother is safe, and he has even paid enough rent in advance to buy the house outright. He gives his mother a new jade pendant and tells the summons to protect her. He means every word. Standing with the monsters at his back, he admits that he is leaving to become stronger. His mother cooks while the strange guardians hover nearby. The domestic scene is sweet, but he knows he no longer fits the life she remembers. He reflects that she does not know the whole truth about him, or the bloody burden he carries from another life. A brutal memory flashes back. He was soaked in blood and driven by vengeance. That past has not let go of him. Now he has secured a way into the kingdom of Shanghai. His calm expression hides just how high the stakes are. He sees this opening as his best chance. Somewhere ahead, a red-eyed enemy waits for the reckoning. The invitation is for the journey of cultivation at God's Guild headquarters, a route that could take him to Shenka far sooner than before. He does not know whether he will succeed or even return alive, but he has already decided to go. At night, people gather in the city as the young man prepares to board a journey with no easy way back. He compares the journey to a train he has no choice but to board. The determination is there, even if fear is too. His mother suddenly remembers the date, June 25, 2105, the night of the blessing ceremony. She explains that every summer, the Flower God Temple's high priest returns to Chushi County for this ceremony. He rubs his head, remembering that his mother is a devoted follower. He starts thinking about slipping away quietly. Then he realizes why tonight matters. He never got to say goodbye in his past life, and tomorrow was the day he left. In the hospital, Bai Yi has just made it through surgery. The doctor looks relieved, while his parents are overwhelmed with gratitude that their son caught the problem in time. Bai Yi's father practically grabs the doctor in relief, calling the recovery a miracle. His mother looks stunned too, like the panic has only just started leaving her body. Bai Yi lies weakly in bed, confused by everyone treating this like a minor procedure. His uneasy stare says he knows surgery is never exactly a casual afternoon. His mother leans in with pure protective panic and tells him not to move. Bai Yi can only stare up at her, tired but clearly loved. Lying there, Bai Yi remembers that the next day is departure day for the Xinhe Nation training pilgrimage. Even now, his mind is already on the road ahead. The next day, the group gathers at Shanghai's special train platform. The station feels huge and busy, but this is no ordinary trip. A worried mother fusses over the pink-haired girl, reminding her to call home and take care of herself. The girl blushes hard, embarrassed by the public affection. Then her mother goes in for one more kiss before sending her off. The pink-haired girl looks like she would rather fight a monster than survive this goodbye. The departing trainees wave back and promise they will return in half a month. They call it a life and death journey, which is a very confident way to make a train ride sound terrifying. The platform fills with trainees, families, and last-minute goodbyes. Everyone is watching the tracks, waiting for the special train to arrive. From above, the crowd looks tiny against the station and the rails. The journey is finally becoming real for all of them. Away from the cheerful farewell crowd, a white-haired boy stands alone by the platform. His posture is quiet and distant, like he expects nobody to be waiting for him. A woman asks the white-haired boy why his parents did not come to see him off. He keeps his eyes down, and the question clearly lands harder than she realizes. He answers that the train should arrive soon, dodging the question completely. His face stays composed, but the guarded look gives him away. The woman is surprised by how self-reliant he seems. The pink-haired girl watches too, curious about why he is carrying himself like an adult already. The white-haired boy repeats the word independent to himself. His eyes turn cold, because for him, being alone was never really a choice. The special train finally rushes into the station. The others have a destination, but he is bracing for the memories the arrival brings with it. He stands before the stopped train, with his backpack on, still completely alone. The sight of it pulls him straight into the past. A brutal memory flashes through his mind. In the darkness, he screams for his mother to wake up, but fear has already taken over. The memory reveals his mother collapsed and bloodied as he clings to her. This is where his loneliness stopped being an idea and became real. He remembers being told that his father died of lung cancer before surgery could save him. Even as a child, he is left standing there, with nowhere to put the grief. More memories pile up behind him, filled with people who once mattered. His panic is raw, because every connection in his life seems to end in loss. Back in the present, he admits that people have been leaving him one after another. His expression is numb, the kind that comes after too many goodbyes. He says his entire life has been spent experiencing farewells. The red memories behind him make that line hit like a warning, not just sadness. He has learned to accept losing everything, but that acceptance looks painfully lonely. Now he steps toward the train, carrying all of it with him. Lin-Lu bolts awake from a nightmare of his mother lying in blood, calling for her with pure terror. The shock hits him all over again. He has heard that Lin-Lu died of lung cancer, and his face goes completely hollow. He tells himself to go back. Dong Yan is gone forever, and there is nothing he can do about it. Even his school uniform feels heavy as he thinks about another friend slipping away. Then Lin-Lu jolts at the sound of Anla and Lucian being called out, his grief turning into a raw, desperate shout. Lin-Lu admits he is used to this by now. One by one, his teammates have all left him. He spent his whole life being separated from people, so the pain is familiar even when it never gets easier. The memories pile up in blood-red flashes. Lin-Lu has learned to brace for loss before it arrives. Alone beneath a looming shadow, Lin-Lu keeps walking. He looks small, but he refuses to stop. At the station, the group gathers beside the train for their spiritual practice trip. Lin-Lu waits quietly on the platform, staring down as the others prepare to board. A sharp footstep catches his attention. Somebody has arrived at exactly the right dramatic moment. Lin-Lu's eyes widen. Whatever he expected today, it was definitely not this. He turns toward the voice, caught off guard by people who came to see him off. His friends rush in with a loud farewell, and the station suddenly feels a lot less empty. The wheelchair-bound friend jokes that Lin-Lu's strict parents would never let this kid sneak away alone. The intervention squad has arrived. Lin-Lu checks on his friend in the wheelchair, worried he should still be resting and recovering. His friend smiles and says he is fine now, then tells Lin-Lu to take better care of himself after leaving. The green hoodie friend shoves a new shirt and food into Lin-Lu's hands because there was no time to buy a proper gift. The pink-haired girl brushes off his protests and tells him to accept it. She says it is his birthday present. The silver-haired woman gives Lin-Lu a green bracelet from the flower goddess temple, saying it is meant to protect him. She places the bracelet in his hand and explains that his mother wished for his safety too. Her gentle smile carries the message clearly. This is something meant to keep him safe. Lin-Lu realizes the trick to the flower goddess temple was not just a random outing. His mother went there for him. Holding the bracelet close, Lin-Lu wonders if his mother knew he was about to leave for a long time. The call comes to board. The train is leaving soon, and Lin-Lu's spiritual practice journey is finally starting. Lin-Lu walks toward the train while the people who came for him wait behind. Leaving is never as simple as stepping through a door. A month ago, Lin-Lu would have come back. Now he knows he has changed far too much to turn around. He says goodbye to his mother and Lin-Lu, quietly acknowledging that they are his closest people. The friends wave him off, telling him to eat properly and send a picture when he arrives. His hometown finally has people waiting for him. Lin-Lu gives a small wave back and promises that he will return once he has resolved everything. His hand tightens around the green bracelet. It is a small gift, but right now it gives him something solid to hold on to. Elsewhere, a green-haired man receives confirmation that Lin-Lu is safely on the train and headed for Shangkou. The man asks if anything else needs handling. He looks calm, which is usually how trouble starts in stories like this. A ritual notice appears. The flower goddess temple master, Ru Zhongjiang, has begun an S-class master ritual. From here on, it is up to Lin-Lu. On the train, Lin-Lu studies the information in front of him, focused and very much aware that this trip is no ordinary school outing. The ultimate school team left a day early for customs, while Lin-Lu's group will spend their first night at the border. They will reach Zhangguo soon with Shangheguo right beside it. The route is set and the route is set and the real journey is closing in. The plan is simple. Cross into Shangheguo, rest at the border, then begin an outdoor spiritual practice session. A high-speed train carries Bai Yi toward Shanghai Nation, where awakened families rule the social order. An attendant explains that the gods created this world and their bloodlines have protected humanity ever since. Bai Yi listens with a cold, focused stare as she warns every visitor to obey the god's laws. The rules are strict, and Bai Yi stays quiet as the train approaches the next checkpoint. To enter Shanghai from Jiang Nation, everyone must clear 3 checkpoints. They have already passed the first. The attendant leads the students off the train, calm and businesslike, as the border inspection begins. The second checkpoint requires a special training pilgrimage invitation. No pass, no entry. Simple as that. At the border, every student must register and survive a full security check before they can continue. The inspection takes a day, so the group will enter the country tomorrow and begin their pilgrimage after that. Their first stop is the combat training pilgrimage, deep in the wild borderlands. The next morning, the students reach the Jiang Nation coastal border, a barren zone surrounded by mountains and forest. The trainees gather in the open wilderness, looking small against the huge, empty border zone. Water ripples quietly beside the camp, giving the place a peaceful look that will not last long. Bai Yi arrives in his red and white training uniform, composed while the others size him up. A pink-haired girl tells Bai Yi he looks more mature in his new clothes, and the nearby girls immediately notice him too. The older girls crowd around the white-haired rookie, openly calling him cute. Bai Yi looks like he would rather fight a monster. One girl even asks him to take her little sister later, while Bai Yi keeps the same unimpressed face. The girls reveal themselves as high school class Awakened, impressed that Bai Yi earned the top score in junior high combat assessment. Bai Yi refuses their attention, and that only makes them find him cuter. The poor guy cannot win. Bai Yi remembers that class training is far tougher, but the monsters here are too weak to raise his level. He stands apart from the cheerful crowd, already thinking about the stronger prey he actually meets. A brown-haired student explains that real-world monsters reveal an awakened person's true combat ability. That student is Cheng Jun, a class Aster warrior, and he struts in like this field trip is his personal stage. Zhong Jun happily joins the group, surrounded by classmates who clearly know his reputation. Bai Yi stays at the edge of the crowd, silent while the experienced trainees take over the conversation. Their instructor explains that these selected students are here to represent the school in the pilgrimage. With a confident smile, the instructor says she's repeated this training many times and reminds them to stay alert. Her rules are clear: stay in the designated area, avoid danger, and regroup at camp by 8 p.m. The students promise they know the rules, and the instructor looks confident enough to believe them. That is always reassuring. Cheng Jun cannot wait to start hunting, charging ahead with the confidence of someone who has never met consequences. Bai Yi notices the others moving out, his expression unreadable as the training hunt begins. A gloved hand tightens around a shoulder strap, hinting that trouble is brewing far from the students. Meanwhile, inside Shanghai Nation, the scene shifts from wilderness training to a city operation. A team welcomes back its captain, announcing that the long-awaited great hunt is about to begin. The captain arrives as an imposing squad and everyone straightens up around him. A dark-haired woman points out that privileged elite school students entered through the same route without clearing checkpoints. The cigar-smoking captain fixes his gaze on someone off-panel and gives a single sharp command. He orders a blonde subordinate to go to the team and wait for him, and the man answers without hesitation. The subordinate looks nervous despite his obedience, suggesting this assignment is anything but routine. Back in the barren zone, Zhong Jun launches into battle with a flashy strike. His attack tears through a giant lizard in a burst of force and blood. Zhong Jun celebrates his successful kill, while the girls admire the show. He is having the time of his life. Bai Yi barely reacts, checking his status while admitting Zhong Jun's performance was nothing special. Bai Yi's 3 classes have advanced to class, but he knows progress needs stronger monsters and more experience. After more than 10 days here, Bai Yi realizes these low-level creatures cannot feed the growth he needs. The strongest monsters Bai Yi can find in Jiang Nation are only D-class, while the barren zone is packed with even weaker prey. The zone is full of D-class, E-class, and F-class monsters, barely worth bothering with for someone at Bai Yi's level. Bai Yi cuts down the weak monsters with ease, gaining almost no useful experience from each kill. Then everything changes when a D-class 8-foot spider suddenly attacks Zhong Jun. Zhong Jun's confidence vanishes instantly. He and the girl stare at the spider in pure shock, unable to handle its level. Zhong Jun screams for help, finally admitting this is an unsealed D-class monster from the wild. The huge spider looms over the trainees, its glowing body and raised limbs turning their easy hunt into a nightmare. The white-haired hunter drops an 8-foot spider in one clean strike. The forest is already handing out souvenirs. The kill earns him experience, but the real prize is the spider's poisonous leg. His classmates are shocked he even picked up a low-level drop. He explains that the good stuff is protected by the Monsters Guild naturally. He casually shows off the poisonous spider leg, while the others realize the gap between C rank and D rank is not small. He keeps walking, remembering that stronger magic crystals were once found deeper in this wasteland. His expression hardens as he decides to search deeper for useful materials. At 7:58 that night, he reaches the dark interior of the wasteland jungle alone. He finds magic crystals, the kind that normally store energy in dangerous caves and beast territory. But these crystals feel dead. Their magic has already been absorbed by something else. He collects a withered magic crystal, then studies it with a cautious stare. The crystals are not the only things drained dry. Even the surrounding trees have been stripped of their energy. A D-class monster should not be able to consume an entire area this fast, so he knows something is badly wrong. He follows the dead trail through the trees, alert and completely alone. The path ends at a narrow gorge and waterfall. There is nowhere left to go. He stops at the waterfall, scanning the sealed-looking dead end for a clue. Something catches his attention and his calm face turns sharply suspicious. He reaches toward an object on the ground, careful not to touch it blindly. It is a broken canister leaking bright green fluid that is not a normal monster drop. The marking on the canister makes the discovery even more alarming. Someone left this here. Bai Yi. The rest of the class is back at camp, praising Teacher Huang for taking down so many D-class monsters herself. Teacher Huang turns the campfire into a survival lesson, roasting the monsters they caught for dinner. The students stare at the monster meat like it just insulted their family. Wilderness training comes with a very aggressive menu. They complain that nobody packed food, but Teacher Huang makes it clear that finding dinner is part of the training. The pink-haired student watches Teacher Huang with quiet admiration while the teacher stays calm beside the fire. A group settles around the fire and shares the roast, enjoying a rare moment without monsters attacking. They notice 2 students still have not returned, so the group leaves extra food for them. The campfire scene looks almost peaceful as everyone eats and relaxes. The pink-haired student admits she never expected Teacher Huang to be so skilled in real combat. Teacher Huang brushes off the praise, looking more thoughtful and proud. Teacher Huang reveals that she never even got the chance to take the exam for a skill. She confides that this is her first time entering Shanghai, a place she had always dreamed of seeing. Teacher Huang thanks the students for giving her the chance to make that dream real. For one brief second, Teacher Huang smiles with genuine relief. The pink-haired student starts to answer, then something behind Teacher Huang makes her freeze. A sickly green glow erupts behind the teacher. The campfire mood dies instantly. Teacher Huang's eye widens as she senses the attack, a heartbeat too late. A green spike blasts through the dark and hits Teacher Huang from behind. The attack tears through her chest, leaving the pink-haired student horrified and screaming beside her. Teacher Huang collapses in blood, and the pink-haired student can only cry out for her teacher. The stunned students look from Teacher Huang's wound to the darkness, terrified by what they cannot see. Panic spreads through the camp as everyone realizes the danger is still nearby. Far away, the white-haired hunter breaks into a run, determined to warn the others and evacuate the area. He clenches his fist, recognizing that this is an extremely high-level threat. The marked canister confirms his fear. There is a dangerous force operating inside this forest. Back at camp, the wounded Teacher Huang forces herself to stay conscious through the pain. She tells the students to leave immediately and find the nearest God's Guild before the threat returns. At dawn in the barren zone, a young man waits alone at the camp with a smug, dangerous calm. He pulls out a strange seed and vows to make everyone see what the real savior can do. The seed is already alive in his hand, and he plans to feed it every bit of nutrition it can absorb. He grins like a man who just found the world's worst gardening shortcut. Orange growth erupts around him and his copied look starts slipping as the thing responds. He stares at the spreading power in disbelief. It has not even been a full day, but this creature is growing way too fast. Behind the tree, the plant-like monster swells into something far bigger than its creator expected. Elsewhere, injured students huddle together as the monster's red-eyed shape closes in. A white-haired student remembers facing a similar spider before, but this version is stronger, and its paralysis makes every move deadly. He knows the highest-level students and teachers are nearby, yet even reaching them would not guarantee survival. He considers exposing his strength to someone one class above him because the situation has become that desperate. The enormous monster looms over the fallen students and panic spreads through the group. A pink-haired woman is badly wounded and realizes the monster's attacks are paralyzing everyone in seconds. She freezes as the beast rises over them, unsure how she can protect anyone in this state. The monster savors the moment, calling the helpless students delicious nutrients. Charming dinner manners, really. The pink-haired woman fights through the paralysis, her face tight with fear and fury as it reaches for the students. The monster bends over its prey, ready to strike while the survivors can barely move. A sudden hit cracks across the monster's face, stopping it cold. Bleeding and shaking, the woman reaches forward and warns it not to touch her children. The monster pauses, then notices her standing against it despite her injuries. He decides to start with her, and its body twists into a violent attack. The creature draws itself up, its red eyes fixed on the one person still willing to resist. Its shadow floods the scene as it lashes out with crushing force. The attack tears through the air in a blur, leaving the wounded woman trapped directly beneath the monster. She stares upward in terror, but her body stays planted between the monster and the students behind her. A bloody purple-haired woman drops to her knees, while Bai Yi stands between her and the monster. He looks completely locked in. Bai Yi's eyes stay cold and focused. The pressure is brutal, but panic clearly is not on his schedule. The red-eyed beast blocks the incoming green slashes, its huge frame barely giving ground. The monster charges through the attack, and Bai Yi braces as its claws close in. Green energy lashes around the creature, but it keeps forcing its way through the barrage. A red eye flashes through the smoke. The beast is still hunting, and it has not lost Bai Yi for a second. The injured woman stares at Bai Yi in shock as he steps forward to shield her. Bai Yi draws his weapon and gathers himself for one more move. The monster lunges again, proving that even a claw-class fighter is in real trouble here. Bai Yi realizes he cannot control the fight with his current power, so he switches to his cloud element. His expression hardens. Bai Yi has one shot at taking control of this disaster. Red energy surges around Bai Yi as he launches himself straight at the beast. He unleashes Frost Nova, flooding the battlefield with freezing power. That is a very rude weather forecast for the monster. Ice erupts around the monster and locks its massive body in place. The beast is sealed inside a towering crystal prison, its glowing eyes still visible through the ice. Cracks and frozen mist cover the monster's prison as the attack finally settles. The surrounding students can only stare as Bai Yi stands before the frozen B-class monster. The crowd is stunned. They thought Bai Yi was just a melee fighter, but now they are seeing something far beyond that. Someone blurts out the obvious question, could Bai Yi be a dual elementalist? Bai Yi knows the freeze only bought time. He is sweating because he cannot actually finish the monster yet. The wounded woman quietly asks whether Bai Yi is alright, clearly shaken by how far he just pushed himself. The ice begins to crack, and Bai Yi immediately knows the fight is not over. Bright ice shards burst upward as the frozen prison starts failing. The monster's shake shifts behind the fractured ice. It is still alive in there. The crystal shell keeps splintering apart, throwing shards across the ground. The ice explodes outward, leaving the arena exposed again. Everyone scans the shattered battlefield, but the monster has vanished from sight. The students ask if it is dead, desperate for this nightmare to be finished. Bai Yi warns them that he only injured it. The creature is hiding for now, and it could return at any moment. He orders everyone to evacuate while they still have the chance. Bai Yi tells the group to leave first, but the injured teacher insists on staying behind. Bai Yi asks why, and the answer is simple. Xialing has not made it back yet. The teacher steels herself. She brought these students out, and she refuses to abandon any more of them than she can help. Clutching her injury, she reveals that they agreed to meet at B if someone got separated. Elsewhere, a lonely campfire burns in the darkness, hinting that the missing student may be closer than they think. Bai Yi looks back with a grim realization. The person they are searching for is the one who released this monster. Morning starts harmlessly enough. A skull-masked teammate proudly serves fresh spicy wontons, looking weirdly pleased with himself. The white-haired young man is instantly sold. He grins, raises a fist, and asks for plenty of spice. Reckless diplomacy is working. A dark-haired woman watches him order another bowl, smiling while the group settles into an unusually relaxed meal. Someone warns the captain not to eat too much or people might look down on him. The joke lands badly because the masked captain suddenly goes stiff. The captain can barely move. His startled red eye says this is no food coma, and the whole table realizes something is seriously wrong. The white-haired young man turns toward the captain, alert now, while the others stare at the bowl and each other in confusion. The captain collapses into a trembling paralysis. He can feel his body refusing to move, and the cozy breakfast mood dies on the spot. A hooded figure appears in the forest, cold-eyed and completely prepared. For months, the breakfast ingredients were mixed with paralysis powder. The masked attacker reveals the point of the slow poisoning. He wanted every strong person here helpless before making his move. This was not a random ambush. The attacker admits he could not do it without planning every detail first. The white-haired young man produces a dangerous specimen bottle, his expression sharpening as he connects it to the attack. The clue points is Zifeng Industrial, a company tied to dangerous monster research in something called a corpse spider. Qiling looks terrified as the group explains that Zifeng Industrial is controlled by her family. The company laboratory stores many monster specimens in special bottles, making the evidence against them look painfully believable. The white-haired young man explains that fragments of one bottle specimen were found deep in the jungle. Elsewhere in the forest, a man with a backpack walks toward the group at night, while someone watches him from the trees. A fist suddenly shoots forward from the darkness. Somebody's losing control before anyone can explain what is happening. The backpacked man spirals into rage, blaming Bai Yi and wishing he had thrown every bottle into the river. His face twists with furious obsession. He keeps repeating that it is Bai Yi, like the accusation has taken over his whole mind. The rage peaks. He screams that it is all Bai Yi's fault, his eyes wide and unnaturally frantic. The masked attacker watches the breakdown with eerie calm. The others can only wonder if this man was trying to get them all killed. The group argues through the accusation, but one detail stops them cold. The suspected man should still be locked in prison. Someone voices the obvious doubt. Maybe this is not the man they thought it was, so why is he even here? Teacher Huang is wounded but steady. She tells everyone to leave immediately, her expression hiding how badly the situation is turned. Qiling is handed a radio distress signal device and told to use it once she reaches somewhere with reception. She looks terrified, but she listens. Teacher Huang makes a sudden move, launching Qiling away from the danger. Not exactly a gentle exit, but it gets the job done. Qiling flies back in shock, demanding to know what is wrong as Teacher Huang stays behind. The white-haired young man catches the danger first. His eyes widen as he realizes this retreat is about to become a trap. Qiling clutches her injured hand while a teammate calls out to her. Then a shot rings out and everyone freezes. The radio is blasted apart. Qiling stares at the blood on her hand, realizing someone just cut off their lifeline. The white-haired young man narrows his eyes, furious but focused. He sees the next threat before the others do. A canister rolls into the clearing and starts leaking a thick green cloud. That is never the good kind of special effect. The poison mist erupts around the group, swallowing the forest and forcing everyone to cover their faces. They stare at the smoking device in disbelief. Whatever this is, it is spreading fast and nobody knows who threw it. The team coughs through the haze and recognizes the smell immediately. It is paralysis powder, just like the breakfast poison. Through the glowing green fog, a lone figure appears. The question is simple now. Who just walked into their poison-filled trap? The stranger keeps walking through the mist with deliberate calm, turning the forest clearing into a full-on nightmare entrance. A canister bursts overhead, flooding the forest with an ugly green gas. As the group realizes this is no ordinary smoke, everyone starts coughing hard. The mist crawls around them like it paid rent here. One of them recognizes the smell immediately. It is paralysis powder, and it is hitting fast. The hunters cover their faces, but fear is already spreading through the choking crowd. Bai Yi steps through the haze with his head down, calm enough to make everyone else even more nervous. A masked man watches through the gas, his eyes twitching with rage and panic. He snaps and blames Bai Yi for everything, insisting nobody can escape this place now. Bai Yi answers by wrapping himself in crackling golden energy, and the masked man suddenly has a much bigger problem. The attacker freezes as Bai Yi's power flares. He was planning something, but the plan is clearly falling apart. The green fog thickens until it swallows the ground. People stagger, cough, and start losing control of their bodies. A hunter buckles under the mist, terrified by how quickly the paralysis is taking hold. He feels exhausted and ready to collapse, while the poison keeps draining every bit of strength. The canister is confirmed as B-class paralysis powder, an item meant for monsters, not helpless people. The masked man stands in the poison cloud with a strange pendant at his chest, looking far less confident than before. Behind his goggles, one eye goes wide. He knows exactly how badly this stunt has backfired. He admits the powder was supposed to be used on a monster. That confession does not improve the mood. The masked man clutches his pendant and argues that he was meant to be the one who arrived to save everyone. Bai Yi raises a lightning-charged weapon and calls him out for ruining everything every single time. Across the poisonous clearing, Bai Yi squares off with the masked man while an injured dark-haired woman watches. Bai Yi tells Xinling that it is not too late to stop this. The masked man glares back and warns Bai Yi not to repeat the same mistake again. Xinling, bloody but alert, asks the question nobody wants answered. Did he release the monster by accident? The masked man stammers that it is already too late, while Xinling realizes everyone has been put in danger. He draws his weapon as the truth lands. This mess is beyond repair unless someone acts now. Xinling refuses to accept his excuse. She knows B-class paralysis powder is far too powerful for this. Even Xinling is fading from the poison, and Bai Yi sees that their time is running out. A sharp impact cuts through the argument as Bai Yi makes his move. Xinling stares at Bai Yi in shock as he says the damage was done long ago. Xinling can only whisper Bai Yi's name as the confrontation turns deadly serious. Bai Yi triggers adrenaline spike. His body surges with power because subtlety has officially left the forest. He tears into the masked man's excuses. No messed up reason can justify aiming a weapon at his own people. A monstrous skull-face figure appears in the chaos, its red eyes and dreadlock-like mane making the danger feel very real. Bai Yi roars at him for turning on his own people, anger blazing brighter than the lightning around him. His adrenaline spike climbs even higher, and Bai Yi launches forward in a burst of gold. Bai Yi becomes a lightning-fast blur, closing the distance before the masked man can recover. He whips past the masked man in one clean, brutal strike. Blood sprays across the panel as the hit lands. Bai Yi does not hesitate for a second. The masked man drops to the ground, stunned and bleeding, while Bai Yi stands over him with crackling power. Bai Yi calls him a traitor, his expression ice-cold as the punishment sinks in. The wounded man looks up in pure terror as a golden strike comes crashing toward him. The white-haired fighter does not hesitate. He drives straight through the man's desperate defense. Bloodied and stunned, the man can only stare and call him a traitor. The fighter's cold glare makes it clear that he finds the betrayal absolutely unforgivable. Then he stomps in again, turning the argument into a very one-sided lesson. The injured man clutches his arm and cries out. Every hit is landing exactly where it hurts. He snaps and calls his attacker a lunatic, blaming him for everything. He keeps shouting that it is all the fighter's fault, but the fury in his face is starting to crack into fear. The white-haired fighter finally voices the real question. This man had been hiding his strength the whole time. He forces the man to watch the disaster unfold with his own eyes. The wounded man falls over his bleeding arm, shaken now that the consequences are standing right in front of him. The fighter says the man created this disaster himself, then helplessly watched it spiral out of control. A flash of the monstrous threat brings the man's fear back in full force. His mouth tightens as he remembers why he froze. He was terrified he could not beat that thing. Tears stream down his face as the excuse finally comes out. He admits he was scared, so scared that he believed he could never win. The white-haired fighter draws his glowing blade and gives him one last chance to explain. Before he can get the words out, pain hits his mouth and cuts the plea short. The man covers his bleeding mouth while the fighter tells him he made his decision and must bear the consequences. Standing over him in a storm of gold, the fighter makes it clear that mercy is no longer on the table. The wounded man recoils, thinking the fighter is completely out of control. Now he understands the danger. This is not a warning. He thinks the fighter is really going to kill him. His hand trembles over the wound as fear takes over completely. The white-haired fighter raises his weapon, and golden power begins to coil around the blade. A system notice reveals tertiary judgment, a near-death punishment that releases stored power and can cripple an enemy. Golden energy pours down in violent streams as he unleashes the judgment. The attack erupts in a blinding burst. Subtlety has officially left the building. The wounded man is swallowed by the golden blast, screaming as the punishment tears through him. The fighter watches without blinking, his expression completely cold as the power finishes its work. Lightning keeps ripping across the ground around him, feeding the final strike. He holds the weapon high as the last arc of golden energy crashes down. The result is brutal. The man is crippled and his awakening power is gone. Broken and sobbing, he can only beg for help. The white-haired hunter hears Qiling's voice and freezes, his golden eyes snapping toward the danger. He realizes the teacher is caught by that monster, and the green fog around it looks seriously bad. The creature looms through the poison-green haze while its victims can barely move. He stares at the monster in alarm. The paralysis powder has already crippled his mobility. The monster starts moving again, and he knows brute force will not be enough. With his body slowing down, the hunter is forced into a desperate choice. He admits the paralysis is reducing his movement, but he still draws his blade. Even going all out might not win, but he has no choice. This is the kind of plan that comes with zero warranty. He braces himself and decides that right now, he is the only one with a chance to save them. Golden electricity starts gathering in the darkness around him. The power erupts in a blinding flash, filling the battlefield with crackling light. The sudden surge catches him off guard, and his eye widens at what his attack is doing. Lightning races over his face as the energy keeps building beyond his control. He stands inside a storm of golden lightning, turning the monster's own dark forest into his arena. The electricity courses down his legs as he pushes his weakened body forward. He launches through the air, using every remaining ounce of movement for one clean attack. His lightning slash cuts into the creature and leaves it visibly injured. The injured woman tells him he arrived just in time, relief breaking through her exhaustion. The dark-haired woman supports the unconscious pink-haired girl while the others remain sprawled behind them. The white-haired hunter looks down at the monster, shocked by how dangerous it still is. Hila steps in beside him and says it is too much for one person to handle alone. Hila gives a confident smile, her orange eyes fixed on the fight. She asks if he can still fight, and his stunned expression says the answer matters. The white-haired hunter steadies himself. He is battered, but he is still standing. Across the clearing, the wounded insect-like monster waits among the trees, still radiating hostile energy. The monster's red eyes lock onto the group as its damaged body begins to change. Then it vanishes. The whole team is left staring at an empty space, which is never a comforting sign. Hugh turns sharply and asks if it disappeared, her confidence giving way to caution. The hunter explains that the monster can change color, hide itself, and slip away after being injured. Hila's face tightens as she listens. An invisible predator is a nasty upgrade to an already bad night. A bloody gash suddenly appears on the hunter's side, proving the monster never left. He warns that the paralysis powder is taking hold and the others will soon pass out. The victims lie scattered across the clearing while the hidden monster keeps pressing its advantage. Healy says they lasted longer than expected, then reveals she brought only one recovery potion. The hunter takes the purification water without hesitation, knowing someone needs it first. Hila says the guild is moving too slowly, while the hunter tries to recover beside her. He points out the monster is still absorbing nutrients from its surroundings. It is healing while they are running out of time. Green energy spirals around the monster as it greedily feeds on the forest. The creature surges with nutrients, and its recovery becomes the team's next immediate problem. Ki Li calls out the danger as the monster prepares another rush. The white-haired hunter moves first, charging straight into the green blur instead of waiting to be hunted. Golden lightning flutters around him as he closes in on the creature. The monster reacts in shock as his attack connects before it can fully recover. He drives the monster back with another electrified blow, sending debris flying across the clearing. The creature is knocked back hard, but the fight is clearly not finished. Hule is surprised he recovered so quickly, then asks again if he can keep fighting. He answers with a determined look. Of course he can, and now they are fighting as a team. A huge insect-like monster corners the students in a storm of wind. The white-haired student stays alert, but his ally warns him that safety comes first. The white-haired student flashes a confident grin at the warning. That confidence lasts exactly as long as the monster starts moving. A crushing attack tears down beside the squad, and panic hits hard. The monster is clearly done playing around. The red-eyed creature leans in with a cruel grin, practically inviting them to try their luck. It has the manners of a boss fight with no tutorial. The white-haired student calls for everyone to attack together and charges in first, sword blazing with green and red energy. Their combined strike slams into the monster's armored body, throwing sparks everywhere. For 1 second, it looks like they might actually crack it. The white-haired fighter presses the assault, slicing through the monster's green aura. His focused stare says he is testing every opening he can find. The monster barely reacts and whips back with brutal force. The student's expression tightens as he realizes this defense is not normal. He keeps cutting, driving a bright arc straight at the target. The attack has power, but the monster still refuses to give ground. The monster answers with another violent sweep, forcing the team back. Their first rush is turning into a very expensive lesson. Another teammate jumps in and declares that he will handle it, wrapping himself in crackling lightning as he launches upward. The lightning fighter dives through the smoke and detonates another hit. He's giving this monster everything he has. Electricity floods the battlefield, but even that spectacular blast fails to break through. The attack looks amazing. The damage report does not. The team finally admits the truth. They cannot break the monster's defense at all. The monster catches the lightning blade in its defenses, green power swallowing the impact. The strongest attacks are feeding straight into a wall. The attacker is caught in the monster's counterattack, and the white-haired student jolts in alarm when he sees the danger. A heavy blow lands before anyone can recover. The monster's red eyes glow through the chaos as it takes control of the fight. One teammate is hurled away and crashes hard. The squad is losing bodies faster than it is finding answers. The dark-haired woman is badly hurt and realizes the monster's attacks are poisonous. Her face is pale, but she forces herself to stay in the fight. Poison spreads through the injured woman's body as she steadies herself. She knows even high-burst attacks have not hurt this thing. The white-haired student blocks another rushing strike, and a glowing status display confirms his guard reduces incoming damage based on timing. The injured woman sees the real nightmare. The monster's defense has reached top-tier rank. This is not a normal training target anymore. As the monster laps, the team realizes it is still evolving. It is constantly absorbing nutrients from the area and getting stronger. The green energy swirling around it is not just an effect. It is the monster refueling itself while every second makes its strength worse. The squad fears they will not last until the guild arrives. Both the monster's power and intelligence are climbing at the same time. Several students are already down on the ground. The remaining fighters understand they are barely keeping this disaster contained. Despite her wounds, the dark-haired woman pushes herself back up. She insists they must break the monster's defense as fast as possible. The white-haired student stands quietly in the green haze, thinking through the problem while everyone else is close to breaking. He lowers his sword and steadies his breathing. That composture means he is not retreating, he is calculating. He lays out the principle. When a fight becomes a stalemate against an equal or stronger enemy, there is only one answer. The white-haired student rejects retreating outright. His plan is simple: draw every ounce of the monster's attention onto himself. He explains that a good legion does not get a retreat option. Then he calls his desperate tactic the rat-luring plan, which is not exactly inspiring branding. He will attack first and become the monster's sole target, pulling all of its firepower away from the injured squad. The monster locks onto him as he rushes in with a red-green slash. The bait is working, but now he has to survive it. A speed display flashes as the white-haired student narrows his eyes. He is waiting for one precise moment to turn this impossible fight around. The white-haired hunter keeps the monster's attention fixed right in front of him, setting himself up as bait. His eyes lock in. He tells his partner to wait for the right moment instead of rushing in. The dark-haired hunter sees him exposed and panics, shouting, but this is obviously a trap. He orders her to stay back and charge her power while he draws the monster in. Casual confidence for a guy standing next to nightmare fuel. Bruised and bleeding, she cannot believe he plans to face that thing alone. She knows the risk is insane. In her mind, he is still only a sea-cranked green warrior, even if he is acting like the main character. Her doubt keeps rising. If he is just a student, why does this spy feel like he is the one leading them? She watches him closely, trying to understand why his calm focus feels so different from everyone else. The monster's glowing eyes answer her question with pure killing intent. The shadow creature surges forward, its red eyes blazing as it closes the distance. The white-haired hunter moves anyway, slipping through the monster's attack in a swirl of green energy. The creature lashes out, but he keeps forcing it to chase the opening he wants. A sharp flash cuts through the chaos as he spins past another deadly strike. He twists away at the last second, keeping the monster committed to its attack. The impact erupts behind him, and his partner can only watch the exchange turn brutal. Her eyes go wide as the monster suddenly changes pace and lunges for her. The beast pounces in a savage blur, convinced it has finally caught its prey. The hunter takes the hit hard, blood on his face as the trap tightens around him. Instead of running, he braces himself and holds his position. His partner freezes when he tells her not to move. She realizes he may be using himself as the lure. Now it is a straight showdown, one wounded hunter facing a towering shadow monster. The creature sneers that humans are nothing special, looking ready to make him its next meal. Its mouth opens wide as it promises to turn every hunter here into nourishment. But the white-haired hunter stays focused. This is exactly the moment he wanted. Blood runs from his mouth, yet he looks determined rather than broken. He finally shouts for his partner to act now. She gets it immediately and gathers lightning around her body. Her power surges. She's figured out the plan. Strike when the monster drops its guard to devour him. She remembers its pattern. Every time it feeds, its defense weakens for a brief instant. That is the opening. The bait has exposed the monster's one vulnerable moment. The whole rattling plan comes down to one clean strike while the hunter is still in danger. Lightning crashes into the monster's vital point, and the creature jerks under the sudden paralysis. The attack is built to paralyze, turning one tiny opening into a real chance to crush the opponent. The dark-haired hunter holds her aim steady and unleashes the strike without hesitation. The monster's eyes flare in shock as its defense completely shatters. Still surrounded by green energy and barely standing, the white-haired hunter prepares to finish what his trap started. The corpse mantis spider has the dark-haired woman locked down and paralyzed, while the white-haired fighter moves in before her control can break. She's battered but focused. Her control only lasts a few seconds, and she knows the monster can use its skill again at any moment. The white-haired fighter stays cool and tells her that a few seconds are all he needs. That confidence is either genius or a very fast way to get eaten. He refuses to let the monster escape this time and switches into the Cloud Mage class. Energy surges around his injured body as he commits to the attack, with no hesitation left in his stance. He freezes the corpse mantis spider in place, buying exactly the opening he promised. The woman stares at him in disbelief. He has dual classes, something she clearly did not see coming. Then he switches again, this time into Nuclear Warrior. He is stacking classes, like the rules are merely suggestions. Bloody but determined, he reveals the plan. All the power built from his injuries and fatigue is about to be spent at once. He unleashes the stored power, and the strike tears through the trapped monster in a violent burst of energy. The battlefield flashes with pure domain energy as the finishing blow lands. The system confirms the corpse mantis spider is defeated. He gains 10,000 experience and 300 flower element points. The Cloud Mage jumps 22 levels, and he receives a B-rank mantis carapace material. Finally, a monster drop worth the bruises. His injuries recover and his fatigue fully restores. After that desperate gamble, he looks almost unfairly refreshed. The dark-haired woman is still stunned by the dual classes, calling that kind of awakening at his age almost unheard of. He surprises her again by switching into a third class, Flower Summoner. A Flower Summoner can form monster contracts, and he realizes he still has 4 contract slots open. He reaches for the defeated mantis spider's soul and offers it a contract. The towering creature answers his summons. The contract succeeds. He's obtained the E-rank flower-type corpse mantis spider as a summon companion. Looking at the frightening new summon, he decides corpse mantis spider is too much of a mouthful and names it Qiangzi. Qiangzi looms over him with huge glowing eyes, but the monster is now obediently standing by its new master. The newly named mantis is visibly happy. Apparently terrifying armored bugs also enjoy a little recognition. With the fight over, the cavern finally settles. The pair stands among the remains of the monster he just turned into an ally. The woman can barely process it. He did not just have 2 classes, he switched into 3. She gives him a small impressed smile and says he is full of surprises, asking him to keep what happened here private. She understands why he hides his classes. Having that much power exposed would draw far too much attention. She reassures him that she will not tell anyone. Her expression is calm, but she clearly knows how dangerous this secret is. Still injured and tired-looking, she promises that his secret is safe with her. Before they can say more, Squad 26 arrives at the scene. The squad rushes in and asks if they are all right, unaware of the 3-class secret waiting in front of them. The danger is over, but the black-haired captain is still standing there with blood on her shirt and a calm little smile. She tells him she knows how to keep a secret. Then the Holy Kingdom Gods Guild Eastern Region 26 squad finally arrives. The students look exhausted, but the rescue team made it in time. The squad chucks everyone over while the blue-haired students look down in relief. After that mess, a head count is definitely not optional. They get a proper look at the threat. A B-rank corpse mantis spider. That is a very rude creature to meet on a school trip. The rescued students wake up one by one, still shaking but alive. The squad keeps everyone together while the panic starts to fade. They start the head count immediately, and the students are visibly rattled by how close they came to disaster. One frightened girl clings to her teacher and asks if that monster almost ate her. Her terrified face says she already knows the answer. The adults reassure the survivors that they do not sugarcoat it. A fully developed B-rank monster could overwhelm even a C-crank's team. The white-haired young man and the injured captain drop praise for defeating it. Everyone is staring at them like they just watched the tutorial boss get deleted. The rescue group thanks the people who saved them. Their grateful faces make it clear they know this was not a normal close call. A student admits that without Bai Yi, they would have died. Bai Yi accepts the thanks without making a big show of it. Someone notices the captain slipping away despite her injury and calls after her. She is hurt, but she clearly hates being fussed over. A healing glow covers the captain's bloody chest as another teammate scolds her for taking such a dangerous risk. Her teammates defend their captain with total confidence. They call her a rare golden-class genius, which is a lot of pressure for someone currently being patched up. The captain stands quietly in the healing light, looking cool and unreadable while the others praise her. She knows there is more to this rescue than anyone realizes. She turns back with a knowing smile and thinks she has seen a true genius today. Her attention is fixed on Bai Yi. A grateful man shakes Bai Yi's hand and says he is full of mysteries. Bai Yi stays composed, but the attention clearly makes him uncomfortable. Bai Yi looks away, serious again, while the team finishes organizing the survivors. The count comes back with bad news. They are missing one student. Most of the students are sent to the special train, while the guild squad stays behind to search for the missing student. Deep in the wasteland jungle, a broken capsule leaks green fluid. This is where the missing student's story is heading. The missing student recoils in pure terror as something closes in. He begs it not to come any closer. Instead of helping him, the unseen figure snaps that it let him out to hunt the others, not become food himself. A violent red strike tears through the darkness. The missing student is caught in a nightmare with nowhere to run. The creature emerges with glowing green eyes and a nasty grin. Whatever's controlling the scene is enjoying itself far too much. Meanwhile, Bai Yi rides the Gods Guild special train with the other students, quietly focused on what he gained from the battle. Bai Yi realizes the corpse mantis spider has serious growth potential. His flower spirit contract can bind defeated plant-type monsters and turn them into allies. The fight has pushed Bai Yi's flower mage power up another level, but he knows he is still nowhere near B ranks. At least the progress bar is moving. His summoned spirits have grown stronger too, and the contract can eventually bind even more types of monsters. Bai Yi is quietly building a very dangerous team. The train staff announce that the students have regrouped and the special train is heading back. Bai Yi wants more chances to improve. Bai Yi's eyes sharpen as he thinks about the power he still needs to reach. He is not satisfied with one lucky win. After passing through a coastal tunnel, the train finally reaches the long-awaited Holy Kingdom. The Holy Kingdom comes into view beyond the train, and Bai Yi has finally arrived at his next destination. After racing through a coastal tunnel, the train suddenly shudders hard. Something has changed in a nation nobody has seen for far too long. The white-haired student returns with two shadowy figures and a terrifying masked man behind him. He is clearly not arriving alone. June 28, 8 a.m. He has reached the Divine Soldier Academy's eastern campus, deep inside Shenye Nation. The newcomer looks over the massive platform and realizes Shanghai is absurdly wealthy. This place treats a train station like a final boss lobby. An academy representative welcomes him to Shanghai and prepares to guide him through the campus. The guide introduces the Divine Soldier Academy, the school that trains the world's sharpest young awakened fighters. Meanwhile, the masked warrior waits in silence. His name is Chris, and he has come specifically to meet the white-haired student. The white-haired student stays stone-faced, but his narrowed eyes show he knows this meeting matters. At the academy stands a statue of Camus Thebes, one of humanity's legendary defenders. A student practically vibrates with excitement at seeing the hero's statue. Thebes' family rarely appears in public, so this is a huge deal. The guide explains that after the demon dragon disaster, Camus Thebes helped humanity survive. Later, the Academy was founded to unite the world's strongest forces. As the top awakened academy on Earth, Divine Soldier Academy recruits only the best students from every country, ages 12 through 18. One student admits he pushed himself just to reach the B-class threshold. Around here, even B-class awakened are only the starting line. The white-haired student hears how brutal the entrance standard is. His expression hardens, but he refuses to back down. Then Chris is introduced as his new teammate. The skull mask and glowing eye make the welcome feel less like orientation and more like a warning. Watching Chris raises the bar again, the white-haired student decides he has to reach B-class quickly and become even stronger than him. At the academy, the pink-haired girl hears that Bai Yi wants to stay here. She looks worried, while the woman beside her quietly accepts that he must have his reasons. Then the director suddenly calls for her. The pink-haired girl freezes, already sensing that this is not a casual chat. She turns toward the gathered staff in total confusion, while everyone around her watches the drama unfold. A doctor approaches the director with a grim update. Her father collapsed after pushing himself too hard for days, and he specifically told them not to tell her. The doctor delivers the news carefully, but the pink-haired girl's shock is impossible to hide. Her eyes go wide as the emergency sinks in. Before anyone can settle her, something much louder rolls into the academy grounds. A sleek black car pulls up, and the pink-haired girl is personally there to greet it. That level of attention makes the nearby students stare. The local boys cannot believe the director is showing this much respect to a student. Apparently somebody arrived with a very serious invitation list. The luxury car glides through the entrance, making a perfectly ordinary school arrival look like a celebrity convoy. More high-end cars line up behind it. The local students can only ask if every vehicle in the Holy Kingdom is this ridiculous. The boys keep gawking at the parade of luxury cars. Their faces say it all. This field trip just got wildly above their budget. The director hurries out to meet the guests, moving fast enough to prove that this welcome really matters. A sharp red and white sneaker hits the pavement first, announcing the visitors with all the subtlety of a runway entrance. 5 fashionable students step out together, and the director immediately tells them they are late. The orange-haired visitor leans toward the director with a smug grin, clearly ready to turn a simple greeting into a performance. He boasts that the Eastern Supreme Private Academy trains in monster dens every night. The others stand behind him like this is their official entrance pose. He casually explains that yesterday's battle wore them out, so they took a late start today. He says it like sleeping in his battlefield strategy. The director cuts him off and formally introduces the group. They are exchange trainees from the Holy Kingdom, here for a joint training expedition. The local students learn exactly who these polished newcomers are, Eastern Supreme Private Academy students from the Holy Kingdom. The local boys stare at their stylish visitors, impressed despite themselves. The director starts to wave off the formal introductions. The director says there's no need for introductions because they already know one another. The orange-haired boy looks less than impressed by that idea. He assumes anyone from an affiliated country must come from common families. His smug smile is doing most of the insulting for him. The local group gathers behind a white-haired student, surprised by the visitor's attitude and unsure where this is heading. A purple-haired woman notices only 5 students came. She starts to wonder if there is a reason the elite academy sent such a small group. The orange-haired boy laughs and calls them country bumpkins. His friends join in, because apparently manners were not on the training schedule. He says it is normal for them to have never heard of the private academy, then keeps talking down to everyone around him. He brags that the academy's educational resources are on a completely different level. In his mind, the gap is not even worth explaining. He adds that only 5 students came because the academy sent only 5. The local group listens as the flex gets even more obnoxious. The orange-haired boy claims every academy resource is devoted entirely to them, delivering the line like he expects applause. He dismisses public school students as people who could never understand their world. That finally pushes one local student too far. A brown-haired boy glares back and demands to know what he means by country bumpkins. The insult has officially found its target. The orange-haired visitor leans right into his space and doubles down. He says they are future students of the Divine Military Academy, not people to look down on. Still grinning, he says his family had already arranged his academy place. Then he turns the question back on the local boy, daring him to answer. At this elite school, a red-haired student brags that the tiny student body gets every resource. His smug face makes it clear he thinks ordinary public school students are beneath them. A brown-haired student answers with a sharp, irritated stare. He calls the group country bumpkins, while the redhead keeps pushing like he owns the courtyard. The redhead gets right in his face and boasts that his team will attend the Divine Soldier Academy. He is only a second-year high schooler, but he is already a level 1 Awakening B class. His whole elite squad crowds in behind him, confidently declaring that their school can crush the other side. The backup dancers have arrived. They brag that 5 of them coordinated perfectly to clear a D-class dungeon yesterday, convinced they might even break the middle school record. The squad sneers at ordinary people, asking how anyone could understand the exquisite life of nobility. They are taking one dungeon run very personally. Bai Yi stays quiet while they talk about becoming divine blessed. His calm expression hides a hard truth. In his past life, he could never afford to chase that dream. A grim memory flashes through Bai Yi's mind. Chains, blood, and a ruined figure. His resolve is simple. He will never live that life again. The argument dies when something streaks overhead. The students look up in shock as an exclusive Divine Clan vehicle descends toward the school. The sleek vehicle lands before the gathered students, leaving everyone wondering why a Divine Clan ride would show up at a regular school. A tall man steps out through the smoke and calmly notes that all the students are here. The courtyard goes from loud to frozen in 1 second. The visitor identifies himself as Lin Feng, a divine blessed. Then he asks for student Bai Yi, and every nearby face turns toward the white-haired boy. The arrogant students are rattled. They cannot understand why a man from the Divine Clan is looking for Bai Yi, the guy they dismissed as ordinary. Lin Feng confirms it. Bai Yi cleared a D-class labyrinth alone, using only his own strength. That smug crowd suddenly has nothing clever to say. The Divine Clan has taken a serious interest in Bai Yi's performance. Lin Feng explains that the family has invited him to come and observe. Bai Yi hears the unbelievable part clearly, an invitation from the Divine Clan. Lin Feng holds out the offer and asks him to come along. Long ago, humans were too weak to stand against the monsters. Then 5 powerful deities descended and changed the whole balance of the world. Those gods protected the world while monstrous threats were wiped out. Humanity finally had someone terrifying on its side. For 1,000 years, people worshipped the gods and treated them like the only thing standing between humanity and disaster. The gods protected humanity, shared their strength, and even established new laws for the human world. Casual divine administration, nothing intimidating about that. They also had children with humans, creating the bloodlines known as the Divine Clan. The white-haired young man takes in this history with a hard, focused stare. He knows this world still lives under the gods' rule. The training site is holding a great hunt inside Divine Clan territory, and the group immediately wants in. Their classes wherein guide says every interested student can come along. Apparently, this field trip comes with aristocrats and possible danger. The guide leads everyone onward, while the students realize they are getting a rare chance to enter Divine Clan territory. Their destination is the Thebes family territory, a massive city floating high above the clouds. Airships circle the shining city as the group learns the Thebes family is among the nation of Shanghai's most influential powers. The white-haired trainee recognizes the ruler here as Cadmus Thebes, a Divine Clan descendant currently commanding the world's strongest dungeon. Cadmus also manages the selection and command of the Thebes family's army, while his academy sits inside the city center. This is influence stacked on influence. Stacked on influence. The white-haired trainee admits Cadmus has noticed him before, but he still chose to come face-to-face at the Great Hunt. Inside the Divine Clan residence, the students stare at the lavish halls in open amazement. The place is so grand it practically expects applause. Now assigned to the Thebes family's Divine Officer security team, the white-haired young man narrows his eyes. He has finally reached the Divine Clan again. Inside the Grand Thebes estate, the Divine Officer security team waits in rigid silence. This place is so fancy it makes a normal lobby look unemployed. Jin Thebe stands beneath the family art, remembering his grandfather's grim lesson that art is the only trace humanity leaves behind. His father gave that lesson a darker twist, saying ruins count too. Jin looks completely calm as he claims creating ruins is an art itself. The first-line heir has the relaxed confidence of a man who treats property damage as interior design. The white-haired applicant watches Shin without flinching, while the surrounding recruits suddenly realize exactly who's running this event. The white-haired applicant recognizes Shin as the eldest son of the god currently ruling the Shenzhen nation, the strongest power in this world. That explains why everyone else is bowing like their knees have a contract. A suited guide leads the applicants onward, and the nervous crowd follows him into the next stage of the selection. The group reaches the Sky City Central District hunting ground, sealed behind a huge hexagonal barrier. Ace Oe and Aliode wait nearby, and even they do not know how many applicants will make the cut. Alice Chin quietly confirms that the two grandsons from the God family and the Jin family are both here. Her composed face makes it clear this is not a casual family reunion. The guide lays out the scale of the hunt. The entire zone is massive, and its core is packed with awakened monsters. Every monster inside has been captured from across the world by the Divine Guild, and they are all B-class. The barrier is holding back creatures that look very ready to file a complaint in teeth. Applicants from around the world volunteered for this hunt. To clear it, they must challenge the monsters, and their rankings will depend on their B-class strength. The rules get harsher fast. Everyone fights as their own faction, earns points for each kill, and cannot advance unless they can handle B-class monsters. The candidates realize the monsters are as strong as they are. Normally, it would take a whole team to challenge one, and the nervous faces say nobody likes those odds. The crowd stares toward the hunting ground in disbelief as the announcement lands. The Great Hunt is about to begin. The annual Great Hunt has landed on Festival Day, and Thebes' family is clearly treating it like the biggest event of the year. They even roll out a sparkling grand prize for the winner. Nothing says festival fun like a treasure chest under a spotlight. The sharply dressed host calls to use 12 participants onto the stage, and everyone starts filing in. The arena sits beyond a wide forested expanse, making the hunt look a lot less like a game and a lot more like a survival test. The contestants gather beneath the massive barrier, looking focused but wary as they size up the challenge ahead. Competitors from Sanctum Nation and Nea Nation are here too, so this hunt has turned into an international flex-off. The crowd stares up at the glowing barrier in amazement, realizing these are not ordinary rookies. The rules hit hard. The area holds thousands of monsters, while only 12 people have entered. The prize may include B-rank equipment, but the risk is very real. Bai Yi, the white-haired contender, stays calm. He would rather risk his life in front of a monster than freeze up helplessly. Someone recognizes Bai Yi and brings up his wild record, clearing a D-class labyrinth alone in one night. A dark-haired man in a suit steps forward with a cold smile. He is about to make this hunt much uglier. He announces the condition. The students must kill a class monster. The contestants immediately realize the promised hunt has been upgraded into a nightmare. The crowd whispers that the Divine Clan demanded this change, and the pressure lands squarely on Bai Yi. One stunned contestant asks how anyone can be strong enough for that. Bai Yi answers with one flat word, no. Bai Yi steps forward anyway and asks to join the Great Hunt. His calm confidence leaves the host momentarily speechless. The nearby contestants nearly explode from shock. Bai Yi just volunteered for the part everyone else was trying not to think about. The spectators react with disbelief, while Bai Yi's decision turns the room from nervous to dead serious. Bai Yi keeps his eyes on the barrier. He knows class monsters are no joke, but this is his fastest route toward B-class. Blue energy surges around Bai Yi as he promises the crowd the most thrilling performance of their lives. The Divine Clan representatives watch from the shadows as Bai Yi powers up. 3 of them are here tonight, and none of them look amused. A dark-haired woman casually signs up for the hunt too, looking completely unbothered by the sudden competition. The green-haired student joins in with a bright smile, while everyone nearby starts wondering why so many people want this one hunt. He gives a cheerful wave, but the crowd is already staring at these volunteers like they just crashed a private party. 2 students freeze with wide eyes. They clearly did not expect the sign-up sheet to become this dramatic. From above, the newcomers gather around the officials, and the confused spectators demand to know what these people are planning. An official checks their credentials and confirms that all of them meet the requirements. Their entry ranks are class. The official finds it interesting. It is the first time students have asked to enter the Great Hunt. The red-haired guy dismisses them as country bumpkins showing off for the Divine Clan. His confidence is doing all the heavy lifting. He signs up as well and warns everyone to think carefully. The Great Hunt has no teleportation devices or safety net. The challenge is only a claw-class monster, but the red-haired student insists that is more than special enough for this crowd. The white-haired hunter stays silent and serious, while the loud guy asks how anyone could be worse than the people from the vassal state. The white-haired hunter gives no reaction at all. That silence lands harder than another round of trash talk. The participant count jumps by 8, pulling together students from the Shanghai Nation Private Academy and the John Nation. The green-haired student leans in with a grin. Now this is getting interesting, because somebody has started betting on the outcome. A smug student immediately puts down 1 million on the private academy, and Bai Yi matches the bet without blinking. The elite students brag about their education and wonder how these outsiders can compete. A newcomer steps forward, clearly entertained. Bai Yi calmly says he is betting on himself, then flashes a confident smile. That is not a bluffing face. The opposing students laugh at the idea of losing the bet, treating Bai Yi like he volunteered to donate money. Bai Yi keeps smiling and tells them to get ready to throw their money down the drain. The wealthy observer sits back in his chair, quietly watching the betting war turn into a personal grudge match. The old bettor sighs and asks who should put his money on. Even the spectators are getting pulled into this mess. The bespectacled man suddenly remembers an important warning. The group must not go near the central dark forest. He hesitates, knowing the hunters should avoid that forest, but the warning arrives exactly when it is least comforting. Night falls over the forest as the students head inside. The atmosphere shifts from schoolyard rivalry to real danger. The dark-haired woman leads the group through the trees with folded arms, while the others trail behind in uneasy silence. The pale-haired student finally says it out loud. They are dealing with claw-class monsters. Someone panics because they have never fought one before, but the red-haired student snaps at them to stop worrying. He argues they have fought D-class bosses before, claiming a claw-class monster is only as dangerous as a D-class boss. Sweating under the pressure, the red-haired student decides the answer is simple. They just need to fight as a team. He hardens his expression and vows to show those country bumpkins what true elites look like. 3 young hunters step into the dark forest together, but the white-haired boy already looks like something is very wrong. His eye tightens and his whole face goes rigid. He senses danger before anyone else can see it. His heart suddenly pounds against his chest, leaving him startled and visibly shaken. He stares at his own hand, trying to figure out why his body is reacting like an alarm bell. The dark-haired woman notices his discomfort right away and asks what is wrong. He stays close beside her, still tense, while the group waits for an explanation. He brushes it off as nothing, but his guarded posture makes that answer hard to believe. The green-haired man smoothly suggests they fight as a team, very friendly timing considering the forest is clearly plotting murder. He says she has wanted to join the elite school squad ever since receiving the invitation. The white-haired boy looks confused, while she is caught off guard by how confidently the offer is being sold. Before anyone can settle the team talk, something large moves in the shadows behind them. A snarling ice dragon bursts from the brush, and the casual conversation dies instantly. The dragon lunges with a violent blue strike, sending the squad scrambling out of its path. The ambush throws everyone into chaos, and a new hunter is revealed as Caliban, a level 30 nucleo mage. Caliban looks rattled as he realizes this is not a harmless target. It is a level 25 claw-class ice tyrant dragon. The huge dragon charges through the trees, and the hunters scatter as its claws close in. One of the group screams as the beast bears down on them. This first team-up gets serious fast. Caliban steels himself and decides to go all out instead of running. A hunter slashes the dragon with poison-infused attacks, carving into it with a deadly green arc. The strike severs part of the dragon, but the monster is still roaring and very much ready to fight. The blonde ice hunter answers with a swirling frost technique, wrapping the battlefield in freezing energy. Her ice closes around the dragon, locking the massive creature in place. She calls out that it is locked down, giving the others the opening they desperately need. The dragon stands frozen solid, trapped in a crystal shell but not yet defeated. The poison attacker praises the freeze and immediately fires another bright green poison bolt into the trapped beast. The toxic blast hammers the ice prison, piling more damage onto the helpless dragon. A cloud element warrior activates Ki and B Blade, turning his next strike into a flying sword beam. He leaps in to finish it, bringing a blazing attack down toward the frozen dragon. The monster remains encased in ice as the team prepares the final hit. Caliban grins through the pressure and shouts for the dragon to die as he starts charging his own attack. A huge orange spear of fire swells in front of him. The charge-up is so loud it practically has its own soundtrack. Caliban unleashes Blazing Bomb, a nucleo mage skill built for one crushing explosion. The fireball slams into the dragon with a massive blast, engulfing a frozen target in orange light. When the smoke clears, the team can barely believe it. They actually took the claw-class monster down. The rewards roll in, including ice dragon horns and a frost dragon tail, and Caliban earns 10 points. The hunters celebrate like they just won a championship. For this rookie squad, beating a claw-class monster feels huge. Caliban proudly announces that they destroyed a wild class monster, then immediately asks the others to help him kill another one. The group gathers around Caliban, impressed by his confidence and clearly energized by their win. Their attention shifts to the leaderboard, where the team's results are climbing fast. The leaderboard confirms the impact. Those three have each defeated more than 10 monsters. A sharp-looking official remembers the warning about the central dark forest, and his serious expression says he knows people should stay far away from it. He worries that the contestants might head into that dangerous forest anyway. That is the kind of thought nobody wants to have during a live competition. The official hesitates, clearly feeling that something is already off. The dark forest sits ahead like a bad idea with trees, and the official is convinced that contestants should not go near it. Elsewhere, a contestant points everyone toward the leaderboard. The students stare up at the rankings, curious, and suddenly very invested in somebody else's monster count. The board shows 3 hunters already tied at the top after killing more than 10 monsters each. The crowd looks stunned by the numbers, while one anxious young man starts to realize this contest is moving way too fast. The orange-haired young man freezes with sweat on his face. He has just seen something he absolutely did not expect. A cup smashes across the floor as the watching elites lose their cool. Their classy little viewing room is getting dramatic fast. One suited observer glares at the board, furious that lower-level hunters are outperforming people like him. The elite spectators grumble that they are going to lose money again, treating the whole hunt like their personal betting table. A composed man watches the ranking climb and bitterly admits that the random insider pick has reached 3rd place. The orange-haired man stares ahead with cold confidence. He remembers his father's warning never to underestimate the power of insects. A smug spectator leans in with a grin and announces that he has not placed his bet yet. The heavy-set bettor lounges in his chair and calls the game almost too simple. Famous last words, usually. The orange-haired man looks bored by the whole match and asks what crooked scheme they are planning now. The smug spectator finally reveals his choice. He's betting on himself. With a wicked smile, he says he wants to participate too. He casually adjusts his bow tie and repeats that he is betting on himself. The confidence is loud enough to need its own chair. The black-haired contestant protests, but the grinning bettor orders him to give up his seat. The black-haired contestant is visibly shaken as the others praise the newcomer as a blessed divine. The newcomer points to the rules, saying only class awakened people can join, then smugly declares that the divine clan makes the rules. He keeps the black-haired contestant pinned down and tells him to go challenge high-level monsters if he wants 1st place. The black-haired contestant lowers his eyes and coldly says to let him die. Then the screen reveals exactly what they have sent after him. A level 29 cosmic elephant towers over the forest, its red eyes locked on a tiny terrified hunter. The monster slams down with crushing force as someone cries out for Lewis. 2 hunters stare at the sudden flood of high-level monsters, asking why there are so many. Louis is trapped beneath the monster's looming foot and desperately forfeits. He is not trying to be brave anymore. He is trying to survive. Louis, bruised and terrified, begs to be let out quickly as the elimination signal sounds. The leaderboard flashes Louis eliminated, turning the cruel setup into an official result. The crowd watches another awakened contestant get eliminated, horrified that they can be removed even after forfeiting. The spectators fall silent, and the mood finally turns uneasy as they watch the rigged hunt unfold. A woman looks up at the board, visibly worried as more contestants vanish from the rankings. Back in the elite seats, the gamblers still look pleased, but the situation is clearly spiraling beyond a simple wager. The green-haired mage laughs like this is his personal comedy show, demanding a little more back and forth. He leans on his suited companion with a smug grin and says the fun only starts when someone can fight back. Then his attention snaps to Thebes, and the mood gets noticeably less playful. Yin's Shixing flashes a reckless smile and tells them to release every monster they have been saving up. Thebes stays silent, his guarded expression making it clear he is not impressed by the showmanship. Outside, the group watches the test area through a wall of screens as something huge moves into position. The target is an astro-element behemoth, a level 28 class stone ape, so naturally somebody decided this was a casual field trip. The stone ape charges in, swinging, smashing through the ground with raw brute force. It keeps pressing forward through the barrage, its rocky body refusing to go down easily. Even with a broken leg, the beast is still moving at full speed, and the fighter realizes this is getting dangerous. The ape whips around in a violent counterattack, scattering debris as it refuses to stay controlled. The monster is launched and spun through the air, but its sheer weight still makes every hit look brutal. A green blast catches the stone ape cleanly and hurls it back, finally forcing the monster onto the defensive. The team watches from a distance as the battered beast rises again, red eyes glowing with pure anger. The Regressing answers with crushing pressure, slowing the monster down before it can launch another rush. Yin looks completely relaxed and says he has it under control. The confidence is almost louder than the spell effects. His Meteor Crush Astromage skill marks the target and releases a wave of suffocating force. The finishing strike slams down, cracking the stone ape apart in one decisive blow. The kill is confirmed, and the white-haired fighter darts forward through the settling dust. He collects 4 meteorites, while the system deducts 10 Bai Yi points from the test. A dark-haired observer studies him with narrowed eyes. She knows he only stepped in to help because they were a team. He gains 1,700 experience, and his quiet reaction suggests this trip confirmed exactly what he came to learn. The observer checks his nuclear warrior stats and realizes his strength exploded in only a short period of time. She admits he is using warrior class power, but she cannot expose the truth about his other classes so easily. The white-haired fighter grows wary, sweat at his temple, as he senses something waiting deeper in the woods. He turns toward a dark path between the trees, suddenly alert instead of victorious. He clenches his fist and decides he needs a separate space to test himself without exposing his classes. A shadowy opening appears in the forest, and he decides to investigate the dark mist at the center. The white-haired competitor keeps his other classes secret. He knows revealing them now would ruin his chance to earn experience from the rest. He slips deeper into the forest, quiet and alert, looking for somewhere separate to handle this without an audience. His fist tightens as he commits to finding his own space. This competition is clearly not built for privacy. Back at the ranking board, the scores are moving fast, and the onlookers realize that top spot will be decided among their little group. One woman notices the 4th place score falling behind. Her expression says somebody just found a shortcut through the chaos. The gap keeps widening, and the dark-haired woman watches with a hard stare. Nobody likes seeing the scoreboard rewrite the pecking order. She looks genuinely rattled as the rankings shift again. Something serious is happening off-screen. Then the board starts swooshing through the standings. Someone is climbing so fast that everybody finally looks up. A white-haired player recognizes the name immediately, Gannicus, and he cannot believe Gannicus is even in this competition. Out in the hunt, Gannicus launches a brutal attack at a towering cosmic elephant. He did not come here to farm easy points. The monster goes down, and the system confirms the kill. Gannicus collects another 10 points without breaking momentum. Gannicus stands covered in icy cloud armor, calm as ever. The reveal lands hard. He is a divine blessed B-class cloud element warrior. Ice spikes erupt around him as he tears through the battlefield. That ranking jump suddenly makes perfect sense. The board beeps again. Gannicus shoots into 3rd place with 240 points, while the white-haired competitor is pushed down to 4th. A smug spectator bursts into laughter when his ranking gets surpassed. He was feeling untouchable 5 seconds ago, which is a dangerous hobby. The loud bettor sneers that Gannicus is nothing special after all. He is already trying to negotiate with reality. The teal-haired man calls it cheating to let a divine blessed player compete, but his opponent stays cool and reminds him that he has not lost a bet yet. The teal-haired bettor grins and asks whether his rival has ever lost a wager. He is enjoying this far too much. The ponytailed rival says they will see that smug look disappear when the other man loses. The tension is getting expensive. The ponytailed man raises the stakes and tells everyone they can choose whether to follow his bet. The whole room locks onto the board. He raises his bet by another 2 million and challenges the others to follow. This is no longer friendly scoreboard banter. Back in the viewing room, the white-coated organizer coolly raises the bet by another 100 million. He leans in with a smug challenge, daring the others to follow his gamble. The room thinks he has lost his mind, but the new tribute is 100 million a week. Casual rich people behavior. The round man eagerly accepts, calling Gannicus his most loyal dog and promising to make the money disappear. The organizer is not done. He announces extra incentives to push everyone in the 1st place. The leaderboard is shown off like bait, and the rankings suddenly matter a whole lot more. His aide confirms the order, and the hunt moves into its final phase. The announcement reaches the participants. The Great Hunt Finals officially begin. More powerful monsters are being released, and the contestants immediately realize this round is getting ugly. They are given a choice to stay in the arena or quit, and one frightened girl is already ready to leave. Then comes the real hook. The final winner will receive a special prize from the Thebes family. That prize is revealed as the Holy Oracle, a golden ring carrying a glowing purple gem. The white-haired contestant stares ahead, tense but focused, as the Holy Oracle's value sinks in. The ring can grant an ordinary person a chance to gain the Holy Oracle's blessing. Even someone who cannot obtain a capital can earn a pardon through the Holy Oracle. That is one ridiculous consolation prize. The prize is tied to a past full of regret when people were separated because they failed to level up. The ring lands in a waiting hand, and its promise now feels painfully personal. The white-haired fighter is told there is not much time left to level up, while the organizer watches from behind him. A rival explains that team combat is allowed, but the highest point hunters will be separated for one-on-one fights. The green-haired contender smiles as he warns that another monster is about to be released. The board slashes the standings. Gannicus has surged into first, with the others packed close behind. The white-haired fighter asks if they can protect themselves, and his opponent answers with a competent little smile. A black-haired hunter tells the elite school squad to enjoy themselves. He is ready to see who takes first. The hunt erupts into action as a fighter tears into a monster with a glowing blue strike. One combatant refuses to give up first place and unleashes another fierce blue attack. The observers watch the live feed as the contestants go all out, and someone is having way too much fun with this. The white-coated organizer boasts that he has raised a hunting hound, while the round man laughs from his throne. The round man mocks him for picking that guy, claiming even his teammates abandoned him. The trash talk is arriving early today. Shin's image suddenly breaks into static, and the live feed starts glitching hard. The organizer notices the disruption immediately, his calm expression turning wary. The crowd panics as Shin's live feed cuts out, and nobody knows what is happening inside the hunt. The organizer asks if Shin's finally about to reveal his true strength. He watches in silence, realizing that Jin may have been hiding far more than anyone expected. The white-haired Awakener is still getting mocked as dead weight, with his former teammates supposedly happy to leave him behind. Then his image starts tearing apart in a violent digital glitch, and his calm stare makes the whole thing feel very intentional. The distortion keeps spreading around him, but he does not panic for a second. He looks like he has finally found an opening. A brown-haired student notices the disruption and goes completely still, clearly realizing something has gone wrong with the test feed. The spectators stare at the dead live stream in confusion. Their live view has been cut off at the worst possible moment. While everyone else loses sight of him, the brown-haired student wonders if this is where the white-haired Awakener finally shows his real strength. Away from the cameras, Bai Yi destroys the broadcast device and activates Cloud Element Mage mode. Subtle is clearly not on today's schedule. Bai Yi tears through Thunder Owls one after another, stacking kills against these claw-class monsters with shocking speed. Wrapped in swirling blue energy, Bai Yi quickly figures out that these monsters are perfect experience packs for leveling every class. Back at the viewing area, the students can only watch the blank feed and wait for an explanation. Two girls are stunned that Bai Yi's screen suddenly went black, and one of them looks genuinely worried about what happened to him. Then the brown-haired student spots the score update, and his surprise turns into a full-on announcement for everyone nearby. Bai Yi's score leaps by a huge chunk, shooting up the rankings even though the crowd cannot see what he is doing. Another 200 points land and Bai Yi takes first place. The scoreboard is doing more talking than the livestream ever did. The audience starts demanding to know whether this system has made an error, because nobody can explain this climb. One shocked student cannot believe his score can rise this fast after the feed went offline, but the officials insist the points only count real kills. A furious student spits out his drink at the news. That is one very expensive reaction shot. He lashes out at an attendant for not explaining the rules, his face twisted with anger as Bai Yi keeps climbing. The attendant coldly reminds him that Bai Yi is special, and interrupting the Divine Clan is not a smart way to vent. The brown-haired student taunts the angry boy for being scared of losing, then watches Bai Yi's total surge again. Elsewhere in the dark forest, someone watches the rising score with a faint smile and admits Bai Yi is more interesting than expected. Bai Yi faces down a massive monster without slowing down, while a rival realizes he underestimated just how quickly this fight would end. With his score now far ahead, Bai Yi looks set to lock down first place, unless someone can pull off a miracle. A green-haired student sees the scoreboard and is left open-mouthed as Bai Yi's total explodes past the competition. The green-haired student realizes Bai Yi must have been hiding this strength even while fighting alongside his team, and that thought clearly stings. He clenches his jaw and decides to head for the central area. He cannot afford to fall much farther behind now. Xiaolin heads deeper into the dark mist forest, looking focused but cautious. He knows he cannot afford to fall behind. He walks alone through the dark trees, reassuring himself that there should not be any danger here. The forest is quiet, misty, and far too ominous for a place that is supposedly safe. Classic bad decision scenery. Then the monsters appear. Xiaolin has finally reached the hunting ground he came for. Surrounded by creatures, Xiaolin stays cool. His eyes are sharp, and he's already sizing up every target. His summoned allies have improved across the board, from a cold element mage to a warrior and a florist summoner. Xiaolin studies the upgrades with quiet satisfaction. The gap between these classes is getting much smaller. His floor spirit contract lets him turn defeated floor monsters into allies, and he already has 5 contracts. The owl mage and thorn ape warrior stand ready beside him. These are not random pets, they are his growing combat squad. Xiaolin suddenly checks the forest around him. His calm expression tightens because he feels something else nearby. That strange feeling gets stronger. Xiaolin freezes for a beat, then realizes the presence is calling him. He moves fast toward the source, visibly unsettled by a sensation he has felt before. Xiaolin narrows his eyes and decides it has to be deeper in the forest. Standing alone in the mist, Xiaolin calls out one name, Belphegor. He is nervous, but he does not back away. But Belphegor answers with a strange glowing gift, and Xiaolin stares up at him with guarded suspicion. Xiaolin immediately asks for the price. Belphegor only smiles, which is never a comforting sign. Belphegor tells him the answer will come after he returns to the past, turning the offer into something much bigger than a simple favor. Xiaolin listens in silence, his eyes widening as the meaning of that promise sinks in. His face hardens. Whatever Belphegor is offering, Xiaolin is done treating this like a harmless encounter. Xiaolin finally understands what this moment means, and the shock gives way to a cold, determined focus. He rises to his feet, steady now. Xiaolin has made his choice and looks ready to see this promise through. Xiaolin stares forward without flinching. The fear is still there, but determination has taken control. The rankings are in, and Bai Yi is sitting at the top with a huge lead. The other students are not even close. The group is stunned that 3 of Zhong Nation's top 4 students are here, but Bai Yi has already vanished from the live stream. Bai Yi's score is climbing so fast that the spectators can only call him completely cracked. The pink-haired student remembers their team homework for the hunting competition, and wonders where Bai Yi could have gone. They cannot see the whole hunting ground, only the live stream feed. That is never reassuring when the top scorer disappears. The hunting ground has 3 rings, a basic zone, a harder inner zone, and the black mist forest at the center. The outer hunting zone is manageable, with relatively weak monsters in small numbers. But the deeper a hunter goes, the stronger and more numerous the monsters become. While the others watch from safety, Bai Yi is already moving alone through the dangerous interior. That explains Bai Yi's ridiculous score. He must have gone much deeper than everyone expected. Then someone points out the real problem. The Black Mist Forest is a place hunters are absolutely forbidden to enter. The green-haired deputy leader walks through the forest alone, looking calm despite the rumors that nobody who enters comes back out. He seems to have entered the inner circle to hunt stronger monsters, only to cross into the Black Mist Forest without noticing. Then he spots Bai Yi inside the cursed forest too, and his concern turns into a very different kind of interest. The deputy leader slows down, hands in his pockets, clearly thinking through what Bai Yi's presence means. He cannot figure out why Bai Yi is here, or whether the boy somehow knows the forest's secret. Bai Yi appears farther down the path, and the deputy leader's eyes sharpen as he watches him. A sudden idea hits him. His startled expression melts into a calculating look. He raises one finger and quietly sets his plan in motion. Back on the rankings, Bai Yi still holds first place, while the deputy leader decides disappearing would suit him perfectly. He gives a small, cold smile. If Bai Yi vanishes here, fewer gods will have their eyes on him. It is an ugly thought, delivered with the kind of calm that makes this forest feel even colder. The deputy leader slips deeper into the trees, leaving Bai Yi alone with a curse. Inside the black mist forest, Bai Yi walks through endless shadowed trees with no clear path ahead. Bai Yi has been walking straight since he marked the way, but somehow he has ended up back in the same place. He realizes he never turned around. The forest itself has looped him back. Bai Yi touches the march tree and finally names the trap, a ghost wall. Now the disappearances make sense. Hunters who walk into this spell can wander here forever. A skull at Bai Yi's feet makes the warning painfully real. This place has been collecting victims for a long time. Bai Yi studies the darkness, wondering whether someone is actively maintaining such a powerful spell. The forest closes around him as he asks the only question that matters. What is this place hiding? Bai Yi stands firm in the cursed trees, focused and wary. Whatever the black mist forest is protecting, he is getting closer. Bai Yi is still stuck at 750 on the leaderboard, and everyone can see the score has not moved in a long time. The green-haired observer asks if anyone ran into Bai Yi, while the dark-haired woman looks back with growing concern. They confirm he was seen in the high-difficulty hunting zone, so naturally, the guy with the frozen score picked the worst possible neighborhood. Bai Yi appeared to be heading toward the central zone, possibly entering the black mist forest by mistake. Before anyone can do anything, the rankings begin glitching around Bai Yi's name. Bai Yi's ranking flickers violently, his image breaking apart under the static. Then the board flashes signal lost and Bai Yi's score disappears completely. The leaderboard now shows everyone else, but Bai Yi is simply gone. A shocked onlooker can barely say it out loud. Bai Yi's score suddenly vanished. The purple-haired woman realizes what that might mean and immediately refuses to accept it. She covers her mouth in fear, silently hoping Bai Yi is still okay. Meanwhile, Bai Yi is alone inside the black mist forest, surrounded by darkness and drifting purple light. Bai Yi closes his eyes and ignores what he sees and hears, trusting only what he feels. A heartbeat guides him through the mist, and he follows it without hesitation. He moves forward through the ghostly haze, keeping his focus locked on that unseen pulse. The heartbeat grows louder, leading Bai Yi down a jagged path of light. Bai Yi finally reaches the source, standing inside a strange glowing passage. With his eyes shut and one hand on his chest, Bai Yi senses that the answer is very close. The pulse becomes overwhelming, filling the darkness around him. Bai Yi opens his eyes and realizes he has found it. His golden eyes widen as the hidden space reveals itself. The path ends at a colossal abyss carved into the hunting ground. Bai Yi did not expect a massive abyss to be hiding in the middle of the zone. He recognizes this place from his previous life, but it is hiding something far bigger than he expected. Looking down into the void, Bai Yi knows Sky City buried a secret here. Bai Yi activates his flower summoner switch, calling Shaolin to switch, calling Shaolin to investigate with him. Bai Yi tells Xiaowin to check it out, and the little winged summon launches into the abyss. Riding with Shaolin, Bai Yi dives straight down the impossible chasm. He wants to see what is really waiting at the bottom of this abyss. They land in a shattered underground cavern, and Bai Yi immediately senses this place is wrong. Bai Yi surveys the ruined stone chamber, confused by the battlefield-like destruction around him. He wonders if a great battle took place here long ago. A towering armored figure suddenly rises behind him, wrapped in violent purple energy. Bai Yi whips around as a hostile voice demands to know who entered this place. Bai Yi freezes for a beat, then squares himself toward the threat. The cavern fills with armored spectral warriors, their purple flames turning the ruins into a nightmare army. Bai Yi is surrounded by imperial spirits and far stronger cosmic spirits, that escalated fast. Their leader is revealed as the Death Soul Warrior, a B-rank galaxy warrior. The armored lord warns Bai Yi that he has trespassed into forbidden ground. With cold blue eyes glowing through his helmet, the Death Soul Warrior delivers the verdict. The Death Soul Warrior gives the only order his invaders will hear: kill. Deep in the black mist forest, Bai Yi stands with the mint-haired hunter, both staring into the darkness like the place personally offended them. Bai Yi is certain she killed the target, but the forest is still suspiciously quiet. That is never a comforting sign. The two search the shadowy ground for monsters, and Bai Yi's posture stays tight with worry while her partner scans for clues. The mint-haired hunter says there are not enough monsters here, but Bai Yi abruptly decides she is going inside to find him. Bai Yi pushes forward with a hard, determined stare, and the mint-haired hunter looks genuinely alarmed by her decision. He can only blurt out disbelief as she commits to walking into the danger zone alone. Bai Yi admits she should have warned everyone about the Black Mist Forest, then walks off anyway, carrying the guilt with her. The mint-haired hunter reaches after her, panic rising as he reminds her that this is the very forest they feared. He starts to warn her what will happen if she goes in, but his expression shows he already knows she will not listen. Then his concern twists into a smug little smile. In his mind, Bai Yi just removed one more competitor. A glitchy observer bursts into laughter, clearly enjoying the chaos far more than any normal person should. The hidden spectator calls Bai Yi an idiot for running into the forest herself, treating her danger like premium entertainment. Another watcher grins and says this competition is finally worth watching. These people need hobbies. The heavy-set man lounges back with a huge grin, delighted that the rankings may shift in his favor. The sharp-eyed man in the white coat calmly predicts that first place will belong to his hunting dog. Someone asks what is hidden in the pitch-black forest, and why nobody who enters ever comes back out. The other watchers shrug it off because the final party is about to start. Empathy did not make the guest list. Back in the forest, boots move through the cold mist while the countdown creeps toward midnight. The elegant viewing room announces that it will be midnight in minutes while the hunters are still trapped below. The man in white goes silent, his calm face turning serious as the final phase approaches. At 11:58 a.m. in the hunting grounds, the survivors gather around an injured woman while time runs out. Her companion carefully wraps her bloody leg and tells her to hang in there, but her pain is written all over her body. She winces that it really hurts, and he can only hold her close as midnight closes in. Nearby hunters argue over their options, but everyone knows there is no exit route left for them. The orange-haired hunter says they found a spot with fewer monsters, though his sweat and clenched jaw say he does not trust it either. He realizes the score does not matter anymore. Surviving until noon is the only ranking that counts now. The group agrees they only need to hold out until noon, but fear hangs over every face. The orange-haired hunter gives a grim nod, still trying to look brave for the others. He insists they have to escape alive because their lives are not as cheap as commoners. The pressure is bringing out everyone's worst lines. The bell rings and the orange-haired hunter freezes as the regular ranking phase officially ends. One hunter actually celebrates, convinced the nightmare is finally over. That relief lasts about 5 seconds. Instead, the hunting grounds announce a boss battle, and something enormous begins descending into the canyon. The mint-haired hunter stares in shock while the girl behind him gasps. Nobody expected a second round. The final boss drops toward the hunters, and the announcement calls this their last chance for a comeback. The crowd recoils as the threat lands, and even the confident hunters suddenly look very small. The injured woman clings to her companion, tears in her eyes as she asks why it still is not over. The red-haired contestant is trapped and furious. He reminds everyone that the hunting contest should be over, begging to be released instead of chasing some grand prize. He points down in desperation, but his anger is already slipping into fear. Then he plays the noble family card. Bad timing, because something sharp is already coming for him. A vicious slash tears through the air. His eyes go wide when he realizes he cannot dodge it. The blow lands, and the red-haired contestant is killed on the spot. The contest just got very serious. Through the smoke, the attacker steps forward as a huge, glowing-eyed silhouette. The monster's armored body crackles with strange energy, making its arrival feel less like a fight and more like a disaster report. The witnesses can only stare in horror. Caliban is dead. The other contestants recoil together, their faces frozen between shock and fear. One girl clutches herself and asks why this is happening, barely able to get the words out. The system identifies their new nightmare, the spirit-consuming corpse, a level 36B rank flower mage boss. The boss towers over the group in swirling smoke and neon energy. Even from a distance, nobody wants to be its next target. A contestant panics that even if every Awakened fighter attacks together, they still cannot win. The problem is brutally simple. These are only C-rank Awakened fighters, and this thing is B-rank. The Corpse Lord grins behind its monstrous armor, completely confident that no C-cranks can beat it. Far below in the abyss, the white-haired hunter stands alone in the ruined arena, facing the boss without flinching. He stays calm because the hunt has raised all his class levels. He is still outmatched, but he has one advantage. He reveals it plainly. He has multiple classes. That is the kind of loophole a boss fight hates to see. His flower summoner is level 26 and its floral spirit pact lets him make defeated flower monsters serve him. He already has 6 contracts. The Dead Soul Warrior attacks first, charging forward in a blast of purple soul power. The system confirms the enemy is a B-rank Galaxy Warrior, but the hunter is already moving. He swings through the attack and instantly switches to his Cloud Mage class. Soul power crashes against the hunter's break elemental attacks as the boss bears down on him. Cloud Mage comes online, and he launches himself into the air with lightning at his heels. He fires Ice Crystallization, trying to lock the boss down before it can crush him. The boss powers through the lightning and ice, barely slowed by the first attack. Ice Crystallization fails. The boss breaks the attack apart and forces him into a desperate evasive move. He twists away from the strike at the last second, staying just outside the blade's path. The Corpse Lord slams down again, purple force exploding across the arena. He switches to Nuclear Warrior and meets the boss head-on with a heavy counterattack. A green shield flashes up. He blocks the attack instead of retreating, and the boss finally loses momentum. He spots the key to this fight. His summoned beasts have been leveling up rapidly during the hunt. He drives forward through the boss's guard, turning the close-range clash into an opening. He summons Kung Kung, a Sea Crank beast whose strength is no weaker than a Sea Crank's awakened fighter. The boss raises a massive armored fist, but now the hunter has a beast backing up every move. Kwang Gong lands a hard strike and knocks the Corpse Lord off balance. The hunter follows immediately, driving his weapon into the boss while it is exposed. The gap between them is finally closing, and the boss is no longer looking invincible. The finishing blow lands. The B-ranked boss is cut down in a burst of dust and shattered energy. The kill is confirmed. His Nuclear Warrior reaches level 30, and Cloud Mage rises to level 28. Flower Summoner levels up to 27. The hunter looks calm, but he knows beating that monster was no easy win. He admits the monster was genuinely difficult to kill, then turns toward the sealed gate ahead. He wipes his face and studies the gate, clearly expecting the hunt to lead somewhere bigger. Heavy chains cross the enormous gate as he approaches it alone. With the boss defeated, he says he can finally open the gate. A strange squeaking alert interrupts him. He looks up, confused, as the system reacts first. Galaxy elements begin gathering around him, forming a glowing orb in his hands. The arena disappears into a starry void as the energy pulls him into an awakening sequence. He stares at the glowing power and realizes the galaxy elements are already full. Then, the system delivers the real reward. A new class awakening is about to begin. The system updates the threat record and confirms the defeated Corpse Lord had extremely high intelligence and an unknown origin. His upgraded class stats fill the screen, proving that the impossible B-rank's kill paid off in a very real way. Sky City rises around a colossal tower, and rumors spread that something dangerous is hidden inside. At the Divine Guild Union's 8th Squad, 2 guards gossip nervously about a mysterious space that holds powerful monsters. They cannot believe the place is inside the gods' territory. Their confidence lasts about 5 seconds. One guard calls the stories messy urban legends, while the other keeps feeding the rumor mill. Their black-haired captain cuts in with a hard glare and demands to know who let them gossip during work. The 8th Squad captain has heard enough. The guards instantly look like recruits caught skipping drills. The Jew-men snap to attention as their captain faces them in the bright guild hall. He reminds them that they guard the Eastern District, and today's hunting competition cannot tolerate a single mistake. The captain's clenched hand shows he means every word. He scolds the pair for serving 3 years and still acting less sensible than rookies. Nearby, a figure with thick gray rope-like hair quietly watches the tower and listens to the rumors. The observer fixates on the idea of a mysterious space in Sky City. The stranger keeps staring toward the tower, clearly more interested than the nervous guards realize. Elsewhere, a new class awakening begins in a pitch-black cosmic space. The white-haired young man receives his result, a Galaxy Mage, and its red glow immediately feels ominous. The system confirms it is only a level 1 E-ranked Galaxy Mage, not exactly a victory lap. Violent energy erupts around him, and he realizes this is the same class as Yinjie. Standing among shattered stone, he braces himself as a new power keeps surging through his body. His body shakes under the pressure, but his face hardens instead of giving in. He feels the power getting stronger, then spots what looks like the real target behind a sealed gate. Heavy chains wrapped the enormous gate, making it very clear that whatever lies beyond was not meant to be visited. He approaches the chained entrance through swirling mist, focused and completely unafraid. Then he activates a switch, and the system offers a new class, Nuclear Warrior. Green energy floods over him as he switches into the Nuclear Warrior class. He launches forward in a blur wrapped in wind and blazing orange force. His attack slants into the seal structure and sends debris flying everywhere. The impact tears through the chamber, but the ancient prison is still fighting back. He reaches toward the damaged gate as green light crawls over the stone. The doorway opens enough to reveal a deep, circular prison beyond it. Inside, he stands tiny beneath the towering walls and broken remains of the seal. More chains cross the chamber and converge on a huge lock below. The white-haired hunter suddenly freezes. Someone is trapped in there. He steps deeper into the prison, his red and white jacket bright against the cold stone. The chains identify themselves as level 5 purgatory chains. Subtle prison decor was clearly not the goal. A massive lock sits at the center of the chamber, binding the prisoner from every direction. The seal is labeled a level 5 astral soul lock, confirming this captive is far from ordinary. A long lavender-haired man hangs spread eagle in the chains, exhausted but still terrifyingly composed. The hunter looks up at the prisoner, surrounded by wind and runes in the towering prison. The chamber falls quiet around the sealed column as the stranger finally stirs. One purple eye opens beneath the prisoner's lavender hair, and his bitter expression turns razor sharp. The white-haired hunter asks if the chained man is Samael. Samael jolts at the name and demands to know how this stranger knows it. The hunter looks up without flinching and says he came here to save him. Inside a massive chain chamber, the white-haired Awakener spots a prisoner and cautiously asks if he is Samael. The long-haired captive hangs spread eagle in chains, his shadowed face tightening as he asks how this stranger knows his name. The Awakener says he came to rescue him, but the prisoner remains guarded instead of grateful. The hero stands alone beneath the towering chains, watching the captive with calm focus. Then an ominous sound cuts through the room, and the hero immediately looks up. That is never a good tower sound. His eyes widen as something begins moving high above the chamber. The walls crack open, dropping a hostile armored figure into the prison. The tower walls shudder around the suspended captive as more trouble closes in. A dark warrior lands in front of the hero, wrapped in violent purple flame. It identifies itself as an Astro Element warrior, a level 36 B-class Dead Soul warrior. The hero is stunned because he defeated one of these things just moments ago, and now another has appeared. He braces himself, while the purple glow swells in the darkness. Another undead warrior crashes down nearby, making the threat painfully real. The status readout confirms it. Another level 36 Dead Soul warrior has joined the hunt. From above, more purple-flamed warriors gather around him in the circular chamber. He stares in disbelief at how many enemies have appeared. Behind him, Samael remains chained to the wall while the trap springs shut. The hero is boxed in from every direction, with no easy route back to the prisoner. The Dead Soul warriors close their circle, their purple flames turning the rescue into a full-on ambush. A larger horned warrior steps forward and orders him to die in the forgotten underground. The hulking commander radiates power while the hero realizes the situation is getting ugly fast. Instead of panicking, the white-haired Awakener grips his weapon and steadies himself. His expression hardens. He is not here to get buried under a pile of cursed armor. Samael smirks and admits the kid really fought his way in. The chained prisoner adds that the hero even managed to draw every monster out. The hero points his blade towards Samael and cuts through the taunting, demanding to know how to free him. Samael laughs that a rescuer cannot find the key is not much of a rescuer. The hero locks onto one word, the key. The Dead Soul warriors loom over him, and their weapons look perfectly matched to the prison's lock. The Horned Commander stands at the center of the formation, clearly the biggest problem in the room. Samael reveals the sword is the key, and both it and its wielder carry powerful Astro Element energy. The hero finally understands the setup, and his shocked face gives the game away. Samael notices that reaction immediately and enjoys it far too much. Samael warns that with his current strength, the hero will only become another lost soul beneath that sword. The hero stays grimly focused. Samael explains why no awakened fighter above clock class is allowed into this place. They want the truth buried, because even a B-class awakened fighter who discovers this chamber is marked for death. The wide view reveals the scale of it, a whole ring of Dead Soul warriors surrounding one lone fighter. Samael studies him and says he looks like someone who already knows how his story ends. The hero answers with a cold stare. He refuses to accept that ending. Golden energy erupts around him as he activates Switch. Neutraled warrior. He offers Samael a bet, promising that if he rescues him, the prisoner will have to follow his terms. The undead warriors launch together, but the transformed hero faces the swarm head-on. Samael hangs silent for a beat as the strange bargain reaches him. The lock is revealed beside a new label, identifying the prisoner as Demon King Samael. Samael shows no fear at all. If anything, the danger has made him more interested. He tells the hero to bring it on, clearly enjoying the chaos from his chains. Samael's eyes flare gold as he says that if the hero can truly free him, he will agree to any condition. The prisoner smiles with dangerous confidence, turning the rescue into a deal neither side can take lightly. A massive Dead Soul General raises its weapon as purple power floods the arena. This fight is starting at maximum volume. The armored monster brings down a crushing blast, filling the battlefield with violet light. The white-haired fighter is forced to dodge as the attack tears past him at terrifying speed. Impact explodes across the ground, and he barely escapes the center of the blast. He looks over his shoulder, sweating hard. He can feel just how much power that attack carried. He twists away from another purple strike, keeping his eyes locked on the enemy through the chaos. The Soul Warrior keeps pressing forward, its purple flames whipping around its armor like a warning sign. The enemy closes in, and the fighter braces himself for a direct clash. A violent hit lands nearby, sending debris flying and leaving him almost no room to recover. He calls out his summoned beast, Kong, and the blue creature charges in with green energy swirling around it. Kong launches into the air, ready to meet the towering warrior head-on. The enemy watches the summoned beast approach and admits the fighter is a human with dual classes. The monster calls it not bad, then immediately reminds him what he is actually facing. Classic boss behavior. More figures emerge in the darkness. Dead Soul Warriors, a Dead Soul Warrior's Lord, and even a Dead Soul General. The fighter realizes the truth. He is not fighting one monster, but the entire Dead Soul Legion. His tense expression says it all. This many enemies are going to be brutally hard to handle. He steadies himself anyway, watching the Legion moving around him. The Dead Soul Warrior lunges again, purple flames streaming behind its armored body. He raises his hand and prepares a defensive skill as the enemy bears down on him. He throws up a block, catching the incoming purple force before it can crush him. Then he uses matter deflection, redirecting the attack instead of simply taking it head-on. He lands hard but stays on his feet, gripping his weapon as the pressure keeps building. The system marks him injured. Blood runs down his face, but he refuses to fold. Another enemy dives in from above while he races to reposition beneath the swinging chain. He parries at close range, but the strain is obvious as his injury starts catching up with him. Even at peak class strength, he knows he is being pushed toward his limit. He admits that facing so many B-class monsters at once is still too much of a stretch. He's knocked through the air, spinning away as the Legion refuses to give him even one safe second. A Dead Soul Warrior crashes down after him, turning the arena floor into another weapon. He flips through the air and forces his body back under control before the next strike connects. He lands in a low guard and immediately moves again, because standing still here is basically volunteering. The Legion's attacks keep raining down, boxing him into a shrinking pocket of safety. His face is bloodied, his breathing is rough, and the fight is clearly taking everything he has. Kong is struck hard while trying to protect him, showing just how dangerous this Legion really is. The fighter watches his summoned beast get hurt, and his alarm turns into a desperate shout. He reaches out in shock, terrified that Kong will be overwhelmed in front of him. He orders Kong to return, choosing to save his summon instead of letting it take another hit. Kong rushes back through the swirling energy while the Dead Soul General looms behind them. The white-haired warrior realizes every monster around him is higher level than he is. His crouched stance is tense, but he is still watching for a way out. He has already killed one Dead Soul Warrior and it cost him nearly everything. Now his face is grim because that win barely bought him a breath. Then the real nightmare steps forward. 10 more Dead Soul Warriors, including stronger generals and a lord. That is an aggressively unfair boss lineup. The chained arena closes around him under absolute power. The monsters stand tall and merciless while he looks tiny at the center of the trap. One pale monster looks down with cold confidence, convinced the weak have no hope. The warrior lowers his head, bloodied but not broken. He refuses that verdict. His eyes stay shut for a second as he steadies himself and searches for the one move that can change this. Looking up at the ring of enemies, he understands the essence of this battle. This is not a fight he can win by trading blows. He decides the target is beyond the monsters themselves. His posture shifts from survival mode to a sharp, focused attack plan. With blood on his face and fire in his eyes, he finally commits. He spots a gap in their pressure, and he moves before it disappears. Blue magic crushes down through the dark chamber. The dead soul monsters are hit by a sudden storm of freezing light. The barrage keeps coming, forcing the monsters to shield themselves. For the first time, the formation looks rattled. He triggers Flash Blink and vanishes into the chaos. The move is fast enough to make the whole arena lose track of him. He switches to Cloud Element Magic mid-charge, wrapped in crackling blue energy. His expression is fierce now, because he has seized the tempo. Flash Freeze erupts across the battlefield. Ice locks onto the monsters while he stands inside the storm like he planned the weather. A monster freezes for just one moment, and he catches it. His whole focus narrows to breaking the freeze before the opening closes. He drives forward with a full power strike, using every second to freeze bottom. The attack cuts through the purple darkness in one clean rush. His blow lands against a towering armored enemy. The warrior stays low and controlled, but the impact is anything but gentle. A huge magenta blade rocks toward him as red eyes glare from the dark. The enemy finally sees the key to his strategy, and that is bad news for both sides. He twists away from the descending slash and keeps attacking through the pressure. His face is locked in because hesitation gets him erased here. The purple strike tears through a summoned beast. The white-haired warrior has turned the enemy's own crowded battlefield into a chain reaction. His eyes go wide when he sees the next attack coming. Even with momentum on his side, the danger is still right in his face. Another brutal purple arc blasts through the monsters. The fight has become a blur of chain strikes, shattered defenses, and no room to breathe. One summoned beast falls and the system confirms Hong has died. The battlefield grows quieter for a second, but the larger threat is still standing. The armored lord remains in the chained abyss, surrounded by fading magic. Its silhouette is calm and terrifying, but the real fight is only beginning. The enemy reveals its next power. Beneath the abyss, those burning eyes promise something much worse than the monsters he has already beaten. The ultimate despair strike begins to form around the armored lord. After all that effort, the warrior has forced the final monster to get serious. A towering dead soul general steps forward in black armor, while a chained white-haired figure hangs helplessly beneath him. The general calmly warns that his opponent has badly underestimated their strength. Those glowing eyes are not here to negotiate. He reveals the nasty twist. These dead souls are former subordinates, already gathered from battles the fighters survived before. The arena is packed with purple glowing enemies around one lone target. That is less a duel and more a very hostile group project. The white-haired fighter lunges anyway, focused and fearless as he drives straight at the dead soul general. The general fires off a blazing purple strike, forcing the fighter to move before the swarm closes in. He answers with Flash Blink, bursting past the attack in a golden blur. A dead soul drops in from above with a flaming purple fist, trying to crush him before he can reset. The blow slams down hard, and the fighter is caught in the blast zone. He twists through the pressure and starts hitting back, refusing to let the undead mob control the pace. A wide golden sweep tears through the attackers as he spins into another counterattack. Even after getting blasted away, the dead souls keep coming. These things have no respect for a clean knockout. He hammers another enemy aside with a sharp kick, but every opening is instantly filled by someone else. He keeps striking to the crowd while the chained observer watches with an unreadable, almost impressed stare. The chained figure admits his skills are impressive and even blocks a heavy hit, but the compliment comes with a warning. He calls the fighter a top-tier human, yet points out the obvious problem. There is only one of him. The dead souls attack as a team from every direction, turning raw talent into a numbers game. One attacker cuts in with a huge purple slash, making it clear that solo strength will not be enough to win. The fighter lands hard and gasps for breath. The pressure is finally showing on his face. The battle triggers a memory at the Defined Guild headquarters, where he once insisted that one person was enough. Back then, he admitted he was not good at getting along with people. His guarded posture says he meant every word. His older companion pushes back, asking if he really thinks he is the best, just because he keeps dragging everyone down. The white-haired fighter looks away and quietly admits that being close to people has never come naturally to him. The older man snuffs out a cigarette and calls that excuse nonsense. He has clearly heard enough brooding for one afternoon. He tells the fighter that the others are carefully chosen generals, then bluntly orders him to give friendship a try. The fighter is soon surrounded by companions, and the memory shows that he did eventually let people into his life. He remembers thinking that different personalities would make teamwork awkward, but they stayed together for years. The group walks forward together, proving that his old choice to trust them became more than a temporary alliance. Back in the present, he realizes he was never truly fighting alone. Since that day, he has carried his comrades with him. That realization sparks a new switch. Astro Mage, purple power erupts around him as his eyes lock in. He activates Astral Earth Surge and the ground itself begins answering his call. Stone and earth explode upward around the dead souls, ripping apart the battlefield they thought they control. His Astromate skill reshapes the surrounding terrain, turning the enemy's crowded formation into his advantage. From the day he was left alone, this white-haired mage has been carrying one ugly feeling: hatred. He switches into Astral Element Mage mode, and purple energy immediately coils around his body. Astral Earth Surge tears through the rocky arena, raising jagged stone attacks from every direction. The spell reshapes the surrounding terrain itself, turning the whole place into his personal obstacle course. The armored B-class lord gets battered by the rising stone, but his glowing eyes stay locked on the mage. Chunks of earth crash down around the monster as it pushes through the collapsing terrain. From above, the battleground has become a deep stone pit, with a mage standing tiny at its center. The mage knows this enemy has fought every kind of class, so a simple trick will not be enough. The B-class lord suddenly dives in with a brutal purple slash, forcing him to react fast. He twists away, but the attack comes close enough to put real fear in his eyes. The strike still clips him, and blood splashes across the frame. That was not a warning swing. A huge purple blast follows through, hurling him back beneath the monster's looming body. He coughs blood and stares down, shaken by how vicious a B-class lord's single slash can be. His hand tightens around his weapon as he realizes brute force alone cannot split this opponent. The enemy notices the change in his stance, and its confusion lasts exactly 1 second. The monster coldly warns that relying on a weapon will never be enough to defeat it. But now he switches again, calling on the Cloud Element Mage as ice begins forming around his hand. He activates full elemental power and unleashes Frost World, flooding the arena with freezing energy. The B-class lord is caught in rising ice, suddenly realizing this fight has changed completely. The mage watches with a hard, focused stare. This guy is more dangerous than he first looked. He had already used Astro Element Mage to force the enemy into a one-on-one situation and isolate its weak point. The moment Frost World locks in, he switches to a class built for finishing the target. He shifts into neutral warrior mode, drawing power into an icy blade for the final move. Even with one person against him, he acts like he has a full squad of classes at his command. Triceratops launches, a finishing attack that can carve through a chosen target. He finally has the opening. His ice-coated strike tears into the frozen lord, sending blood and shattered frost flying. He lands hard but keeps the pressure on, refusing to let the monster recover. With blood on his face and fury in his eyes, he says the key is finally here. He swings again, firing a long pink blade of energy straight at the trapped enemy. The slash races across the arena, but the monster's warning cuts through the chaos. Do not get ahead of yourself. Still locked in ice, the B-class lord begins gathering dark power instead of accepting the defeat. Blue ice fragments explode outward as the monster's trapped body starts breaking free. The pink attack reaches a glowing seal, and the enemy's dark magic starts responding from inside it. Black energy lashes around the seal while the mage stands below, staring up at a problem that just got much worse. The seal opens wider, pouring out shadowy power. Apparently the boss had a second phase. Of course it did. A dark-haired observer watches the ice fall and gives a quiet, satisfied laugh. He actually did it. The observer announces that the furious Demon King is finally released, turning the mage's victory into a much bigger threat. A purple seal cracks open, and a dark armored figure rises from the ritual like this was always part of the plan. The summoning completes in a violent burst of violet energy. The long-haired warrior looks impressed, almost pleased. The long-haired warrior gives him a cool smile and admits that he really pulled it off. The white-haired fighter drops low, battered but focused. He reminds the warrior that he promised to accept any condition. Instead of celebrating, he locks in on that promise with a fierce, no-nonsense stare. Behind him, the summoned Shadow Legion waits in eerie silence. That is a lot of backup for one negotiation. The shadows suddenly erupt into fragments, and the white-haired fighter flinches as the pressure explodes around him. He shouts through the debris, shocked that the situation has gone from deal-making to destruction this fast. Still lying there, he gives the order plainly. It is time to fulfill the promise and eliminate the entire legion. The long-haired warrior looks down at the command with open contempt, then answers with a sharp, unhappy huff. Chains and dark markings tighten across his body as he makes it clear that he would have done this without being told. The warrior tears free in a crackle of gold lightning. He refuses to spare a single traitor. Power floods around his bare arms and battle-worn frame as he prepares to purge his own forces. From above, the arena fills with shadow creatures circling their lightning-wreathed master. His eyes narrow under the sparks. He is not angry in a loud way anymore, which is somehow worse. A bolt tears down through the towering chamber, turning the whole battlefield white with electricity. The lightning impact fractures the ground and blasts through the nearest shadows before they can regroup. He drives straight into the legion, smashing one armored shadow apart with a brutal lightning-charged strike. More bolts fork across the arena, catching the scattered monsters from every direction. The long-haired warrior launches himself through the swarm, his cloak and hair trailing behind a storm of gold sparks. One shadow tries to meet him head-on, but the warrior cuts through its charge before it can land a hit. A surviving monster raises its hand in alarm as the lightning closes in. Bad timing, discover consequences. He dodged down like a living thunderbolt and slams another shadow into the floor. The impact bursts outward in white and blue energy, leaving the Shadow Legion wrecked across the arena. The white-haired fighter watches from the ground, exhausted and bloodied, while the warrior keeps the storm under control. The warrior stands over the battlefield as another shadow falls. He has fully taken command of the cleanup. The shadows launch one last attack, but the warrior calmly warns them that they have not understood the situation yet. He catches the attack in the middle of its dive and hurls it down with overwhelming force. With one raised hand, he stops another shadow cold. The creature finally realizes who is holding the real power here. A towering pillar of golden lightning blasts upward, swallowing the remaining attackers in a single sweeping strike. The arena flashes white as the finishing blast tears through the last of the shadow force. Only smoke, sparks, and broken shadow remain. His hand stays raised, completely steady after the slaughter. The long-haired warrior faces the ruin without a trace of mercy. The traitors picked the wrong person to betray. Surrounded by fading purple smoke, he promises they are about to learn just how serious their mistake was. In the middle of the lightning storm, the horned warrior glares down at someone he calls traitorous scum. He unleashes a barrage of lightning on the purple armored creature, and the battlefield lights up like the weather itself joined the argument. The creature is blasted backward and left reeling, while the horned warrior keeps pressing the attack without a shred of mercy. With his hand crackling with power, the horned warrior makes it clear that this place is his homeland. Another lightning strike crashes down, tearing through the ruined ground as the fight turns brutally one-sided. Elsewhere, the white-haired fighter is still recovering, unaware that this fight is about to hand him a ridiculous opportunity. The horned warrior accuses these so-called divine people of occupying his land, and his anger is clearly personal. He says they did not resist the invaders. Instead, they chose betrayal. The horned warrior lands amid broken stone, towering over the purple-armored survivor with cold, absolute control. The defeated creature kneels at his feet, and the warrior's stare says this is not going to end with a lecture. He spits out the real insult. They would rather survive as subordinates than stand with their own people. The purple-armored creature pleads that it had no other way to survive, sounding terrified and completely beaten down. The horned warrior answers with a grim word, survival, but his expression shows he does not accept that excuse. The creature desperately asks whether that makes it a betrayer, even though it already knows the answer. Broken and cornered, the creature begs to be killed. It is given up before the final blow even arrives. The horned warrior asks if it truly wanted to die after betraying him, then raises his hand to carry out the sentence. Lightning coils around his arm as he prepares a finishing strike powerful enough to erase the creature on the spot. The horned warrior promises he will slice the creature apart piece by piece, and he means every word. His attack cuts across the battlefield in a bright arc, aimed straight at the helpless purple-armored target. He vows not to stop until its blood runs dry. This guy does not do half measures. The creature can only beg for death as the killing blow closes in. Then the white-haired fighter suddenly appears behind it, interrupting the execution at the last possible second. The system confirms the kill, and the white-haired fighter stands there with the look of someone who just found free loot. He receives 100,000 experience points and a level 5 item called Soul of the Messenger, lot for now, but definitely not worthless. The horned warrior stares at the newcomer, furious that someone dared to interrupt his execution. Still surrounded by lightning, he demands to know exactly who this white-haired stranger thinks he is. The white-haired fighter looks up, bruised but steady, ready to face the furious warrior head-on. A smug, dark-haired demon king gives the white-haired hero a bizarre mission. Go back to the past, find the other 6, and release them all. The hero looks up in confusion as the demon king reveals who he means. The other 6 great demon kings. The demon king pauses like he is choosing his words carefully, which is never comforting when demon royalty is involved. 6 glowing silhouettes rise behind him, making it clear this is not a friendly group reunion. Grinning wider, the dark-haired demon king says the 6 rulers hate the gods just as much as he does. He points at the hero and explains that when the time comes, the heart he gave him will let him sense them. Leaning close, he says their goals are aligned. Once the demon kings are freed, they will burn the gods down together. The white-haired hero is stunned, but the demon king is thrilled by the thought of gods and demons tearing into each other. He imagines the hero and demon kings joining forces, already laughing at the chaos the plan would unleash. The demon king calls the gods foolish and declares that it is time to overthrow them. The hero's eyes widen as the demon king vows that under divine rule, they will drag this filthy world down together. Back in the present fight, the white-haired hero slices through the shadowy enemy with a blazing attack. The system confirms it. He has killed the dead soul general and earned experience. Finally, a clean win. Breathing hard and bruised, the hero sees a major reward, his hero's key, plus new class promotions for his allies. Before he can enjoy it, a long-haired horned warrior appears in crackling lightning and demands to know who interrupted his execution. The lightning-wreathed stranger stares down at him with cold confidence and asks, "Who do you think you are?" The hero glares back through the dust, battered but clearly not ready to fold. Lightning surges around the hero as he moves, while the stranger insists the execution had to be finished immediately. The hero fires back that the stranger did not finish anything. The challenge lands and the mood gets ugly fast. With his back turned, the hero says he handled it himself, refusing to give this arrogant newcomer any credit. The horned warrior snaps that the hero only helped because he was freed, then demands to know if he is even qualified to negotiate. The hero stands his ground and warns that if the stranger wants to stay here, he needs to prove he can get out on his own. The hero points toward the tower and lays down the terms. Head up, kill him right now, and earn the right to leave. The long-haired warrior goes silent, his single visible eye narrowing as the challenge finally sinks in. The hero looks up and asks one loaded question. Does he still remember? Belphegor. Inside the ruined tower, a calm voice warns the white-haired fighter that the tower itself is suppressing his power. The horned prisoner floats in crackling energy and tells him that if he wants to stay, he can kill him right now. Belphegor goes quiet, staring at the stranger like a memory just hit him. The fighter asks if Belphegor still remembers him, and that question clearly shakes the demon. The battered young man keeps his eyes locked forward, determined despite the blood on his clothes. Belphegor's eyes widen in raw disbelief as the past suddenly becomes very personal. The fighter says he came to find Belphegor and free him. No dramatic small talk, just straight to the rescue mission. Belphegor asks whether that was the condition someone promised him long ago. Belphegor cannot understand how an ordinary human could possibly know his name and his history. With his back turned, the fighter reflects on the heart, his life, that was entrusted to him. He grips his chest over an old wound and makes it clear that this life was given to him by someone else. His expression hardens as he decides he will not owe that person in vain. He says helping to unlock Belphegor was only the first step. The young fighter pauses, calm and focused, while Belphegor waits for his answer. Belphegor asks what he wants to do next, expecting a cautious answer. The fighter lowers his gaze for a moment, then makes his choice. He wants to wreak havoc, finally a plan with some proper tower-destroying energy. The two stand beneath the massive structure as the chapter shifts deeper into the abyss. Heavy chains seal the entrance to the ruins on a second level of the abyssal land. Beyond the chains lies a ruined city glowing with strange blue crystals. Figaro leads the fighter through the wreckage and says this city originally belonged to his people. He remembers walking these ruins long ago, before everything was taken from the demon race. Belphagar explains that his people settled here after discovering magic crystals and mana. The crystal-filled caverns once looked like a home, not a prison. But that peaceful life did not last long. A group calling itself the Divine Clan invaded their territory with an army. Belphagar's stare turns cold as he recalls being ambushed while his people were building their home. The invaders plundered their land and turned the demons into slaves. The survivors are forced to haul crystals through the mines under brutal conditions. The Divine Clan built a dazzling sky city above, dividing it into upper and lower layers. The upper layer is reserved for the Divine Clan's luxury, far above the people paying for it. Up top, the rulers relax in ridiculous comfort while the lower city does all the suffering. Below, the lower layer holds the humans who resisted and Belphagar's former subordinates. The Divine Clan seals the whole place behind a powerful barrier. That glowing barrier traps everyone beneath the upper city forever. The enslaved people work day after day, feeding raw energy into the system. Some prisoners are pushed so far that they are turned directly into ore. Chained workers are drained for the power that keeps Sky City floating above them. The beautiful city in the clouds is literally powered by misery underground. The fighter realizes these people were not criminals, they were victims. Even after endless humiliation, the prisoners suffer on, some no longer remembering their own names. Belphagar admits that without the Divine Clan's betrayal, he might have fallen into this terrible state long ago. The young fighter listens in silence, absorbing every ugly detail. Belphagar calls Sky City the truest portrait of this world, where the powerful stand high and enslave everyone below. He looks over the chained laborers and speaks the name Sky City with pure disgust. The fighter has never seen anything like this, and his anger is starting to show. His eyes narrow as he studies the machinery and starts calculating how to break this place. Belphagar points to the furnace, explaining that Sky City's energy comes from here. The fighter says the answer is easy. Free everyone below, then destroy the energy furnace. Belphagar is startled because the barrier cannot be destroyed from the inside so simply. The fighter calmly says he will go back up and destroy the barrier, trapping Belphagar. Belphagar warned him that destroying the barrier alone will not be enough. The fighter steps close, and Belphagar looks up at him with real surprise. The fighter smirks and asks who said he was alone. Before entering the hunting ground, he already prepared a backup plan. He promises to let every prisoner return to their own world. His final target is the towering structure at the center of this nightmare. With a fierce stare, he declares that he is going to tear the Tower of Gods down. Even if the hunters combine their strength, they are staring down a Flora Element Mage Lord, a level 35 B-class monster. The terrified contestants cannot even get close. Their attacks have done nothing, and they already know this fight is impossible. One man in the purple suit freezes in pure disbelief as the truth lands. No normal Awakened team can beat a B-class boss. The monster looms over the battlefield while the contestants lose their nerve. This prize hunt got expensive very fast. A fighter still tries to rally everyone, insisting they can work together and maybe bring it down. Another contestant snaps back at him. He sees desperate strangers, not brave comrades, and he refuses to gamble his life on wishful thinking. The purple-suited man starts to break, admitting he never would have entered if he knew the monster could kill them. The Mage Lord drains a fallen contestant with glowing green energy, making the threat painfully real for everyone watching. The creature keeps feeding, and the survivors finally understand that this is not a stage monster hunt. One fighter cannot believe they came to a ridiculous tournament for a little money. The answer is obvious, and it is not comforting. The staff-wielding contestant tightens his grip and tells the others to stop living in fantasy. They were not volunteers here. He makes the point clear. None of them chose this. Someone forced them into the Great Hunt. Far from the arena, an announcement congratulates the chosen participants. The Great Hunt was selected for them, not offered to them. A young mother has just given birth and is still nursing, but the people collecting contestants show no mercy. A frightened young man begs to go in her place. He knows the Divine Clan's order is absolute, but he asks anyway. The answer comes with cold finality. The Great Hunt is not a game to these people, it is an order from above. Back in the hunt, a battered contestant realizes the awful truth. The Divine Clan created this slaughter for entertainment. A woman cowers against the rocks, and the survivors are reduced to playthings of the gods. Above them, wealthy spectators laugh at how terrified the contestants look. They're watching human panic like it is premium entertainment. The men in white suits keep laughing from their throne-like seats. For them, the horror below is apparently the evening's best show. Their leader demands action. He wants to see the most spectacular great hunt possible, and the track contestants are the entertainment. High above the arena, the well-dressed spectators laugh at how terrified the people below look. They are treating this nightmare like premium entertainment. The audience keeps watching from their seats, completely detached from the danger they are enjoying. Two men urge their boss to make his move, eager to see the hunt get even uglier. Their composed leader says he wants to watch the most spectacular hunt. His face stays cold, which is never a comforting sign. The creature turns toward the trapped group, its jagged mouth opening as it catches the smell of blood. The monster grins with hungry confidence. It knows exactly who cannot run. Its teeth fill the frame as it lunges closer, turning the cave into a feeding ground. A wounded woman curls against the rocks in panic as the monster charges straight at them. The beast sweeps in with terrifying speed, and the helpless pair can only stare back. The injured man reaches out and screams for his wife as the attack closes in. A sharp green slash cuts through the chaos, but it is far too late to make anyone feel safe. The husband takes the hit while shielding her, his face twisted with pain and desperation. He's thrown down hard, still calling for his wife while the monster towers over him. The woman covers her face, frozen in terror as the creature looms behind the wounded man. The injured man reaches toward the monster, helplessly trying to stop what comes next. The beast closes its jaws around the woman, and the man can only whisper a broken no. Then ice explodes across the monster's body. Somebody has finally entered the fight. The frozen creature reels as a blue armored fighter appears beneath it, calmly taking control of the battlefield. Gannicus unleashes his Cloud Element warrior skill, Blade Ice Spear, and sends icy weapons flying upward. Ice spears rip into the monster from every direction, locking its huge body in a brutal crystal cage. A mobile spear crashes down near the survivors, making it painfully clear that this rescue has some serious collateral style. The fighter is revealed as Gannicus of the Jin family, a divine blessed warrior whose icy armor gleams around him. The survivors recognize him immediately as the person ranked first on the leaderboard. For one frightened survivor, the arrival feels like salvation, but relief does not last long. Gannicus says the moment they stepped onto this battlefield, their fate was already decided. He stares ahead without mercy and says no one can escape this game of the gods. A voice abruptly scolds Gannicus for stepping out early and ruining the spectators' show. Apparently monster attacks have scheduling rules. The smug spectator is annoyed, saying he wanted something even more thrilling than this rescue. The grinning man tells them to forget the monster and turn around. He has found a new target. The command comes cold and public. Make an example of someone in front of everyone. The order is brutally simple. Kill that woman. The real hunt was never the monster. Liu Yun stays calm as he lays out the plan. Free everyone on this level, then destroy the energy furnace. Beltagor warns him that smashing the barrier alone will not be enough. The divine claim can simply rebuild it from inside. Liu Yun hears the problem, but his focused look says he already came prepared. This guy did not bring a backup plan. He brought a backup army. With a confident smirk, Liu Yun reveals that everything was arranged before he entered the hunting ground. He promises to get them all out of this place, and his eyes harden with absolute determination. Liu Yun tells everyone to return to their own worlds while he goes after the Tower of Gods. Standing before the glowing tower, Liu Yun declares that he will tear it down. Belefigor watches with a faint, intrigued smile. He clearly did not expect Liu Yun to be this bold. Belefigor reminds Liu Yun of an earlier promise, and Liu Yun waits warily for the condition attached to it. Belefigor erupts with golden lightning, and decides it is time to give Liu Yun an advance gift. He offers up elemental power, and the lightning blasts into Liu Yun like a personal power-up delivery. Liu Yun is stunned as Belefigor explains that his heart can absorb every elemental power Liu Yun has collected. Electricity coils around Liu Yun while he braces himself, serious now that the power is actually taking hold. The system confirms it. Liu Yun now has sufficient elemental power. Golden lightning surrounds Liu Yun as the awakening pushes forward. The result lands hard. Liu Yun awakens an electric element mage class. Liu Yun stares in disbelief. His first gold class has finally arrived. Before Liu Yun can settle down, Belefigor offers him one more thing. A magic ring. Belfoa explains that the ring normally works as an infinite storage space. Its more important function is simple. Lu Yun can shout into the ring, and Belphegor can find his location. Belfoa promises that no matter where Lu Yun ends up on Earth, he will come if he hears his voice. Then Belphegor reveals his real name, Samuel. Lu Yun is visibly surprised by the trust behind that confession. Samuel admits that only a few people he truly trusts know that name, making this farewell hit a little harder. Lu Yun quietly accepts the promise, then turns back toward the fight. Blue energy races around Lu Yun's feet as he says time is running out and prepares to move. After the barrier falls, everyone must escape. Lu Yun summons his beast, Shaolin. The blue-winged beast appears beside Lu Yun, ready to carry him into the next move. Lu Yun lodges forward and promises Samuel that they will meet again, with their drinks ready. Samuel watches Lu Yun leave, then says their next meeting should settle the fate of the gods. Lu Yun flashes a fierce grin and says they will turn that whole world upside down. In the dark ravine, the black-haired hunter closes in with icy calm while his terrified target has nowhere left to run. The woman scrambles backward as he orders her to turn around. That is never a comforting sentence in a death game. She is horrified when he openly threatens to kill her in front of everyone, and the cruelty is clearly meant to break her first. He stares down without a hint of mercy and asks what she wants to do while someone nearby desperately urges him to kill her fast. The trapped woman tries to laugh through the fear, calling Lark bad but interesting. That is a wildly risky review to give your captor. His armored hand slams down with brutal force, and the onlookers immediately realize they need to leave. Lark gives them one last cold warning. Even if they have to crawl, they should do it fast. Back in the viewing room, the officials watch in stunned silence, confused by what they are seeing. The black-haired hunter is framed like a monster on the surveillance screen, and one spectator can only call him a beast. The officials are furious that this so-called divine blessed biter even blew out their earpiece. One angry heavyweight promises to play with him alive when he gets out. Then the room suddenly spots the leaderboard. The rankings reveal a massive gap. The black-haired hunter has blasted into first place with 950 points. The score keeps climbing, and the officials realize their problem is worse than expected. He is not dead yet. Far away, dark mist swallows the forest as another hunter enters the arena. He walks deeper into the great hunt, unaware that this entire arena has been built around something much bigger. A shadowy beast appears as the narration reveals the ugly truth. From the start, this has been a game of gods, demons, and awakened fighters. The hunters keep moving through the mist, but the game is about to reach beyond its original participants. A white-haired man crackles with golden power and explains that everyone who entered this arena is more than just a participant. He calmly points out one missing piece. There is still one important participant absent from the game. Golden lightning surges around him as he decides it is finally time to bring that missing player in. The lightning flares across the arena as the invitation expands. Now the volunteers are being pulled into this game too. The officials sit frozen as the white-haired man makes the new rule clear. The people watching are no longer safely outside the game. The forest is swallowed by a massive dark mist. Once anyone enters its range, finding the way out is basically a bad joke. The white-haired hunter pushes deeper between the trees, calm on the outside while the mist closes around him. He realizes this nightmare feels familiar. In his past life, he lived inside lies created by the gods, so he can finally see the pattern. Golden energy cracks across his eyes. He recognizes the mist for what it is, a carefully built illusion. At the center stands the culprit, a B-class grand illusion demon beating the forest with glowing tubes. The demon's machinery keeps pumping power through the roots. Apparently even evil fog meets plumbing. The hunter cuts into its supply line, and the demon jerks as its control over the forest starts to break. He faces the creature without flinching and calls it out as the source of the dark mist. The hunter looks almost bored as he says the divine clan trapped a pathetic thing in here. That is not the reaction this demon wanted. Meanwhile, Xiaole is dragged into the mist nightmare. She wakes in an old memory as her little brother urgently calls for her. Her brother grabs her hand and tells her to hurry. Xiaole is confused, but his fear makes it clear something is terribly wrong. He pulls her through the hallway trying to keep her quiet. Xiaole follows with panic already written across her face. Her brother covers her mouth and begs her not to make a sound. Xiaolei's wide eyes show she knows the nightmare is catching up. A red-eyed voice creeps through the darkness, telling her to search. The memory turns from frightening to personal. Xiao Lei freezes in terror as the nightmare forces her to look toward the past she never wanted to revisit. A warped shadow monster appears in the ruined home, and Xiao Lei can only stare as the horror takes shape. She sees her father and then realizes what happened to her mother. The fear on her face turns into heartbreak. Xiao Lei whispers for her mom, tears rising as the illusion makes her relive the loss in full. Her mother lies bloodied on the floor while the monstrous presence fills the room. The mist knows exactly where to twist the knife. Her father is shown as a dark, terrifying figure, and Xiao Lei's nightmare finally overwhelms her. Xiao Lei cries out in denial, trapped between the memory and the demon's illusion. Then her voice cuts through the darkness and tells Xiao Lei to wake up. She snaps back from the edge. The white-haired hunter catches her and explains that it was only a dark mist dream. Xiao Lei clings to him, still shaken to the core. Xiao Lei looks up in stunned silence, trying to separate the nightmare from reality. The hunter gently tells her it is over. His calm expression says the nightmare has finally been shut down. Back at the trial hall, the rankings update. The white-haired hunter's score suddenly appears near the top. The spectators notice the score and start laughing at how badly someone else's confidence is about to age. One seated spectator jokes that nobody would dare offend his divine clan. He is enjoying this far too early. Another man slams his fist down and demands the demon stimulant be released. Someone has decided fair play is optional. A sharp-eyed man questions the stimulant, warning that a B-class lord empowered by it could become far more dangerous. The furious spectator admits he no longer cares about winning or losing. He wants everyone inside that forest dead. The divine clan is done pretending this is a fair match. One man admits the creature is being boosted by a stimulant, and the crowd's bloodlust is already boiling over. They call for more brutality and demand a vote. 5 clan members are present, and apparently basic sportsmanship did not make the guest list. The spectators settle in like this is premium entertainment, casually deciding that if there is a good show, they have to watch it. A nervous woman calls out to her brother while the vote reaches 3. The decision is locked in, and nobody is looking comfortable anymore. The order comes down to release the monster quickly. The man at the controls moves without hesitation. Outside the viewing area, the group stands above a glowing sealed zone. They are watching from behind a protective barrier, or so they think. One stern observer orders the leaderboard view shut off. He does not want a score update. He wants to see how this ends. The viewers stare down at the arena, eager to watch someone die. Then the ground starts answering back. Mechanical pillars rise from the earth around the trapped fighter, spraying debris as red energy begins to coil through the air. The red currents gather faster and faster. Whatever they released is not arriving quietly. The black-haired fighter looks around from inside jagged blue armor, clearly sensing that something is very wrong. A grotesque armored beast bursts into view, all teeth, spikes, and bad intentions. The creature is identified as a Flora Element Magelord, a level 36 boss called Soul-Stealing Corpus Berg. The monster towers over the fighter, and its entrance alone sends a violent shot through the arena. Its full body unfolds into a twisted mass of limbs and roots. This is less of a boss fight and more of a landscaping nightmare. Green power spirals around the monster as its stamina and elemental power increase. The stimulant is doing exactly what its handlers wanted. The monster drains energy from the surrounding forest, leaving the trees to wither as it feeds itself. With a powerful leap, the strengthened creature launches into the air, its huge wings cutting across the battlefield. The armored fighter keeps his cool and recognizes the problem immediately. These monsters have been strengthened. He realizes the beast is preparing to wipe out everyone inside the barrier, not just the target in front of it. The fighter braces inside the sealed zone while the people outside are still too busy arguing to understand the danger. The loudest spectator keeps insulting the people below, convinced they are helpless and cannot possibly escape. He doubles down, calling them rats and warning them not to challenge the divine clan. His confidence is about to age badly. The glowing barrier suddenly glitches, and warning messages flash across it. The power system has failed. The protective barrier is about to fail completely. The spectators finally stop enjoying the show and start panicking. The barrier fractures into broken blocks of light, leaving the monster and its audience dangerously close together. The seated onlookers recoil as the isolation system fails. Their safe viewing platform has become a trap. The orange-haired observer understands the scale of the disaster. Someone has destroyed Sky City. The monster now faces the terrified spectators directly, with one trapped man standing helplessly beneath it. The beast leans in with a grin full of teeth. And the man who was bragging a moment ago suddenly has nothing to say. The terrified man begs Gannigas to save him. The vote was fun, right up until the monster got a vote of its own. Inside Sky City, its planners proudly revealed two energy systems meant to keep the entire floating city airborne forever. The first system is an energy furnace on the second level, and it continuously feeds power to the city above. The second system is a backup storage unit, supposedly strong enough to keep Sky City running for a full month. The backup is sold as the ultimate safety net. If the main power fails, this place should still stay in the sky. The suited official looks completely confident as he explains that the backup will activate immediately in an emergency. He boasts that Sky City will remain above everyone else forever. That is a lot of confidence to say out loud. The clan's leaders believe their two-layer power supply can protect everyone, even if dangerous enemies attack. One man dismisses the danger with a smug laugh. In his mind, nobody would be stupid enough to invade their territory. The dark-haired man stays composed, but his stiff posture makes it clear this grand promise is about to get tested. Sky City hangs high over the ordinary city below, looking untouchable from a distance. Then the calm breaks. Someone demands to know what is happening to the barrier. The officials freeze as the warning sinks in, and nobody has a reassuring answer. The pink-haired young man immediately connects the failure to sabotage. Someone has destroyed the energy furnace. Deep in the ruins, broken restraints and scattered chains reveal that someone has already reached the critical machinery. The energy furnace erupts in a violent blast. The system is not damaged, it is completely destroyed. Lightning tears through the ruined facility while shadowy figures watch the furnace collapse. A long-haired woman coolly says the furnace is already gone, then leaves the rest of the disaster to Sky City. She turns away with a satisfied little smile. Mission accomplished, and somebody else can handle the screaming. The backup generator powers up exactly as promised, its machinery roaring to life. For one brief moment, the officials think they are saved as the backup power activates. Instead, the viewing platform flickers into a chaotic digital mess, and the people standing on it realize something is very wrong. The platform shakes beneath them while the terrified crowd watches the colorful distortion spread everywhere. A woman admits she never expected a backup plan, but the relief lasts about 2 seconds. The backup power is destroyed too. The barrier completely fails, the platform device crashes, and the crowd scrambles in full-blown panic. With the power gone, the floating stands begin dropping out from under everyone. People scream as entire sections buckle and fall. Their perfect safe zone has become a trap. The platforms plunge through the air, sending the stunned attendees tumbling with them. Survivors hit the ground hard and stare at the wreckage in disbelief. So much for the fancy backup power. The pink-haired man realizes this cannot be a coincidence. Someone deliberately destroyed Sky City's energy devices one by one. At the Sky City Backup Energy Center, the damaged tower stands amid smoke and shattered structures. The damage leaves bodies scattered across the floor, showing just how brutally the attack hit. Elsewhere, a strange insect-like creature happily absorbs the stolen energy, crackling with power. The creature calls the energy delicious, like it just found an all-you-can-eat buffet inside a disaster zone. The creature reports that it completed its master's assignment, and the system announces that Kianzai has reached B class. The promotion confirms that all that stolen energy was not wasted. It was fuel for a much bigger plan. In the ruins, a white-haired young man and his dark-haired companion approach, while the creature eagerly asks for its reward. The white-haired man shuts down its excitement. He warns that the most important part of the task is not finished yet. The creature immediately obeys its boss, leaving the threat hanging over the ruined city. The insect-like helper proudly reports that Kianzai has cleared the task and reached B class. It immediately asks for a reward later because apparently even creepy bug minions want performance bonuses. What Kianzai is not celebrating, he looks toward the forest as the whole situation suddenly slips out of control. The white-haired hunter stays cold and focused. He says the important task is not finished yet. The others stare upward in alarm, trying to understand what just changed. Dark wings fill the frame as the threat overhead closes in. Several fine monsters dive through the trees, and they're clearly not here for polite introductions. The barrier vanishes. The trapped civilians see their chance and immediately run for it. People flee in relief, shouting that they can finally get back alive. Feet pound across the ground while the monsters surge behind them. A huge purple corpse monster lunges after the escaping crowd, turning their escape route into a death trap. One panicked hunter orders everyone to notify the nearest Divine Guild squad. The monster bears down on a terrified man who realizes he has nowhere left to run. He snaps at the onlookers for staring and begs them to help kill it. The monster towers behind him, while he screams for somebody to save him. Two subdued observers warn the fighters not to let the monster get close. If anyone is hurt, they are all done. The corpse monster whips its chained body around and swats at the humans. The attack sends a fighter flying. This B-class monster is still more than enough trouble. The blonde observer urges caution, even though the monster is not high level. Someone quietly calls Lin Feng's name as the situation becomes far more interesting. The suited man says there is only one explanation for this chaos. He concludes that, after so long, someone has dared to rebel against the Divine Clan. A status display confirms the target, a level 35 Flora Element Mage Lord, is bound and severely injured. The trapped man keeps yelling for the monster to be killed, but his fear is turning into anger. He points at the bound beast and rages that it nearly killed him. He promises to torture the monster to death. Bad choice of audience for that speech. The white-haired hunter races a foot and gives the command, electrocute it. A green system message flashes, switch, nuclear warrior. He wants this man to enjoy losing control. Green energy wraps around the hunter as he calmly carries out the order. Lightning tears through the chained monster while the hunter watches without blinking. The narrator's point is brutal. Powerful monster or arrogant human, both can become someone else's toy. The terrified man grits his teeth as he realizes the tables have turned completely. He begs for more electricity, calling the Divine Clan's cruelty the most direct kind there is. Lin Feng's green-lit eye stays perfectly calm. He has already decided how this ends. A blinding strike drops from above, slicing straight through the chaos. The beam continues downward, leaving the whole battlefield washed in white light. The bound soul-stealing corpses hit head-end, its chain snapping under the overwhelming blast. Lin Feng simply thinks, let it end here, as the monster finally collapses. He lands in front of the defeated beast with the relaxed posture of someone who never felt threatened. The system confirms it. Soul-stealing corpse defeated, and Lin Feng receives 88,000 experience. More rewards appear, including a flower of 1,000 bones and 1,000 boss kill points. Lin Feng smiles and says, it is time to decide the winner of this hunting game. The arrogant survivor faces him at last, still demanding to know why Lin Feng has not attacked. Then the ground begins to shake around them, and the man's confidence finally cracks. The view distorts as a massive structure starts breaking apart far beyond the battlefield. The shaking spreads through the sky tower itself, turning the whole place into falling rubble. The suited observers panic and ask what is happening. The answer is a worried, simple no. The Divine Clan man forces a nervous smile, but he knows this is no ordinary rebellion. The tower keeps collapsing around him, and he realizes the rebels may be aiming much higher than expected. The insect helper reports that the sky tower's structure is extremely fragile. The small creature stands amid the wreckage as pieces of the tower begin falling everywhere. It proudly says it completed its assignment by destroying the support pillars from the inside. Tiny employee, huge demolition budget. The towering sky tower buckles and starts to come down in huge sections. Everyone below stares upward in horror as debris rains down around them. The trapped man and nearby civilians run as the destruction closes in. Another crushing impact hits the tower, and its outer shell bursts apart. A massive alert appears, barrier destroyed. The suited man can only stare and think about the rebels who pulled this off. From the shattered barrier, something enormous begins to emerge through the smoke. A colossal black dragon rises from the ruins, scattering debris with every movement. Its armored face fills the sky, and even the chaos around it suddenly feels small. The system reveals the monster's true identity. Level 5x5 Demon King Liu Yu, dragon form. Lin Feng stands beneath the dragon with red eyes glowing, looking completely at home beside that terrifying power. The dragon looms over the ruined city as someone asks if they are openly declaring war against the rule of the gods. Without warning, the sky tower starts ripping apart from the inside, showering the city in debris. The tower twists under a violent force, its glowing structure cracking as the destruction spirals downward. The sky tower is actually collapsing, and the people below can only stare at the impossible wreckage. The responders freeze in shock as the tower keeps shedding smoke and rubble. This is not a normal structural issue. Their black-haired commander snaps out of it and orders the 8th squad to secure the backup power system and find out what happened. The squad answers immediately and starts gearing up, even while the tower continues to howl around them. The men acknowledge the order, but something massive is already moving through the smoke overhead. A huge shadow cuts through the air above the railing, and every soldier looks up at once. A colossal dark dragon crashes into view through the clouds. Apparently, the collapsing tower had an even worse roommate. The dragon's rival blasts wind and dust across the platform, forcing the nearby responders to brace themselves. Golden lightning coils around the monster's body, revealing it as Lu Yun in dragon form, a level 555 Demon King. The lightning intensifies around Lu Yun as the tower and the ground below take the full shock of his power. The storm of debris keeps swirling through the city, leaving everyone scrambling to understand what they are facing. One terrified man points out the obvious. This is the strongest creature they have ever seen, and it is very much awake. As the wind tears through the ruined site, the group shifts position and looks toward Thebes for answers. The giant dragon dominates the sky, crackling with energy while the people below struggle to make sense of it. Thebes stands calm in his white coat while the frightened man asks about the giant dragon that grandfather could never kill. Thebes realizes the impossible truth. The dragon grandfather failed to kill has suddenly appeared again. Thebes watches with a cold, focused expression as Lu Yun's power keeps building overhead. Lightning erupts around the dragon's chest, charging into a blinding strike. The bolt slams down with enough force to split the ground and blast apart the rubble below. Inside the smoke, a huge stone statue begins to rise, battered by the dragon's lightning. The crowd spots it and panics. The statue is here, right in the middle of the disaster zone. The onlookers recognize the monument as Lord Cadmus's statue, and that makes the situation even more alarming. Thebes identifies the attack at last. The dragon fired a single bolt of lightning directly down at the statue. Lu Yun's furious presence makes the reason clear. After being suppressed underground for 500 years, he has come to settle the score. Electricity lashes across the sky as the dragon gathers even more force for the next attack. The lightning detonates in a blinding burst, turning the entire area into a wall of fire and flying stone. Thebes and the others run from the blast as Lu Yun's revenge starts tearing through the ruins. Thebes calls for everyone to hide while the lightning storm expands around them. Thebes assesses the pressure rolling off the dragon and realizes it is at least as strong as a 5-class combatant. The bespectacled man grips Thebes protectively, determined to keep him safe while the dragon rages. Thebes stares upward in stunned focus as the storm changes again in a blink of an eye. A massive blow crashes into the Divine Clan's territory, and the shockwave rolls through the darkened sky. Silhouetted figures look up at the devastation as the territory reels from the dragon's strike. Above Sky City nobility, a blazing attack slams into the heavens and starts ripping the battlefield apart. The shockwave explodes through the sky as the massive dragon is hammered by a storm of light and debris. For a second, it looks like the Divine Clan has pulled it off. The dragon is getting buried under their full-force assault. Their glory attack keeps detonating, but this is less of a victory lap and more of a very expensive noise complaint. The air twists into a violent vortex around the blast zone, and the hunters can barely see what they have actually done. Then the truth lands hard. The Divine Clan's prize target has been completely crushed. Inside the ruined hunting ground, the survivors recoil as dust and broken stone rain down around them. One frightened hunter clings to another and begs to be hidden too. Nobody is feeling brave now. A shaken survivor stares through the smoke, wondering who on earth could kill that dragon. Someone immediately offers a fortune for the answer, and another hunter looks at him like he has lost his mind. But the dragon is still there. The survivors realize no normal hunter should be able to defeat a monster like this. The wounded dragon drags itself through the smoke, furious and very much not finished. The hunters admit the obvious. Unless the Divine Legion arrives, they have no answer for it. The beast bares its fangs and lets out a broken roar, still terrifying even after that barrage. More monsters escape from the hunting ground, turning one disaster into a full-scale evacuation. The guards throw themselves into formation, trying to shield the Divine Clan while monsters crash through the ruins. A shattered doorway and drifting smoke show how badly the hunting ground has been wrecked. A guard barks orders for the squad to form up, but the strain on his face says he knows this is ugly. A red-haired woman stumbles out through the dust, coughing as the others rush to check on her. She quickly asks if anyone was hit by the falling buildings. In this mess, that is somehow the low bar. A white-haired woman reassures everyone that they are awakened and tougher than ordinary people. That reassurance does not reach the terrified survivors. One of them is openly sobbing and begging to go home. The red-haired woman walks away from the group, wrathy by the destruction and desperate to leave. A crying blonde woman covers her face, completely overwhelmed by what she has just survived. Another survivor says she never wants to return here, while the exhausted group can only be grateful they escaped alive. The survivors cling to that one thin comfort. They are out of the hunting ground, at least for now. A worried young man holds someone close and quietly agrees, trying to keep them calm. Thebes is called out as rubble continues to fall around the damaged grounds. The order comes fast, called the Divine Legion. Everyone is suddenly asking the same question: where are they? Thebes is pushed for an answer, but he stays silent while the destruction keeps spreading. A fresh blast tears through the sky, and the remaining hunters watch the disaster grow even larger. Thebes realizes this is not random. Someone has been destroying Divine Clan territory from the lower levels with a plan aimed at the whole class. He hardens his expression and confirms the real nightmare. Rebels have infiltrated the competition. Through the smoke, a silver-haired hunter in a red and white jacket finally steps into view. Now the question is, who exactly he is. The silver-haired hunter stands calmly in the wreckage, looking far too composed for someone surrounded by chaos. He watches the battlefield with sharp golden eyes, injured but clearly still in control. The dragon offers him a way out, telling him to take his companions and leave before things get worse. He refuses. After causing this much damage, he knows the Divine Clan will not simply let him walk away. The dragon warns that his trips to the Abyssal Land will be exposed, but the silver-haired hunter only smirks. He tells the dragon not to worry. He already has his own arrangements, which is never comforting in a collapsing arena. Looking over the ruins, he reveals that he had a plan for the Great Hunt from the beginning. Running into the Divine Clan was only a coincidence. His real game against the gods has just begun. The survivors keep fleeing through the smoke as he quietly turns his attention to what comes next. With his hand raised to his face and revenge in his eyes, the silver-haired hunter decides that now is his time. High above Sky City, Belfilsagor orders his flying companions to leave. The demon dragon sounds annoyed, but he is already planning his next move. Belfilsagor invites Lu Yun along, warning that the Divine Legion will not forgive what happened here. Lu Yun stays cool while the threat hangs over him. The dragon warns that Lu Yun's trick to the Abyssal Land will soon be exposed. Lu Yun lowers his eyes, looking far too calm for someone being threatened by a dragon. Wu Yun refuses to panic. He says he already has his own arrangements, and that quiet confidence is doing a lot of heavy lifting. Back in the ruined city, Lu Yun walks through smoke and wreckage. He had a plan before entering the Great Hunt, and now he is ready to use it. Survivors stagger through the destruction as Lu Yun says meeting Belfilsagor was no coincidence. For him, this hunt has only just begun. Around him, civilians scramble through the chaos. The city is still rattled, but Lu Yun has finally found the opening he wanted. Lu Yun crouches in the smoke with a hard stare. Revenge is on his mind now, and he is done playing polite. Lu Yun says it is time for revenge. Belfilsagor responds with an amused laugh, clearly enjoying this dangerous little conversation. Belfilsagor calls Lu Yun interesting, and admits he is starting to understand why another demon chose him. Apparently, dragon small talk comes with apocalypse-level flirting. Lu Yun cuts him off. If the Divine Legion is coming, he tells Belfilsagor to leave now, his expression sharp and completely unshaken. Belfilsagor's eye narrows as he challenges Lu Yun. The dragon is angry, but he also knows this is not the moment to push further. Belfilsagor says that without his clansmen here, he would happily turn Sky City upside down today. His escort circles overhead, ready to retreat. The dragon's threat hangs over the devastated city. He blames Lu Yun for making his side suffer, and his rage is barely contained. Belfilsagor calls for a retreat. His dragons pull away from the city, leaving everyone below with a very expensive cleanup bill. As he rises into the clouds, Belfilsagor addresses Lu Yun by name and promises that the demon race will return to the sky. The huge demon dragon disappears into the clouds, swearing he will never forget Lu Yun's kindness. That gratitude sounds suspiciously like a future problem. Belfilsagor leaves Lu Yun with one final promise. One day, he says, he will be waiting for Lu Yun's call. Lu Yun stands beneath the retreating dragons as Belfilsagor says they will overturn the gods' rule together. Lu Yun listens without giving away much. The wind whips around Lu Yun as he says farewell. His face stays calm, but the deal he just made is clearly not a small one. Lu Yun repeats his own name with a faint, knowing smile. He looks like someone who has just placed a very dangerous piece on the board. Elsewhere, a new skill activates, Meteor Press, an astral element major ability. Something massive starts crashing down on the battlefield. The attack slams into its target with crushing force. The monster howls as the pressure buries it beneath the blast. A green-haired mage holds his arm out with fierce focus while the survivors behind him recoil. He has turned panic into one brutal counterattack. The green-haired mage checks whether the others are all right as the monster is crushed under super heavy pressure. He looks drained, but still trying to stay composed. The onlookers stare at the aftermath in disbelief. The monster really died that quickly, and nobody seems ready to trust their eyes yet. Two suited men gape at the result while one asks if it really worked. Even they cannot believe the monster got flattened that fast. Instead of relief, the green-haired mage gets mocked as useless trash. He looks humiliated after nearly being killed, and the crowd is not showing much grace. Someone offers praise, but the green-haired mage cannot enjoy it. He feels he has already lost face in front of everyone. The green-haired mage looks exhausted and ashamed. In his mind, the losses from this great hunt feel far too heavy to ignore. Smoke rolls through the ruins as he thinks about all this destruction. The victory does not feel very victorious from where he is standing. The green-haired mage watches officials move through the wreckage with his head lowered. He wonders whether Sky City can even be rebuilt. As recovery crews arrive, the question shifts from survival to rebuilding. The city is battered, but help is already stepping into the smoke. A radio crackles among the response teams. The cleanup operation is moving fast, even if the rubble says this day is nowhere near normal. A report confirms that every monster on site has been cleared out. For the first time, the survivors can breathe. A red-haired commander hears that the giant dragon fled toward the Shangtian border. The Divine Legion has already started the pursuit. The red-haired commander asks about the power system. His controlled expression shows he's already focused on the next emergency. The bespectacled officer calls for the 8th squad. He is all business now, with the city still smoking behind him. The 8th squad reports in, and the backup power system begins returning to normal. Finally, someone gets to be useful without being roasted for it. Backup power activates across the damage zone. The response crews stand beneath the wreckage as the city starts coming back online. The commander receives confirmation that the power system has been restored. Order is returning, one battered system at a time. The barrier returns to normal as Lu Yun appears near the restored system. He watches the recovery in silence, his attention fixed on what comes next. Lu Yun turns in profile, calm and unreadable against the glowing barrier. The crisis is over for now, but his plans are clearly still moving. With the hunting tournament finally over, the battered city starts to breathe again. The survivors look exhausted, like they just escaped the world's worst group project. A worried black-haired woman stays close to her injured companion, quietly trying to reassure her while the shock is still sinking in. The injured girls cling to each other for support. One is visibly shaken, but relief finally breaks through the fear. They confirm the blessed fighters cleared the monsters, and even the dragon fled. For once, the emergency report has good news. Then the tournament system announces the competition is complete, and a glowing ranking board suddenly comes online. Everyone turns towards a strange display as the rankings begin to load through the drifting smoke. The board flickers through the competitors, making the whole crowd lean in for the final score reveal. The rankings are in. Bai Yi sits at the top with 1750 points, miles ahead of the rest. The crowd stares at the board in disbelief. First place is not even close, and Bai Yi's win lands like a bomb. A long-haired, purple-haired woman looks stunned as she says Bai Yi's name, still processing the result. She can only stare at the score and accept it. Bai Yi really took first place. A red-haired man steps forward to the rubble, his body language sharp and clearly not pleased by what he sees. As the ceremony begins, an official in a white coat approaches the platform while nearby spectators watch in tense silence. The crowd notices the ceremony starting and turns toward the platform, curiosity replacing the panic for a moment. The official admits the hunting competition had several unexpected incidents, but the contestants still crossed the finish line. With the leaderboard behind her, the official formally wraps up the event while the finalists wait for their rewards. The red-haired man reacts immediately, his narrowed eyes showing that he has not forgotten an earlier promise. He insists that Protos' promise will not change for anything. That is a very ominous thing to say during a prize ceremony. A suited official brings out gleaming reward chests and calls the winners forward. The official asks the finalists if they remember the competition, while the prizes sit waiting right in front of them. He congratulates Bai Yi on taking first place, giving the white-haired winner the credit he earned. Bai Yi calmly accepts the first-place chest. He looks composed, but those sparkling cases are doing plenty of dramatic work for him. Bai Yi studies the reward with a guarded expression, already treating this prize like something that could change the game. The chest opens in a burst of golden light, and the reward is officially his. The first reward appears, a level 5 weapon called Stream, glowing with enough power to make the crowd forget how to blink. Golden energy coils around Bai Yi as he reaches for the weapon, his face steady despite the spectacle. Then comes a second level 5 reward, a ring called Holy Decree. First place apparently comes with premium loot. Bai Yi successfully equips the ring, and its golden power wraps around his hand and weapon. The weapon hums with light as Bai Yi tests its weight, watching the strange energy flow across its frame. He grips the shining weapon, but his focused posture shows he is more suspicious than impressed. Bai Yi suddenly freezes. Something about this weapon does not feel right. His eyes tighten as he thinks through the implication, clearly connecting the reward to a much bigger problem. At the same time, Sky City's power system is restored, and the city resumes operation as if nothing happened. The smoke begins to clear around the damaged city, and rescue efforts move in as normal operations restart. Officials immediately begin checking for anyone injured or left behind in the chaos. At the damaged power equipment, investigators inspect the wreckage while smoke still curls around the machinery. They identify the destruction as monster attack damage, then ask the obvious question, why target the power system specifically? A dark-skinned officer with white braids considers a monster invasion, but he's not convinced. The officer studies the scene in silence, his stillness showing he is piecing together a different answer. He gestures toward the damage as the investigation shifts from accident control to finding the real cause. He rules out an invasion. In his view, this was the work of a summoned beast. The attack on the power system was not accidental. Someone planned it in advance. The officer's hard stare shows he knows this explanation opens far more questions than it answers. He hesitates, because the pattern is too strange to fit an ordinary monster attack. Then he remembers something impossible. In his previous life, the Sky Tower clearly did not collapse. That memory leaves him grim and alert. This disaster is already breaking the rules of the future he knew. A green glow spills from the treasure, and everyone can feel that this is not some ordinary loot. The pink-haired woman stares in disbelief. She says it is her first time seeing one, because S-class weapons are national treasures. The group wonders whether the weapon has even finished sharpening yet, while the room stays locked on its green aura. Bai Yi watches with his 2 attendants behind him, his calm face hiding a very personal grudge. Bai Yi remembers the monster he had prepared to finish off for the Lord. In his mind, these rewards were supposed to be his. He thinks he was ready to deliver the final blow, but the other side moved first. That is the kind of timing that ruins a man's whole afternoon. Bai Yi clenches his hand and demands electricity, trying to seize back control as frustration finally cracks through. But the white-haired awakened fighter swings the glowing weapon anyway, cutting through Bai Yi's attempt before it can take hold. Bai Yi realizes this was not just a chance to perform in front of the Protoss. An S-class weapon was right there, and it slipped away. His face drops into shadow as the anger turns cold. Bai Yi is done pretending this is a small setback. Bai Yi tightens his fist and accuses them of taking everything from him. The white-haired fighter stands ready with the golden weapon, looking composed while the power crackles around his arm. Even Bai Yi cannot hide his shock. He stares at the weapon like he has just seen a cheat code drop into the match. A bruised, black-haired young man gets cursed at from below, his eyes narrowed as another bully closes in. The bully kicks at Lark and calls him useless, clearly enjoying the chance to hurt someone weaker. Lark takes a vicious hit and folds over, bruised and bleeding, while the attacker keeps piling on. The stocky attacker sneers that Lark cannot even beat an outsider, acting like he has won something important. Lark struggles to get his footing, but there is no safe place left in this beating. The bully looms over him, spitting out insults while Lark can only glare back through the pain. Another blow drives Lark down, and the attacker orders him to die right there. The bully calls Lark a waste, then reveals the real wound to his pride. He lost 100 million. His fury is not justice. It is money, humiliation, and a grudge all landing on Lark at once. A red-haired official steps in and tells Lark to stop cutting through the violence before it goes further. The bully looks up at the official, suddenly less comfortable now that someone with authority is watching. Nearby spectators whisper that there are too many people watching, which is a polite way of saying this tantrum has an audience. The bully glares upward, but the official's presence forces him to listen. He tries to justify himself, claiming Lark is his personal blessing master, and that he decides Lark's life and death. Lark hangs battered in the bully's grip, while the claim of ownership makes the situation even uglier. The bully points at the white-haired fighter and mocks him as an outsider, daring him to interfere. The white-haired fighter stays calm, but his eyes sharpen as he watches Lark get handled like property. The name Lark King lands heavily, and the white-haired fighter quietly connects the pieces. The bully keeps a hand on Lark's head and insists that, in a serious fight, the outcome would be different. The collar around Lark's neck explains why the white-haired fighter is so disturbed. He asks how Lark could possibly be Ganix's mate. The white-haired fighter studies Lark with a focused, uneasy expression, recognizing that this connection changes the stakes. The official hears the name Ganix and pauses, his face turning thoughtful. For a moment the official says nothing. He is clearly deciding how far to let this confrontation go. Then the official waves it off and says to let them fight it out. Conflict resolution has apparently entered its arena phase. The white-haired fighter and the official hold their positions as everyone realizes this is becoming an official matter. The official formally adds an order in the name of the divine child, turning the chaos into something far more serious. He announces an awakened one's duel. The two sides facing off are Bai Yi and Ganix. The names are set, and the room braces for Bai Yi versus Ganix. The argument has officially become a battle. The scene ends with the duel hanging over everyone, promising that neither side can walk away quietly now. In the ruined arena, an official announces an extra match under the divine child's order. Bai Yi and Ganix are being shoved into a one-on-one duel. The order is blunt. Two awakened fighters enter and only one gets to walk away with the reward. The duel is officially set between Bai Yi and Ganix, while the wrecked stadium suddenly feels a lot smaller. The official pauses for maximum drama, then reveals the prize. This is not just a friendly sparring match. The winner gets 100 million from Lark King. Apparently emotional blackmail now comes with prize money. The nearby contestants stare in shock. A battle between awakened people was already bad enough. Once they hear it is one-on-one, the crowd starts worrying about why Bai Yi has been singled out. The man in the white coat studies Bai Yi from behind, openly curious about how much strength he has been hiding. Bai Yi stands quietly amid the drifting dust, while that cold gaze stays fixed on him. The official challenges Bai Yi to prove himself, asking whether this farce has anything to do with him. Bai Yi does not flinch. His face stays controlled, but the pressure behind his eyes is obvious. Bai Yi lowers his head and takes the accusation without giving them an easy answer. The demand is simple. Show proof. Bai Yi is being tested in front of everyone, and nobody is pretending this is fair. The damaged arena comes into view as the confrontation keeps building beneath the shattered ceiling. Then Thebes steps in with a smug grin. He did not expect Bai Yi to be so quick-witted, but he has a nastier offer ready. Thebes gives Bai Yi one last chance, win back every bit of money he lost. The deal comes with a threat. If Bai Yi loses again, Thebes promises to visit his hometown personally. Thebes' smile makes the message crystal clear. This is not a wager, it is a leash. Ganix reacts with real fear when Thebes repeats the hometown threat. He clearly understands what kind of man is making it. The white-coated official calmly asks whether either awakened fighter objects to this showdown. Bai Yi is asked directly and he gives no objection. His expression is tight, but his choice is already made. Ganix drops to one knee near the glowing arena marker, looking like the pressure just hit all at once. Ganix stays silent with his head lowered. He has no objection either, but he does not look remotely happy about it. Bai Yi agrees too, though inside he knows refusing an order issued in the divine child's name could be treated as defying God. Bai Yi decides this is not the right time to resist. His calm face hides a very practical calculation. With both sides locked in, the official approves the arrangement. The duel will happen right here in the rubble. Dust explodes around the arena as the stage is finalized. There is no backing out now. The official declares that their duel starts here, turning the ruined site into a live battlefield. Bai Yi rises and faces Ganix across the debris, his coat snapping behind him as the crowd watches. The rules are brutal. Being killed, surrendering, or leaving the field all count as failure. One match decides the winner. The observers cannot believe the two awakened fighters are really going to fight here. Bai Yi steps forward without hesitation, while everyone around him braces for the first move. A worried woman watches Bai Yi closely, and his name hangs in the air like a warning. Thebes addresses Bai Yi directly, almost casual now that he has forced the young man into his trap. Thebes says too many strange things happened in Sky City today, and he suspects someone among the contestants caused them. He believes that person has been hiding their true strength for a long time, and even entering the competition was deliberate. Bai Yi listens with his back turned, keeping his expression closed off while Thebes keeps pressing. When Thebes asks what he thinks, Bai Yi does not give him the answer he wants. Bai Yi looks away, guarded and exhausted. He is not about to explain himself to the man cornering him. Bai Yi says he knows nothing and apologizes, keeping his voice flat despite the suspicion around him. Then Bai Yi finally gives the truth he is willing to share. He just wants to become stronger as quickly as possible. Bai Yi turns toward the arena, his red jacket and clenched posture showing that he is done talking. Thebes watches him with a thin, knowing smile. He has heard enough for now. Thebes simply tells Bai Yi good luck, then walks away as if he did not just arrange a potential death match. Bai Yi is left facing Ganex at the arena marker, and the distance between them suddenly feels dangerous. Bai Yi realizes they have definitely started to doubt him. His eyes harden as he adjusts to the new reality. This time, Bai Yi decides he cannot hide his true strength anymore. The ruined arena trembles with the first burst of power. The warm-up is officially over. Golden energy gathers around Bai Yi's hand as he finally prepares to fight seriously. Across from him, Ganex raises an arm, wrapped in crackling blue power. Both fighters are showing what they kept hidden. Ganex stares forward with a hard, focused expression as the confrontation reaches its breaking point. Bai Yi admits he never expected this life to put him on another fighting stage, but now he is ready for it. Ganex has fled to Mongolia after stabbing a god, and God's Legion is already moving in to capture him alive. The wanted poster makes it clear this is not a casual arrest. The Legion expects resistance, and they are ready to handle it themselves. Their target is trapped on an island, but Ganex is not waiting around to be dragged home in chains. The chase has reached Mongolia, where the island looks peaceful for about 5 seconds before the trouble arrives. Ganex stands outside a small settlement, calm and upright as he watches someone approach. A dark-haired man casually raises a bottle, but his lowered eyes and hard expression show he knows exactly who has come for him. The Legion reveals its nasty little insurance policy. Every divine blessed target has a locator implanted in their heart. Ganex activates a glowing device in his hand, looking utterly unfazed by the idea of running anywhere. The dark-haired fighter says nobody can escape their grasp because death is inevitable. Ganex answers that he would rather die in his hometown. Blue lightning erupts around the Legion warrior's hand as he summons a shield of ice and electricity. The dark-haired warrior braces inside the icy barrier, eyes locked forward and completely serious about stopping Ganex. The icy armor closes around him, turning the Legion fighter into a crackling wall of frozen power. Ganex draws his sword with a cool, almost bored stare. He has clearly decided talking time is over. Golden energy flares around Ganex as he plants his blade and prepares to meet the Legion head-on. A huge thorny insect is ordered to bite Ganex to death. Nothing says subtle arrest like deploying a monster bug. The insect lunges with its jaws wide open, attacking while the nearby locals are still caught off guard. The locals panic and shout at the monster, while one man still has a drink in hand. Priorities, apparently. The insect scrapes across the ground near the villagers, making the attack feel dangerously close and very real. A suited attendant reports that Bai Yi of God's Legion has successfully landed on the island. The dark-skinned observer smirks like this is premium entertainment, not a life-or-death invasion. He proposes a bet on who will die, while Ganex and the ice-covered Legion warrior face each other below. Ganex charges through the dusty battlefield, sword in hand and golden power trailing behind him. The Legion fighter identifies himself as Holy Warrior Bai Yi, standing proudly on God's side. Bai Yi's frozen armor holds firm as he faces Ganex, treating the fugitive like an enemy of the gods. Bai Yi's cold stare sharpens inside the swirling ice, and he makes it clear that opposing God has consequences. Ganex remembers their previous encounter, when he stood on God's side and did not understand what that really meant. The insect's glowing eyes fill the frame as Ganex realizes the gods are hunting people for amusement, like insects and ants. The monster strikes with a burst of golden force, sending Ganix flying as the battlefield explodes around them. Ganix is slammed through the blast, but the hit only pushes the moment toward a much bigger awakening. Blue shards gather over the dark-haired warrior's open hand as the power behind his ice begins to surge. The ice-armored fighter raises his weapon, surrounded by a blue aura that makes the whole scene feel like a final boss entrance. Ganix is named again as the clash builds, his opponent's power flashing across the frame. Ganix raises his sword against the blazing attack, his expression steady as golden energy floods around him. Back at the Legion, two uniformed men grin and laugh, as if the fight is just another office spectacle. A long-haired Legion officer tells the others to cheer up, while the distant battle continues behind him. Someone shouts for Ganix to kill that country bumpkin, showing the Legion crowd is openly rooting for blood. The smirking observer leans in and tells them to think about their hometown. That threat lands a lot colder than the ice. The black-haired fighter stares down his white-haired opponent, already looking like he knows this fight is about to get ugly. The white-haired swordsman stays completely calm. Even if the Sky City falls, he says the people below will never change. He launches forward in a blaze of golden energy, and the black-haired fighter braces inside his jagged blue ice armor. The first strike slams into the ice shell. The armored fighter grimaces, but he refuses to give an inch. Golden force tears across the battlefield, but the white-haired attacker is not impressed. He thinks his opponent will always stay beneath him. Ice shards explode outward as the black-haired fighter absorbs another heavy blow. This is less of a duel and more of a demolition permit. The white-haired swordsman doubles down, calling his enemy nothing more than something he can crush whenever he wants. The black-haired fighter glares through the ice, his body twisted by the impact but his eyes still locked on the target. Blue shards rain across the floor as the armored fighter is driven back. The white-haired swordsman leaps in with another kick, pressing the attack before his opponent can recover. He keeps treating the fight like he is swatting an insect. The nearby civilians are suddenly very interested in being somewhere else. A stray burst of ice slices past the bystanders, and they duck in panic as the fight spills dangerously close. The armored fighter swings his icy chain around, carving a wide arc to force some space between them. The white-haired swordsman slips behind the chain's path, watching for the smallest opening. He darts in low, one hand glowing green as he prepares another close-range strike. His attack crashes into the icy armor at point-blank range, sending more shards flying. The white-haired swordsman lands lightly and resets his stance, while the armored fighter is still being battered from every angle. Another direct hit cracks against the blue armor. The black-haired fighter takes it head-on, stubbornness doing overtime. The ice chain whips across the ground as the armored fighter pivots, finally setting up a counterattack. A huge ice spike rises between them, and the black-haired fighter uses the chaos to move through the shattered field. Ice fragments burst upward around the armored fighter as he turns the entire arena into a hazard zone. The blue armor spins through the broken ice, while green energy streaks in from the white-haired swordsman's side. The white-haired swordsman launches a sharp kick through the floating ice, trying to break the defense apart. He pauses for one breath, then decides the resistance is still nowhere near enough. Green energy drops like a spear through the storm of ice. The white-haired swordsman lands in a low stance, looking composed after unleashing another crushing attack. He says this level of resistance is far from sufficient, with the cold confidence of a man who clearly enjoys pressure. His narrowed eyes stay fixed on the battered opponent. He is not just trying to win, he is trying to break his will. Golden power coils around the swordsman as he begins the next stage of his plan. He grabs the ice chain and uses it to yank the armored fighter into an even worse position. The black-haired fighter's face tightens as the chain locks him in place. He realizes the trap a second too late. A lone ice fragment hangs in the smoky air, right before the next impact tears through the arena. The attack detonates with a violent blast. The swordsman's goal is clear: make even the gods fear him. Smoke rolls across the battlefield, hiding both fighters after that massive collision. The spectators stare into the smoke, stunned by the sheer force of the impact. One onlooker can only call it what it is: a clash between ice and fire. The crowd agrees both fighters are terrifyingly strong, then the smoke suddenly shifts. Nobody can see through the dust cloud, and that is exactly when another strike flashes from inside it. The white-haired swordsman emerges first, blade blazing as he drives straight toward his opponent. His sword slices through the haze, and the black-haired fighter is caught off guard by the sudden close-range pressure. The black-haired fighter lifts down in shock as the strike leaves him wounded. A blue flash cuts through the smoke, showing that the armored fighter still has enough fight left to answer back. The two fighters face each other through the smoke, both damaged, both refusing to retreat. The white-haired swordsman starts laughing. He looks like his brutal brawl has finally become interesting. With a smug grin, he leans in and begins a chilling question for his battered opponent. He keeps smiling as the pressure builds, clearly expecting the black-haired fighter to crack. The moment hangs in silence, with the swordsman looming over the fight like he already owns the ending. The black-haired fighter's eyes widen. Whatever comes next has him genuinely shaken. Smoke still hangs over the arena as Bai Yi calls out to Ganix, clearly refusing to let the pressure shake him. Ganix leans in with that smug little grin, looking like he is about to make Bai Yi regret challenging him. The white-haired fighter keeps smiling. This man is treating a public beatdown like customer service. Bai Yi's eyes widen as he realizes Ganix has already forced the fight into a dangerous turn. A blast tears across the tiles, and the match explodes back into motion. Ganix streaks through the arena wrapped in crackling energy, moving before Bai Yi can get comfortable. He closes the distance with a sharp rush, while Bai Yi braces himself against the slick blue aura around him. Bai Yi steadies his footing and turns back toward his opponent, but his posture says he is already hurting. Ganix draws his weapon with calm confidence, ready to press the advantage without giving Bai Yi a breath. A dark wound stains Bai Yi's shirt, but his cold stare shows he is not finished yet. The spectators notice Bai Yi is injured and immediately start calling it a lucky hit. The crowd has chosen violence too. Bai Yi lowers himself to recover, while the people watching sneer that he cannot beat a country bumpkin. Bowtie Bully screams for Bai Yi to get up, looking far more excited about the pain than the actual match. Instead of backing down, Bai Yi launches forward with a fierce glare and throws himself right back into the fight. Bai Yi swings in fast, leaving a blue arc through the air as he tries to break Ganix's rhythm. Ganix meets the attack head-on, and their weapons crash together in a burst of light. The crowd urges Ganix on as Bai Yi is driven downward, surrounded by spiraling blue force. Ganix keeps raining attacks from above, forcing Bai Yi to defend from a miserable position. With a focus slash, Ganix cuts through Bai Yi's guard and lands a brutal hit. Bai Yi recoils as the strike tears across his chest, and Ganix looks convinced the match is his. Ganix taunts Bai Yi for being unable to beat him, which is exactly the kind of speech that invites a comeback. Even the onlookers admit Bai Yi is fighting unusually hard, standing against a powerful divine blessed opponent. The prize is 100 million, enough money to change lives, so suddenly every sword swing feels very expensive. Ganix raises his weapon again, eyes narrowed as he prepares to finish the exchange. He brings down another heavy strike, sending sparks and pressure rippling across the floor. Bai Yi catches the timing at the last possible moment, his hand reaching out as the blade comes in. Bai Yi twists away and redirects the attack, turning Ganix's momentum against him. Bai Yi's counter drives Ganix back toward the edge of the stage, and the crowd finally realizes the fight has shifted. The spectators shout that Bai Yi has the upper hand now, stunned that Ganix is being pushed back. Ganix is forced into a hard evasive move, his body spinning away from Bai Yi's pressure. Ganix refuses to fold. He commits to a full-force attack with a sharp, determined glare. His strike catches Bai Yi and sends him stumbling, making it look like the comeback just died on impact. Bowtie Bully calls it over, already celebrating for the dust has even settled. Ganix looks down at the fallen figure, convinced Bai Yi has finally run out of answers. One sharp-eyed spectator stays serious, sensing something's wrong with this easy-looking victory. Then comes a correction. That was not Bai Yi. It was an icy duplicate. Bai Yi reveals the cloud-type warrior skill, Frost-White Ice Puppet, and the frozen clone begins to crack apart. The real Bai Yi appears behind Ganix while the white-haired fighter bends forward in sudden shock. Ice and energy whip around Ganix's feet as Bai Yi's trap snaps shut. Ganix's eyes widen as he realizes too late that Bai Yi was never where he thought he was. The icy force launches Ganix into the air, completely reversing the momentum in one clean move. Bai Yi drives forward through the aftermath, keeping pressure on Ganix before he can recover. From above, the whole arena can see the icy puppet and the real fighter controlling the field. The crowd claims Bai Yi fell off the court and Ganix won, but the scene is far stranger than their cheering suggests. A composed spectator says this is the first clone ability he has seen, while admitting Bai Yi's performance was already impressive. Bo Tai Bole laughs like he personally invented the plan, while everyone around him is still processing the ice clone. The purple-suited spectator watches with narrowed red eyes, clearly far less amused than the loud crowd. The black-haired man stands calm and unreadable while his white-haired opponent is left reeling. The white-haired fighter staggers forward, shaken because the man in front of him never used his full strength. He cannot understand it. In a real fight, his opponent kept avoiding every vital point. The black-haired man's collar and battered shirt make it clear he has taken hits too, but he is still in control. The white-haired fighter looks up with a grim little smile and admits it plainly. He lost. For all his confidence, he knows the one blessed by the gods is still above him. His face stays composed, but his eyes carry the frustration of a man who has lost this fight before. Then the memory opens. In his previous life, King never understood what this battle really meant. Lightning and blades explode across the battlefield as the two Awakeners clash at full speed. The white-haired warrior throws everything he has into the attack, turning the whole field into chaos. His opponent answers with the Cloud-type warrior skill, Frost White Ice Puppet, casual overkill basically. The ice power seals the gap. He was clearly stronger in that battle, yet the white-haired fighter still could not beat him. No matter how hard he fought, defeat was always waiting at the end of the exchange. The black-haired man keeps fighting relentlessly, refusing to run even as the battle drags from day into night. At sunset, the final icy strike comes down and the fight finally reaches its breaking point. The white-haired fighter stands over him, weapon lowered after finally finding every weakness he needed. The black-haired man lies beaten and bloodied, completely defeated, but still staring back without fear. Then a distant farewell whistle cuts through the silence and the white-haired warrior finally understands. His eye widens as the truth clicks into place. This fight was never just about winning. The whistles are coming from the hometown behind him, where people are being evacuated. He realizes the black-haired man was buying time to move his relatives and friends before the gods could slaughter them. A young woman pushes an older woman away from danger, showing exactly who he was trying to save. He fought from dawn until night for the people of his hometown, not because he thought he could win. Back on the battlefield, the white-haired warrior sees his rival's resolve in a completely different light. The black-haired man reaches up and asks to be killed, already accepting the price of buying that time. But the white-haired warrior understands now. Everything this man did was for his family. Instead of finishing him, he raises one finger and prepares a far more precise move. Golden power surges around the white-haired warrior as he brings the attack down. The strike lands beside the fallen man in a flash of ice and gold, stopping just short of murder. The black-haired man collapses, battered but alive, as the victor admits that he won this battle. The words land quietly. Victory has never looked as heavy. The white-haired warrior turns away, leaving his defeated opponent on the empty battlefield. A report confirms that Ganix has completed the process, and the injured man realizes he was deliberately spared. The white-haired warrior walked off alone, his weapon fading at his side. Ganix lies stunned among broken ice, trying to make sense of why his enemy did not kill him. He realizes the attack only robbed him of his power to awaken and damaged his heart locator. From the ground, Ganix watches the other man leave and can only ask why. The answer starts with Ganix himself, the strongest awakened one in the kingdom of manga. Ganix had a disabled mother and younger sister. After hurting a god, he became a wanted traitor just to protect them. The white-haired warrior understands that resistance. In his eyes, Ganix deserves a chance to live. He pauses at the edge of the battlefield and chooses to keep walking. He tells Ganix that unlike him, Ganix protected his mother and still has family waiting for him. His final advice is simple: live on, get far away, and flee somewhere the gods will never see. He leaves Ganix behind with one last command: escape this world and survive. The memory fades back to the present, where Ganix faces the white-haired man again with that old choice hanging between them. Ganix remembers the life he was told to protect, and the white-haired man's promise still echoes in his mind. Now his eyes harden with purpose. This time, he wants a world where nobody has to run away. After the hunting party, the Protoss officials assure everyone that the damage is under control. That is a very confident sentence after a battlefield cleanup. The group is escorted into the Thieves' Family's buffet restaurant, where the formal welcome is polished and the food looks aggressively expensive. The suited host presents the dining hall with a smug little flourish, clearly pleased that his family can still put on a show. The buffet is loaded with lobster, roast meat, and desserts. Even after the outside damage, the feast is completely intact. From above, the restaurant looks like a palace, with officials spread around a fountain and tables prepared for the national-level guests. One hungry guest tears into a giant crab and happily notes that more than 20 elite figures showed up today. The buffet never stood a chance. A dark-haired woman scans the room with a guarded expression, thinking the Protoss restaurant and its supplies are sturdier than expected. The guests settle into dinner chatting over cake and wine, while the formal banquet briefly feels almost normal. A young server stands quietly beside the table, his expression blank but uneasy as the diners keep eating. A hand pushes a slice of cake toward the black-haired server, turning a simple dessert into an order he cannot ignore. From above, the table looks civilized, but the server has become the focus of a very uncomfortable little performance. The server accepts the cake without a word. His eyes stay flat, but his posture says he knows this is not kindness. The pompadoured guest praises the final performance and expects 100 million back. The server gives him the bare minimum response. It should. Then the cake hits the floor. The server reaches down in alarm, and the room's easy mood vanishes instantly. The angry diner leans in and asks what the server did wrong. His grin makes it clear this was never really about the cake. The black-haired server lowers his eyes, tense and silent as the accusation hangs over him. Without warning, the bully grabs him by the hair and yanks his head up. The man snarls that the server dared to disobey orders and damage communication equipment, enjoying every second of the humiliation. He mocks the server for acting like a god and demands to know whether he thinks he did anything wrong. The answer is violence. The bully slams the server down hard, and the impact leaves blood across the floor. Still holding him down, the attacker coldly warns him to remember this as the last time. Blood pools beside the fallen server as the threat lands. Nobody at the table looks eager to step in. The attacker wears a vicious smile, completely convinced he owns the room. The battered server stares upward, shaken and bleeding, while a new figure approaches from behind. The mess from the shattered cake sits in the foreground as Bai Yi arrives, calm and unreadable amid the chaos. Bai Yi stands in the dining hall with his white hair and cool stare, while the bully suddenly finds himself kneeling nearby. Funny how fast confidence can expire. Bai Yi says nothing. His steady expression makes the silence feel heavier than any speech. A green-haired official raises a glass and congratulates Bai Yi, announcing that he managed to take first place. The congratulations are genuine, and the green-haired man's pleased smile confirms that Bai Yi's result is a major win. Bai Yi receives the praise with a composed stare as the official tells him he is proud of him. The official explains that the deputy commander probably did not realize the Black Mist Forest was dangerous. Then the green-haired official realizes the implication. Nobody called Bai Yi out when he entered the Black Mist Forest. His smile drops fast. At the banquet, the green-haired classmate warns Bai Yi that the Black Mist Forest is dangerous, but Bai Yi looks completely unmoved. The warning changes nothing. Bai Yi's cold stare makes it clear that he does not care about anyone else's concerns. His classmate tries a softer angle, reminding Bai Yi that they have been classmates and comrades for years. He asks Bai Yi to pull his sister back if she enters danger again. Bai Yi stays stiff and unreadable. Bai Yi and the green-haired guy clink glasses, but neither looks like he came here to make friends. Bai Yi quietly takes another drink, while his classmate watches him with a polite smile that feels just a little too calculated. The classmate keeps smiling and says, classmates should help each other out. That wine is doing overtime as a peace treaty. He puts on his friendliest face, while Bai Yi remains guarded behind his glass. Then the room starts buzzing. There are plenty of powerful participants of today's competition. A loud noble announces that it is time to choose a god-blessed person, and the entire banquet suddenly pays attention. The grand hall fills with startled movement as everyone realizes a divine selection is about to happen. From above, the ornate hall is packed with guests, servants, and nervous contenders all gathered around the ceremony. The green-haired classmate turns toward the crowd, and Bai Yi's expression hardens as he starts thinking about what this blessing really means. Bai Yi remembers the world's brutal hierarchy, where the 5 gods stand at the very top. In Bai Yi's mind, those 5 gods loom over everyone else, distant and untouchable. Below the gods are their direct relatives, the first-class nobles, a tiny group with power most people can only dream about. The first-class nobles number only around 100, and even they rank beneath the gods. Anyone blessed by a god becomes a second-class noble, a status that puts ordinary people far above the crowd. For ordinary humans, becoming God-blessed is the highest position they can reach without being born into divinity. There are only a handful of truly blessed people in the world, so naturally everyone is desperate to become one. Bai Yi recalls that there are only two ways to gain that blessing, and one of them depends entirely on the god's favor. The first path is simple in theory and brutal in practice. Give everything to a divine religion and earn recognition. The second path is even rarer. The gods personally choose an awakened person worthy of becoming their lifelong protector. That means one divine choice can rewrite a person's entire life, and the hungry nobles know it. The heavyset noble steps toward Bai Yi and his classmate, while the green-haired man looks increasingly uneasy. Whispers race through the hall. People wonder if a god has taken a liking to Bai Yi, and the green-haired classmate freezes. The rumor spreads fast, and the green-haired classmate looks horrified at the idea that Bai Yi could receive such honor. His jealousy finally bursts out. He thinks Bai Yi has already received enough, and cannot accept him gaining the highest honor too. Bai Yi reflects on the old belief that serving a god's family was the greatest honor, then questions what happens when that master is a complete scoundrel. The thought lands hard. Divine status may look glorious, but Bai Yi knows power can come with a terrifying price. The heavy-set noble grins at Bai Yi like he has already planned the man's entire future. Subtlety has left the banquet. Bai Yi imagines that life under the wrong master could become endless suffering, and his eyes turn ice cold. The nightmare image is ugly and violent, reminding Bai Yi exactly why blind loyalty is not a reward. The noble snaps back that Bai Yi is already blessed by a god, and his followers rush in to defend that claim. They insist each person can only hold the title of one blessed individual. Bai Yi fires back that they are the idiots here. The heavyset noble loses his temper, his face twisting with fury as Bai Yi refuses to play along. Nearby guests collapse to the floor in shock, while the noble complains that even his sister has not chosen a patron saint yet. Another noble calmly explains that he is only here to help his sister choose a patron saint, but Bai Yi is done entertaining them. Bai Yi turns on the heavyset noble and admits that he really does not like him. He makes it personal, saying the noble's eyes are especially irritating. That is not a review anyone wants to receive. Bai Yi's expression stays deadly calm as the confrontation stops being polite. The heavyset noble suddenly looks nervous, sensing that Bai Yi is about to make a decision he cannot control. The noble reaches out and declares that he wants to choose Bai Yi as a god-blessed one. Bai Yi looks up in wary disbelief as someone urgently calls for Ella. A tall, dark-haired woman strides into the hall with fierce confidence, instantly shifting the pressure in the room. At the grand selection, Lark King points with total confidence and says he wants her chosen as God's blessed one. The dark-haired woman freezes as Lark's name and status loom over the room. This offer is clearly not a casual compliment. She stiffens under every stare, visibly uncomfortable with being put on the spot in front of the entire party. The guests quickly decide Lark must be choosing a sister instead. Naturally, the rumor mill starts sprinting. She understands exactly what they are implying, and her quiet answer is a firm no. The blonde girl clenches her hand and calls for her brother, stunned by the sudden rejection. The dark-haired woman refuses the role outright. She does not want to be God's blessed one. Alice King trembles as her own name appears in the selection, but she says she does not need this now. Alice covers her mouth, overwhelmed and frightened by how fast the attention has turned on her. From above, the elegant hall looks packed with spectators as the two women stand isolated at the center of the drama. Lark's expression hardens while Alice hides her face. The room is gone from ceremony to interrogation. Lark demands that Alice repeat herself and asks if he truly needs the blessing. For a moment, even Lark looks shaken. Alice's refusal has hit a nerve. Alice clutches herself beside Lark, barely managing to admit that she needs something. Lark pats Alice's head, and her frightened eyes lift toward him as he starts treating her like a scared little sister. He praises her as a good kid, wearing a smug little smile that says he thinks this matter is settled. Lark says Alice is old enough to need a bodyguard. The man has somehow turned a divine selection into a family errand. Nearby guests laugh that this was never about finding Alice a bodyguard. They call it an obvious excuse to attend the party. The dark-haired woman steps forward while the crowd snickers that Lark did not make a bad choice because the girls is pretty. She politely thanks Mr. Lark King for his offer, but her bowed posture shows she is preparing to stand her ground. She walks away from the easy answer, admitting that she is still studying and wants to return to school. With her head lowered but her resolve steady, she says she wants to join God's guild through her own effort and keep improving. Lark announces that one day she will become a blessed person through her own abilities. Someone recognizes her as Anlo from their school, confirming that this determined girl is not some random party guest. A worried woman reaches toward Anli, but the mood changes before anyone can relax. Lark suddenly scolds the crowd for not understanding the laws of the gods. His patience has officially expired. His eyes go wide with anger as he asks if they think he is discussing myths for fun. Lark's shocked face fills the frame as his authority lands on the room like a hammer. He demands to know what the others think the words of the gods are even for. The guards snap to attention with their weapons, and suddenly nobody is laughing anymore. More guards close in, their rigid posture making the threat very clear without anyone needing to say it. The armed men hold position as the hall falls silent, waiting for Lark's final decision. Anne stands tense among the women, clearly not expecting the entire room to pivot around her choice. Then Lark makes it official. He chooses Andla as God's blessed one. Lark says all she needs to do is kneel and express her gratitude. The price of the blessing is suddenly very public. Lark wears a satisfied grin, convinced he has finally put Anli exactly where he wants her. At the ceremony, the long-haired woman is told she has been chosen as God's blessed one, while the white-haired young man watches from the crowd. The demand is simple and arrogant. Kneel down and show gratitude. Her narrowed eyes make it clear this is not a request. The official leans in with that smug little bow tie, treating obedience like a gift he personally wrapped. But the white-haired young man stays silent under the shadow across his eyes. He is clearly not buying this holy sales pitch. And he looks stunned and uneasy as the pressure closes in around her. A green-haired man insists that being blessed by God is the highest honor, so Enlay should be grateful and content. The green-haired man gets in her face, furious that anyone would reject the god so openly. The white-haired young man lifts his head at last, his face still hidden but his anger impossible to miss. Nearby nobles laugh at the humans for thinking too highly of themselves. Apparently divine etiquette comes with a very fragile ego. A blonde woman clasps her hands and bows anxiously, while the room waits to see whether anyone dares resist. An auburn-haired man calmly drinks wine as armed guards stand behind him, completely relaxed in this carefully controlled hall. From above, the crowd forms a ring around the confrontation, turning the ceremony into a public humiliation. Everyone in the hall understands the rule now. These people see themselves as gods, and everyone else as lesser. And Lorraine coils as the realization hits. The gods do not see the crowd as equals at all. One man drops to the floor in submission, making the silence around the white-haired fighter even louder. A foot comes down hard near the kneeling man, a blunt reminder of who thinks they own this room. The bow-tied bully steps toward Anna Lee with a grin, still acting as if he gets to decide her future. He says he will be her sister's bodyguard. The grin says bodyguard. The vibe says hostage negotiator. And Nalay stares wide-eyed as he promises to cherish her and treat her like a younger sister. She looks anything but reassured. Then the word God hangs over the hall, and the white-haired young man finally moves. Green energy erupts around him as he launches forward. The ceremony just became a fight scene. He tears past the bully with instant flash, moving so fast the onlookers barely register him. The bow-tied man finally looks worried as the white-haired fighter makes his point. The rules were established to be broken. Golden eyes glare through the green aura as the white-haired fighter locks onto his target. His fist comes down with a simple message. He is here and he is done playing along. The strike lands with enough force to rattle the polished floor. The white-haired fighter blasts the bow-tied man into the air, openly breaking the rules in front of everyone. The spectators freeze in shock as the fight tears through their neat little divine gathering. Lay and the green-haired man stare in disbelief. Nobody expected the quiet outsider to hit back like this. The green-haired man watches with a tense grin while the white-haired fighter drives forward without slowing down. He slams down again, green energy trailing from his leg as the bully is forced toward the floor. The bow-tied man crashes down hard, coughing as his confidence disappears on impact. The white-haired fighter stands over the wreckage, bloodied but completely focused. The bully looks up in raw terror as the white-haired fighter closes in again. Another violent hit makes the crowd panic. Even the bystanders realize this has gone far beyond a warning. Ganex, the dark-haired young man, is down on one knee and watches the destruction with wide, unsettled eyes. The white-haired fighter leans close to Ganex and asks a question that changes the mood instantly. He asks Ganex if he wants to do it. The offer is brutal and direct. Kill the Lark King. Ganex gives a small, unnerving smile as the idea sinks in. The white-haired fighter pins the Lark King down, his green aura still burning around him. The crowd can barely believe it. They are starting to wonder if he really intends to kill the Lark King. His body stays coiled and ready, showing that he has not backed down for even a second. The Lark King is reduced to begging for help, his face battered and his arrogance completely gone. He can only choke out one word, me, before the next blow arrives. The final impact splashes blood across the Lark King's shirt, leaving the hall in stunned silence. The reception explodes into violence as a white-haired fighter drives a brutal blow into a Protoss. The Protoss crashes down bleeding, while the shocked guests realize this is no ordinary scuffle. Bai Yi stands over the fallen Protoss, and the hall goes dead quiet after that savage hit. The brown-haired woman stares in open shock. She clearly did not expect Bai Yi to throw hands with a god. The story jumps to June 28, 2045, the Protoss Celebration Day, when a string of disasters changes everything. First, world-shaking events tear through the Sky City itself. The Sky City collapses, the demons of the Abyss flee, and the celebration turns into a nightmare. And as if that was not enough, the Protoss receives a merciless beating in full view of everyone. The battered Protoss lies helpless on the floor, making the whole scene look very bad for the divine side. A green-haired man fires up Galaxy Mage skill, Starfall, reaching for a flashy counterattack. Red energy surges from his hand, but the attack does not go the way he expects. Bai Yi snaps into motion and blows through the attack, ripping past the attacker before he can react. The green-haired man's clothes tear from the impact, and his confidence vanishes fast. Bai Yi sends him flying across the lavish hall. Fancy floor, catastrophic guest experience. But Bai Yi's not celebrating. His anger is aimed far beyond this one fight. Bound by weapons, Bai Yi lowers his head and declares that his revenge against God has begun. Bai Yi looks up with cold focus. Whatever comes next, he is clearly not backing down. Guards lock cuffs around Bai Yi's wrists, treating the man who just won the fight like a criminal. More thieves watches with a drink in hand, wondering why Bai Yi suddenly became so impulsive. Lord Thebes senses that something is off. Bai Yi's outburst feels far too deliberate to be random. Without changing his calm expression, Lord Thebes tells the guards to take Bai Yi to the detention room. The guards ask what should be done with him while Bai Yi remains pinned under their weapons. Lord Thebes gives the order. Bai Yi will be detained first. Lord Thebes reminds the room that any offense inside the territory of the gods must face judgment. He says every offender must be judged by the high priest, which makes this situation much worse. A horrified onlooker explains that even a normal sentence from the high priest means at least 4 years in prison. The crowd whispers in disbelief. A commoner beating up gods is not the sort of reception entertainment they planned. The verdict from the crowd is brutal. Bai Yi's life is effectively over, and the reception is dismissed. As guests are told to return to their rooms, the tension hangs over the hall like smoke. The guards march Bai Yi away with blades at his neck, and he still refuses to show fear. Behind him, someone finally calls for a healer as the beaten Protoss lies bleeding on the floor. The green-haired man tells Bai Yi he had a winning hand and threw it away himself. He presses the point, warning that this one reckless move has ended Bai Yi's entire future. The brown-haired woman nervously asks Bai Yi what he plans to do now. Bai Yi keeps walking in restraints, his body language calm even as the guards close in. Bai Yi turns his head slightly, as if he has already made peace with the danger ahead. Then Bai Yi quietly raises his cuffed hand, and a strange green light flickers around it. The brown-haired woman sees the glow and freezes. She knows that gesture means something important. For her, that small gesture is exactly what she needed. It reassures her that Bai Yi still has a plan. Still shaken, she asks Bai Yi what it means. Her wide eyes show she wants answers, but Bai Yi gives her none. She wonders why Bai Yi is not worried about himself at all, even now. A guard orders him onward, and Bai Yi follows without resistance, hiding whatever he is preparing. Inside a guest room, a red-haired nurse recoils after a sudden violent strike. The room goes quiet fast. The nurse hits the floor, stunned and hurt, while the attacker clearly did not bother holding back. A furious, Bruised man complains that the hit could have been gentler. Bold complaint from a guy who just started trouble. Mr. Lark pushes himself up from the floor, humiliated but still boiling with anger. With blood on his face and bandages on his nose, Mr. Lark demands to know where the beast is being kept. He straightens his bow tie like that will somehow restore his dignity. A dark-haired attendant stands behind the raging official, watching the tantrum without much sympathy. Mr. Lark admits he's never felt humiliation like this, and his glare promises revenge. His clenched teeth and shaking jaw show that the humiliation is eating him alive. The scene shifts to an Awakened one's detention cell, a dark prison where someone sits alone behind towering bars. The white-haired prisoner sits calmly on a thin mat. The guards assume he will stay here all night. Outside the cell, the guards casually decide he will be transferred to the Holy Land prison tomorrow. They brag that this old facility is still pristine and its inner fences are made from the hardest black magic crystal. The guards insist even S-class weapons cannot break these bars. They are really tempting fate here. One guard compares it to a standard heavenly prison, a detention cell designed for gods. Then urgent banging hits the door as someone orders the guards to open it immediately. The guards turn toward the door, confused by the sudden interruption. Mr. Lark has arrived, still furious, and he storms in demanding access. He demands to be let inside because he needs to find that beast. Mr. Lark marches down the corridor with his anger fully back online. He approaches the barred cell while the white-haired prisoner remains crouched in the shadows. The prisoner slowly raises his head, his cold stare meeting Mr. Lark without a trace of fear. The prisoner stands in his red jacket, silent and composed as Mr. Lark starts his threat. Mr. Lark says he will not let the prisoner die easily. His shadowed face makes the threat sound especially ugly. Mr. Lark calls himself a noble god, clinging to rank while standing safely behind bars. He promises the prisoner will soon be sentenced to death, clearly enjoying every word. Mr. Lark screams that he will make him suffer before that. The rage is getting desperate now. He threatens the greatest mental torture he can imagine, convinced he finally has control. Mr. Lark reveals his cruel leverage. Someone has already taken a girl named Anla to his room. He says, Dagon will do no good, pressing the threat where he thinks it hurts most. Mr. Lark grips the bars and keeps ranting, trying to force even one scared reaction out of the prisoner. He warns that the consequences of offending him will be severe, but his eyes are starting to show uncertainty. The prisoner moves at last, lifting his mechanical-looking hand with calm, deliberate intent. The white-haired prisoner answers calmly that he already knows exactly what kind of person Mr. Lark is. He says trash like Mr. Lark will not realize its sins until it dies. The prisoner says he has no intention of stopping, and suddenly Mr. Lark is the one facing a problem. He tells Mr. Lark to give it a try and closes his hand around one of the supposedly unbreakable bars. With one brutal pull, the prisoner bends the black crystal bars. So much for the God Prison sales pitch. Mr. Lark can only stare and whisper at him, completely shaken by what he just saw. The official's face goes blank with fear as the dark-haired attendant watches behind him. Golden energy coils around the prisoner's eyes as he asks who will be the first to kneel and beg for mercy. Late at night in Sky City, a stern invitation arrives. The dark-haired woman is being summoned by the family that calls itself the Gods. She reads the invitation with a guarded stare while two silent bodyguards wait behind her. This is clearly not a dinner invite. The family wants the ceremony held tonight at the dwelling place of the gods. Her companion questions the order, but the bodyguards stay stiff and nervous. Even they know this summons is trouble. The dark-haired woman looks uneasy as she asks why they have to go to the gods' home at all. The guards insist this is an order from the gods, and they cannot disobey it. They plead with her not to make Sky City pay for her refusal. The pressure is getting very personal, very fast. After a long pause, she agrees to go with them. Her closed eyes show she is accepting the risk, not trusting them. Her companion tries to object, but she tells her to stay calm. She will explain it herself. She warns that running away would only make things more uncontrollable, then leaves to face the family alone. The bodyguards surround her as she heads out. Nobody looks comfortable with where this trip is going. The scene shifts to the God's family's guest room, under a bright moon and a very bad feeling. She arrives at a sleek mansion and is escorted inside. The place looks expensive enough to make the threat feel official. The guards usher her through the door, while she keeps her shoulders straight and her eyes forward. A knock breaks the silence, and a man's voice says she is finally here. Inside, a heavy-set man lounges with a drink, waiting like he owns the room and everyone in it. He immediately asks where Alice is. The question lands like an accusation. The dark-haired woman freezes for a beat, her orange eyes sharpening as she realizes what this meeting is really about. The smug older brother says Alice's blessed soul must be tested by him. Apparently, family bonding comes with a nightmare application process. He sits there casually, drink in hand, treating a human life like a prize he gets to inspect. He calls it a rare opportunity and tells her to prove she is qualified for the role. His discarded things on the floor make her room feel even more degrading. This so-called test is meant to humiliate her. He orders her to serve the gods well, staring at her like obedience is the only answer he will accept. He promises enlightenment for her alone, while her whole family supposedly earns a place in heaven. The offer is as creepy as it sounds. She enters without looking away. She came here in person to make one thing clear. She says she is not qualified to serve as a blessed person. The older brother's smile starts to crack. He asks if she intends to defy God, suddenly making refusal sound like a death sentence. He raises a blade and warns that anyone who opposed the gods died horribly. His eye narrows with pure menace, waiting for fear to do the work for him. For the first time, she looks rattled. A bead of sweat gives away just how dangerous this man is. She simply says goodbye, turns away, and refuses to give him the submission he wanted. She walks toward the exit with a hard expression, but the room behind her has already turned deadly quiet. A sudden movement comes from behind her. She has barely taken a step before the attack begins. The older brother smashes his own head and grins through the blood. He is unhinged, and now he has an excuse. Blood runs down his face, but he looks delighted. This man treats basic self-preservation like a personal insult. He declares it a failed assassination attempt on the gods, then claims she tried to defect. He points at her and turns his lie into an order for the guards to seize her. Her eyes widen as the trap closes. She knows this was never going to be a fair conversation. The older brother reaches out with a sick grin, certain he has finally cornered her. Then a violent impact explodes nearby, stopping everyone cold. A flash of light cuts through the room. Someone has entered, and the attackers are about to regret the timing. A pale hand reaches forward through the glare, surrounded by the first signs of freezing power. The dark-haired woman is caught in the chaos, but a black-haired young man steps in beside her with crackling force. He plants himself between her and the threat, his hand glowing as he prepares to hit back. His fist strides forward in one clean burst. The rescue has officially stopped being polite. The attack lands hard, throwing an opponent backward before he can even react. The black-haired fighter launches into the room with a blazing strike, flipping the ambush completely around. The air fills with speed lines and debris as a cold power surges through the attack. Jagged ice erupts across the floor, spreading faster than anyone can escape. The icy blast climbs higher in huge crystalline spikes, turning the room into a frozen battlefield. Ice shards rain down through the darkness as the sudden counterattack overwhelms the room. The dark-haired woman stands amid the ice, stunned but safe for the moment. Her mysterious protector just changed the whole game. The black-haired young man launches forward through the ruined room, his body crackling with power. He closes in on the injured woman, but she is still trapped in a forest of blue crystal. His fist slams down with enough force to shake the entire prison. He braces himself after the strike, focused and completely unfazed by the chaos. The impact erupts outward, and ice-like crystal bursts across the floor. The crystal keeps spreading, turning the room into a deadly frozen cage. Jagged blue spikes rise everywhere around the trapped woman. The prison looks absolute, but the fight is only getting started. The woman remains pinned among the shards, unable to move. She struggles inside the crystal and realizes her injuries have not healed yet. With one amber eye narrowed, she knows the black-haired fighter is far above her level. She admits she cannot defeat him now, especially while still wounded. The threat gets worse. If she leaves after this assassination attempt, the gods will call her a traitor. The black-haired man explains that everyone who came with her will be hunted too. Her eyes widen. She clearly did not expect him to know that much. She asks what he is talking about, but he calmly points out that she saw everything. Then the real villain starts laughing because apparently every hostage situation needs one smug wine guy. The battered enforcer casually lifts his wine and says he cleared everyone within 1 kilometer of the villa. He boasts that nobody even dared ask why. They simply did as they were told. His bloody grin says he is enjoying every second of this. He claims nobody dares disobey the words of the gods. Then he declares himself the law here, insisting that whatever he says happens. The trapped woman stares at him in alarm as his arrogance fills the room. The enforcer says she should thank her friend Bai Yi for bringing her into this mess. He stands beside the crystal prison, savoring how completely cornered she is. He says he chose her because of her close relationship with Bai Yi. Wine in hand and blood on his face, this guy is giving villain monologue like it is a paid hobby. He notices she cares about the black-haired man too, and that makes her even more useful. The woman lowers her gaze, tense and helpless inside the crystal. The enforcer decides that is exactly why he must have her. He promises to destroy the black-haired man at all costs. He dismisses his opponent as a nobody who merely wandered into the territory of the gods. He sneers that a lowly outsider has no right to sit at the same table as him. A pale-haired figure appears in the darkness, surrounded by an ominous golden glow. The enforcer rages that the so-called ant dared threaten him. Blood drips down his face as his confidence starts looking more like panic. He laughs and claims the black-haired man is locked in an unbreakable black crystal prison. He says the prisoner will be transferred to a heavily guarded cell for endless torture, then sentenced to death. The trapped woman shouts at him not to come any closer. The black-haired man turns his back and walks toward the crystal without hesitation. Golden energy flashes around his clenched fist as he prepares to break the trap. The woman would rather die than fall into the enforcer's hands, but she cannot escape on her own. She recoils as the black-haired man advances toward the crystal cage. The enforcer warns him not to come closer, but the warning lands on deaf ears. The black-haired man stands at the prison, while the pale-haired figure watches from behind the shards. The enforcer snaps that he will destroy him first. He threatens to let the woman watch Bai Yi be executed right before her eyes. He is grinning way too hard, which is usually the universe's cue to humble somebody. Purple power erupts from the black-haired man, cutting off the threat mid-performance. A red system-like display announces the Galaxy Mage skill, Starfall. The purple blast tears through the room, throwing the enforcer off balance. The attack surges like a falling star, smashing straight through the prison's defenses. The shockwave hurls debris across the villa and blasts a crater into the wall. The explosion settles and the black-haired man is still standing there, completely composed. He looks toward the wreckage with calm, almost bored eyes. The trapped woman turns back in disbelief, suddenly seeing a chance to survive. Tears fill her eyes as a hopeless situation begins to crack apart. The blue crystal splinters under the force of Starfall. A purple silhouette rises through the dust as the prison finally gives way. A pale-haired figure emerges in a storm of violet energy. The enforcer can barely process it. He thought the black crystal prison could never be destroyed. Smoke rolls across the shattered room while the defeated enforcer struggles to breathe. Bloodied and stunned, he stares at the impossible escape right in front of him. He repeats that the black crystal prison is absolutely impossible to destroy, but reality has already disagreed. The enforcer asks how the prisoner managed to escape. The pale-haired figure answers with a single chilling word, larking. Violet energy coils around the pale-haired fighter as he stares down the enforcer. He says the enforcer will never understand what just happened. Late at night, a heavily guarded detention facility sits under watch, and something inside is already moving. Inside an awakened one's cell, the white-haired prisoner crouches on the floor, quiet but clearly not beaten. He reaches into his things with controlled urgency, like he has been waiting for this exact opening. Outside, two suited guards worry he might cause trouble again tonight. They are about to learn that a locked room is only a suggestion. The guards assure each other he cannot run away, which is usually the last thing anyone should say in a manhwa. One guard stays smug, convinced there is nothing to worry about. They explain that black magic crystal seals every door, with two guards watching the cell at all times. The prisoner remains hidden from their view, listening while the surveillance routine carries on. The guards repeat that nobody can escape. The prison really is tempting fate tonight. One guard suddenly shifts, as if he senses that something is wrong. Elsewhere in the building, a sharp-paced attendant orders someone out and warns that no one may enter without permission. The attendant flashes a smug grin after clearing the room. He looks far too pleased with his little power trip. A figure in a white shirt stands nearby, still and unreadable as the orders are carried out. A dark spirit creature reports that the guards have all been sent away, leaving the prisoner a narrow window. The creature's shadowy form slips through the room, ready to act on its master's command. The spirit asks whether it should crush the jade pendant and drag the master out immediately. Instead, the prisoner stops it. He wants to wait a little longer. He handles the pendant carefully, keeping his calm even while time is running out. The white-haired prisoner admits he cannot stay locked up for long. He needs to leave at the most crucial moment. He steps toward the cell door with a hard, focused stare. This escape is not just about freedom. He reveals one jade pendant in his palm and explains that high-level items can only be refreshed 4 times. He recalls collecting 4 pairs of jade pendants at school, knowing each one could become precious. The first pair saved his mother, and before leaving, he made sure she had another pair for protection. A memory of his mother steadies him, but his face stays serious. He knows what this last gamble costs. Only 2 pairs remain, and he has already decided this is the one chance he cannot waste. He closes his hand around the pendant and commits to it. There is no backup plan now. His expression turns ice cold as he fixes on one goal: end this fast. He says he wants to kill his target in the shortest possible time. Subtle plans have officially left the building. Ice-like crystal erupts through the room, and the prisoner calmly says everything is all right now. The white-haired man stands amid the shattered crystal beside a startled dark-haired woman completely in control. The crystal barrier bursts apart, sending fragments through the chamber. The dark-haired woman stares, wide-eyed, sweat on her face, as she realizes the prison seal has failed. A battered man looks up in disbelief at the intruder standing among the wreckage. The white-haired escapee asks how the wounded man ended up here. His posture relaxed, but his attention razor-sharp. The white-haired man waits for an answer, his golden eyes fixed on the chaos in front of him. The wounded man snaps back that the escapee came here to kill someone. He demands to know how the prisoner got out, then calls for Ganix in a panic. Standing beside a black-haired man in a white shirt, the injured man screams for him to kill the escapee immediately. The black-haired man stays unnervingly calm and threatens the escapee's entire family instead. Blue energy gathers around the black-haired man's body as he prepares to fight. His power forms a massive blue armored figure, and the wounded man suddenly thinks victory is back on the menu. The injured man boasts that this opponent is no match for his protector. Under the moonlight, the blue armored power towers over the room while the escapee and the dark-haired woman watch. The wounded man tells his fighter to show off for the so-called king. Confidence is doing some heavy lifting here. Purple energy coils around the white-haired man as he answers the threat without blinking. The purple aura intensifies, and the white-haired man stares down the armored opponent with absolute focus. The blue fighter taunts him, asking if he will keep the promises made in the ring. The white-haired man does not flinch as the challenge lands. His eyes see he came prepared. The black-haired fighter tells him to hit with everything he has got. The blue-armored form stands ready, filling the frame with raw power as the showdown is about to begin. The white-haired fighter steps forward wrapped in a vicious pink aura, staring down the injured enforcer without a hint of fear. His eyes stay locked in, and the energy curling around him makes this spiel less like a warning and more like a countdown. The blue-armored man gives a smug little laugh and asks whether he plans to keep the promise made in the ring. Bold words from a man already dressed for impact. A white-haired fighter does not blink. His cold expression says he has heard enough. The blue-armored challenger tells him to knock him out with everything he has. That invitation is accepted immediately. The armored man braces himself, but the swirling force around him is already being overwhelmed. A close look at the armor shows just how much power is packed into this clash. Ganix watches in shock, bruised and sweating as he realizes the fight has gone completely off the rails. Ganix stammers at a challenge, demanding to know what kind of arena this is and what this attack can even accomplish. The white-haired fighter closes his eyes for one calm second, then simply says it is good. He launches through the debris, pink energy trailing behind him as the attack comes crashing down. He unleashes Starry's Sky Surge Fist, blasting the blue armor band backward in a storm of shattered stone. The armored challenger is sent flying and hits hard, his confidence disappearing with the impact. Ganix can only stare at the aftermath, his battered face frozen between rage and terror. The white-haired fighter points at Ganix and tells him his mother is truly damned. The threat lands with surgical calm. Ganix snaps and accuses him of betrayal, but his wild eyes show he is already losing control. The fighter promises that when he returns, he will slaughter everyone in Ganix's village, leaving nothing alive. Dark pillars begin to rise around them, turning the space into a trap before Ganix can even react. Ganex is thrown into the forming prison, landing hard as the black barriers close in. He rushes between the pillars, desperate to find an opening before the cage seals him in. The white-haired fighter calmly raises a hand, watching the prison take shape while Ganex can only gasp. The technique is revealed as Starry Sky Surge, Prison, and the dark columns stand like a personal nightmare. Ganex looks behind him, hoping there is another way out. There is not. He crouches behind the barriers and curses the trap, reduced from loud bully to frantic prisoner. Ganex calls for the guard team, then immediately asks where the guards have gone. He screams for the escort, but no one answers. The silence is doing more damage than the fist did. Ganex tries to reassure himself that the team is almost here, clinging to the last excuse he has left. The white-haired fighter smiles and asks, almost politely, if Ganex has forgotten something. He reveals that nobody remains within a 1-kilometer radius of the village. He says he got rid of everyone nearby. Ganex did not escape him. He was left alone on purpose. Ganex tries to look composed with a drink in hand, but the question is brutal. Why did everyone obey so easily? The answer is simple and chilling. They obeyed because of the gods. Ganex goes pale as the truth sinks in. Nobody dared disobey that authority. His battered face twists in disbelief as a new figure steps into the scene. A dark-haired woman watches the white-haired fighter with wary eyes while he greets her with a short, casual "Ha-li." The fighter dismisses her concern and tells her that what happens next is none of her business. He turns away and tells her she knows nothing, while his pink aura keeps twisting through the room. He summons Starry Land Wall, locking the space down even further as the dark-haired woman watches in alarm. The woman stares wide-eyed at the wall, finally realizing this is no ordinary intimidation. Ganex begs him to wait from inside the prison, panic replacing every scrap of bravado. The white-haired fighter stands before the trapped man, his aura wrapping the cage like a final sentence. Ganex asks what he is planning to do, and he sounds terrified of hearing the answer. The fighter asks what he should do, then makes it clear that Ganex already knows the answer. He raises one finger and declares that the judgment against the gods has begun. Pink power surges through the black prison as his declaration hangs over everyone like a verdict. Inside a gloomy tower, someone has been summoned to carry out a divine decree. The room already feels like bad news with walls. The battered captive panics as his captor assures him there's absolutely no escape. Bruised and terrified, the man begs to be released and promises he will stop pursuing the girl. The white-haired young man stands over him without a flicker of sympathy, purple energy curling around his body. The captive throws out every bargain he can think of, desperate to buy even one more second. His shaking hand reaches out, but the young man is already gathering power at his fingertips. The young man looks down with cold control. The bribe has not even slowed him down. He raises one finger and lets the captive hear the final promise. Endless riches and glory will not save him. Purple force snaps forward from that single gesture, and the attack lands before the captive can react. A blast tears into the captive's body. His confidence vanishes in one brutal instant. He can only stare in disbelief as the attack keeps ripping through him. Blood sprays across the floor while his hand claws uselessly at the air. The captive gasps through the pain, still trying to understand why this is happening to him. Even after that hit, the man forces out a nasty little grin. He has clearly mistaken survival for leverage. Nearby, Ki watches with wide, frightened eyes as the purple energy coils through the room. The young man stays calm and lifts his hand again. This time, he says it is for Ki. The captive screams as another wave of force hurls him around the prison. Smoke and impact lines swallow his body as the punishment keeps coming. He begs him to stop, but the terror on his face says he knows mercy is gone. A new technique flashes into action. Starry Sky Surge, hand. The name is dramatic because the damage is about to be worse. The captive howls as the attack destroys his legs, leaving him completely helpless. A heavy strike crushes down again, and the man is driven into the ground. He recoils in agony while the young man steps closer, utterly unmoved. The young man reveals another reason for this reckoning. It is also for Ganex. Broken and bleeding against the wall, the captive begs him not to come any closer. His ruined legs drag across the floor as he tries to retreat from someone who is not slowing down. Purple energy bursts toward his hand, locking onto the small object he is wearing. A pendant is yanked free from his hand. Whatever that jewel means, it matters enough to change the young man's focus. The captive's eyes go wild as another violent blow cuts off his attempt to resist. The young man closes the distance, and the captive can only beg him to stay away. He is slammed back again, trembling as he realizes there is nowhere left to run. Now he finally admits he was wrong and declares himself guilty, but his apology arrives very late. Clutching the pendant, the captive apologizes again while the young man silently keeps him trapped. Behind the bars, his scream echoes through the tower as panic finally consumes him. The young man stands before the cell and says, "At last." He has been waiting for this moment. Purple power swirls around him again, and his calm stare makes the threat feel even heavier. Energy floods the darkness as he prepares one final move. He looks down without anger or hesitation. This is no longer just a rescue. He makes his final motive clear. This one is for himself. The captive stares up in horror as the pressure closes in from every side. He calls the young man crazy, but his shaking eyes reveal that he is the one completely broken. His final desperate shout is that nobody can escape. The young man has already proven otherwise. The attacker laughs and threatens to brand him a traitor to God, even dragging his whole family into it. The threat is meant to crush him, but the white-haired fighter only stares back with cold, controlled anger. The villain keeps cackling, clearly convinced this is his big speech scene. He may have misread the room. Purple energy coils around the young man's hand as he calmly answers, "Yeah?" The air twists violently around them, and the attacker's smugness starts to disappear. The white-haired fighter lowers his head, completely focused, while the supernatural pressure keeps building. With one sharp motion, he unleashes the power he had been holding back. The strike detonates in a blinding burst, swallowing the attacker in violent energy. A giant spectral hand closes in through the smoke, leaving the enemy nowhere to run. The white-haired fighter stands in the wreckage, with purple power swirling around him, looking almost bored by the chaos. The energy surges higher and higher, turning the whole room into a storm of smoke and force. He raises his hand and locks the technique into place, like he has done this 100 times before. The technique reveals its name, Starry Sky Surge Prison. The prison crashes down in a roaring blast, burying the target under a crushing wave of power. When the smoke starts to clear, the attack has left the battlefield torn apart. The dark-haired woman stares at the destruction in shock, struggling to process what she just saw. She looks toward the fallen man and nervously asks if he is dead. The defeated attacker lies battered on the ground while the white-haired fighter checks the result without a flicker of panic. He gives a short confirmation, and the fight is finally over. The white-haired fighter remains calm, but the woman beside him is visibly shaken. She quietly apologizes, blaming herself for everything that just happened. He cuts her off. It was not her fault, and he was going to kill that man anyway. His expression hardens as he makes it clear he feels no guilt over the enemy's death. The woman agrees to clench teeth. In her eyes, that man deserved to die. She says even dying once would not have been enough for someone that vile. But her anger turns to fear when she realizes the real danger has not arrived yet. The white-haired fighter asks what she plans to do next, warning that guards could discover this place soon. He tells her to run. Leaving Sky City is now her best chance to survive. She reaches for him, torn between escaping and refusing to leave him behind. The woman starts toward the exit, but she is still looking back at him with worry. He tells her he will draw everyone's attention, buying her time to escape. She hesitates at the door. His plan may work, but she clearly hates the price he might pay. He reassures her that she is strong enough to leave, keeping his voice steady while she fights back fear. She calls to him one last time, and he answers with a simple promise. He will be fine. He places a steady hand on her shoulder, looking far more certain than the situation deserves. Outside under the night sky, he says someone will have to take responsibility for all of this. A dark silhouette appears in the distance, and the woman's eyes widen immediately. The white-haired fighter warns her that he will be here soon. The next problem has already arrived. The white-haired boy lays down a hard rule. Teammates are supposed to protect each other when things turn deadly. He stares ahead with total focus, like this lesson is about to get painfully personal. He says these are the only people you should trust in life or death situations. That is a big statement coming from someone who clearly trusts nobody. But there was one person who only watched from the sidelines. The witness remembers her teammates falling into danger again and again, while a dark figure stood there with glowing red eyes. Even during a crisis, the woman looks rattled, as the shadowy man stays right behind her. The memory gets uglier. That figure kept talking while someone helpless was already on the floor. She realizes he repeatedly kicked that person when he was down, then called it ungrateful. Pure villain behavior, no subtlety required. The white-haired victim is held in place, while the red-eyed shadow closes in. The shadow looms over him with a cruel smile, making it clear this was never a fair fight. The red-eyed man reveals what he hates most, a traitor. Back in the present, the white-haired boy stays unnervingly calm while the woman starts to understand the trap. He says the target was someone who had betrayed others more than once, and the woman is visibly shaken by where this is going. The plan was simple and vicious. A letter would guide the chosen victim toward the gods. The letter promised that if he came to kill her at night, he would become a blessed person. The bait is activated and the victim is pushed toward an impossible crime, assassinating a god. A green-haired man grins in the darkness. He looks far too pleased with himself for this to end well. Outside the building at night, the woman finally asks if this could have been planned from the very beginning. She forces a nervous smile, but her eyes give her away. She knows the white-haired boy is several moves ahead. She says it outright. He planned all this from the start. He answers with a faint smile and says the timing is finally right. He tells her he should return to his detention cell, keeping his voice almost casually calm. Before he leaves, he gives her one instruction: insist that she does not remember anything. He tells her not to worry about him, while she can barely get the words out. His golden eye hardens. Whatever comes next, he has already decided to face it alone. Purple energy flashes around him as he vanishes, promising they will see each other again soon. The scene jumps to June 28, 2105, at 21:20, outside the Awakened One's detention cell. Inside the detention cell, the white-haired boy is already moving as purple power erupts around him. The energy surges harder around him. His carefully timed plan is officially in motion. June 28, 2125. Inside the Awakened One's detention cell, the white-haired prisoner is already putting a very deliberate plan in motion. Bai Yi summons Beast Kobayashi, and purple energy coils around him as he slips out without alerting the guards. The beast lands in a crackle of purple power, looking less like a pet and more like an escape clause with feathers. Kobayashi reports that everything is normal, and nobody noticed Bai Yi leaving the cell. Bai Yi stays calm, but his narrowed eye shows he is not escaping for fun. He is collecting proof. He remembers the accusation. Lark King was attacked at a dinner party, then deliberately got himself arrested and imprisoned. The injured Lark King lies bloodied on the floor, the kind of evidence that can ruin someone before they even get a chance to speak. Behind the bars, Bai Yi says this hidden trip gives him proof that he was absent that night. His alibi covers more than his vocation. It will expose every skill used in the attempt on Lark King's life. The scene of the attack is wrecked, and Bai Yi traces the damage like a detective who brought a whole monster squad. A massive crystal spike marks the crime scene. Bai Yi identifies it as a Galactic Mage-class skill. Then he finds a letter offering its target one chance to replace a traitor. The trap was planned well before the attack. Bai Yi took the key to the Gate of Judgment for the traitor, then had the letter delivered where the intended victim would see it. He leaves the key with Kobayashi and moves on, while elsewhere a green-haired man stands beneath falling embers. The green-haired conspirator watches the fire with a cold little smile. He thinks the betrayal is going exactly his way. He begins to explain his logic, certain that a traitor will always choose betrayal when the pressure hits. That confidence twists into a smug grin, but it does not last long. The green-haired man suddenly goes pale and sweaty. Something has gone badly wrong with his plan. He jolts in disbelief as a violent crash erupts nearby. He finds a smashed opening and rushes toward the room, no longer looking like a mastermind in control. Inside, bodies are scattered across the floor. The setup is turned into an actual disaster. A survivor crawls helplessly to the wreckage, while the green-haired man can only ask what happened. He steps into the ruined room, tense and confused, just as the danger starts spreading beyond the building. A conspirator turns to run, but fire is already closing in around him. A wall of flames explodes outside. His scheme is now burning bright enough for everyone to notice. The guards see the blaze and freeze for a second. Then the obvious question hits them. Why is there fire here? Security heads toward the god's dwelling, completely unaware that this emergency is part of a much bigger mess. The guards call all security personnel and order an immediate rescue. They charge toward the flames, while the real cause of the chaos watches from the shadows. Kobayashi gets credit for the stunt, including sabotage and arson. That bird has an alarmingly detailed resume. Kobayashi stays focused and moves to control the fire before the chaos can spin out of control. Someone steps through the flames as the rescue team arrives, and the situation takes a far uglier turn. The guards halt in shock when they realize Lark King is in trouble. Before anyone can react properly, the Galactic Mage's crystal power tears through the scene. The proud gods are annihilated by the crystal spikes, wiped out in seconds. The green-haired man orders the remaining personnel to take control, trying desperately to regain command. The guards hesitate as more spikes spear across the room. They are finally realizing they are outmatched. The terrain itself changes under the Galactic Mage's power, turning the room into a lethal crystal field. The attackers can only stare at the overwhelming power of the Galactic Mage. The green-haired man watches in disbelief as the mage's power turns the assassination plot inside out. The truth lands hard. A Galactic Mage has assassinated Lark King, and the conspirators' careful story is falling apart. Terrified and restrained, the green-haired traitor hears the verdict. Selfish traitors reap what they sow. He protests that he knows nothing, but his panic makes the denial sound very thin. Back in the cell, Bai Yi stands in shadow and makes it clear that this is his revenge. He calls this only the beginning, calm and composed, while the consequences of his plan keep rolling. A door opens, and someone arrives at Bai Yi's cell. An officer respectfully calls for Bai Yi and tells him that someone is waiting inside. Escorted by uniformed men, Bai Yi heads deeper into the detention area, still unreadable. Through the prison bars, Bai Yi is led toward a meeting that clearly was not part of the official schedule. The officers close in around the cell, and the silence makes the coming conversation feel even more serious. Bai Yi finally looks up as a man addresses him directly. Bai Yi stays seated and still, showing no fear as the visitor steps closer. The uniformed visitor studies Bai Yi through the bars, calm enough to suggest this meeting has a purpose. The visitor offers Bai Yi a deal. After all that chaos, the next move may be the biggest one yet. On Protoss Celebration Day, the city is hit by a chain of world-shaking incidents. The calm streets make the disaster feel even stranger because the real chaos has already happened off-screen. Sky City collapses, and even the Abyss Dragon flees. That is one brutal way to ruin a holiday. The reports pile up fast, showing just how badly the divine world has been shaken. Most shocking of all, a blessed person is caught in the middle of the disaster. A green-haired suspect is dragged away, furious and scared as the authorities close in. A male blessed person and a female victim were also at the scene, both looking rattled after the attack. Investigators take statements, trying to piece together what happened that night. But every witness claims they were too shocked to remember the details. Convenient, right? The blessed person is blamed for failing to protect the victim and faces punishment too. Then nervous blonde woman steps forward and begs everyone to wait. With her hands raised anxiously, she insists that she wants him to become her God's blessed one. Her choice saves him from punishment, but it does nothing to calm the room. The scene shifts towards St. Himnias Kingdom's heavenly prison, where another judgment is about to begin. The towering church prison looks holy from outside, which is exactly why it feels so threatening. Inside, Bai Yi has been sent here for publicly assaulting a member of the divine race. Bai Yi stands in chains, silent and controlled despite the humiliation. The high priest presides over Bai Yi's trial on June 30th, with the whole court watching. Bai Yi is dwarfed by the massive tribunal, guarded on both sides like the verdict is already decided. From the gallery, someone quietly says, Bai Yi probably cannot escape this time. Bai Yi hears his name and keeps a flat, guarded expression, but his eyes show he is listening. The court lays out the accusation. Bai Yi injured Mr. Lack, a descendant of a god, during a Sky City dinner. Bai Yi stays seated under guard, his red jacket standing out in a courtroom built to crush him. The high priest cites divine law, turning the entire case into a lesson about who is allowed to touch a god's bloodline. The verdict is savage. Assaulting a divine descendant and using awakened power against a powerless person earns Bai Yi 50 years in prison. The court asks for objections. Bai Yi looks calm, but the pressure around him is suffocating. He says nothing as the verdict hangs over him. 2 nights earlier, Bai Yi was already sitting in an awakened one's detention cell when a visitor arrived. A man approaches his cell with a simple offer. Bai Yi can make a deal. Thebes offers him a place in the Thebes family and tells him to work for them. Thebes stands outside the bars in a crisp official coat, completely sure that Bai Yi needs him. From above, Bai Yi looks isolated in the cell while Thebes controls the conversation from outside. Thebes, promises that Bai Yi will be free that very night. Bai Yi lowers his head and thanks him politely, but he clearly does not trust the offer yet. A woman nearby worries that her own skill level may not be enough for the task ahead. The prison door is open, but Bai Yi is still cautious. Freedom from this guy always comes with paperwork from hell. Thebes insists that Bai Yi's abilities are extremely powerful and says they are needed for a major event under the god's watchful eyes. Bai Yi remains turned away, his posture stiff as Thebes keeps pressing the deal. Thebes promises Bai Yi can leave the coming crisis untouched and without a trace. Bai Yi narrows his golden eyes, finally showing that he sees the trap forming. Bai Yi admits that he cannot understand what Thebes is saying. Thebes repeats himself with a sharp gesture, demanding that Bai Yi understand completely. Thebes declares that whatever the gods say is the truth, making his threat crystal clear. He lays down the price, work for the Thebes family, and Sky City will stop investigating Bai Yi. Thebes watches from the side with a faint smile, convinced the pressure will break Bai Yi. Bai Yi repeats that he does not understand, sounding calm enough to make Thebes hesitate. For the first time, Thebes looks uncertain as Bai Yi refuses to play along. Thebes begins to say he understands, but the answer does not come as easily as he expected. He looks down, thinking hard, while Bai Yi waits behind the bars without giving him anything. Thebes finally admits that it is not yet time for them to cooperate. Thebes leaves the cell without a deal, and Bai Yi remains seated, unreadable to the end. The flashback ends with Thebes walking away while Bai Yi watches from behind the bars. Back in court, the high priest asks one final time whether anyone objects to Bai Yi's verdict. Bai Yi is marched beneath the towering tribunal, still staring forward like he expected this moment. Then the Thebes family objects, dropping a sudden lifeline into the courtroom. A suited representative raises his hand, and Bai Yi's 50-year sentence is no longer as certain as it looked. Bai Yi stands chained before the priest's court while a stern man makes it clear that cooperation is off the table. The warning lands cold. Bai Yi stays quiet, but his eyes show he knows this hearing is not friendly. A suited representative watches from the side with a smug little half-smile. This is already looking less like justice and more like office politics with chains. The court asks whether anyone objects to the verdict, while Bai Yi kneels between the guards with his hands bound. Bai Yi keeps his head lowered and his expression controlled, refusing to give the room any satisfaction. Then the objection comes from the Thebes family. Thebes family. The representative raises a hand, and every spectator suddenly has a reason to pay attention. The objection centers on Bai Yi's invitation to Sky City and the banquet attack that followed. The court is stunned as the accusations are laid out. Somebody clearly expected this case to stay neatly buried. The suited man stiffens behind his glasses as the story turns against him. The testimony says Lark King attacked Bai Yi without provocation, then even sent his own people after him. Bai Yi only resisted when cornered and Lark King collapsed unexpectedly during the struggle. The seated witnesses watch in silence as the defense builds piece by piece. Under the Awakened One's regulations, Bai Yi's actions are ruled legitimate self-defense. The Thebes family presents its own on-site evidence, giving the court far more than a convenient story. An older priest studies the evidence, then objects that it should have been submitted before the trial. The old priest tries to shut it down on procedure, clutching the file like paperwork and save the day. The reply is devastatingly simple. This evidence was personally submitted by the Lord of Thebes. The representative tells the high priest to read it before answering. Bai Yi remains still, waiting for the room to catch up. Bai Yi finally looks up, calm and unreadable as the hearing pauses. The scene cuts to a ruined world, and a man's voice delivers a bleak truth. This world has long since become a wasteland. The man in the pale coat says truth itself is not important here. What the gods declare becomes truth. His coat hangs in the drifting smoke as that cruel rule sinks in. Back in the court, the old priest grips the document, visibly shaken by what it contains. The mysterious man speaks of hope returning only after the ruins are destroyed and everything starts over. A dark-haired man with piercings watches Bai Yi from the side, his face completely unreadable. The pale-coated man offers a chilling farewell, promising that one day they will cooperate. He stands alone among shattered stone, looking less like a witness and more like someone who knows exactly where the story is heading. The dark-haired observer stays stone-faced as the court reaches its decision. The high priest prepares to announce the verdict. Bai Yi waits beneath the tower and altar, still chained but no longer looking defeated. The ruling finally drops. Zhonggua's awakened one, Bai Yi, is acquitted and released. The guards are told to let him go. That is the kind of courtroom sentence everybody likes hearing. Bai Yi calmly rubs his freed wrist while the guards step back. The massive court falls quiet after the verdict, leaving the stunned officials to process their loss. The tension breaks as the crowd realizes Bai Yi is actually walking out free. One young man beams and says they can finally go back to China together. A woman with a high dark ponytail smiles with clear relief while the people behind her celebrate. Bai Yi reflects that the original plan was to use divine punishment to atone for sins, but everything was resolved far too smoothly. A smooth victory leaves Bai Yi wary, his eyes sharpen as someone approaches from behind. A stranger steps into the court, and the guards panic because this is the high priest's territory. The newcomer walks straight through the open floor in a loud green floor shirt, apparently immune to intimidating stares. The guards decide they suddenly have somewhere else to be. Sensible career choice. Nobody can stop the newcomer as he heads directly for Bai Yi. He stops close enough to get Bai Yi's attention, and the room becomes quiet again. The man turns toward Bai Yi with a familiar, knowing look. Bai Yi looks over, confused by the unexpected interruption. Then recognition starts to hit Bai Yi. He never imagined this meeting would happen here. The floral-shirted stranger grins and asks if Bai Yi is the one who beat up God. Bai Yi realizes this man was his first encounter with his master in this life. A chained fist jerks tight in the darkness. The white-haired prisoner is being pushed to explain himself, and his silence is already making the room feel dangerous. Bound on the floor and bleeding, he is dragged back to one question. Where was he supposed to go when his home had already become a nightmare? The interrogation turns brutal. His chained hand reaches out helplessly while someone demands the truth. The prisoner stares upward in raw fear as the questions keep digging into the wounds he tried to bury. The older man wears a smug little smile while pressing him for answers. Subtle interrogation technique, apparently. One wide eye says he has remembered something awful. His mind snaps straight back to childhood violence. The memory comes in fragments. Violence, desperate screams, and the one adult man he still remembers from that time. Blood stains the floor as the child cries out. Whatever happened here did not leave him any room to stay innocent. The memory grows uglier, with blood everywhere and an adult's cruel laughter hanging over the scene. He remembers losing his last glimmer of hope. In that moment, he decides he is ready to go to hell with the man responsible. The white-haired boy is left collapsed in blood, but rage begins to crackle around him instead of fading away. His eyes flare with golden energy. The terrified child is done being powerless. He grips the chain with a furious glare, locking onto the man above him like he has made a final decision. After surrendering because of the violent incident, he is transferred to Saint Kingdom Awakener's prison. Guards escort the bloodied white-haired prisoner inside. He looks exhausted, but not defeated. This prison is where he first meets someone who noticed his impossible career advancement. A black-haired inmate tells him he's the first person to reach the green career level. That is not exactly normal prison small talk. The prisoner explains that this was the first time he missed a mysterious inmate. The black-haired man calmly explains that most professions must reach blue before entering the advanced stage. Sitting in cuffs, the white-haired prisoner is asked why he advanced so early and why he was arrested. The man points out the impossible leap, from green straight to extremely rare platinum gold, then asks about the arrest. The prisoner sits on the cell floor and hears the accusation plainly. This is where death row inmates come. He tightens his cuffed hands and thinks the dead man deserved what happened. His cold stare reveals the accusation was not random. The past is still right in front of him. The black-haired inmate asks if he really killed his father to avenge his mother. The white-haired prisoner looks shaken that anyone knows. The stranger casually smokes through the grim conversation, like exposing murder secrets is just his lunch break. The white-haired prisoner asks how he knew. His expression is sharp now, suspicious but fully awake. The stranger laughs and says he is not actually a criminal. That's a very late detail to mention in prison. He says the warden made him wear inmate clothes so he could enter unnoticed. He introduces himself as Dung Yang, chief of the 6th Regiment in the Holy Kingdom God's Guild, and makes it clear he came here for the prisoner. Dung Yang offers his hand and says the boy is already standing at death row's edge, so he might as well come work for him. The boy studies Dung Yang's hand with wary eyes. An invitation from a powerful stranger is never simple. He remembers that in his previous life, Dong Yang rescues him from prison without giving him any choice. This time, he knows exactly how strange this offer is. Dong Yang places a hand on the boy's shoulder and introduces him as Bai Yi, telling his people to take care of him from now on. Bai Yi recalls joining the 6th Guild and following this strange man. The master has started collecting disciples again. A red-haired man arrives, Chizan, captain of the 6th Trade Union Regiment's 1st Squad. Dong Yang tells Bai Yi that he will be his junior brother from now on, turning the prison meeting into a very unusual recruitment drive. Bai Yi immediately corrects him. He is not Dong Yang's disciple. Dong Yang only looks more amused. Dong Yang orders Chizan to help his new junior brother get familiar with the guild's work. Bai Yi is clearly not thrilled by the sudden family arrangement. A red-haired recruit drags the white-haired warrior toward training, while the guy already looks like he wants to vanish. The white-haired warrior flatly refuses again, making it clear this is not simple laziness. From above, the commander watches the guild's training floor in silence. Around them, the recruits spar and train, but the white-haired warrior stays completely apart. 2 officers judge him harshly. They say he does not seem suited for the 6th Guild at all. They identify him as a captain from the 8th Squad, then point out that he has barely spoken to anyone for 2 months. Bruised and kneeling beside a broken weapon, he looks completely shut down. The officers say plenty of people fail to adapt to military life, but his case is far worse. His injuries and criminal record have left resentment simmering through the unit. The long-haired officer explains that he has seen people like this before. He says as every one of them came from a brutally tragic childhood, that is not exactly a comforting personnel review. The white-haired warrior hunches over as the officer says trauma taught him not to trust anyone. The officer adds that he did not simply avoid people. He could not defeat them either. A sudden blow slams into the white-haired warrior, and the memory hits like a physical attack. He throws up his arms in panic, trapped between pain and the fear of fighting back. The officer reaches the real problem. The warrior has no idea what he should be fighting for. Severe psychological wounds can leave a fighter unable to stand on his own, no matter how strong he should be. The long-haired officer studies him closely, serious now instead of mocking. He says trauma victims simply do not know how to get back on their feet by themselves. But he asks one important question. What happens if the warrior finally finds a new goal? The officer lets out a calm breath, looking like he has already decided not to give up on him. He believes the white-haired warrior could still build an extremely brilliant life. The warrior remembers living a dull, ordinary life in the Union, just going through the motions. Then the long-haired officer quietly offers him an extra snack and tells him to grow stronger. The small gesture lands. The officer holds out the food, while the other recruits watch from behind. The white-haired warrior takes a bite, still guarded but no longer completely alone. Even with that kindness, he admits he still does not know what he is living for. Pain flashes across his face as old memories keep circling back. He remembers standing with the guild, while the others dismissed him as someone who only knows how to kill alone. One recruit complains that he is so incompetent he cannot coordinate with anyone. Office gossip, but with swords. The criticism keeps coming, and the white-haired warrior just absorbed it without answering. He once thought this lonely routine was simply how he would spend the rest of his life. Then he reaches for his massive sword, and everything begins to change. He remembers the exact turning point. One incident shattered the routine. The flashback returns to October 2010 at the 6th Trade Union Regiment Martial Arts Ground. A stranger crosses the arena without greeting anyone, immediately pulling every eye toward him. A stocky man in a white vest arrives with an enormous sword, asking if this is the 6th Guild arena. The visitor is introduced as the young god, Lark King, and he is thrilled by how spacious the place is. Lark King grins through a purple aura and says he cannot wait to show his true abilities. He plants that absurdly huge blade in the ground and casually demands a match. Lark King looks delighted by the attention, like this entire guild exists to entertain him. The guild explains that he proposed a contest with the union members. The training ground falls quiet as everyone gathers around the looming challenger. A pink-haired guild member says the master is absent, then warns everyone not to actually attack a god. Lark King insists the proper manners are very important, which is rich coming from a man waving a building-sized sword. He points straight at the white-haired warrior and says he can come. The challenge knocks a recruit off balance, and the room suddenly realizes Lark King is not playing around. The pink-haired member stares at the white-haired warrior, while he meets the chaos with a cold, unreadable look. Lark King sizes him up with a smug grin and calls him a real weakling. Inside the guild, the leader lays down a serious rule. Nobody attacks the gods. He treats the place like his personal property. He weighs the newcomers forward with cold confidence, inviting them into a test that already feels rigged. The group closes in around Lark and Shishan. Everyone is watching to see who flinches first. The guild leader narrows his eyes, clearly sizing up the quiet white-haired swordsman. Shishan looks uneasy beside Lark while Lark stays completely unreadable. The leader takes one look at Lark and decides he is a weakling. That confidence is about to get expensive. He doubles down, calling Lark a really weakling, as if repeating it makes it true. Shishan calls out to Lark and proposes a duel, trying to turn the insult into a direct challenge. The challenge is accepted. The guild leader grins like he has been waiting for this all day. He says the duel is fine, then adds that Shishan should give it everything. Very generous, coming from the guy enjoying the show. The warning lands, and Shishan commits to the fight with everything he has. Steel flashes as the duel begins, but Lark meets the attack without giving an inch. Lark's swordwork is brutally fast. Shishan is beaten before the spectators can even process the exchange. Shishan stares in disbelief, sweating hard as he realizes the gap between them is enormous. Lark does not celebrate. His calm expression makes the effortless win feel even more intimidating. Shishan admits he is no match for Lark, while the surrounding guild members suddenly look a lot less smug. The defeated challenger is left crumpled on the floor, and the room goes quiet for a beat. The leader dismisses the loss as a waste, because apparently basic sportsmanship never made it into the guild handbook. Still smiling, the leader calls for the next opponent. He is not ready to admit Lark is dangerous. Another guild member rushes in, only to get blasted backward by Lark's precise counter. A second attacker follows and Lark drops him just as easily. The challenge line is becoming a casualty list. Lark remains stone-faced, while the guild realizes its fighters are falling one after another. The narration makes it clear that even several members of the 6th guild cannot handle him alone. The leader finally snaps and asks why his guys are so bad. The answer is standing right in front of him. One battered member admits defeat too, proving nobody can even last 2 rounds with Lark. A blade hangs over another fallen fighter as the leader bitterly calls Lark a genius warrior. A battered guild member reaches forward, still trying to make sense of the one-sided humiliation. Jishan and another guild member look stunned. Even the spectators can feel the leader losing control. The leader rages that this guild does not deserve to be called the strongest after such a pathetic showing. He writes off all the defeated fighters as garbage, venting his anger on the people he was supposed to lead. The leader forces a smile, but his eyes show that the easy little test has become personal. He decides to make an example of Lark himself and finally steps into the fight. The guild leader complains about the useless people around him, while they wisely keep their distance. Shishan can only watch in silence, worried now that the guild leader has taken the field. The swords collide in sharp bursts of sparks, and the real match begins. Lark stands ready and calmly tells the leader that he will be his opponent. The leader swings hard from above, trying to overwhelm Lark with a heavy opening strike. Lark keeps his eyes locked forward. He is calm, controlled, and clearly not intimidated. The leader reveals that this is the first real anger he has felt since leaving prison. He claims he used less than 1 round to defeat Lark, but that boast lasts about as long as his advantage. Lark ends the exchange and declares that he defeated him. The leader's confidence collapses instantly. Lark's weapon is planted in the ground as the defeated leader drops slow, stunned into silence. The leader stares upward, speechless. He has finally met someone he cannot bully. Lark makes one important distinction. Not every member of the 6th guild is trash. Shishan checks on an injured member with real concern, surprising everyone because he's usually so quiet. The injured fighter realizes Shishan stepped in for them this time, and that small kindness does not go unnoticed. Despite the bruises, the injured guild member smiles. For once, the fight was actually satisfying. The leader refuses to accept the lesson and glares up at Lark, demanding to know what he means. Then the leader lunges and drives a blade into Lark's chest, turning a settled duel into something much uglier. The leader reacts like being called trash is the true crime here. His ego is clearly doing most of the bleeding. He screams that Lark dared harm the gods, showing just how twisted his pride has become. The leader grips the weapon buried in Lark's chest, furious and desperate to reclaim control. The white-haired man admits the truth has been strangely satisfying, even with blood on his face. His opponent corners him with a spear and demands an answer. The answer lands hard. He's being treated like trash by someone from the Divine Clan. The attacker snaps, furious that a Divine Clan member would dare provoke him. He drives the spear forward with a full-on rage face. This man skipped every anger management class. For the first time, Bai Yi comes face to face with this world's real truth. Bai Yi stares down the blade in shock as the threat suddenly becomes very real. The spear slips free, creating the opening Bai Yi needs. Several armed men close in around Bai Yi, but help arrives before they can finish him. A pink-haired ally grabs the shaken attacker and calls out to Bai Yi. Bai Yi is locked inside the heavenly prison again, while the others rush to notify their master. Behind the bars, Bai Yi stands alone, quiet and grim. He thinks there is no way he will get out this time. Then the prison door opens. Bai Yi is released directly. Instead of another punishment, the 6th Guild Division throws Bai Yi a welcome-back banquet. Bai Yi realizes only one person failed to show up. The pink-haired man explains that their master is away on a mission and will return in a month. The division celebrates Bai Yi's safe return, raising their cups and cheering together. Bai Yi holds his drink, but his guarded stare shows he knows something is being kept from him. Watching everyone celebrate, Bai Yi feels the secret sitting right under the surface. The pink-haired man tries to keep the mood light, bragging that his alcohol tolerance is excellent. After 3 rounds, Bai Yi finally gets the truth. The pink-haired man folds over in distress as he reveals the Divine Clan wanted Bai Yi severely punished. If Bai Yi faced that trial again, he would lose his place in the 6th Guild Division and all hope for his future. Their master refused to give up on Bai Yi. He wanted Bai Yi to stand tall again. Against impossible odds, the master found one thin glimmer of hope. So the master accepted the Divine Clan's punishment in Bai Yi's place. Bai Yi's eyes widen as the sacrifice finally sinks in. The pink-haired man begs Bai Yi not to search for their master. The place he went is far too dangerous. Only the master can reach that place where lightning tears across the sky. The master already used his one chance to escape prison before. Now he runs into the divine trial alone. He made a deal with the gods to protect Bai Yi, taking the punishment for him. Every step carries him deeper into the punishment meant for someone else. The trial begins with a desperate sprint through the forest. This is the divine punishment the master chose to bear in Bai Yi's place. The forest of divine punishment swarms with vicious wolf-like monsters. The beasts rush in from every direction, jaws open and claws ready. There is no rescue coming. To accept divine punishment, he has to fight through the forest on his own. He battles forward through the monster pack, refusing to turn back. Even surrounded, he keeps striking through the wolves and charging ahead. The next ordeal is a wall of jagged stone, and he starts climbing it barehanded. Bloodied fingers cling to the rock. Each handhold looks like it was designed by a very angry god. His grip slips, and the climb becomes a brutal fight just to stay on the wall. He reaches upward through the towering peak, refusing to let the fall stop him. He crashes hard, but still drags himself back into the trial. After half a month, he finally reaches the summit of divine punishment. Half a month later, the battered master stands at the summit, finally facing the last test. Blue lightning traps him in a circle as the final punishment begins. Lightning slams down around him, turning the summit into a storm cage. The final rule is simple and cruel. Endure 1 month of lightning strike punishment. Chained and bruised, he survives another blast with his teeth clenched. Even exhausted and bound, he still believes he can fight his way through this place. He lifts his battered face and mutters that it is not bad, as if divine lightning is just a rough workout. In the rain-soaked prison, the white-haired disciple can only ask why he is being punished like this. Bruised and exhausted, he stares down at the jagged prison walls, looking completely lost. He admits that even after being saved, he keeps making the same mistakes. Tears mix with rain as he calls himself reckless, stupid, and selfish. The self-hate is hitting harder than the weather. Looking down into the abyss, he says he does not understand anything anymore. He finishes the thought with a brutal verdict on himself. He's clearly nothing at all. His face tightens as he tries not to break, but the tears keep coming. Then his chained master cuts in with a grin, asking what this brat is even talking about. The battered man softens and tells him the truth. He has always been his disciple. That single word crushes the disciple's defenses, and he bursts into tears. The disciple turns toward his master, stunned by the warmth in a place this cruel. His eye floods with tears as he realizes who has been standing beside him all along. Overwhelmed, the disciple suddenly spins and runs. He bolts across the prison floor in full panic mode, leaving his master behind. The master remains chained deep in the pit, unable to follow him. The disciple cries out for his master, terrified that another lightning strike will come. He squeezes his eyes shut, desperately wishing the man behind him would come back to life. Instead, his master embraces him and laughs gently, amazed to see his disciple this anxious for the first time. The master smiles through his injuries and welcomes him back to life. The scene shifts to his new life, and the white-haired young man remembers the first time he met his master. Back then, he sat alone in the heavenly prison, never expecting the past to walk right up to him. He had only fantasized about spending time with his master again, never believing it could actually happen. Now he looks up in disbelief, because his first meeting with his master in this life is finally here. A long-haired man in a log green shirt spots him and casually asks if he is Bai Yi. Timing really knows how to make an entrance. The disciple realizes the impossible. The master he thought belonged to another life is standing right here. His master flashes a fearless grin, clearly enjoying the kid's shocked reaction. The man grabs Bai Yi's shoulders and laughs, calling him brave for beating up a divine clan member. Then comes the real surprise. His master asks if Bai Yi wants to join the 6th Guild Division. He offers his hand, turning this unbelievable reunion into a choice that could change Bai Yi's whole future. Bai Yi stares at the offered hand, stunned that his second life has brought him back to the person he missed most. The story opens at the Guild of Gods, the organization built to oversee the entire world. Its 6 elite platoons answer to legendary captains, and the wildly unconventional 6th captain is about to make his entrance. Dong Yang casually offers Bai Yi a place in his 6th guild platoon, holding out his hand like this is no big deal. The nearby students freeze. Bai Yi has just been personally invited by a captain they only know from the news. Bai Yi looks stunned, because meeting a guildmaster this early was already unbelievable. Getting invited is another level entirely. For Bai Yi, the invitation pulls up an old memory he clearly never got over. He tries to explain himself, but the question hanging over him is simple. Why did things end this way before? The memory lands hard. Bai Yi stands before a grave, his eyes wide with grief and disbelief. A memorial portrait confirms this was not some distant tragedy. He lost someone precious. Bai Yi remembers asking how his master could leave him like that, and the pain still hits fresh. He admits he has already lost this person once. That is why he cannot afford to drift into danger again. A tear slips down Bai Yi's face as he forces himself to stay steady. He knows the life he wants is dangerous, but he still refuses to be pulled back by fear. Bai Yi clenches his hand, makes his choice, and quietly says he is sorry. His answer is respectful but firm. Bai Yi is not taking the shortcut. Instead, Bai Yi says he will stay for the Divine Weapon Academy entrance exam and finish his studies first. The others finally understand his goal. Bai Yi is aiming for the Divine Weapon Academy. The crowd is impressed, while Dong Yang just sees an ambitious young man making a serious play. Dong Yang gets it immediately, and his grin says Bai Yi's answer only made him more interesting. Rather than sulked, Dong Yang respects the ambition. A captain who takes rejection this well is suspiciously relaxed. He hands Bai Yi his 6th guild platoon business card and leaves the invitation wide open. Dong Yang tells Bai Yi to visit the 6th platoon whenever he wants. Bai Yi studies the card, quietly processing just how strange this meeting has become. Dong Yang waves goodbye, and the fans instantly decide the captain's personal space is now public property. Dong Yang welcomes them with a laugh, clearly enjoying the attention more than he should. One student blurts out a request for an autograph, and that opens the floodgates. Now everybody wants a signature. Dong Yang went from guild captain to celebrity booth in about 3 seconds. He jokes with the crowd as papers fly toward him, while Bai Yi slips away from the chaos. Dong Yang begs them to line up one at a time, but nobody is hearing it. Bai Yi turns away, still lost in thought as Dong Yang's name echoes behind him. A brown-haired woman watches Bai Yi leave, her sharp eyes fixed on him with sudden recognition. Bai Yi lowers his gaze, still carrying that old grief under the surface. Then, the woman thinks of everyone from the 6th platoon and Manhwa, how they have been doing. The 6th platoon card turns into a reminder of old connections that may not be as distant as Bai Yi thinks. While Dongyang handles his cheering fans, the woman finally moves toward Bai Yi. She taps Bai Yi's shoulder and asks what is wrong, catching him completely off guard. With a knowing smile, she asks if this is another one of those long-time no-see moments. Bai Yi stares at her, starting to recognize her, as his expression snaps from confusion to shock. She points out that Bai Yi looked at Dongyang exactly the way he looked when he first saw her. She leans in with an easy smile, turning Bai Yi's heavy reunion into one very personal mystery. After what happened in Sky City, Bai Yi cannot stop replaying everything in his head. Seeing that look in his eyes makes the past feel a lot less confusing. He tells him that in this world, anything can happen, and she is clearly trying to put him at ease. She gently suggests that Bai Yi may have lived through something nobody else could understand. Bai Yi freezes as her words hit a little too close to home. Yelena admits her own older brother once changed overnight and claimed he had lived another life. Her brother became distant, then vanished completely. That is a heavy story to drop in a casual conversation. Hila says she slowly lost contact with him, and she still cannot fully understand what he meant. She warns Bai Yi that she does not want him to disappear into the same silence. Turning back with a serious look, Hila offers him a way out if he ever wants to share his secret. She tells him he can come find her anytime, and her smile makes the offer feel genuine. Hila keeps her hand close to her chest, calm and confident that Bai Yi will remember this moment. She even says she is good at keeping secrets. Convenient timing, but Bai Yi is not complaining. Bai Yi stays quiet, studying her with a guarded expression. Then his face softens. For once, he lets himself accept a little kindness. Bai Yi simply thanks Hila, but the small smile says he has taken her words seriously. On July 3rd, the students from Jiang Kingdom board the train home, bringing their training trip to an end. The trip is over, and the group heads off with the kind of energy people say for finally escaping school. The train pulls away, leaving the academy station behind. Bai Yi's journey in the Sancte Kingdom has officially begun. Under the night sky, Bai Yi arrives alone with his bag over one shoulder and his mind already racing. Coming back after so many years brings a flood of memories, even if Bai Yi refuses to show it. He looks out over the city with a hard stare. Familiar streets do not mean an easy life. The Sancte Kingdom is one of the most advanced and economically powerful places in the world. But the wealth is controlled by the divine race and a handful of merchant giants. For ordinary people, everything here costs several times more than it should, from food to a roof over your head. With the academy opening in less than 2 months, Bai Yi knows he needs a plan fast. His first problem is brutally simple. He has to cover his living expenses. Bai Yi decides that if he wants to operate beyond the rules of the gods, he needs to build his own guild platoon. No matter what happens, he needs one thing right now, a huge amount of money. That thought leads him deep into the city's neon-lit streets. Bai Yi keeps walking, following a destination he clearly knows well. A familiar trade district comes into view, and Bai Yi is heading straight for its busiest corner. The night market is open for business, and the district is already buzzing. This is the biggest free trade market for monster materials in the world. Naturally, it never sleeps. Bai Yi slips through the crowd while traders bargain over warehouse prices. For Bai Yi, this market is more than a place to make money. It is where he first met someone important. He scans the packed exchange with a steady, focused look. The sign reveals the place, Nano Exchange, the old meeting ground that still carries history for him. Bai Yi spots the familiar place and quietly thinks, "Old friend, I am back." A faint smile finally appears on Bai Yi's face. Whatever comes next, he has found the first thread to pull. Free Market is the Awakened world's biggest monster material exchange, a supply hub where everyone comes chasing an edge. For Awakened fighters, better weapons and gear can decide who survives, so this place stays packed. The white-haired young man heads straight toward a material shop, calm and focused. Some customers are here to buy power. This guy is carrying materials to sell, and he looks like he already knows their value. He steps into the shop with a bag over his shoulder, ready to make a deal. At the counter, he politely says he is here to sell some materials. He asks whether the boss is available, but the receptionist says the boss is busy. The pink-haired receptionist barely looks impressed. She has clearly seen plenty of hopeful sellers walk in. UAO challenges him to show something worth disturbing the boss over, her bored stare doing most of the talking. The young man recognizes Yu Yao, and her surprise shows she realizes he has not changed much at all. Without arguing, he reaches for his magic ring. That is usually when a simple sale stops being simple. The magic ring opens in a flash, and the first materials spill into view. He keeps pulling out monster materials with the same relaxed expression, like this is routine cleanup. Meteorite, steel bone, and stone dragon bone appear one after another. His little bag is suddenly looking suspiciously expensive. Then he adds feathers and dozens of magic diamonds, enough to make Yu Ao's eyes widen. Yu Ao realizes these are all sea crank materials. Even this batch alone could sell for at least 1 million. The pile keeps growing, and Yu Ao goes from skeptical receptionist to delighted host in record time. Now she calls him an honored and distinguished guest. Money really does improve customer service. Yu Ao says there is not enough room out front for the rest of his haul, and he asks to meet the boss. The counter is already covered in fragments and monster parts as the young man waits patiently for an answer. He stands beside the overflowing display with total composure, while Yu Ao looks embarrassed by her earlier attitude. Yu Ao lowers her head, suddenly very aware that she nearly brushed off a walking treasure chest. She quickly invites him to the back room, calling for her father because they have a huge customer. Yu Ao hurries him along, her excitement replacing every trace of that earlier boredom. She leads the young seller past the weapon racks and into the shop's back rooms. They enter a dim office where the boss is seated behind a cluttered desk. Yu Qian looks up with a guarded expression, curious about the customer, making his daughter panic. Yu Qian hears that this is a major customer, and his skeptical look says he wants proof before he gets excited. Yu Ao urges her father to inspect the materials right away, practically bouncing beside the table. She tells the customer to take everything out and let her dad have a look, while he quietly braces for the fuss. The magic ring opens again, and this time the materials are clearly a step above the first batch. A B-rank 100 spirit herb appears, followed by 1,000 bone flower. Yu Qian's interest is rising fast. The B-rank's haul keeps coming, each piece glowing like this shop just found its monthly bonus. Mantis steel and intermediate magic crystals land on the table, leaving no doubt about the quality. Yu Ao proudly points out that every item is at least B ranks, and Yu Qian leans in for a closer look. The boss studies the pile with widened eyes, asking what the young man thinks of these materials. After inspecting them, Yu Haichen admits the quality is genuinely impressive. But the young man reveals he did not come just to sell. He came to show Yu Qian something important. Yu Qian and Yu Ao stare at him in surprise, as the real purpose of this visit finally hangs in the air. A golden weapon suddenly shines inside the exchange, and everyone freezes at the sight. The blade's ornate frame catches the light while the pink-haired assistant asks why her dad looks so shaken. Yu Qian stares at the weapon in total disbelief. He could barely get the words out. His eyes go wide as the answer hits him. This is not some ordinary sword. His daughter presses him for an answer, but Yu Qian is still trying to restart his brain. Yu Qian blurts out that the weapon is unbelievable, sounding like a man who has just found treasure in his own workshop. He finally reveals the truth. This is the legendary S-rank gold warrior weapon, Flow. Yu Qian grabs the weapon with shaking hands. Flow can level up and keep growing alongside an Awaken user. He calls it a top-tier weapon, while Bai Yi stays calm enough to make the whole reveal look routine. Bai Yi quietly remembers his past life, when this weapon was forged by Yu Qian after joining the Legion of Gods. The memory shows Yu Qian hammering steel in a blazing forge, chasing the perfect blade with everything he had. Bai Yi remembers that Yu Qian used the finest materials available, but even then the weapon was already sharpened. Back in the workshop, Bai Yi studies the weapon while Yu Qian admits he could have forged something even greater. Bai Yi reassures him that Flow is already the strongest weapon he has ever seen. Yu Qian still cannot accept it. In his eyes, the weapon needs better materials to reach its true potential. The smith admits his craft still falls short of perfection. That obsession has clearly been living rent-free in his head. Bai Yi remembers Yu Qian always dreamed of forging the ultimate blade and always wanted to stand above every other smith. Bai Yi sees that the man before him is exactly the same weapon-obsessed craftsman from his memories. Yu Qian realizes the impossible detail. This S-rank weapon is still unsharpened. Bai Yi meets his gaze and asks the obvious question. Can Yu Qian sharpen it for him? Yu Qian looks stunned by the request, like someone has just handed him his lifelong final exam. Then Bai Yi produces an S-rank material, the soul of the attendant. He follows it with a weapon soul and a poison singer material, both rare enough to make this forge scene completely unfair. The assistant practically screams at the pile of S-rank materials while Yu Qin is left speechless. Yu Qian stares with his jaw hanging open, while his daughter decides that nothing can surprise her anymore. Sure, good luck with that. He inspects the materials closely and realizes they came from high-level dungeons, yet they are absurdly low-grade for their rank. Bai Yi lays out one final request, and the room goes quiet around him. He speaks with complete confidence, making it clear this weapon is meant to become something far greater. Bai Yi tells Yu Qian to sharpen flow and turn it into his masterpiece. The blade rests in Bai Yi's gloved hand, waiting for the smith who can unlock its full power. Yu Qian grips the sword with a newly focused look and asks the young man for his name. His serious expression says this meeting has become far more important than a simple trade. The white-haired hunter introduces himself as Bai Yi and offers his hand. Bai Yi holds out his hand with calm confidence, sealing the offer without a hint of hesitation. Yu Qian shakes his hand, and the deal is finally made. Yu Qian introduces himself as the humble owner of the Nanko Exchange, though humble is doing some heavy lifting here. Thanking Bai Yi for his trust, Yu Qin promises to pour everything he has into forging the ultimate weapon. Slow gleams in gold as its long-awaited refinement begins. Meanwhile, at Guild of Gods headquarters, the Sky City incident is clearly not over. A newspaper reports that the K4 family is gathering for a memorial service, with the incident still hanging over the city. A pink-haired guild officer brings a notice to his master about this year's Divine Weapon Academy entrance exam. He suggests declining it as usual, but the answer comes back instantly: no. The black-haired man lounges with a cigarette and decides that this time he is going himself. He has heard there is an interesting young man at the academy this year, and that is enough to get him moving. The report about a student found dead in the academy gives the invitation a much darker edge. The pink-haired officer looks surprised when he is invited along. Whatever waits at the academy, this guild is paying attention now. On a quiet night outside the Mingxi apartments, a white-haired Awakener is already planning his next move. The calm apartment block hides a man carrying a deadly grudge. Towel over his shoulder and phone in hand, he stares ahead coldly. He says he killed the divine race scum Lock Kim in Sky City. His expression stays hard as he decides that his revenge has only just begun. He settles at his desk, focused and alone, with no time to enjoy the peace. Chris and everyone backing him are the real targets, and he knows he needs more power first. A golden system screen appears in his hand. Convenient timing, because revenge apparently comes with a progress tracker. To reach them, he decides to get into the Divine Weapon Academy. After the training expedition, he has pushed 2 classes all the way to B ranks. His status panels glow with boosted stats, showing just how ridiculous his growth has become. His Flora Summoner class reaches C ranks, and its Spirit Contract skill lets him bind defeated Flora-type monsters. Cosmic Mage rises to Curate Stew, Quite 2, while another Lightning class waits below it. This guy's collecting jobs like trading cards. He has awakened 2 more Mage classes, stacking more power onto an already absurd build. He even has a gold rank class now, and the Academy's level requirement is already met. He grips his phone with a small confident smile. The entrance exam is only 2 months away. Selling materials from before brings in 2.1 million, turning his monster hunting hall into real breathing room. Without hesitating, he transfers 1.5 million to his mom so she can cover the house down payment and live easier. Even after helping her, he still has more than 600,000 left for rent and daily expenses. He finishes the transfer and almost immediately his phone starts ringing. It is his mom calling, but her video call avatar reveals the strange monster crew gathered around her. One eager monster blurts out that it misses its boss and wants to know why he's not coming back. Another creature quickly tells him not to listen, promising that they will protect Mom while he handles business outside. His mom looks relaxed and happy. She's been watching variety shows, and life is finally treating her gently. He calmly explains that the money is for her mortgage and tells the monster crew to help sort it out. He wants her and the monsters to have a permanent home of their own, but she has another dream. His mom gently refuses the house. She knows they can afford it, but she does not want him spending everything on her. She admits she is tired of staying in the same place and would rather go out and see the world. Her request is simple. She wants to travel for a while. He is caught off guard by how little he ever considered it. He realizes that after losing her husband, his mom spent every year trapped in the Chushi countryside. The memory makes it clear. She raised the family through hard years without ever getting to see the world beyond home. She gave her whole life to working for him, and he feels the weight of everything she sacrificed. His face softens as he realizes he never truly thought about what she wanted for herself. He agrees immediately and tells her to take the money, travel the world, and call if she needs more. His mom laughs it off. She has already planned the route and booked the hotels, so she is clearly not wasting a second. Still worried like any mom, she tells him to rest, eat properly, and wear something warm at night. He stands quietly by the window after the call, watching the city lights beyond his apartment. Then Mom makes one final request. She wants to chat with Boss too. Even the monster gets family call privileges. In the middle of the night, Bai Yi gets a shock transfer of 1 million yuan. His eyes narrow as he realizes his balance is now over 1.6 billion. The white-haired student stares at the phone in disbelief. He needs the money right now, so he quietly accepts the impossible windfall. Bai Yi keeps the transfer without hesitation. He has a bigger plan than living comfortably, because he wants to build his own guild. But money alone will not solve it. The other 5 demon lords may still be hiding inside demon dungeons. To find them, Bai Yi needs the god's sight. That means he must establish his own guild platoon first. Even this huge balance is not enough for the goal in front of him. Building a guild is expensive because apparently saving the world has membership fees. Bai Yi starts searching for a way in, but his hands stop over the keyboard. He still has no guild connection at all. The Divine Weapon Academy will not open for another 2 months, and he cannot hunt demon dungeons alone in the Saint He Kingdom. His applications flood out, but every guild internship demands a guild platoon or direct connections. Bai Yi has neither. With no better option, he applies to intern at a guild first. It is not glamorous, but it might get his foot in the door. Bai Yi waits with cautious hope, telling himself a reply should arrive soon. Instead, the rejections pile up. Every window gives him the same answer: application not approved. After more than 1,000 emails, Bai Yi has not received one acceptance. His forced smile is doing heroic work. He cannot believe guild internships are this hard to get. The system is treating this student like he applied to be emperor. Bai Yi sits back, frustrated but still thinking. He knows the strongest guild in this world is the Guild of Gods. His expression hardens as he considers the gap between himself and that legendary organization. The Guild of Gods stands at the top, while other guild platoons are formed by ordinary awakened people. All these guild platoons can bid for demon dungeon raid rights. The competition is serious, and everyone wants a piece of the prize. Once bidding ends, the winning guild gets exclusive rights to raid that demon dungeon. Every material taken from a demon dungeon belongs to the guild platoon that won the right to enter. Well-known awakened fighters can secure permission for a guild to bid on high-level demon dungeons. That is why almost every guild prefers awakened fighters with experience and a strong reputation. For a student with no battle record and no reputation, being ignored is completely normal. Bai Yi finally needs another solution. He leans back in his chair, tired but refusing to quit. Then something interrupts his spiral. Bai Yi looks up, suddenly alert. A new email has arrived. The notification is real, and Bai Yi's mood flips instantly. After all those rejections, this one might finally matter. The Pingtian Guild welcomes Bai Yi to join them at Gexiang subway station on July 10. Bai Yi breaks into a huge grin. His application got accepted at last. The next afternoon, Bai Yi arrives at Gexiang subway station, ready to meet the guild. Instead of an office, he finds a dark underground rail area filled with rough-looking recruits. This internship already feels suspicious. A man calls everyone over and tells them to collect their equipment. Bai Yi scans the crowd with a guarded look. He is clearly trying to figure out what kind of guild he just joined. A bald, muscular handler hands equipment to the recruits one by one. When it is Bai Yi's turn, the handler gives him a bundle of clothes and tells him to put them on. Bai Yi frowns at the strange outfit, openly wondering what it is for. He changes into the dark uniform, still composed but clearly on guard. Another man approaches with a smug posture, and Bai Yi notices him immediately. The newcomer confirms Bai Yi is the new guy. His body language says this is not going to be a friendly welcome. The man closes in while Bai Yi stands his ground beside the tracks. Bai Yi watches the man step closer, calm on the surface, and ready for whatever comes next. With a crooked grin, the man asks Bai Yi if he knows the rules. That does not sound like an orientation speech. Inside a dim dungeon tunnel, a group of young workers heads deeper underground, and the white-haired student looks alert but clearly unconvinced. He finally asks why they are here. They were supposed to clear a demon dungeon, not wander around waiting for bad news. The answer comes with a little attitude. They are not remotely equipped to raid a demon dungeon. That confidence died fast. The older worker keeps a hard stare while the white-haired student listens behind him, trying to figure out what kind of job this really is. The man admits nobody sends rookies to raid demons anymore, then asks the obvious question, what exactly are they preparing for? The white-haired student looks around at the mixed crew, waiting for the reveal. The reveal is cleanup duty. Yes, they marched into a dungeon to carry buckets, heroic stuff. Veteran teams finish raids and leave the monster remains behind, so someone else has to deal with the mess. The older worker sizes up the white-haired student and decides he's just another rookie who does not know much yet. A uniform is handed over, and the two newcomers are told to get inside and start working. The white-haired student takes the uniform calmly, while Speedjin looks delighted. He still has no idea what he signed up for. They step into a cave filled with eerie blue light, and the job site starts looking much less glamorous. Speedjin awkwardly realizes the rookie being mocked was him. His embarrassed smile does not survive long. The white-haired student quietly accepts that dungeon cleanup is a real job, though his face says he wishes it was not. Their first task is waiting on the cave floor. Heaps of purple monster slime, buckets, and absolutely zero dignity. The white-haired student starts scooping the sticky remains with a tight, disgusted expression. So this is the work they are doing. Speedjin tries to help, but the slime immediately overwhelms him. The dungeon collects its first victim of the day. Speedjin groans in pure misery as the filthy job gets worse by the second. The purple sludge splashes all over Speedjin's front, leaving him shocked, soaked, and very close to regretting every life choice. Speedjin stares at his slime-covered hands and complains that they are stuck doing all the filthy work. In the background, the stronger workers mine and make the money while the rookies are left with the cleanup. Speedjin insists that once he graduates from the Divine Weapon Academy, he will not be doing this kind of work anymore. He keeps wrestling with the slime and looks like the slime is winning on points. The white-haired student turns to him and asks if he goes to the Divine Weapon Academy. Speedjin lights up at the question, happy to finally talk about something other than monster sludge. He introduces himself as Speedjin, smiling nervously as he faces the white-haired student in the cave. Speedjin says he is 17 and has already applied to the academy for enrollment this September. The white-haired student looks genuinely surprised. Speedjin might be more ambitious than his messy first impression suggested. The older worker cuts in from nearby, arms crossed and impatient, telling them to stop chatting and get back to work. Speedjin whispers that the guy is lecturing them with his hands still in his pockets. The hypocrisy is doing heavy lifting. The two students stand among the slime piles as another worker notices them and calls for help. A bald worker asks the pair to help out, pointing out that they are still students and could use the experience. He reminds them that earning their own money at such a young age is not easy, which is true, even if the slime makes a terrible career coach. The white-haired student and Speedjin listen from the cave wall, both realizing this rough job may have more to teach them than they expected. The logistics support team reviews its roster for this mission, including 2 younger recruits who have joined the trip. The supervisor notes that young workers usually do not have much family backing. It is a grim detail for such a routine briefing. Carlos studies the tablet with a serious, watchful stare as the team list scrolls past. The roster identifies Carlos as a flower mage, Billy as a nuclear chanter, and Bai Yi as a nuclear chanter, and Bai Yi as an untested warrior. That last label is about to age badly. Carlos hands Billy a small anniversary gift, and the big bald warrior looks caught off guard by the kindness. Billy adjusts his tie while Carlos reminds him that today marks 5 years with the team. Billy looks down at the gift, grateful but clearly uncomfortable with all the attention. Carlos tells him to take it. Billy has earned the moment. Billy tries to protest, but Carlos is already treating celebration like a non-negotiable order. Carlos jokes that they spend their whole lives working together, so Billy should stop being shy about one small gift. Carlos invites Billy for drinks after the cleanup. Billy's stiff posture starts to soften. The quiet team moment hangs for a second. Then the chapter cuts hard into the disaster zone. Billy charges into danger, shouting for everyone else to run while he holds the line. Green energy crackles around Billy's fist as a towering cursed spirit rises in purple flames. The support crew scatters across the rocky ground, tiny and exposed, beneath the monster. Bai Yi watches with a calm, unreadable face while the narration lays out what disaster does to people. One recruit trembles behind Bai Yi. In a crisis, fear hits first. Another worker falls back in panic, unable to hide how badly the cursed spirit has shaken him. Billy plants himself in front of the cursed spirit, forcing himself to be the shield. Then bravery kicks in. Carlos throws out a thorny vine wall to protect the fleeing team. The vines surge across the ground, but Carlos's defensive move tracks his own people inside the barrier too. A terrified recruit calls the monster a B-rank warrior type. The team realizes this is no minor cleanup job. The tracked workers beg Carlos to hold the barrier so they can escape. He looks tense, but he does not abandon them. Someone points out the obvious problem. Carlos has trapped them all inside. Emergency landscaping has its limits. Carlos promises to call for rescue outside, leaving Bai Yi and the others to survive the monster's attention. From behind the vines, the team watches Billy struggle against the cursed spirit. Bai Yi steps forward and tells them to hold on for a bit. His relaxed stance does not match the chaos around him. The cursed spirit looms over the battlefield, purple fire rolling from its armored body. Billy braces himself with green energy around his fist, but the others fear he is about to get himself killed. The cursed spirit turns toward Bai Yi, while Billy remains caught dangerously close to its reach. The monster lunges with a vicious purple strike, and the whole scene snaps from intense to lethal. Bai Yi cuts through the opening with a blazing slash, moving so fast the attack barely has time to exist. The white-haired warrior slips past the spirit with absurd precision, blade flashing in a bright arc. Billy's eyes go wide. He recognizes the move as Flash Step, a high-level skill for the warrior class. Bai Yi blocks the monster's counterattack cleanly, his expression still ice-cold. He twists through the next blow and sends the cursed spirit reeling, all speed and control. Another strike comes in, and Bai Yi parries it away. The fight has completely flipped. The glasses-wearing recruit stares in pure shock, unable to process what Bai Yi is doing. Bai Yi launches high above the cursed spirit, green energy trailing around him like a signal flare. He drives his blade down in a clean vertical finish, forcing the monster to take the full hit. The cursed spirit buckles under the descending blow as debris and purple energy burst around it. Bai Yi lands the final slash. The cursed spirit cannot recover. He settles into a composed stance after the strike, looking like he expected that result all along. The system confirms it. Cursed spirit successfully slain. Bai Yi just turned an impossible rescue into a one-man lesson. A supervisor reviews the logistics support roster for the mission. He notes that 2 young newcomers are joining them and worries they may not have much family support. The tablet shows a mixed crew, including a flower mage, an archer, and the bald nuclear warrior. The bearded boss tells the bald warrior to keep an eye on the rookies later. The bald warrior accepts the job without making a fuss. The boss hands him a red envelope for his 5th work anniversary. The veteran looks touched, even if he tries to play cool. The gift lands in his mechanical hand, a quiet reminder that this team has history. He starts to protest, but the boss has already decided tonight's drinks are on him. The boss laughs off of the awkward gratitude. Apparently, 5 years of service earns 1 free night out. The red envelope stays in the veteran's hand as the small celebration settles in. For one peaceful moment, the team can think about drinks instead of danger. Then the story cuts to disaster. The bald warrior throws himself forward and orders everyone else to run. Green energy crackles around his fist, while a huge purple cursed spirit emerges from the ruins. The support team is trapped in a rocky corridor, scattered and badly outmatched. The white-haired swordsman watches the panic spread. When disaster hits, fear strips people down fast. One rookie stares wide-eyed, frozen in pure fear behind the swordsman. Another teammate collapses in panic while the swordsman reaches toward him. The monster towers over the bald warrior and he squares up anyway. Bravery has terrible timing sometimes. The flower mage chooses action, summoning thorny vines to hold the creature back. The vines spread across the ground, but the mage admits the barrier is only buying time. The flower mage sees the enemy clearly now and realizes it is a B-rank warrior-type monster. He tells everyone to stay behind him, knowing none of them can escape alone. The rookies immediately point out the obvious problem. His vines trap them inside too. The flower mage promises to call for rescue, but the tangled barrier is already closing around them. Inside the vine cage, the teen can only watch as the bald warrior faces the monster. The swordsman steps forward and tells them to hold on for just a little longer. The cursed spirit raises its claws, ready to tear through the group. The bald warrior charges first, green power blazing around his arm despite the massive gap in size. He rushes straight at the monster, while the white-haired swordsman waits for the opening. The cursed spirit lunges with a savage grin, convinced this desperate charge is easy prey. The clash erupts in purple and gold as the swordsman suddenly enters the fight. The white-haired fighter slices past the monster in a blur, his blade flashing through the chaos. The bald warrior is stunned. That was Splash Step, a high-level skill for warrior-class fighters. The swordsman blocks the counterattack cleanly, calm enough to make the monster look slow. He twists through the strike and cuts back hard, driving the cursed spirit off balance. A perfect parry sends the attack aside. The rookie can only stare and shout in disbelief. The trapped flower mage watches with his mouth open as the swordsman takes over the fight. The swordsman launches skyward, leaving the monster below him with nowhere safe to run. Suspended above the battlefield, he draws his blade back for the finishing strike. The cursed spirit looks up too late as the blade's golden trail comes down. One decisive slash splits the battlefield with a bright vertical flash. The swordsman lands with his weapon lowered, completely composed after that ridiculous display. The result appears in plain sight: cursed spirit successfully slain. After killing a B-rank soul warrior, the white-haired awakened fighter feels his summoned beast's power rise again. A new reward appears: the Armor of Jealous Curses. Not a bad pickup for a quick dungeon run. His nuclear warrior has reached level 31 in B ranks. He stays calm, but he knows the boost is real. With his stats multiplied, he figures anything below A rank should be manageable head-on. Green energy coils around him as he quietly tests the limits of his upgraded summon. The trapped trainees are stunned. They just watched him erase a B-rank monster by himself. The bald veteran realizes they share the same nuclear warrior class. The difference in result is painfully obvious. The veteran admits the white-haired fighter is already trained far beyond his own level. He scratches his head and says the praise is flattering, while privately accepting that talent has left him in the dust. The others are still reeling. With strength like that, they cannot understand why he is stuck on logistics duty. The bald veteran asks how he blocked the monster's final attack. He cannot believe the newcomer deflected the damage right back at the monster. The white-haired fighter explains that it was a parry and that it takes extremely fast reflexes. He offers to explain later, because first they need to settle the score with the guy who abandoned them. The group turns toward their trapped teammate, ready to deal with the betrayal. Before anyone can move, the trainees freeze and stare past him. Something is wrong behind the vines. The white-haired fighter catches the warning immediately and tells everyone to check over there. A dark silhouette stands beyond the tangled vines, and the dungeon suddenly feels much less friendly. One of the trainees stammers that there is something else in the dungeon. The newcomer steps forward, a horned humanoid wrapped in purple energy. This is another monster, and it looks far worse. The creature moves with brutal speed, dropping a man before the group can even process the threat. Its glowing eyes lock on the humans. It calmly notes that there are plenty left. The monster raises a hand and forms a purple square of energy, preparing to make the survivors disappear. The purple attack flashes into place, turning the cave floor into a kill zone. The blast slams into the group and throws bodies across the ground. The dungeon has officially stopped playing fair. The energy square detonates in a huge burst, blasting the trainees apart and leaving them scrambling. The survivors hit the ground hard, stunned by an attack they never saw coming. One trainee lies face down in shock, unable to make sense of what just hit them. The brown-haired trainee looks back in terror as the white-haired fighter remains standing. The bald veteran sees the truth at last. This is no ordinary monster. The white-haired fighter recognizes an extremely rare A-rank dual-class boss. He tightens his grip and prepares to fight, even as the monster's purple aura fills the cave. The chain boss finally focuses on him and notices that one human is still ready to stand up. The monster plants its feet, and the white-haired fighter's summon prepares for the clash. The status reveal confirms the danger. Stellar Mage led Overlord level 42 in A-rank. In this world, awakened people are rare, and anyone with 2 classes is almost unheard of. That kind of talent draws a ridiculous amount of attention the second it becomes public. There are fewer than 10 dual-class Awakeners in the whole world, so this is not exactly a secret you casually mention at lunch. The white-haired Awakener has shown his other classes only to classmates and teachers, keeping his true advantage buried. He walks into the dungeon calm and guarded, carrying an A-rank weapon while everyone else watches. His classmates know he has several classes, but they still have no idea he is hiding one more. He has stayed quiet to avoid trouble, and he makes sure only one class is visible in front of other people. The group closes in behind him, unaware that the lesson is about to become a real survival drill. He stares ahead with a cold, focused expression, determined to keep his hidden class out of sight. Then a purple glowing monster appears. Dual-class monsters exist too, because apparently one nightmare job was not enough. The creature is identified as a Stellar Warrior and Stellar Mage, an A-rank monster at level 42. The monster drops into the cavern in a burst of violet energy, and the students freeze as he steps forward alone. It attacks instantly, launching itself at him before anyone can even process the warning. He whips around toward the impact, his body tightening as the monster crashes into range. Purple force tears through the cave as the monster slams down, turning the floor into flying rubble. Sweat runs down his face. This is an incredibly rare dual-class creature, and it is A-rank for a reason. He realizes he could never beat it at full strength, but this monster only has one arm. He takes the opening and drives his glowing blade into the monster with a clean, fast slash. He follows through hard, but the monster absorbs the strike and keeps his terrifying momentum. He figures another Awakener must have injured this thing earlier, which is the only reason this fight is possible at all. Even with that advantage, he knows he needs a way to weaken it further before it overwhelms him. He gives himself one blood reality check. Can he beat this thing using only his nuclear warrior class? He launches upward with another glowing strike, refusing to let the monster dictate the pace. A classmate can only stare and whisper that the monster is absurdly strong. The Awakeners trade another violent exchange, bright weapon trails cutting through the dark cavern. He keeps pressing close, slipping under the monster's broken arm guard to keep the pressure on. He lands, pivots, and braces himself while the monster throws another savage rush at him. His face tightens. It is not only stronger than him, it is faster and tougher too. The monster hangs above him like a purple missile, and he has to find a weak point before it lands again. He rockets forward with his blade raised, gambling everything on a precise counterattack. The cave flashes with impact light as he meets the monster head-on instead of backing away. His strike connects, but he can already tell the monster's defense is still disgustingly solid. He triggers another instant movement and slips away before the monster can crush him. He swings in a bright arc, using speed and angles instead of trying to overpower the beast. He spots it at last. The monster definitely has a weak point, and that tiny opening becomes his whole plan. The monster spins through another attack, its purple aura shredding the air around them. He barely avoids the next blow, his expression turning sharp as the attack passes inches away. The strike smashes into the ground and blasts debris across the students watching from behind. Dust rolls through the cavern, and the onlookers panic because they cannot even see whether he survived. One classmate calls out to him in pure panic. Nobody is enjoying the field trip anymore. He rises through the smoke with a grimace, injured but still holding his weapon and refusing to fold. He admits the truth. Even after all those attacks, he barely damaged the monster. But he did slice his Achilles tendon, and that changes the fight completely. The monster's speed drops sharply, and he watches it staggers with the first real advantage he has earned. The wounded monster still dodged from above in a violent purple spiral, desperate to end him first. He darts in low and attacks its legs again, piling weakness onto weakness with ruthless precision. The monster lunges, but he cuts across its path and keeps forcing it into slower, uglier movements. Now he has the rhythm. He prepares to pierce another weak point before the creature can recover. He drives his weapon in again, determined to completely ruin the monster's ability to attack. The monster recoils in pain, but he keeps his eyes locked on its remaining arm. Blood marks his face as he makes the next call. Cripple that arm, and the monster loses its last real weapon. He surges forward and slashes at the arm with everything he has left. The strike shatters his A-rank weapon instead. His shocked face says the plan just got much more expensive. Even the observers cannot believe it. An A-ranked weapon has been completely destroyed in a single clash. The horned monster whips through the cavern in a blur, launching a brutal attack before anyone can get comfortable. It lands hard in a burst of purple energy, looking very pleased with the chaos it just caused. One teammate realizes the hit wrecked the white-haired hunter's leg, and the whole group immediately starts panicking. The monster stands over the crater with purple aura crackling around it, while the hunters scramble to understand what they are facing. The injured white-haired hunter grits his teeth through the pain. He knows a single-class hunter cannot beat this thing head-on. Instead of giving up, he activates an emergency recovery potion. Green healing light starts crawling over his damaged body. While healing, he watches the monster carefully. His expression sharpens as he decides his only option is to switch tactics. The recovery works, but his face stays dead serious. He has figured out that survival now depends on one fast move. The monster shifts position as the hunter prepares his counter. The air feels like it is about to snap. A dark-haired teammate stares in disbelief as the monster suddenly appears ready to strike again. The white-haired hunter fires off Flash Step. He's moving before the monster can lock him down. The monster lunges with a spinning purple attack, but its target is no longer where it expected. The attack changes targets, and the glasses-wearing teammate freezes in pure terror. He grabs at his face in panic as the deadly energy comes straight toward the group. Nobody signed up to be the backup target. Another teammate turns with wide eyes, finally realizing the monster is aiming past the hunter and at them. The white-haired hunter shouts a warning, his battered face tense as he tries to protect them from across the cavern. He answers with a burst of icy power, throwing up a fast barrier between the monster and his teammates. The monster's purple strike tears through the air, but the ice defense redirects the pressure away from the group. Ice spikes erupt across the ground in a savage counterattack, forcing the monster to react instead of hunt. The monster lands among the spikes, crouched low and furious as the ice closes around its legs. For the first time, the monster looks genuinely caught off guard. More ice crashes in from above, and the monster's evasive move gets cut off mid-motion. A spike rips into its lower leg. The monster jerks back, suddenly learning that pain goes both ways. The others stare as the monster staggers. They cannot believe the fight is actually turning. The hunter connects the dots. The creature's Achilles tendon is damaged, so its movements are being slowed down. His own recovery keeps restoring his leg as he stands back up. He is hurt, but he is not done. He watches the monster limp and realizes its lower limbs have taken even more damage than before. The hunter plants his healed foot with new confidence. Now he has an opening to exploit. The monster glares back with one murderous eye, its rage boiling over as it fixes on the human who hurt it. The glasses-wearing teammate can only stare, sweating hard as the monster's next move begins. The monster makes its intention painfully clear. It wants the hunter dead. It charges again, gathering glowing ice in its hand with all the subtlety of a flying brick. The creature raises an ice blade for a finishing strike, purple aura spilling off its body. It dives down with the blade, convinced the hunters have nowhere left to run. The glasses-wearing teammate throws up his hands and screams, sure the attack is about to hit. But the white-haired hunter calmly gathers a bright blue orb in his palm, ready with a precise response. He unleashes a roaring stream of icy attacks straight into the monster's path. The barrage catches the monster mid-charge and smashes into its body before it can finish the strike. The monster howls in pain as the ice tears through it. Its confidence is officially having a bad day. The glasses-wearing teammate shields his face from the flying ice, completely overwhelmed by the sudden reversal. The monster is driven back through a rain of ice, flailing as the attacks keep finding it. The team notices something bizarre. Every attack lands exactly where the monster is weakest. The white-haired hunter studies the pattern with a calm, suspicious look. These perfect hits are far too consistent to be luck. The monster is trapped inside another field of ice spikes, screaming as its vital points are targeted again and again. The injured hunter realizes the attacks are not random. They hit the monster's vital spots every single time. He remembers the strange claim from earlier, that someone would enter the diving weapon academy in 2 months. The glasses-wearing teammate clutches his head and blurts out an apology, looking terrified by what he has revealed. He begs the white-haired hunter to stay away, his fear spilling out before he can explain himself. Tears well behind his glasses as he finishes the plea, begging him to stay away from him. The white-haired hunter goes still, staring back with a hard, confused expression as the mystery deepens. The fight opens with a chained monster looming over a lone hunter in a crackling purple aura. The white-haired hunter is pinned down, staring up at the beast with pure terror. He can barely force out an apology as the monster crowds into his face. Shaking behind his glasses, he insists he did not do it on purpose. Bad timing to submit a complaint form. He tries to shove the monster away, but its glowing power keeps the pressure on. The chief overlord promises to kill him, and its expression says it is enjoying every second of this. The creature clamps down on him and drags him closer. His face twists in pain as the grip tightens around his throat. The monster threatens to crush him into dust, but the hunter is not done yet. He triggers Flash Step and vanishes into a sudden burst of speed. His counter attack lands cleanly, splashing the monster with damage before it can react. Bruised but focused, he realizes that hit did more damage than before. He decides that one clean strike is enough and unleashes tri-directional severance. Golden slashes rain down from every angle, turning the monster's space into a blender. The attack keeps carving through the chief overlord while the hunter holds his ground. He sees the pattern clearly. The side strikes have wrecked the monster's speed and fighting power. He rushes in again, swinging another glowing arc straight across the monster's body. The blade tears through its torso, and the monster starts losing control of the fight. Another slash cuts through its leg, taking away even more of its mobility. The chief overlord reels in agony as its battered body struggles to stay upright. He targets the last arm the monster can still use to attack, leaving it almost helpless. Its eyes and legs are badly damaged, so its speed attacks are no longer a real threat. The final attacking arm is already sliced off. The hunter has dismantled this monster like a very angry mechanic. Even so, he knows he is completely out of steam. He spends the last of his strength on one more storm of crossing slashes. The golden cuts rip through the ruined battlefield and finally finish the job. The white-haired hunter stands bent over and exhausted, barely able to stay on his feet. The system confirms it. He has successfully killed the chief overlord, Void. With the monster down, he drops to his knees and fights just to catch his breath. Outside, emergency vehicles race through the city toward the subway station. A rescue response is moving fast, but every second still feels painfully late. King Guild boss Men Chuang says the rescue team will arrive in about 10 minutes, then demands to know when the others will get there. Yeeman checks the time with a grim face. 10 minutes is a brutal number when someone is tracked with a boss monster. He can only plead that nothing happens to the people inside. The rescue team reaches Gexiang subway station and heads in together. Yuman looks up in surprise as the team finally appears at the station. Outside the ambulance, the hooded glasses girl looks overwhelmed with relief. The white-haired hunter saved everyone from dying in there. The guild leader is sweating, but he gives the young hunter full credit. He is clearly amazed by what this kid pulled off. The hooded girl thanks him from the bottom of her heart. Her sparkling stare is doing absolutely nothing to hide how impressed she is. The white-haired hunter stays calm, while the others crowd around. The bald teammate apologizes, ashamed that he could not protect the rookies himself. The bald man admits the emergency forced the others to look after him instead. His confidence has taken a serious hit. The guild leader rests a mechanical hand on him and reassures him that this was not his fault. The leader's mood hardens. He blames the Divine Guild's First Division for leaving the dungeon uncleared before calling in a cleanup crew. He clenches his teeth and promises they will pay for it. The sunglasses are working overtime, but the anger is obvious. Medics confirm Carlos has stabilized, though his right arm is badly damaged and he needs intensive care first. The leader fumes that Carlos got what he deserved for trapping the group inside and fleeing by himself. Still, the leader is relieved that nobody was hurt worse. He knows explaining a death to their families would be impossible. Then the white-haired hunter reveals the loot he got by killing the dungeon monster. Purple flames curl around a glowing core in his hand. He is handing it over, even though it could be worth a fortune. The leader explains that an A-rank monster core can sell for serious money, then urges him to keep it. The leader remembers the hunter only applied for the guild internship because he was short on cash. That makes this gift even more ridiculous. The young hunter hesitates because guild rules say the materials should be shared. The leader admits his own lapse put everyone at risk. He refuses to take a reward that the hunter earned alone. The bald teammate backs him up with a grin. Their boss may be stressed, but apparently he is not a greedy tyrant. Instead of taking the core, the leader offers a deal. If the hunter wants, he can join the guild's raiding team whenever he has time. He sweetens the offer, saying even lower-rank dungeon runs will pay far more than logistics work. The white-haired hunter smiles and accepts. A dangerous rescue has just turned into a real opportunity. With the crisis over, the leader suddenly remembers he rented out a restaurant for the guild's anniversary. Naturally, snacks and drinks are now an emergency. The hooded girl lights up at the boss's generosity. The whole team is finally ready to celebrate. The bald teammate points out one small problem. The white-haired hunter is still a student, so alcohol is off the menu. Before they can head out, a strange engine sound cuts through the moment. Everyone turns toward the road. The group stares as a motorcycle rolls up. That dinner plan just developed a very loud complication. A bearded biker calls out to the guild leader like they go way back. He has the grin of a man arriving to start trouble. The biker pulls in with a pink-haired companion and says the leader already sorted things out here. The motorcycle skids to a stop beside the group, turning the quiet ambulance scene into a confrontation. The biker casually claims he came all this way with Chushan for nothing. His tone says he expects an explanation. The two newcomers dismount and face the guild. The white-haired hunter watches closely, instantly alert. The young hunter's eyes widen as he recognizes the situation. He knows these visitors are not random. The biker meets his gaze and calls it a coincidence. With that smile, nobody is buying it. The pink-haired companion stays quiet but looks sharply interested. He is clearly waiting to see how this conversation goes. The biker asks if the white-haired hunter solved the mess here. The question lands like he already knows the answer. The hunter freezes at the question. He did solve it, but now he wants to know why these men are here. In his mind, the hunter immediately connects them to his master and senior brother. Their relationship with this guild is suddenly the real mystery. From above, both groups stand facing each other beside the ambulance. The rescue is over, but the next problem has just arrived. The group gathers at a barbecue restaurant with Bai Yi's quiet, white-haired presence already making the table feel a little more serious. A cheerful pink-haired man pops up to praise Bai Yi for taking down 2 A-rank monsters. Casual barbecue conversation, apparently. Someone slides Bai Yi a fresh piece of meat, and he accepts it with the same calm expression he brings to everything. The pink-haired host laughs that the achievement is all thanks to Bai Yi, while Bai Yi stays politely unreadable. Bai Yi watches 2 men attacking beer mugs like they personally offended them and wonders what they are even doing. Bai Yi turns toward the commotion, curious but still composed as the drinking contest gets louder. The black-haired drinker faces off with boss Simin Shuang, a burly veteran in sunglasses. Neither man is willing to back down. The black-haired man smugly says they should ask themselves that question. His confidence is doing most of the lifting here. They keep chugging side by side, surrounded by empty plates, while the pink-haired man explains this is completely normal for them. The pink-haired man smiles and says these two have always been lifelong competitors, no matter where they go. Simin Shuang pours more beer over his rival's head, and the black-haired man looks utterly defeated but refuses to quit. The story jumps back to when Master and Simin Shuang grew up together in the Holy River Kingdom. Even in middle school, the two were rivals, glaring across their desks like first place was a blood feud. Their rivalry carried them to the top of the Divine Weapons Academy entrance exam, where both were recruited early by the Divine Guild. They were rising stars of their era, both chasing the same impossible title, the strongest Awakener. Then a salvation mission went wrong. Simin Shuang returned to save his teammates and ran straight into a high-level monster. Surrounded by monstrous enemies, Simin Shuang is battered but still stands with his spear, refusing to abandon anyone. The monster closes in, and the scene makes it painfully clear how badly the mission is collapsed. Yeoman Shuang makes his final stand, declaring that as long as he remains, none of his teammates will die. After the incident, Simin Shuang lost his awakened powers and left the Divine Guild. But he did not let that loss destroy him. He gathered marginalized Awakeners and built the Pingtian Guild. Now Simin Shuang stands proudly with the people he gave a place to belong. He helps ordinary people who were abandoned by both power and society, one beer and one rescue at a time. The pink-haired man says this world is full of people fighting to immense hardship with everything they have. He explains that Master has worked even harder since then, eventually becoming chief of the 6th Guild Division. Bai Yi listens in silence, his gold eyes sharpening as the history starts to connect. The story continues. Master has secretly funded Simin Shuang's guild ever since. The black-haired drinker protests that he should at least get to eat some meat first, but the old fart keeps the story rolling. Their friendship began as a rivalry that looked impossible to overcome, but neither man ever truly left the other behind. Simin Shuang sums it up simply. They are lifelong rivals, but also lifelong best friends. Meanwhile, the black-haired man finally collapses over the table, still clutching his drink. The battle is not over. Bai Yi suddenly realizes he visited this exact barbecue restaurant in his past life, yet he never met Boss Simin. The restaurant exterior triggers the memory, and Bai Yi knows this place once mattered for a reason. Bai Yi remembers returning from the peak of divine punishment, and the missing piece of the past starts to click into place. His expression shifts from surprise to concern as he remembers what happened after that return. Back then, Master brought everyone here for a feast to celebrate Bai Yi getting a new lease on life. Drinks and meat were on the house. The black-haired man welcomes the group to the feast, while the memory feels warmer than Bai Yi expected. The pink-haired man explains that after Master's best friend died, Master never came back to this restaurant. He tells Bai Yi that Master saved him, and Bai Yi later gave Master a reason to keep going. Bai Yi processes the final detail, realizing Master's deceased best friend was boss Simon Shuang. The truth lands hard as Bai Yi holds his cup, suddenly seeing the man across the table in a completely different light. Yiman Chuang keeps laughing with his drink in hand, unaware that Bai Yi has just uncovered a painful link to the past. The white-haired master sits quietly with his drink, listening as the older man brings up his deceased best friend. The older man, smiling through the memory, reveals that the dead friend was boss Simon. Around the restaurant table, the conversation turns serious, while everyone keeps eating like this is perfectly normal dinner talk. The white-haired master asks how that friend died, and the mood immediately drops. The group quietly works through the food while waiting for the painful answer. The older man explains that a guild once encountered an A-rank monster during a subway dungeon mission. Boss Simon arrived first and charged in alone, desperately trying to save his trapped co-workers. By the time help arrived, the entire guild had already perished inside the dungeon. The old man abruptly cheers up, but the table is clearly not ready for his emotional whiplash. He says that originally everyone at this table was supposed to die in that same tragic accident. The white-haired master stays calm as the older man says a new variable changed everything. The master watches with cold focus while smoke curls around him, clearly realizing this story is about him. The older man says fate itself brought him back into the master's life. He says this life crossed paths with the master again, and that changed the outcome of the disaster. The table keeps eating and drinking, but the master has quietly become the center of everyone's attention. The older man leans in, bruised and emotional, while the weight of a second chance finally settles in. To him, this is the true meaning of rebirth, becoming a variable that can change history. The white-haired master turns away in silence, taking in the idea that history can be altered. He decides that if history can move, he will quietly steer it himself. The older man calls out Bai Yi and starts praising the young man's potential after the Divine Weapon Academy. He warmly invites Bai Yi to join the 6th Guild Division, praising him between gulps of beer. Bai Yi starts to answer, looking flattered and very aware that he has been recruited mid-meal. Before Bai Yi can finish, a mechanical hand drops in with a sharp warning. Recruitment season has gotten aggressive. The bearded man glares over his beer and demands to know if they are trying to steal his people again. The cybernetic old man bends down over the embarrassed recruit, ready to defend his claim. He insists that Bai Yi is their absolute main force now, making the guild rivalry painfully obvious. The pink-haired woman rubs her forehead, exhausted by watching these two start the same fight again. The younger group watches the bickering with amused smiles, enjoying the strangely harmonious atmosphere. Someone casually orders old Jia to bring 10 more pitchers of beer because apparently moderation died in the dungeon too. The restaurant staff are told to fetch the beer themselves, while the party keeps rolling without shame. The warm gathering fades into a hospital room, where a wounded man lies connected to a monitor. A shadowy visitor stands beside the patient's bed, turning the room cold in an instant. The patient insists he did exactly what he was told and trapped everyone inside the dungeon. He adds that he even triggered the mechanisms, desperate to prove he followed the plan. The faceless figure asks whether he will keep his promise, looming over the terrified patient. The shadowed man calmly promises that the patient's entire family will be cared for. And the visitor reaches for him and adds one chilling word, however. The patient stares upward in horror as the dark hand closes in. The visitor accuses him of peeking into the god's plan. The patient jolts awake in pure terror, realizing the promise came with a deadly price. The hospital room fills with frantic gasps as the patient struggles helplessly in bed. His monitor flashes as his breathing fails, and the silent figure watches without moving. The visitor reflects that, according to the original plan, everyone in that dungeon was meant to die. A single eye opens in the darkness as the plan's failure becomes impossible to ignore. The monitor drops to 0, confirming that the witness has been silenced. The shadowed figure admits that the appearance of one variable changed everything. Clutching his chest in the blue gloom, he reaches the final conclusion. The god's plan has changed. The Divine Weapon Academy is preparing for its entrance ceremony, with the whole city spread out beneath its towering campus. The academy looks more like a luxury fortress than a school. Clearly, their orientation budget is doing just fine. Inside, the opening ceremony is about to begin, and all the viewing invitations have already gone out. The Academy aide reports that the chiefs of all three major guild divisions agreed to attend. A white-suited official waits quietly in the hall, looking like he knows this meeting will not be routine. Romulus, Thebes, the stern gray-haired head of the Thebes family, hears the report without even blinking. Romulus is intrigued because the guild chiefs are not coming for the ceremony. They are watching one newly enrolled student. The news catches Romulus off guard. A Thebes family-blessed one is rarely surprised by student gossip. Romulus turns with a sharp, interested look, asking who could possibly draw that much attention. The answer is simple. A genius from a small country, a newcomer already being watched by everyone important. The official confirms that this mysterious student has become the subject of serious attention. The camera follows the aide's shadow as the reveal is finally delivered. The white-suited aide adjusts his tie, completely calm while introducing the Academy's newest rising star. His name is Lang, the white-haired young Awakener now sitting on every important person's radar. Later that night, Lang is back in his apartment, getting ready before the Academy ceremony. Fresh out of the shower, Lang is already thinking about the problem hanging over him. There is less than 2 months left before the Divine Weapon Academy entrance ceremony. Lang knows his 2 classes have reached B ranks, enough for entry, but nowhere near enough for what is coming. He shuts off the water and gets serious. The countdown has started. Lang checks his glowing status screens with a focused, almost annoyed stare. His current B rank's power is not enough. His Cloudmate and Nuclear Warrior classes are both B ranks, but the enemies ahead stand far above that level. Lang remembers the threats waiting ahead, and his expression hardens. He needs to grow faster than he has ever grown before. The monsters he expects to face are no joke, twisted high-rank nightmares with enough firepower to ruin anyone's evening. Lang opens the fridge while thinking through the rank system and the brutal climb ahead. Each class rank is exponentially harder to level. He reached D ranks quickly, C ranks in a month, and now the easy part is over. Even while laying out a meal, Lang is mentally mapping his next breakthrough. Multitasking, but make it life or death. For ordinary Awakeners, C rank is almost the absolute limit, while B rank is the highest most people ever reach. After B ranks, every single level feels as hard as climbing from C ranks to B ranks all over again. The gap is brutal. Most Awakeners cannot keep finding monsters strong enough to earn the experience they need. Lang pictures the monsters he has already beaten, knowing he only found them because he joined the hunting tournament. To rank up, he has to keep defeating monsters at or above his own rank. The grind has teeth. His past victories flash by, but Lang knows the next hunt needs stronger prey, not more of the same. Without the tournament, he would never have encountered those C-rank monsters. Now he needs another way forward. Lang pauses with his drink in hand, searching for the next opportunity while giant monsters fill his thoughts. Then his system chimes, and a new message cuts straight through his worries. The notification arrives at exactly the right time because apparently the universe enjoys dramatic timing. Lang has met the conditions to activate the hero's key. The Tower of Heroes can now be unlocked. Lang suddenly remembers where he got the key, his eyes widening as the answer clicks into place. He earned the hero's key earlier by clearing a dungeon alone, but its condition required a class to reach B ranks. Now Lang has 2 B ranks classes, so the key is finally ready to open its hidden destination. The system asks whether he wants to unlock the Tower of Heroes, and Lang has no reason to hesitate. Lang faces the glowing choice, ready to turn one old dungeon reward into his next path to power. The white-haired young man studies the Tower of Heroes with a hard, suspicious stare. He can tell this place is hiding something serious. He immediately wonders if Belflafugor has another secret tucked away in this tower. A glowing prompt asks whether he wants to unlock the tower. He does not hesitate for long. He chooses yes and presses the bright button, because mysterious demon towers are apparently just 1 click away now. The instant his finger lands, energy surges through the screen and the room. A blinding flash catches him completely off guard, and he braces himself too late. The tower pulls him into a dark purple void, leaving him suspended with nowhere to run. In the empty darkness, A voice greets him like it has been expecting him all along. A familiar man steps out of the shadows with a smug grin. Belphegor is enjoying this entrance way too much. The young man freezes in surprise as Belphegor appears right in front of him. Belphegor calmly says they have finally met again, while the young man looks stunned. The white-haired young man blurts out Belphegor's name, still trying to understand why he is here. His wide eyes give him away. He did not expect this reunion at all. He demands to know why Belphegor has appeared here. Belphegor says not to make a fuss. He is only a memory fragment, not the real thing. Even as a fragment, Belphegor stands there with total confidence, surrounded by ghostly purple power. Belphegor knows he has questions, so he starts explaining why this tower exists. Belphegor admits that choosing rebirth was an act of desperation, but seeing the young man arrive proves it was not a mistake. Belphegor warns that he did not choose the wrong person. There's a lot of pressure for one guy in a bathrobe. He says the young man earned this by risking his life and constantly forcing himself beyond his limits. Images of brutal fights flash past as Belphegor praises his desperate drive to grow stronger. Then Belphegor asks if he is ready to unlock the hero's key. Belphegor declares that he has passed the test. Belphegor returns with a knowing smile, ready to reveal the reward he prepared. He tells the young man to accept all the power waiting for him. Belphegor reveals that every bit of power and experience he gained as an SS rank in his past life is waiting here. A towering white and violet shape rises around them, making the scale of this secret impossible to ignore. Belphegor says those past enemies became untamable monster spirits and were sealed inside this demonic tower. The young man looks up in alarm as the truth hits him. The tower is packed with the monsters from Belphegor's past, all stored as spirits. The monster's energy coils overhead, making it clear these are not friendly training dummies. From far below, the tower looks enormous, with Belphegor and the young man tiny beneath its power. Belphegor produces a glowing golden key and explains that plunging it into his heart can release those spirits. There is a catch. The spirits are so powerful that the tower only works once he reaches B rank. Belphegor offers the key across the void, and the young man watches it with cautious focus. Defeat the spirits, Belphegor says, and they will become experienced to help him level up. The hero's key floats at his chest, glowing like it has already chosen its next owner. He takes the key carefully, his expression steady even as the decision gets very real. Belphegor warns that these monsters are incredibly dangerous, and once the tower unlocks, it will never stop. The warning gets worse. He will face enemies beyond anything he has imagined. Belphegor says the purer the power he absorbs, the more difficult his challenges will become. Only by constantly defeating himself can he become stronger. Belphegor is pitching pain with excellent branding. Belphegor leans in and asks whether he is brave enough to accept it. The memory fragment begins fading away, still wearing that confident grin. The question hangs in the air as the golden key spins before him. He grips the key and quietly thanks Belphegor. His eyes are closed, but his resolve is clear. He starts his answer with a sharp U and drives the key toward his chest. Golden energy erupts around his body as he plunges the hero's key into his heart. He promises to push himself to the absolute limit no matter what waits inside the tower. Sweat runs down his face, but he finishes his vow. He will become stronger. The key sinks deeper into his chest as the energy coils tighter around him. The power flows to his heart, and the tower finally responds. The Tower of Heroes is unlocked. His next climb has officially begun. He is staring at the available classes, from low-rank Lightning to a C-rank Flora Summoner. Only the B-ranks options are selectable, so the menu is already playing hard to get. The white-haired fighter focuses on Nuclear Warrior first, looking calm, but his eyes are clearly sizing up the risk. He taps Nuclear Warrior, level 31, and commits without hesitating. Green energy erupts around him as the class change takes hold, wrapping his body in a blazing new aura. The switch succeeds, but his surprise is immediate when the entire environment changes with it. He steps forward into the new arena, and the ground beneath him has become a smoking volcanic wasteland. He looks around in disbelief. This was supposed to be a class test, not a one-way ticket into a lava pit. Across the molten ground, something massive is waiting for him. The lava bubbles violently, building the kind of suspense that never means a friendly welcome. An alert catches him off guard, and he braces as the threat finally surfaces. A huge magma lion rises from the fire, glaring straight at him with glowing red eyes. The system names it a B-ranked nuclear warrior overlord, the Magma Lion King, at level 30. 10 more lines appear behind it. He's outnumbered before the fight even starts. He quickly sees the answer. Cloud Mage completely counters the nuclear warrior class. He reaches out, confident that all he needs to do is switch over to Cloud Mage. He tries to activate another class, keeping his hand raised while the volcanic air flickers around him. Nothing happens. His confidence turns into a confused stare as he realizes he cannot switch classes. He lowers his hand and mutters, "Don't tell me," already knowing this challenge has been rigged against him. Belphegor appears with a smug grin and admits he increased the difficulty of the challenge. Of course he did. The fighter sweats as he realizes this is Belphegor's extra difficulty setting, not a normal test. Instead of backing down, he draws his weapon and answers, "Then bring it on." He plants his feet, raises the blade, and charges the lions head-on. The first strike flashes out, but the towering beasts rush him from every side. A lion's attack cuts across the battlefield, forcing him to move before he can set up another swing. 2 magma lions close in at once, and he barely has room to breathe. His eyes widen when he spots the incoming attack. He knows he's about to get tested properly. A lion slams into him with brutal force, sending him scrambling across the burning ground. He realizes these lions share his exact elemental class, which makes every exchange dangerously even. Their stats are even higher than his, and another strike launches him away. As he tumbles, he figures out the worst part. The beasts seem able to predict every move he makes. He regains his footing, but the lava field leaves him nowhere safe to retreat. He suspects the lions can read him because they were born from his own body and power. He curses Belphegor under his breath. This challenge has become a massive headache. Now all 3 lions stalk him through the lava, turning the arena into a full-on ambush. Belphegor points out that he not only sealed the class-switching ability, he gave him a pack of enemies just like himself. He fights back in a furious clash, but the lions keep battering through his defense. The monsters understand his fighting style even better than he does, and one clean hit finally drops him. A savage blow tears through his guard, leaving him injured and his weapon badly damaged. He crashes to the ground, exhausted and frustrated, with no easy escape left. He grits the broken weapon and wonders how he is supposed to win a fight like this. The Magma Lion King looms over him while the other lions close in. The trial is far from over. A white-haired fighter braces himself as a warning hangs over him. These monsters are seriously dangerous. A smug figure promises that once the Tower of Heroes is unlocked, the climb will never stop. He is told he will face enemies beyond anything he has imagined, and only constant self-defeat will make him stronger. The mysterious lecturer gives a confident thumbs up while casually describing a nightmare training plan. The fighter recognizes this path. It looks exactly like the brutal road he walked before, except this time he has no classmates beside him. Alone in the heat and green energy, he charges forward with a focused, almost cold expression. He swings into a huge red beast, determined to push his limits and instincts at the same time. The Magma Lion King snarls back, its glowing eyes making it very clear this is not a friendly tutorial. The fighter slits around the monster with sharpened instincts, his green aura wrapping around every movement. Perfect timing lets him negate the attack and immediately strike back. His reaction speed is doing the heavy lifting. The lion keeps lunging, but he refuses to stop raising a single class skill to its absolute limit. Flash Step kicks in at full power, letting him phase past the beast charge and hunt for an opening. He twists through the attack with his blade ready, his face locked in with total concentration. He finds the critical weak point and drives his strike home. The blade follows through in a clean finishing cut while the lion recoils in pain. 1 B-ranked Magma Lion King goes down, and the system awards 20,000 experience. There is no rest. More magma lions barrel across the scorched ground toward him. Keychains flash step again and again, turning the battlefield into a blur around the charging lions. Each rapid dodge puts him into another attack angle, and he is visibly getting stronger in real time. He cuts through another opening, landing a critical hit with a fierce, determined glare. He calls this the only path forward. Keep moving, keep fighting, and keep getting stronger. The fighter lunges upward, shouting in his mind that it has to be constant and endless. Golden slashes rip across the fiery ground as he keeps carving through the incoming monsters. Even surrounded, he attacks relentlessly, refusing to let the pressure break his rhythm. Another heavy strike lands. The whole sequence is basically cardio, except the treadmill has teeth. He swings again and again until another Magma Lion King finally falls. The reward flashes twice. 2 more B-rank overlords defeated, 20,000 experience each. Breathing hard, he looks exhausted but satisfied. Every second here is already leaving the old him behind. The tiny fighter stands alone in a vast lava field, surrounded by more beasts waiting to test him. With golden energy coiling around him, he declares that he is constantly surpassing who he was a second ago. He grips his weapon as a new power gathers around his battered body. Absolute purification. His posture drops low and intense as the golden aura floods outward. He activates Purifying Domain, his eye narrowed with complete confidence. Absolute Purifying Domain erupts across the lava field in a massive golden blast. The blazing wave sweeps through the monsters before they can escape. A magma Lion King is swallowed by the molten surge, its last charge crushed by the domain. Another kill notification appears as the battlefield settles into glowing pools of lava. The system confirms another B-ranks overlord kill and another 20,000 experience. His fatigue clears, his stamina returns, and the nuclear warrior reaches level 32. Standing over the ruined lava field, he looks ready for whatever the tower throws at him next. He challenges the Tower of Heroes directly, daring it to bring on the next trial. With a battered grin, he asks what else the tower has in store. Famous last words, honestly. The story cuts to Inching, the Holy River Kingdom's divine territory and second capital. Inside an elegant estate, someone reports that the man who passed out is causing trouble again. At a lavish banquet, the investigation has found too little evidence, while the suspect insists his hometown friend framed him. Nick-jin keeps eating like this is a casual lunch, even as the conversation turns toward murder and revenge. The group wonders if the person who killed Lucky Jin might be the same hometown friend, and whether Yin Jixing should be removed too. Below them, Yin Jixing hangs battered in a dungeon, while his fate is discussed upstairs. Yin Jixing is bruised and desperate, but the men above have no interest in giving him a fair chance. The captive lowers his head in pain as the threat against him becomes more immediate. Nick-jin decides he has a better idea, and it involves an octopus on a dinner plate. That sentence should worry everyone. Nick-jin calmly says to let Yin Jixing go, while lifting the wriggling octopus with his fork. His plan is crueler than a quick execution. Let Yin Jixing seek revenge against the other man himself. Nick-jin dismisses the bottom feeders as nothing, enjoying the chaos far more than he should. Yin Jixing grimaces to his injuries, while Nick-jin treats the brothers fighting each other like a personal show. Nick-jin smirks that his dear little brother will not die in vain. He's enjoying this way too much. He says the dead man gave him the chance to watch a few more good shows, as if revenge is evening entertainment. A nuclear element warrior boss looms over him, and the sheer size of this thing makes the fight look completely unfair. The flaming giant charges through the battlefield, blasting heat and debris everywhere as it closes in. The white-haired fighter stares up in alarm. He knows this boss is way too massive to handle head-on. The monster's burning body fills the entire space, leaving him almost no room to breathe, let alone escape. He forces himself to think through the panic. First, he needs a way past this oversized defense wall. His eyes widen as the situation gets worse. The boss is not just huge, it is moving far faster than it should. That familiar rule about big creatures being slow goes straight into the trash. This monster moves like a missile. A blazing strike tears down toward him before he can even steady himself. He can barely process it. The boss is this fast. The attack rips through the ground at a violent burst, sending him flying through the chaos. The white-haired fighter realizes the horrible truth. Its speed and strength are both on another level. He throws himself forward anyway, trying to break through the boss's relentless assault. The giant towers over him through the flames, and his small figure looks dangerously exposed beneath it. He calls the situation ridiculous, but the next blast gives him no time to complain about it. A dark-haired swordsman cuts through the flames with a glowing slash, making one last desperate move. Then everything snaps away. He's alive, stunned, and clearly trying to understand what just happened. He finds himself back in his apartment, breathing hard as he recognizes the room around him. Still shaken, he touches his chest and confirms this is not the afterlife. He is really back. The date is July 10th, 2015, back at the Mingxi apartment, before the Tower of Heroes disaster. He remembers dying inside the tower, then returning to the time before he ever entered it. His hero's key cooldown has refreshed. That confirms this is a reset, not some fever dream. He figures out the tower is an independent space, separated from the normal flow of the outside world. He can enter once every 20 hours and return afterward, no matter how much time passes inside. That is a very broken schedule. A green status display appears as he checks the power he brought back with him. His level is risen to 32, and the power he gained in the Tower of Heroes is still intact. He clenches his fist, amazed that so much strength came back with him. There are still nearly 2 months left before the tower mission. This time he has time to prepare. Looking out over the city, he decides he has enough time to push both B-class powers to their absolute limits. Days later, the scene shifts to a ruined city zone, where the next part of his preparation begins. The white-haired fighter arrives with another young man, both wearing matching field uniforms amid the rubble. They walk toward a group of armed adults waiting below, and the mood turns immediately suspicious. The Pinkian Guild Conquester wonders why its boss let 2 students join. Apparently, paperwork is more frightening than monsters. Inside a ruined dungeon, a huge purple portal opens while the team braces for whatever is coming through it. A clockless fallen bull storms out, snarling like the dungeon just hired its angriest bouncer. The black-haired hunter whips around in alarm and warns everyone to be careful. The group panics because their boss might be clockless, but the threat is already charging. Before anyone can regroup, the hunter launches forward with a sudden burst of speed. His instant skill kicks in at full speed, letting him flash straight through the obstacles ahead. He spins through the monster's guard in one clean, brutal motion. The fallen bull is smashed apart before the squad can even process the attack. The system confirms the claw-class monster is dead, and the others can only stare. The hunter calmly notes that it took only 1 strike, while the monster dissolves behind him. His blank expression says he is just as surprised as everyone else by their result. Then the kill notices stack up fast. The sword-feathered eagle, beast-clawed sheep, and steel fang all go down. Even a twin-spiked ape falls. At this point, the dungeon is basically feeding him experience points. The rest of the team gathers around him, still trying to understand how quickly he cleared the area. He explains that he earns extra money by following guild runs during the day. At night, he trains his classes in the tower, grinding through a schedule that would flatten most people. Power surges around him as he prepares to switch classes again. He switches to his Cloud Element Mage class, and his hair turns white as lightning floods the battlefield. A fresh pack of beasts closes in, but he raises one hand with cool confidence. He darts through the swarm, his cloud magic crackling around every step. Then he drops the command, freeze, and the battlefield flashes ice blue. The monsters are caught in the freezing blast, but one fiery beast refuses to stay down. The creature swipes at him with blazing force, pushing him into a dangerous close-range fight. He slips between the beasts and strikes from above, moving too fast for them to pin down. For the first time, his transformed face shows strain. This monster is not going quietly. He plants his foot and commits to the counterattack. A golden arc tears through the enemy, immediately followed by another burst of freezing power. He drives the attack home, refusing to give the beast even a second to recover. He lands hard, channels his spell through his body, and fires the final blast. Ice explodes across the screen, swallowing the last resistance in a wall of frozen shards. The hunter stands amid the ice as the battle finally ends in his favor. The rewards roll in. His Cloud Element Mage reaches level 32. More class levels keep pouring in, including gains for his Nuclear Element Warrior. That grind paid off. 2 months later, the Divine Weapon Academy opens its qualification ceremony in Shanghai Nation. New students gather at the sports field, waiting for the qualification test to begin. Teddy, the second guild division chief, is already impatient that the event has not started. Thornton teases Teddy for being as impatient as ever. Teddy asks if Thor is interested in the same student. He clearly did not come here for the scenery. Thor answers with a smug yes, making it clear he has his eye on this recruit too. Thor reveals that fellow Dongyang is coming as well, so the competition is already getting crowded. Thor looks pleased with himself, while the news spreads faster than either chief expected. Teddy is stunned that the secret leaked so fast. Apparently, nobody in the guild can keep a secret. Teddy realizes they all came for the same student and immediately starts making a move. Teddy declares that the mysterious recruit is definitely joining their division first. The guild chiefs overlook the academy grounds, all focused on the same coming test. Another observer notes that a student named Lang attracted this entire pack of old foxes. The silver-haired academy elder smiles, convinced today's qualification test will be worth watching. He asks whether the other man came to watch Lang too. The seated observer admits it. He usually avoids events like this, but today has his full attention. He says the qualification test will be worth watching, hinting that he knows exactly who is about to arrive. The elder smiles and says his old friend is about to take the stage again. Lang finally appears at the academy gates, calm and composed while every important observer waits for him. At the Divine Guild headquarters, Bai Yi makes one thing painfully clear. He does not want a team. Even while lounging like this is a casual meeting, Bai Yi admits he is not used to fighting conquest battles beside other people. His companion tells him to stop overthinking and give it a try. Making friends is apparently part of the quest now. The dark-haired man smiles with total confidence and says Bai Yi should go see for himself. The vice barely has time to settle before Bai Yi is alone in a rat street, surrounded by abandoned vehicles and rubble. Bai Yi looks annoyed, not scared. Someone is still trying to force him into another conquest team, and nobody is even here to explain it. He grips his weapon strap and stays alert. His posture tightens the instant danger gets close. Bai Yi catches the threat with one sharp glance just before it reaches him. A projectile slams into his weapon with a violent spark, and Bai Yi jerks back in surprise. He barely gets his weapon into position before the attack detonates. The street erupts in fire and debris, but Bai Yi does not go down with a blast. The explosion keeps tearing across the street, turning a simple walk into a very rude welcome party. Smoke and light swallow the area, but Bai Yi pushes through the impact. He lands in the dust with his weapon ready, glaring toward the attacker instead of running. A dark figure steps out with a smug little laugh. Clearly, subtlety was not on the schedule today. Bai Yi faces the stranger head-on and demands to know who she is. His expression stays cold and guarded as the encounter cuts away before she can answer. The next morning, Bai Yi arrives at Chenghe Nation's Divine Weapon Academy for its entrance test. He is handed an energy detection suit and told to change into it before the test begins. Bai Yi adjusts the sleek black suit, looking as serious as ever while the academy assigns everyone a number. A bespectacled applicant proudly calls out that he got number 025, his lucky number. The glasses-wearing applicant hurries over to Bai Yi, thrilled that they have ended up at the same test. The crowd is huge. More than 300 people signed up, even though most of them will be eliminated. The academy accepts awakened applicants between 12 and 18 whose strength has reached B class. Only 100 new students are admitted each year, so this qualification test is about to be a serious bottleneck. The massive test grounds make the stakes obvious. Only the top 100 results earn a place at the school. Bai Yi walks in among the other applicants, calm on the outside and clearly ready to compete. Applicants continue filing in, turning the courtyard into a sea of matching combat suits. The glasses-wearing applicant calls to Bai Yi again, and Bai Yi turns when he notices someone else approaching. Bai Yi recognizes the newcomer and greets her with a surprised but polite smile. The dark-haired young woman waves brightly. She is applicant number 002 and seems delighted to see Bai Yi here. The glasses-wearing applicant immediately asks if she is Bai Yi's friend. Bai Yi only says they have met once, which somehow makes it more suspicious. The glasses-wearing applicant spots the equipment station and eagerly points everyone toward it. The academy provides basic equipment so poorer students are not forced to buy their own gear just to compete. It is an attempt at fairness, giving every participant access to the same starting equipment. There is a catch. The weapons are only D class at best, enough to narrow the gap but not erase it. The glasses-wearing applicant stares at the basic weapon and wonders if that is really enough for this test. Before he can keep complaining, someone tells him to hurry up and hand over that sword. He insists he pick this weapon first, while the others watch the gear selection turn competitive in seconds. The trainees spot the blonde newcomer and immediately start asking who he is. Their faces are curious, but also a little too ready to judge. Someone recognizes the blade at his side, and the whole group suddenly acts like they have found celebrity gossip. The blonde recruit stays calm while the others stare. He clearly does not feel the need to explain himself. One black-haired trainee gives a smug little smile. You can practically hear the bad decision loading. The loudmouth laughs at him for coming from some small nation, while his friends pile on behind him. He calls the newcomer a hillbilly and starts lecturing him like the courtyard belongs to his family. The group reveals why they are so cocky. The black-haired bully is the son of John Kin, the Divine Legion's most feared family name. The pink-haired recruit confirms it, identifying him as John Kin's son. Suddenly, the taunting has a lot more weight behind it. The bully grins as he boasts about his father being the strongest man in the Chenghe Nation. He decides that any weapon the blonde recruit values must belong to him. Subtlety has officially left the building. The bully reaches down for the blade, fully expecting the newcomer to back away. Instead, the blonde recruit moves first, knocking the hand away with a sharp burst of force. He tells the bully to get out of the way, his expression flat and completely unimpressed. The blonde swordsman stands his ground with the weapon in hand, calm enough to make the others hesitate. The onlookers feel a strange pressure coming off him, and their confidence starts evaporating fast. Even the bully cannot process it. His stunned face asks the obvious question, is this guy brainless or fearless? The pink-haired recruit watches in silence, while the bully refuses to let the challenge go. The bully's smile hardens. He is done talking and ready to prove his family name with force. Red energy coils around him as he dismisses the sword as worthless. He's about to make that opinion everybody's problem. His crimson power surges into the strike, turning a petty grab into a full-on attack. He sees how tightly the blonde recruit clings to the blade and decides to destroy it outright. The attacker swings again and again, red force ripping through the air as the crowd watches in shock. The blonde recruit narrows his eyes, still refusing to flinch under the barrage. The bully drives his power down for one decisive blow, convinced the blade cannot survive it. The impact lands hard, and the weapon finally gives way in a violent flash. The blade cracks apart, leaving fragments spinning through the air. For 1 second, it looks like the bully won. The blonde recruit's eyes turn cold as he watches the shattered pieces fall. The broken blade hangs around him in pieces, but his calm reaction makes it clear this is not over. The bully leans in with a smug question, still drunk on his apparent victory. He laughs wide, completely unaware he has just stepped onto the wrong end of the lesson. The bully boasts that as John Kin's son, he can destroy the blonde recruit with the blade alone. He commits to another glowing swing, his grin turning vicious as he presses the attack. The red strike comes down fast, aimed straight at the blonde recruit before anyone can react. The attack is nearly on top of him, and the watching trainees freeze. Then the blonde recruit reacts instantly, catching the dangerous blade barehanded. The weapon stops dead in his grip. The bully's attack has just been cancelled by one hand. Everyone stares as the blonde recruit holds the weapon without effort. That is the moment the courtyard realizes he is not ordinary. The glasses-wearing trainee looks ready to faint, and the others are just as horrified. The crowd cannot believe he caught John Chin's blade with his bare hand. Their shock says everything. The scene darkens as the immediate threat ends, setting up a much more important arrival. A new man steps through the haze, and the blonde recruit gives a small, satisfied reaction. The orange-haired man welcomes him to the Divine Legion with a confident smile. The newcomer has orange hair, sharp eyes, and a fur-colored coat. He looks relaxed, but everyone around him knows he matters. He introduces himself as Lang, captain of the Divine Legion, and declares that they are teammates from now on. Lang stands beside the blonde recruit as the others look on. The power balance in this courtyard has changed very quickly. The pink-haired trainee is left crouched among the group, watching the new alliance form. A white-haired recruit recognizes Lang and says it has been a long time. Their serious expressions hint at history. The blonde recruit turns toward Lang, quietly taking in the unexpected reunion. At the Divine Weapon Academy, a white-haired student coolly brushes off a challenge while the purple-haired boy looming over him looks ready to make this personal. The white-haired student stays completely unfazed, which only makes the stare-down feel colder. Vice Director Pittsburgh steps in with an easy smile and announces that the Academy qualification test is about to begin. He reminds the packed courtyard that anyone who passes can enter the Divine Weapon Academy and compete for a future here. Pittsburgh tells the students to save their energy for the test, while the purple-haired rival watches with a sharp, impatient glare. The white-haired student gives him one hard side-eye. No speech needed. This rivalry already has teeth. Pittsburgh adds that there will be plenty of chances for these students to meet again, as long as they can actually get in. He quietly warns the purple-haired student that important people came to observe today, so starting trouble would be a bad look. The purple-haired boy narrows his eyes, swallowing his anger instead of starting a scene. With a dismissive hum, he agrees. He can wait, but he clearly does not enjoy it. Other students whisper that even after causing a problem, he will not be punished. Being born into the right family is apparently a cheat code. Pittsburgh cuts through the gossip and leads the group onward, while the privileged troublemaker walks off with a smug little edge. The purple-haired boy decides these applicants are beneath his attention and calls them trash before moving on. His followers pile on, bragging that John will surely take first place, and laughing that the others might not even pass. He leaves with a satisfied half-smile, but the white-haired student and a taller, dark-haired candidate stand firm behind him. The white-haired student stays calm beside the tall, dark-haired candidate. Their posture says they are not here to be intimidated. Up on a rooftop under the stormy sky, powerful guild officials watch the academy test from above. Second Guild Division Chief Teddy lounges at the railing, amused that someone came just to watch the student drama. Third Guild Division Chief Thordon enters with a flat no, while Teddy looks eager to see how much strength Lang truly has. Thordon calls Teddy impatient and says they will find out soon enough during the qualification test. Thordon stays thoughtful as the discussion turns toward why their target suddenly became interesting. A sleepy-looking official glances at the clouds, wondering why the sky is suddenly so gloomy. A laid-back, long-haired chief strolls in wearing a loud tropical shirt and jokes that the other two skipped work today. He greets Chief Thor like an old friend, looking far too relaxed for a rooftop full of scheming guild leaders. The newcomer says he's on vacation and on official business, which is a very convenient way to describe showing up late. Teddy grimaces at another talent poacher, while the newcomer confidently says Lang will eventually belong to his guild. The others immediately ask who Lang even is, catching the newcomer off guard. Before they can argue about recruits, the announcement arrives. The qualification test has started. Molly, candidate number 2, is called to the stage first as the academy prepares to test her awakened power. Molly grips herself tight and looks nervous, but she steps forward anyway. The bravado from the crowd is about to meet reality. The rules are simple. Stand on the platform, wear the required test suit, and awaken every bit of power inside your body. Molly lets out a strained scream as green energy erupts around her, and she forces it toward the testing wall. Her face twists with effort as the green aura blasts forward. Molly is giving this wall everything she has. The testing center tells her to release all awakened power at the wall, and Molly launches the attack in a desperate burst. Green energy slams into the target in a bright flash, while the wall absorbs power rated at B class and below. The system begins evaluating Molly's overall performance, turning one anxious blast into a cold public score. Molly's result flickers onto the screen, and a number settles at 20. That is not the kind of silence any applicant wants. The test moves straight to candidate number 3, Carter, while Molly's score remains hanging over the platform. Molly walks away with her head down, sweating and convinced she is going to be eliminated. At the academy, every candidate faces a full evaluation of their awakened power, from attack strength to mental state and elemental potential. The test scans every part of an awakened ability, then turns all that potential into one overall score. The candidates start channeling their powers, and electricity is already crackling around one raised hand. That score decides whether they have what it takes to become professional awakened fighters. No pressure at all. The machine records each strike as the test moves through the applicants one by one. One candidate lands only 3 points, and his tiny score hangs on the screen like a public insult. The candidate stares in absolute horror, eyes wide and mouth hanging open at that brutal result. Another applicant sees 40 points and scratches his head, surprised that even this score is considered low. Most people may awaken power, but plenty still fail to show the potential needed to go pro. A score of 60 gets a smug grin, but the test standards are clearly not handing out gold stars. The academy explains that 80% of applicants will not even break 60 points. Then student number 25, Speed June, is called up, and he immediately looks like he wants the floor to swallow him. The nearby candidates worry that they will be eliminated forever, while Jun braces himself for his turn. Some observers coldly assume June looks like the kind of guy who will score badly and run away. Very supportive crowd. Yoon steps up beneath dark, rumbling skies, his posture stiff with nerves as the test begins. A calm, white-haired candidate explains that academy operations are usually carried out in groups. Since future missions need compatible teammates, the academy tests applicants for short-term joint operations too. Speed Jun takes his place, gripping his staff tightly and trying to keep his face under control. The bespectacled young man readies his staff as the others watch from a cautious distance. Even clearing a demon cave alone would only barely meet the standard for a professional awakened fighter. By combat power alone, Jun does not look like a high scorer, but he always survives the moments that should crush him. Jun unleashes a blinding burst of blue energy, and the whole testing ground lights up. One observer narrows his eye, wondering whether Jun can really clear this hurdle. Jun folds his hands and prays to every spirit in heaven and earth for a little backup. He begs for a blessing as thunder rolls overhead and the sky answers with suspiciously perfect timing. Blue lightning coils around Jun and his staff, replacing his panic with a determined stare. Energy gathers around Jun's fist in a tight spinning spear, and he finally commits to the attack. Jun swings his staff and screams as the charged strike tears forward. With one eye blazing, Jun challenges the test head-on and throws everything he has into it. A huge bolt of blue lightning crashes down, turning the test area into a stormlit spectacle. The watching candidates recoil in shock as the lightning keeps intensifying. The impact erupts in a blinding flash, completely swallowing the target in electric light. The storm continues to crackle across the ground, making it clear this was no ordinary test swing. Blue energy explodes outward in branching arcs, leaving everyone staring at the aftermath. The nearby candidates watch with hard, stunned expressions as they wait for the machine to decide Jun's score. Jun lowers his staff with smoke curling around him, looking almost as shocked as everyone else. The screen finally flashes 300 points, a result that blows past the scores from earlier. The bright blue result fills the display, leaving the observers frozen as the number sinks in. The white-haired candidate's eyes widen at Jun's score, and the calm observer is suddenly very interested.